Introduction asterisk. A tale of warmth and romance follows a misfortunate girl who, after an unexpected journey through time, seeks her homeland while navigating the intricacies of life and love. 1. The dawn of creation. In the beginning, chaos birthed the Qinglian, which in turn gave rise to Pangu. Following the extermination of the 3,000 deities and demons, the great deity, burdened with the mission of creation, carved out a new realm from the dim void of chaos. Eventually, Pangu, exhausted from his efforts, fell, transforming his essence into all that exists. His breath became the winds and clouds, his voice the thunder, his eyes the sun and moon, and his hair the stars. His body morphed into mountains, and his blood became rivers. Thus, the initial world was formed, known as the Primordial Era. As the paths of Tao and demons diverged and the principles of the Tao began to manifest, the once tranquil primordial realm became bustling with life. With the emergence of sentient beings came desires and ambitions. First, the dragons and phoenixes clashed, followed by the chaos of demons and shamans, resulting in upheaval. Yet, the true rulers of this realm, the human race, were just beginning to emerge. Niwa attained sanctity through her creative powers. The three pure ones achieved their status by teaching and enlightening the beings. The Western sages made great vows to attain sanctity. The authority of the saints spread across the entire primordial realm, compelling all beings to bow before them. Beneath the saints, all were mere insects, while above them reigned the Tao Ancestor. With the 6 saints established, the Tao Ancestor sought to merge with the Tao to mend the celestial balance, simultaneously establishing the Zhixiao Palace within the chaotic void to stabilize the world. The previous calamities caused by the dragons, phoenixes, and the war between demons and shamans had severely damaged the primordial lands, leading to a decline in spiritual veins. To avert future catastrophes, the Tao Ancestor decreed that for the next myriad years, no tribe shall engage in warfare or massacre. The words of the Tao Ancestor were akin to the mandates of the heavens, and all beings adhered to this promise. The residual bloodlust from the war gradually dissipated. With major conflicts quelled, tribes began to live in tranquility, allowing the oppressed human race to find a stable footing and to develop quietly. Initially, no one held hope for the human race, created by the Saint Niwa. They were physically weak and short-lived, easily perishing in storms. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, these seemingly fragile beings began to grow and thrive, until their presence spread throughout the primordial realm, with humans becoming the new protagonists, akin to the dragons, phoenixes, and demons of old. Behind the human race stood Niwa, their creator, the Taiji sage who established the human teachings, the Yuqing sage of the Chan teachings, and the Shanqing sage of the Zhijiao. Additionally, the human race boasted its own revered emperors and many ancestors who had acquired supreme merits. Upon careful reflection, this once feeble race possessed numerous formidable allies and a rich background. Consequently, other tribes, intimidated by their imagined connections, became hesitant to provoke the humans, allowing them to flourish. Gradually, an invisible tide of fortune began to gather, and the human path became unstoppable, ultimately emerging as the new dominators of the primordial realm. On a fateful day, shadows flitted through the long-abandoned celestial court of the former demon race. An ancient bell echoed through the chaos, and the long-sealed Zhixiao Palace suddenly opened, bringing together the 6 saints for the first time. No one knew what the Tao Ancestor summoned them for that day, or what was discussed. However, it was rumored that when the Western sages, including Jiejing and Junti, returned, their expressions were mournful, yet their eyes glimmered with a hint of mirth. Niwa's gentle demeanor was replaced by an unmistakable ire. As for the 3 pure ones, although they were of a single lineage, they seemed to part on discordant terms that day. Yet, all such tales are mere fabrications. The might of the saints is not something mere mortals dare to scrutinize. In merely a few years, the treasured chaos spirit pearl of the Chan teachings was commanded by the Yuanshi Tianzuan to descend into the mortal realm, reincarnating as a human. Meanwhile, the leader of the Zhijiao issued an edict forbidding his disciples from wandering freely, commanding them to close their doors and quietly recite the haunting scripture. In the unseen realm, winds began to stir, and formless calamities began to rise, with the heavenly secrets obscured, rendering the future uncertain. 2. Trapped in adversity. The first encounter of Kijui with Nezha transpired within a deep, wooded mountain when circumstances were dire. Surrounding her were dense trees, their gnarled branches resembling desperate arms reaching out for survival. casting an eerie and fearsome ambience. Inside a narrow and damp cave, a few ragged children, no more than 3 or 4 years old, huddled together, their cries long since reduced to hoarse whispers, with only faint sobs echoing within the cavern. A girl, adorned in finer garments than the others, leaned against the stone wall beside them, clutching a gleaming dagger stained with grime. Her delicate face was pale and marked by cracked lips that bled, while her long eyelashes trembled as they drooped, her dark eyes dimmed with despair. "Elder sister, eat this." One of the children, squeezed among the others, managed to crawl over to her, presenting a thumb-sized fruit in her hand. The girl, Kijwi, roused from her stupor, glanced at the bedraggled child and gently squeezed the fruit in her hand, slowly shaking her head in refusal, her cracked lips trembling as she rasped, "No need." The child pressed Kijwi's hand down, their filthy face illuminated by shining eyes. "Sister, you must eat. Didn't you say you would protect us? How can you do that without food?" Kijwi fell silent, tightening her grip on the dagger, glancing at the hopeful child, then casting her gaze towards the few others huddled not far away, her expression darkening further. Cough, cough, cough. The foul stench of waste mixed with the rancid odor of decaying flesh created an unbearable and acrid scent that lingered in the air. Her health had always been fragile, and this noxious aroma clung to her breath, causing her chest to ache and compelling her to cough intermittently, intensifying her discomfort. The children captured by the demons were merely innocent souls from ordinary families, young and mentally immature. Though she too possessed the body of a child, she prided herself on having the wisdom of an adult, and the worst outcome would merely be relinquishing this life to be reborn in another world. Still, she resolved to protect these children. After a prolonged stalemate, Kijwi relented, gripping the dagger in one hand while bringing the fruit to her lips. The sour flavor spread across her tongue, an odd and unpalatable taste that nonetheless stimulated her salivary glands. It provided a modicum of moisture to her throat, alleviating the sharp pain that had previously plagued her. Kijwi swallowed and hoarsely reassured the children crowded beside her. "Do not fear. My father is a cultivator. He will surely come to rescue us." The cave fell silent once more. Kijwi steeled herself, clutching the dagger and sitting at the forefront, her eyes fixed on the cave entrance, awaiting either rescue or the return of the demons. Her father was a cultivator, albeit unaffiliated with any sect, yet he possessed considerable strength. He had brought her to Chintang Pass to visit a friend, but while resting on the journey, she had been unexpectedly captured by a demon. Kijwi was uncertain of her father's current state, yet she believed he would seek her out and find a way to rescue her. For now, her priority was to safeguard herself and the innocent children ensnared by the demons. Time passed, and Kijwi felt her mind growing increasingly foggy, her chest tightening with pain, and her vision blurring further. Just as she believed she could no longer endure, a sudden crack of a broken branch echoed from outside the cave, as though someone had trampled it underfoot. Upon her initial encounter with Nezha, Chi-Gui felt a surge of spirit and instinctively tightened her grip on the dagger in her hand. She held her breath slightly, her gaze fixated on the cave entrance, her previously weak and weary body instantly tensing in preparation to spring forth at any moment. Was there truly someone inside? The sound of a tender, melodious voice emerged, accompanied by a faint red glow drawing nearer. Chi-Gui squinted, catching sight of a figure at the cave's mouth, roughly her height. The frightened children huddled behind Chi-Gui, resembling a cluster of quails, each stifling short gasps of terror. "Ah, ooh." Upon hearing their exclamations, the red figure approached, and the youthful voice reassured them. "Do not fear. The monster has been vanquished by me. You are now safe." As the tautness in her nerves relaxed, Chi-Gui blinked forcefully, her blurred vision sharpening, allowing her to discern the identity of the newcomer. It was a child who appeared to be around 5 years old, with inky hair styled into 2 small tufts, each adorned with a red satin ribbon. His features were exquisitely delicate, and his round, glossy black eyes shimmered with a hint of golden light. A red birthmark adorned his brow, giving him an appearance not of a mortal child, but rather of an ethereal being akin to those celestial attendants of the immortals. Clad in a red apron embroidered with golden lotus patterns and blue shorts, he wore a golden bracelet that glimmered softly on his wrist. A long, wide strip of red satin coiled around his form, undulating gracefully as if in a gentle breeze, subtly radiating a luminous glow. Chi-Gui furrowed her brow, feeling a sense of familiarity. In his outstretched right hand, he effortlessly cradled a ball of crimson flame, emanating intense heat, which illuminated the dim cave. It is the third young master. How splendid. The monster has been chased away. Before Chi Gui could react, the children she had shielded erupted in cheers, their previous trembling giving way to a renewed sense of life. With one hand on his hip, the child in red raised his chin proudly, his small face beaming with confidence. Indeed, the monster has been defeated by me, and you may now return home. As he surveyed the cave's conditions in the flickering firelight, a flicker of disdain crossed his face before he turned to the cave's mouth. Come, you may exit first. There is no need to linger in this filthy place. The children exhibited an almost blind trust and adoration towards this sudden appearance of the third young master. Upon hearing his words, their fears dissipated as they began to pull themselves up, emerging from the cave with expressions of anticipation and smiles upon their faces. We are going home. I yearn for my father and mother. I am so hungry. I long for the meals my mother prepares. One by one, the children exited the cave, with Chi Gui being the last, dragging her weary, uncomfortable body out. Outside the cave, the red satin floated in midair, circling the children repeatedly, encircling them in its embrace. Meanwhile, its master stood beside, one hand gripping one end of the red ribbon, his round eyes narrowed slightly. Once everyone had emerged, he cast the ball of flame from his other hand. With a thunderous roar, a searing flame erupted behind Chi Ju, engulfing everything within the cavern of malevolence in an inferno. You are not from Chintang Pass, are you? Ignoring the raging fire, the third young master approached Chi Ju, arms crossed, and gazed up at her with a hint of curiosity. Dazzling sunlight filtered through the gaps in the canopy above, casting a slight haze over the scene. Chi Ju shook her head vigorously to clear her mind. Upon hearing the question, she lowered her gaze and replied with a counter-question. Who are you? Do you not recognize this young master? He smiled confidently, his expression brimming with assurance. Indeed, you are not one of my people from Chintang Pass. Remember this. I am Nezha, the son of General Li Jing of Chintang Pass. Nezha? Chi Ju blinked in surprise, scrutinizing the exquisite child before her. Her gaze traveled from his finely chiseled face to the radiant golden bracelet adorning his wrist, and then to the flowing red silk ribbon. Fragments of long-buried memories resurfaced. And after a moment of hesitation, she spoke. Is this the Hunyuan silk? Oh, you recognize my magical artifact? Nezha expressed mild astonishment. Oh, I have heard of Nezha, the Hunyuan silk, the Qianquan ring, and Chintang Pass. The story she had once listened to, the familiar names, resurfaced in her mind. Though her memories had grown faint, they were deeply etched within her. When faced with the truth, they inevitably emerged. Nezha, having misunderstood, stood proudly with his hands on his hips. You've heard of me? Could it be that my reputation has spread so widely that even those beyond Chintang Pass are aware of it? Disregarding his words, Chi Ju felt a warmth in her eyes, glancing up at the towering trees that obscured the sun before lowering her gaze to the rich brown earth beneath her. Slowly, she crouched down, her fingers brushing against the damp soil, a glimmer of tears swirling in her eyes, her expression profoundly complex. Is this the place? Is this the world? She pondered. Had she been so fortunate as to avoid endless disappointments and effortlessly return to her longed-for homeland, even if it were a millennium ago? Even if it were not the era in which she once lived? The second time Chi Ju encountered Nezha was within the general's residence of Chintang Pass, and her mood was similarly dismal. On that day, Nezha rescued a group of captured children, including her, and brought them safely back to Chintang Pass. For this, Chi Ju felt immense gratitude, recognizing him as the legendary deity of her homeland, whose formidable prowess instilled an unparalleled sense of security, truly worthy of daily offerings of incense. Yet she found herself somewhat disoriented by the Hunyuan silk. No, that was incorrect. It was not she who was disoriented by the Hunyuan silk, but rather Nezha's method of carrying them was flawed. What kind-hearted individual would use the Hunyuan silk to tie people together and fly them away like kites? Unlike the other children who were filled with exuberance and laughter along the way, Chi Ju had maintained a pallid expression ever since being bound by the heavenly silk and taken to the skies. Her countenance resembled that of a corpse, as if she could be laid to rest at any moment. Upon arriving outside Chintang Pass, Nezha finally released her from the bindings. The parents, who had been anxiously waiting at the city gate, rushed forward with a mix of joy and sorrow, embracing their long-lost children with tears streaming down their faces. Once her feet touched the ground, Chi Ju, still pale, immediately pushed past those obstructing her path and sought refuge in a corner, where she began to retch silently. However, her stomach was empty, and after a prolonged struggle, all she could manage was to weep silently, her tears flowing freely without any relief. Hey, are you all right? A familiar youthful voice called from above. Chi Ju, enduring a tumultuous wave of nausea, turned her head slightly, and, through blurred vision, spotted Nezha squatting beside her. His head tilted in concern. Raising a hand to wipe her tear-streaked face, Chi-Ju felt somewhat improved despite not having expelled anything. Her voice was hoarse as she replied, not wishing to trouble him further. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. Nezha appeared somewhat unconvinced and scrutinized her for a few moments. Seeing her steadfastness, he chose not to press further and stood up to leave. Once the turmoil in her stomach subsided, Chi-Ju dried her tears, retrieved the dagger her father had previously given her for protection, adjusted her disheveled clothing, and finally turned her gaze toward the unfamiliar city walls in the distance. Father. Now that she had been rescued, where was he? Chi-Ju felt a pang of regret for not having inquired earlier about her father's acquaintances in Chintang Pass, leaving her uncertain of where to go, let alone seek assistance in locating him. Fortunately, fate seemed to smile upon her, for just as she hesitated at the city gate, she heard her name being called. Little Chi. Looking up, she saw her father weaving through the crowd, rushing toward her. Father. Chi-Ju exclaimed with immense joy, dashing into his embrace. Little Chi, thank goodness. Thank goodness you are safe. Her father held her tightly, his voice choked with emotion. Perhaps due to the exhilaration of their narrow escape, Chi-Ju failed to notice the pallor of her father's face or the muffled groan he emitted as she lunged toward him. Father, I'm fine. Someone saved us. That's good. That's good. Her father, still in a state of shock, refused to release her from his grasp. Chi-Ju remained silent, obediently nestled in his arms, allowing him to hold her close. Thankfully, her father soon calmed his emotions, and after embracing her, he led her into Chintang Pass, where they found an inn to rest and recuperate. The next morning, Chi-Ju was awakened early by her father. After freshening up, he took her to visit his friend. However, Chi-Ju could not have anticipated that they would proceed directly to the residence of the general of Chintang Pass, until her father spoke to request an audience with General Li Jing. Chi-Gui was taken aback to discover that her father's acquaintance was none other than the esteemed Li Jing. However, what transpired next once they entered the general's residence was once again beyond her expectations. Upon arrival, the first person they encountered was not Li Jing, but rather his wife, Madame Yin. As soon as Madame Yin laid eyes on Chi-Gui, she approached her warmly, taking her hand in a gesture of familiarity, saying, "So this is little Chi. You've grown so much, truly resembling your sister you." Blinking in surprise, Chi-Gui listened intently to the conversation between her father and Madame Yin, gradually piecing together fragments of information. It appeared that her late mother had shared a close bond with Madame Yin, and her father's visit was primarily to see her rather than Li Jing, suggesting he had a request to make. Additionally, her father mentioned a certain agreement that her deceased mother had made with Madame Yin, should they each bear a child. If one were a boy and the other a girl, they would be wed. If they were both boys or both girls, they would become sworn siblings. Chi-Gui, caught off guard by the revelation of this unexpected engagement, couldn't help but grimace at the thought. At that moment, a youthful voice chimed in from outside, accompanied by a flash of red as a figure bounded into the room, exclaiming, "Mother, I heard we have guests." With a complex mix of emotions, Chi-Gui looked up to see Nezha. "Oh, so you are the guest," she thought, realizing that the deity spoken of in tales was now to become her betrothed. A rather peculiar twist of fate. She found herself residing at the general's estate, or rather, she had no choice but to stay there as she had been entrusted to the care of Madame Yin and General Li Jing. It was during this time that Chi-Gui learned the true purpose of her father's visit to Chintang Pass. He sought to find her a guardian, as he was to embark on a long journey and could not take her with him. Before departing, her father held her hand and earnestly instructed, "Little Chi, you must be obedient to Aunt Yin and Uncle Li. I will return promptly." "Father, must you really leave? Can't you take me with you?" Chi-Gui implored, reluctant to part from the man who had raised her, her heart heavy with unfulfilled desire. "I promise I will be very good. Please take me along." "Little Chi, do not be mischievous," her father replied gently, ruffling her hair. "You must stay at the general's estate. After some time, I will come back for you." "All right," she acquiesced, though her heart was still heavy. Her father then turned to Madame Yin and General Li Jing, bowing slightly. "I leave my daughter in your capable hands. Do not mention it." Little Chi is lively and adorable, quite understanding for her age. She is already half a member of the Li family. How could it be a burden? General Li Jing waved his hand dismissively. "But do take care on your journey, my friend." "Thank you." Her father replied with another bow before he departed without delay. Chi-Gui watched his retreating figure, unable to suppress a cry, "Father." Yet he strode forward, merely raising a hand in farewell without looking back. During her days at the general's estate, Chi-Gui found herself faring quite well. Madame Yin treated her exceptionally well, personally arranging her clothing, food, shelter, and daily activities, showing constant concern for her well-being and engaging her in conversation to alleviate any discomfort. Although Li Jing appeared stern and taciturn, he exhibited a rare softness in demeanor and spoke gently when addressing Qiji. Li Jing and Madame Yin were blessed with 3 sons, the eldest, Jin Jia, and the second, Mu Jia, who had both gone to the mountains to cultivate their skills under the guidance of their master, rarely returning home. Only their youngest son, Nezha, due to his tender age, had also taken a celestial master in the Changjiao sect, but seldom accompanied his mentor for spiritual training, remaining close to his parents instead. After settling at the general's residence, Qiji found herself increasingly in contact with Nezha. Each time she beheld his fair, youthful visage, an indescribable complexity stirred within her, leading her to unconsciously avoid him. Nezha, initially hoping that the arrival of a peer would grant him a companion for play, chose to confront her directly after several unsuccessful invitations. "Hey, are you avoiding me? Why? Don't you want to play with me? Do you dislike me?" Clad in his vibrant red silk, Nezha crossed his arms defiantly in front of Qiji, his cherubic cheeks puffed slightly, and his round eyes filled with confusion and discontent. Caught off guard, Qiji momentarily hesitated, shaking her head. "I'm not. Then why don't you respond when I seek you out?" Whether it was an invitation to frolic or to witness his prowess in vanquishing demons, she had declined every offer. Even when she encountered him at home, she treated him as if he were something unpleasant, merely nodding politely before hastily retreating, reluctant to exchange further words. Nezha, who had always perceived himself as quite popular, felt hurt by Qiji's evasive demeanor. Determined to seek an explanation, he adopted an aggressive stance, unwilling to relent until he received clarity. "Do you dislike me?" Qiji was momentarily taken aback. Did she truly harbor any disdain for him? Naturally, she did not. Setting aside all else, his identity alone prevented her from ever feeling animosity. He was a deity from the legends of her homeland, a revered figure worshipped through statues and temples, a testament to her past, which had, over time, morphed into one of her obsessions. Merely gazing at him conjured an illusion, making her feel as though she were drawing closer to her distant and unknown homeland. Yet, confronted by Nezha's persistent inquiries and the unwavering intensity of his gaze, Qiji fell into an unusual silence for a moment before averting her eyes. I am unwell, so I cannot accompany you to play." Why had she rejected his invitations? While the true reason did stem from her inherent frailty, the primary cause lay elsewhere. However, Nezha narrowed his eyes and boldly declared, "You're lying." Surprised by his perceptiveness, Qiji quickly regained her composure, responding with tranquility. "I am not lying. I was born with deficiencies, frail and often ill, and I have grown accustomed to remaining at home. I do not enjoy venturing out." Nezha furrowed his brows, fixating his gaze upon her with an air of disbelief. Although he was still quite young, the seriousness in his demeanor exuded an immense pressure. Were he to become the illustrious San Tan Haihui deity, the third Prince Nezha, Qi Gui might have felt intimidated, perhaps even timid, and would have willingly divulged everything. However, this mere 5-year-old child was unable to instill fear in Qi Gui, who considered herself mature in temperament. Under Nezha's probing and sharp scrutiny, Qi Gui resolutely maintained that her reluctance to venture outside was due to her physical discomfort, asserting that she neither disliked him nor sought to evade him. "Very well, the young master shall take your word for it." After a prolonged stare, Nezha finally relented, choosing not to press further, yet his eyes shifted to another matter. "Given your frail condition, I shall procure some elixirs for my master whenever I have the time. Once you consume them, you will be able to join me in play." Though she appreciated the gesture and would gladly accept the elixirs, she preferred to forego the idea of playing together. Deities were meant to be venerated upon altars, not to descend and engage in mischief. Apologies, but she could not envision such a scene. Moreover, she bore the burden of a rather troublesome so-called engagement. In this era, oaths and formal agreements were held in high regard, regardless of the reasons behind the pact made between her mother and Lady Yin. Her father and Li Jing's revival of the matter indicated that no substantial external factors would alter it. Whether her future held marriage to Nezha or one of his 2 brothers, Jin Jia or Mu Jia, Qi Gui found herself unable to fathom or accept such a notion. It was simply too terrifying, unthinkable, entirely unimaginable. She had never even dreamt of such a possibility. Thus, Qi Gui resolved that during her stay at the general's residence, she would diligently remain an invisible presence, a well-behaved child, avoiding any interaction with Nezha or his reclusive brothers, pretending not to know them at all. Once they achieved divinity, that peculiar engagement would surely dissolve on its own. The distinction between gods and mortals was clear, They were destined for eternal existence, while she was bound to the cycle of reincarnation. Though Chi Gui's plans were meticulously crafted, she overlooked the fact that the 5-year-old Nezha was not the austere and formidable deity she recalled. He was still but a child, possessing extraordinary abilities and cultivation, yet retaining the playful heart of youth. He had an impulsive nature, akin to that of any child, relishing in the company of peers and delighting in showing off. Thus, every few days, Chi Gui received various gifts from Nezha, including but not limited to an assortment of peculiar elixirs, mysterious magical artifacts of unknown purpose, and an array of odd animal pelts, claws, and bones. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate it, yet it is truly unnecessary. A rhythmic knocking resonated from the tightly shut window, causing Chi Gui, who was engrossed in her reading at the desk, to instinctively turn her head. She beheld the window sash slowly pushed open, revealing a fluffy head adorned with 2 tufts, peering in to disclose an exquisitely delicate young face. Hey, the weather is splendid today. How about accompanying me outside for some fun? Nezha? Chi Gui's eyes twitched slightly, feeling both exasperated and somewhat accustomed to this daily intrusion. Why do you always prefer climbing through my window? Isn't there a door? That is none of your concern. I do as I please. With a sigh, Chi Gui replied, as long as you're happy. Upon noticing Chi Gui turning her attention back to the bamboo slip in her hands, Nezha grew increasingly displeased. He nimbly leaped into the room, placing a hand on the slip before leaning closer. Hey, I'm talking to you, and you're ignoring me again. Reluctantly, Chi Gui set the slip aside, turning to face the now closely Nezha. And by the way, I have a name. My surname is Ling, and my given name is Chi Gui. His fair cheeks pouted slightly, with the corners of his mouth turned down, and his round, glistening eyes contained a hint of ire, reminiscent of an irate porpoise in the sea. Meeting Chi Gui's gaze, Nezha withdrew his hand, crossed his arms defiantly, and huffed in indignation. Humph. Thus, Chi Gui paused momentarily before adding, moreover, I am older than you. Nezha, you should address me as sister instead of the impolite hey. Nezha's eyes widened, casting a disdainful glance at Chi Gui's sister. You, this little girl? The layers of illusion that had once veiled his perception had quietly shattered amid his incessant teasing. Unbeknownst to Chi Gui, her interactions with Nezha had gradually shed the initial awkwardness. Consequently, upon seeing Nezha's exaggerated expression, feigning maturity and disdain, she could not help but chuckle lightly. Before her thoughts fully registered, her fingers had already playfully pinched his soft cheek. What of being a little girl? Nezha, you are even younger than I. Nezha tilted his head slightly, evading Chi Gui's grasp, yet he bore no anger towards her playful antics. Reflecting on the shapes of his other companions, and comparing them to Chi Gui's fragile demeanor, his focus shifted entirely to their ages. How could that be? I am already 6 years old this year. How old are you? Is that so? Yet you still have some time before your 6th birthday. Chi Gui retracted her hand, tilting her head with a smile. As for me, I have already celebrated my 7th birthday. Really? You're not deceiving me, are you? Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, you can ask Aunt Een. She knows too. However, Nezha still felt a twinge of discontent. He had presumed that his little companion was a younger sister he needed to protect, only to discover she had transformed into his elder sister. After pondering for a while, a spark of realization struck him. But you don't look like an elder sister at all. Unexpectedly, Chi Ju grasped the essence of what Nezha intended to convey. She quietly rose to her feet, and, lowering her gaze slightly, looked at the dark crown of hair before her. Yet I am still taller than you. Though frail and delicate, she stood a head above him. Nezha fell silent. Then, under Chi Ju's watchful eyes, the hair before her seemed to rise abruptly. Chi Ju was momentarily taken aback, her gaze descending to see Nezha, who was earnestly attempting to tiptoe. At this, Chi Ju found herself at a loss for words. She could no longer suppress her laughter and reached out to gently press down on Nezha's head. Nezha, even if you tiptoe, you are still shorter than me. Although Chi Ju was born with certain deficiencies, her height had not been significantly affected. Coupled with the fact that girls tend to develop taller during childhood, she found herself about half a head taller than Nezha now. Nezha finally surrendered the struggle, tilting his head slightly to look up at Chi Ju. All right, if you insist, sister. Chi Ju's eyes crinkled with a smile, her expression soft, yet her intention to dismiss him was unmistakable. So, sister would like to enjoy a moment of peace with a book. Nezha, could you please go play by yourself? Feeling a gentle push that turned her halfway around towards the door, Nezha suddenly became indignant, stepping forward to face Chi Ju with an angry expression. No, Nezha, if you wish to be my sister, then you must play with me. His round, glistening black eyes twinkled with mischief. What? Chi Ju was bewildered. Li Nezha seized Chi-Ju's hand, his face radiating determination. I have seen it. The sisters of other children in Chuntang Pass accompany their younger brothers in play. Therefore, if you want me to call you sister, you must come and play with me. However, Chi-Ju inexplicably felt as though she were lifting a stone only to drop it on her own foot. Li Nezha did not afford her the opportunity to refuse. Mimicking actions he had observed before, he grasped her arms and playfully shook them, his voice elongated and sweet. Sister, will you come out to play with me? Chi-Ju found herself unable to articulate the sensation in that moment. An indescribable tingling surged from her feet to the crown of her head, leaving her utterly stunned by the sheer absurdity and shock. Was this really Nezha? The Li Nezha? Surely, he had not been possessed by someone else. Li Nezha continued to pester. Sister, come on. Thus, in a state of bewilderment, Chi-Ju was effortlessly drawn out the door by Li Nezha. Thanks to the various elixirs he had procured from his master, Tai Jinren, Chi-Ju's health had improved considerably. Although she was still not as robust as others, she no longer fell ill with such frequency. As is often the case, one thing leads to another. Since Li Nezha discovered that he could easily manipulate Chi-Ju by calling her sister, she no longer resisted him. Consequently, Li Nezha frequently relied on this tactic to take his sister out into the world, soaring through the skies, splashing in water, and frolicking in playful abandon, entirely disregarding Chi-Ju's objections. As the child's birthday approaches, they seem to embody a carefree spirit, perceiving the passage of time as fleeting. It feels as though, in the blink of an eye, several years have elapsed. Once unfamiliar faces have become familiar, and their once reserved demeanor has transformed into a casual ease. The summer sun radiates with an intense brilliance, casting a sharp and sweltering light, while the lotus flowers in the pond, which had only recently bloomed, now droop listlessly. The incessant chirping of cicadas fills the air, each call piercing and grating, compelling the listener to wish for deafness. A young boy, clad in a sleeveless short garment, his hair styled in two buns, leans against the railing of a pavilion by the lake, his expression fraught with irritation. His bare arms sway aimlessly, and his fair face is flushed, beads of perspiration rolling down his forehead. Beside him, a girl in a water blue gauze dress leans languidly, her demeanor equally listless. Though no sweat graces her brow, the underlying annoyance is palpable in her eyes. Noticing the boy's sweaty visage, Chi-Ji hesitates for a moment, then raises a hand to touch a small blue jade pendant hanging from her neck, contemplating removing it. Nezha, perhaps you should take the cold jade? It might alleviate some discomfort. No need, I don't require it. Nezha quickly shakes his head, refusing her offer. This mere heat cannot defeat me. You should wear it instead. But there is no but. You need it more than I do. Li Nezha's expression turns serious. This is a special gift I found for you. Sister, please wear it. Very well. With the cold jade close to her, the summer heat becomes less oppressive for Chi-Ji, though the relentless cicadas remain bothersome. For Li Nezha, however, both the heat and the cicadas are equally vexing. Suddenly, a splash interrupts the moment, and Chi-Ji turns to see that Li Nezha has vanished. Looking down, she sees ripples spreading across the pond. Nezha. With another splash, a drenched Nezha surfaces, wiping water from his face, appearing bewildered. Huh? Did you call for me? What are you doing? Chi-Ji is taken aback by his sudden plunge into the water, momentarily at a loss for words. Li Nezha, unfazed, swims about, his hands creating more ripples, and his previously furrowed brow relaxes. The water is quite refreshing. I just came down to cool off. One might say that had Li Nezha given her the cold jade, he would not be so overheated. Chi-Ji purses her lips, observing Nezha move gracefully through the pond like a nimble fish. After a brief moment of hesitation, she chooses not to stop him. By the way, sister. Li Nezha swims back, floating beneath the railing where Chi-Ji leans. Your birthday is in a couple of days. Do you have any gifts in mind this year? Another year has passed so swiftly. Chi-Ji muses, her gaze lowering, her expression tinged with melancholy as her thoughts drift far away. In the blink of an eye, she has spent 3 years at Shintangwan, yet her father has not returned to fetch her. They had clearly promised to reunite swiftly. The ever-impatient Li Nezha voiced his confusion. Sister? Yes? Oh, as long as it is a gift from you. I have no particular requests, Chi-Ji replied, regaining her composure and forcing a smile. Though she received an answer, Li Nezha felt somewhat dismissed and expressed his dissatisfaction. But you didn't like the gift I gave you last year. Upon hearing this, Chi-Ji was momentarily taken aback, recalling the pang of disappointment she felt when she first received that gift. With a resigned sigh, she placed her hand on her forehead and inhaled deeply. Well, how about you help me procure a common little fox spirit this year, one without any intelligence? Li Nezha tilted his head in curiosity. A fox spirit? Have you grown tired of dogs? Indeed, last year, before her birthday, Chi-Ju had casually mentioned her desire to raise a dog, only to be utterly surprised on her birthday when she received a white, short-haired dog, bound tightly. The little creature was undeniably adorable, with bright, spirited eyes that radiated charm. However, it had an owner. The thought of Yang Jian, the third-generation disciple of the Chan sect, arriving in a fit of rage and confusion made Chi-Ju's blood boil. Who could have imagined that the gift from Nezha had been snatched from someone else? Yang Jian even suspected that she had instigated Nezha to capture the celestial dog. A baseless accusation she wished to evade at all costs. Desiring to forget that embarrassing moment, Chi-Ju shook her head, dismissing the memories of Yang Jian and the celestial dog from her mind. She continued her casual conversation with Nezha. By the way, do you have a desired gift this year? Well, let me think, Nezha pondered, his eyes swirling before he excitedly looked at her. Sister, I noticed you were embroidering the other day. Could you make me a set of clothes? What? Chi-Ju's eyes widened in disbelief. I said, I want you to make me a set of clothes. With a serious expression, Chi-Ju replied, I'm afraid that's beyond my abilities. Next, is it really impossible? Sister? Nezha protested, his voice softening, filled with envy. Little Fatty's sister made him so many clothes. The little fatty he referred to was the only child of the medical clinic in Shintangwan, roughly the same age as Nezha, who often followed him around. And they shared a close bond. Chi-Ju shook her head. I genuinely cannot sew. Besides, she is not just little Fatty's sister. She is to be his future wife. Future wife? So, she is just like you, sister, Nezha blurted out. Chi-Ju straightened her posture, gazing at Nezha in the water. Wait. What did you just say? Huh. I said little Fatty's sister is just like you. A sense of foreboding crept into Chi-Ju's heart. What do you mean by like? Nezha cupped his face in his hands, exclaiming, Ah? It turns out that little Fatty's sister is destined to be his future wife, and she too is to become my future spouse. Chi-Ju's expression shifted, revealing a hint of displeasure. Who told you such a thing? Nezha, perplexed by Chi-Ju's intense reaction, ran his fingers through his damp hair, looking quite innocent. Mother said that when I grow up, I am to marry sister and that I must take good care of you. Chi-Ju felt a pang in her heart. Perhaps it was the bizarre colors of her complexion that spurred Nezha's cautious inquiry. Sister, what is it? Did I say something wrong? No, it's nothing. How long until the deification begins? Please hurry and become a deity. I am quite anxious. Regardless of whether it was Li Jinjia, Li Muza, or Nezha, she wished to avoid any thoughts of them. Help, please lend me aid. On the day of her 10th birthday, Chi-Ju received a gift from Nezha, a charming little snow-white raccoon. The most significant aspect was that it was an ordinary creature, lacking any intelligence or prior ownership by others. How wonderful, it is neither a cat demon nor anyone's pet. Chi-Ju embraced the soft little raccoon, filled with gratitude for the blessings of fate. The little raccoon, gifted by Nezha, was endearing and affectionate, never resisting Chi-Ju's cuddles and caresses, which endeared it to her even more. However, it would occasionally dart around the estate, disappearing for hours before reappearing from some unknown place. Nezha's birthday was also approaching, and in light of his thoughtful gift, Chi-Ju resolved to prepare a special present for him. Of course, she could not craft the set of clothing he desired, but she had no qualms about making some other small items. While selecting suitable materials in the marketplace, she happened upon a fish vendor and, recalling her little raccoon at home, decided to purchase a few small fish to feed it. After wandering her courtyard several times without catching sight of the raccoon, Chi-Ju summoned a maid to search about, while she herself continued to look around the estate. How peculiar! Where has Little White run off to? Both Nezha and Chi-Ju preferred not to have attendants constantly hovering nearby. The maids arranged by Lady In only appeared at designated times, retreating to suitable spots to await summons at other moments. A fleeting sound caught her attention, and she thought she saw a flash of white in her peripheral vision. Curiously, she softly called out, Little White? Meow, meow, meow. The shadow vanished in an instant, almost as if it were an illusion. Chi-Ju pressed her lips together, glancing at the solemn hall not far away. After a moment's hesitation, her curiosity overcame her, and she stepped inside. Upon entering the hall, Chi-Ju's first sight was not the offerings within, but rather a boy clad in red, with black hair. Nezha, is that you here? Nezha, standing with his back to the entrance, turned at the sound, his expression mirroring her confusion. Sister, what brings you here? I am searching for Xiaobai. Chi-Ji approached Nezha, glancing up at the focal point of his earlier gaze, filled with curiosity. About 3 arrows. What divine artifact is this? So revered that it is offered? Indeed, it is a remarkable relic. Nezha nodded, then suddenly took several steps forward. reaching for the bow resting on the altar and drawing one of the arrows beside it. He tilted his head slightly, his usually bright and clear eyes now possessing an unusually profound depth. A subtle smile graced his lips, and with a teasing expression, he asked, "Sister, would you like to see my archery skills?" At the moment Nezha grasped the bow, an indescribable sense of foreboding surged within Chi-Ji, causing her complexion to shift. Before her mind could fully comprehend the situation, her body instinctively restrained Nezha's hand. Wait. This instinctive action startled Chi-Ji herself. But her body seemed to heed a primal warning, compelling her to intervene. Thus, she reluctantly spoke, "Since this divine artifact is enshrined here, we should not handle it lightly. Let us return it to its place. The arrangement of incense offerings is akin to venerating ancestral tablets, so it is best to refrain from touching it carelessly. Come on. I promise to show you my archery," Nezha countered, disregarding Chi-Ji's protest, and instead walked out of the grand hall, taking the bow and arrow to the open space before the temple. Watch closely. The golden-red bow was raised, and with his fair fingers knocking the arrow against the string. Nezha squinted one eye, exerting force as the bowstring slowly drew back. "Don't move," Chi-Ji exclaimed in a panic. As her words fell, she noticed Nezha frowning, opening his eyes, and partially releasing the bowstring, as if contemplating a retreat. Chi-Ji involuntarily exhaled in relief. Just as she prepared to step forward and urge him to return the bow and arrow, she saw Nezha position the bow before him, stepping back with one foot while raising the other to rest upon the bow's body. With his foot stabilizing the bow, he grasped the arrow with both hands, knocking it onto the string, then closed one eye to aim. As the bowstring gradually drew back, an expression of indifference graced his delicate visage, his deep black pupils shimmering with golden light, his demeanor chillingly fierce. Whoosh! The long arrow pierced through the air, and in that instant, a remarkably crisp shattering sound echoed throughout the heavens, as if something had been irrevocably broken. The sky stretched endlessly, unclouded and blue, akin to a meticulously rendered tapestry. The sun still hung high in the sky, and all seemed as it usually did. Yet, at that moment when the arrow was released, Chi-Ji was seized by an unsettling chill, as if an immense terror had manifested in the ether, some intangible presence beginning to permeate the atmosphere. As Nezha lowered his leg and straightened his posture, he opened his previously closed eye, and in a fleeting moment, Chi-Ji felt as though she glimpsed a flash of crimson within his gaze. Stood frozen in place, her mind a blank canvas. As if she had pondered much yet grasped nothing, muttering vacantly, "Nezha, what on earth have you done?" Amidst the chaos, an ancient palace stood steadfast, impervious to the relentless tempest of turmoil that raged around it, firmly restrained beneath its hallowed roof. Within the palace, upon a cloud-like bed, a Taoist clad in purple and with flowing white hair sat cross-legged, eyes closed, hands forming seals in tranquil meditation. His handsome visage exuded an air of serene indifference, resembling a timeless idol worshipped upon an altar. In a fleeting moment, a subtle movement graced the Taoist's brow, and he slowly opened his eyes. Within those obsidian depths sparkled glimmers of light, profound and shadowy like the infinite cosmos, vast and desolate, yet encompassing all. His pale lips stirred, releasing a sigh that echoed as if a mere illusion. It has begun. Majestic Kunlun unfolded, a magnificent palace stretching across the horizon. A white crane, towering as a man, let out a piercing cry, soaring gracefully in circles before alighting upon a small palace nestled halfway up the mountain. The crane transformed into a boy of about 10, donned in a snow-white robe, who bowed respectfully to the white-haired Taoist emerging from within. "Master Jiang, the Lord has summoned you." In the sacred realm of the saint, within the palace of Nuwa, a woman with a serpent's tail cast her gaze downward. In her hand, she conjured a small banner radiating potent demonic energy. Her beautiful eyes brimming with sorrow, tinged with a hint of resentment. A great calamity approaches. In the western paradise, two seated figures simultaneously opened their eyes. One bore a countenance marked by sorrow, while the other radiated compassion. As their gazes met, they shared an unspoken smile, their hands coming together in prayer. One's expression deepened in anguish, while the other's compassion intensified. "This time, we shall surely guide the fated ones to salvation." As the great calamity unfolded, souls became ensnared in confusion. The decree of destiny set. Self-rescue was paramount. Since Nezha had loosed the arrow of offering, Chi-Yu felt an unsettling anxiety, an intuition that something ominous loomed on the horizon, rendering her restless and uneasy. Yet, her memories of Nezha had grown hazy. She only recalled that their family would ultimately attain divinity. The rest faded from her mind, leaving her in ignorance of what lay ahead. During the past 3 years in Chintang Pass, both Li Nezha and Madame Yin had treated Qi Yu with great kindness, and even the stern and taciturn Li Jing showed concern for her well-being. Over these 3 years, even a stone might grow warm under such circumstances. Thus, it was only natural for Qi Yu, whose heart was not inherently ill, to regard them as beloved family. However, her abilities were limited. Despite Li Nezha's insistence on providing her with numerous elixirs, she remained but a mortal, incapable of offering assistance in the face of uncertainty. With the arrow released, the instigator, Li Nezha, remained unconcerned, and the head of the household, Li Jing, was absent, leaving Madame Yin, an ordinary woman, equally powerless. Consequently, Qi Yu found herself paralyzed by worry, unable to take action. Fortunately, 3 days had passed since that fateful day, and Chintang Pass remained tranquil, with no calamity befalling them. Qi Yu began to entertain the notion that her foreboding was merely a figment of her imagination and resolved to disregard it. Miss, something is amiss. As Qi Ji idly perused the bamboo slips within her chamber, a handmaiden assigned by Lady Yin burst in, her face etched with urgency and distress. This maid was typically composed, thus her current state was quite remarkable. Qi Ji set down the slips and rose, inquiring, "What has transpired?" "Miss, the third young master is being forced to kneel in the main hall by my lord. He even threatened to administer the family punishment." "What?" Qi Ji exclaimed, swiftly lifting her skirts and rushing outside, a premonition telling her that this incident was likely connected to the arrow shot by Nezha a few days prior. In the open space before the main hall, the diminutive figure of Li Nezha knelt upright, clad in military attire, while Li Jing stood before him, brandishing a disciplinary rod as thick as a child's arm, his brow furrowed in anger. Beside Li Jing, Lady Yin grasped his hand that held the rod, tears welling in her eyes as she implored, "Husband, Nezha is still young and naive. Please spare him this time." Li Jing's demeanor was resolute. "He has committed a grave transgression. How can I show leniency? If I do not educate him properly, he will inevitably cause even greater calamities." Lady Yin, beset with anxiety, pleaded, "Husband." Li Nezha, maintaining a stiff posture, regarded the situation with disdain. "Humph. I merely shot an arrow at the sky. What concern is it of mine?" Li Jing's fury erupted. "You ungrateful wretch. Do you not yet recognize your folly? You recklessly wielded the Qinkuan bow and the Zhuntian arrow, killing a disciple of the..." Li Nezha lifted his gaze, obstinately defiant, a flicker of mockery crossing his eyes. "What wrong have I committed? It was merely her own inadequacy that led to such a fate. It was destined." "Ungrateful child." Lady Yin, desperate to shield her son, was forcefully pushed aside by the enraged Li Jing, who then raised the rod. A sharp crack resonated as the fabric tore, and a crimson mark appeared on Li Nezha's back. Nezha, witnessing her son's body tremble in pain, Lady Yin cried out, ready to rush to his defense. But the arriving Qi Ji swiftly grasped her arm. "Aunt, be cautious." "Ugh, mother, I am fine. Sister, hold on to mother." The rod struck repeatedly against Li Nezha's back, quickly staining his garments with blood. He bit down hard on his lip, refusing to utter a cry of pain, only muffled groans escaping as the agony surged through him. Despite the excruciating torment, beads of cold sweat dripped down his forehead, yet he stubbornly refused to concede. "My son." Lady Yin, supported by Qi Ji, covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Once Li Jing had delivered 10 lashes, Li Nezha's back was a gruesome sight, and Lady Yin, helplessly watching her child endure the punishment, felt herself on the verge of fainting. Seeing Nezha's bloodied back, Li Jing's grip on the rod trembled involuntarily as he coldly demanded, "Do you now recognize your mistake? It is fate. You rebellious child." Li Jing, incensed, his eyes bulging with rage, breath heaving like a bull, could not restrain himself from raising the rod once more, prepared to administer several more lashes. Madame Yin shook off the hand of Qi Gui, who was assisting her, and in a panic rushed forward to grasp Li Jing's hand. "My husband, Jia has already been punished. Please, do not be angry any longer. Spare him." Qi Gui found herself unable to intercede on Li Jing's behalf, and thus hurried to Li Nezha's side, half crouching beside him. She reached out to offer support, only to discover his back was drenched in blood, leaving her trembling and uncertain of how to assist. She could only glare at him and, in a low voice, urged, "Nezha, just soften your stance before your uncle. Admit your mistake." With a rigid back, Li Nezha eventually leaned against Qi Gui, his trembling voice growing softer. "Sister, you do not understand. I have done nothing wrong. I merely acted as I ought to." Meanwhile, Madame Yin gently endeavored to soothe the enraged Li Jing, continuously pleading for Nezha's forgiveness. At last, Li Jing forcefully tossed the blood-stained whip before Nezha, glaring fiercely at him before angrily turning away. This ungrateful child. Should there be a next time, I shall show no mercy. With tears streaming down her face, Madame Yin rushed to Nezha, trembling as she half embraced him. Ja. Nezha, his face pale, forced a smile to comfort his mother. Mother, do not cry. It is merely a flesh wound. I am fine. Together. Qi Gui and Madame Yin assisted Nezha back to his chamber. Once he lay on the bed, he glanced at the medicine bottle in Madame Yin's hand, raising his head with an expectant look. Mother, I wish to eat the lotus soup you make. Very well, I shall tend to your wounds first. Then I will prepare it, she replied. Nezha, in a playful tone, added, I want it now. Mother, could you allow sister to treat my wounds while you cook for me? Madame Yin hesitated for a moment, glancing at Qi Gui, who was met with Nezha's pleading gaze. After a moment's contemplation, Qi Gui pursed her lips, took the medicine bottle from Madame Yin, and smiled gently. Leave Nezha to me, aunt. Rest assured. Then I shall trouble you, little Qi. With a smile, Madame Yin cast a worried glance at Nezha before turning to the kitchen. Qi Gui sat at the edge of Nezha's bed, watching him gasp for breath as he lay atop the bed. Why did you deliberately send your mother away? Forgive me, sister. Nezha offered a charming smile, struggling to loosen his belt and remove his tattered shirt. Mother is already quite worried. I fear that if she sees my wounds, it will only distress her further. Beneath his fair skin lay deep gashes, revealing bone, the wounds interlaced with torn flesh. Qi Gui felt her hand tremble around the medicine bottle as she watched Nezha forcefully tear the fabric that had adhered to his wounds. Be careful. Don't move. Let me help. She pressed her hand against Nezha, guiding him to lie on the bed while her heart quaked at the sight of the still bleeding, ghastly wounds. Dipping a clean cloth into warm water, Qi Gui carefully wiped away the blood that had already flowed from Nezha's back and gradually sprinkled the medicinal powder over the injuries. Why must you be so stubborn? What harm would it do to apologize to your uncle? Nezha lay obediently on the bed, his body tense from pain, trembling slightly. Upon hearing Qiji's words, he released the corner of the pillow he had been biting and tilted his head slightly. Since it is not my fault, I shall not take responsibility. After scattering the medicinal powder entirely, Qiji hesitated. However, if you had not tampered with the sacred bow and shot an arrow, I would not have arrived late. Although she was not entirely clear about the specifics, she had seen the long arrow that Li Jing had tossed at Nezha's feet and had overheard parts of their conversation. Thus, it was easy for her to deduce that today's punishment was instigated by the arrow that Nezha had shot days prior. Upon hearing this, Nezha fell silent for a moment, then buried his face in the pillow, his voice muffled. Sister, you do not understand. What do you mean? It means that it was my destiny to do so. Qiji grew increasingly perplexed, yet it was evident that Nezha did not wish to elaborate further. His face was buried deep in the soft pillow, leaving only the back of his head visible. At that moment, Madame Yin entered the room, carrying a tray with lotus soup. Qiji suppressed her lingering curiosity and refrained from further questioning. The whip employed by Li Jing for punishment bore special magical properties. A single strike would cut through flesh, exposing bone, instilling a pain that could make one question their very existence. Moreover, the healing process was excruciatingly slow. However, it would not truly injure the muscles or bones. Instead, it would subject the condemned to immense suffering until the wounds healed. Consequently, Nezha was compelled to undergo an extended period of bed rest. His legs were, of course, unharmed, but the 10 deep lacerations on his back continued to bleed intermittently, accompanied by relentless agony. In his helplessness, Nezha could only obediently lie on the bed nursing his injuries, with Qiji periodically tending to his wounds and changing his bandages, leaving him without the energy to frolic or cause mischief. Sister, I am so bored, Nezha complained, his voice breaking through the silence as Qiji was engrossed in her embroidery. She turned her head slightly and saw a young boy gazing at her with anticipation. His disheveled black hair fell loosely around him, and due to his injuries, he had not tied it back. His still unformed features bore an androgynous quality, with particularly delicate features, accentuated by a striking red mark on his brow. Sister? His fair cheeks puffed up in discontent at the lack of response as Nezha tilted his head. Indeed, with his hair down, he increasingly resembled a girl. Qiji could not help but smile, setting aside her half-finished embroidery as she approached. What would you like to do? Nezha pondered, glancing at the red embroidery on the table with curiosity. Sister, what are you embroidering? This. Qiji smiled gently. I cannot tell you just yet. Why not? Because it is a secret. Nezha's excitement peaked. Could it be that you are making something for me? It has been said, it is a secret. 17 received the dreadful news. Chi-Ju had been waiting for her father to return, for he had promised he would come for her. However, 3 years had passed, and he had yet to return, not even sending a single letter to assure her of his safety. Chi-Ju was oblivious to her father's whereabouts. She had once inquired with Li Jing and Madame Yin, but both could only shake their heads, knowing only that her father had set out in search of something. Yet the specifics remained unknown to them. On the eve of Li Nezha's birthday, Madame Yin handed Chi-Ju a bloodstained pouch, her eyes slightly reddened, her tone filled with compassion. Little Chi. Initially bewildered, Chi-Ju abruptly stood up, staring in disbelief at the pouch being offered to her. Hesitating to extend her hand to accept it, her expression turning blank. Where did this come from? The pouch appeared somewhat unsightly and worn, with rough and awkward embroidery, clearly crafted by a novice. The tassels hanging from either side were uneven in length. Its familiar appearance and the embroidery that she had painstakingly created as her first piece left no room for doubt. Yet, understanding the significance of the pouch, upon seeing it nearly soaked in blood, she was engulfed by a sense of confusion and dread, as if the very ground beneath her had crumbled away. It was sent by an immortal, Madame Yin continued, gently holding Chi-Ju's hand, placing the blood-stained pouch into her palm, then enveloping the trembling girl in her embrace. Cry, little one, it will ease your sorrow. Chi-Ju, her eyes wide with disbelief, protested, an immortal? This must have simply been found by that immortal. It was surely dropped by my father, hence the blood. He must have lost it. Madame Yin tightened her hold around Chi-Ju's small frame, sorrow etched on her face. A single tear falling as her gaze lowered. It cannot be true. He promised he would come for me. Chi-Ju clutched the pouch, pushing away Madame Yin, stumbling towards the door. She needed to ask the immortal where the pouch had been found. She needed to search for her father. In the main hall, a Taoist clad in gray robes stood, a long sword slung across his back, a whisk draped over his arm. Upon hearing the commotion, he turned to look. The Taoist possessed hair as white as snow, yet his visage bore the countenance of youth, his demeanor indifferent, yet strikingly ethereal. Beside him, Li Nezha was eagerly rummaging through a bag of holding, his face alight with curiosity. Tears streaming down her face, Chi-Ju rushed into the main hall, her eyes immediately locking onto the white-haired Taoist. Desperately, she lunged towards him, grasping his wide sleeves as though seizing her last hope. Immortal, could you please tell me where this pouch was found? Sister? Li Nezha, engrossed in examining the contents of the bag, was startled, blinking in confusion. Do you know Master Yuding? The white-haired Taoist, Yuding Jinren, did not withdraw from Chi-Ju's grasp. He looked down at her, his eyes reflecting her mingled hope and fear, and slowly shook his head, shattering her last flicker of hopeful fantasy. This item was entrusted to me by a fellow Taoist I encountered on my way to Chintang Pass. It was not something I found. And where is that person now? Where are they? When I encountered him, his vitality had already been extinguished. He entrusted his belongings to me before passing away. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though the heavens were collapsing and the earth was shattering. Chi-Ji stood frozen in place, swaying slightly, her vision darkening before her. Sister? What is wrong with you? The loss of a loved one rendered her unable to ponder the gifts bestowed by her master. Li Nezha carelessly tucked the bag of the cosmos into his embrace, reaching out to half-hold Chi-Ji's trembling form, his small face a mixture of confusion and concern. Chi-Ji appeared dazed, repeatedly murmuring the words of the Jade Ding real person. Vitality extinguished? Passed away? Li Nezha, beginning to grasp the gravity of the situation, glanced at the bloodied pouch clutched in Chi-Ji's hand, then at the indifferent expression of his master, before his gaze fell upon Chi-Ji, whose face was streaked with tears and pale with despair. In her round, unguarded eyes lay unmistakable worry and heartache. Sister? The Jade Ding real person, having witnessed countless joys and sorrows over the years, remained indifferent to Chi-Ji's emotional turmoil. Feeling he had fulfilled the task entrusted to him by his junior, Tai real person, by delivering Li Nezha's birthday gift, he prepared to depart. As he turned to leave, a dazed Chi-Ji hastily broke free from Li Nezha's grasp, reaching out to stop him, insistent. Immortal, where is he now? I beseech you to tell me. I must see him. Master, Li Nezha echoed, extending his hand as well. If it had been just Chi-Ji, the Jade Ding real person would likely have ignored her plea, but Li Nezha was different. As the sole direct disciple of Tai real person, he was one of the most exceptional among the third generation of disciples, cherished by all. Furthermore, his previous incarnation had been a treasured artifact of the Chan sect, compelling the Jade Ding real person to indulge him. Thus, the Jade Ding real person, who had intended to leave, paused. He lowered his gaze to Li Nezha, then to Chi-Ji, extending his right hand gently towards them. 2 white specks of light flew from his fingertips, landing on the foreheads of Nezha and Chi-Ji. Withdrawing his hand, he habitually flicked the dust whisk he held. This is where I encountered that individual. After he passed away, his body turned to ash. Even if you go, you will find no trace. Nezha clasped his hands in salute. Regardless of the outcome, Nezha expresses his gratitude to Master Jade Ding. Indeed, the Jade Ding real person nodded slightly, regarding Nezha. I have delivered the bag of the cosmos entrusted to me by your master. I have other matters to attend to and shall take my leave. When you have time, do return to visit your master. Nezha obediently nodded. Yes, disciple will do so. Thank you, master. By the way, it seems your cultivation has not progressed much lately. Do not indulge in frivolities. Do not become lax. Yes, disciple shall heed master's admonitions. After conveying his instructions, the Jade Ding real person turned to depart. Finally grasping the address provided by the Jade Ding real person, Chi-Ji hurriedly ran outside, eager to reach the place where her father had fallen. Sister, I will accompany you. Running on the ground was no match for the swift. Direct flight above. Nezha summoned the Muntian Ling, wrapping it around Chi-Ji, his hands encircling her waist, and with the aid of the artifact and spiritual power, they soared into the sky. Congratulations. After numerous protests from Chi-Ju, Nezha has finally learned how to properly use the Hunyuan Ling to ascend into the heavens. Rather than treating people as mere kites, the vast plain, devoid of any traces except for the trampled grass, presents a desolate sight. Chi-Ju stands at the position designated by the Jade Ding Zhenran, lost in thought and confusion. Indeed, there is nothing here, save for the flattened grass. And not a single drop of blood remains to signify that someone once fell here not long ago. Seeing Chi-Ju's dazed expression, Nezha gently took her hand, offering quiet comfort. Sister, do not be too sorrowful. In response to Nezha's concerned gaze, Chi-Ju forced a smile that never truly reached her lips. Nezha, my father, my last remaining kin, is gone. A heaviness settled in Nezha's heart as he wrapped his arms around Chi-Ju's waist, resting his forehead against hers with earnest resolve. You still have me. Sister, I am also your family, and I will always be by your side. Chi-Ju's eyes appeared vacant, her complexion pallid, as she repeatedly murmured, he no longer wants me. He has abandoned me. Noticing her descent into despair, Nezha's expression sharpened. He cupped her face in his hands, urging her, Sister, you still have me. We will always be together. I will marry you. I will never leave you. As Chi-Ju's hollow gaze met Nezha's unwavering determination, she stood frozen for a moment before slowly blinking. You will not abandon me? Indeed, I shall never forsake you. We will always be together. Let us agree on that, then. It is a promise. As she gently closed her eyes, a myriad of memories flashed before her. From her descent into this world, relying solely on her father, to the moment he turned away, when the vast universe left her in solitude. It was a boy clad in crimson and dark hair who cupped her face and solemnly vowed never to abandon her. Nezha has always relished the joy of camaraderie. In previous years, on his birthday, he would have orchestrated a grand celebration, inviting all his friends for a lively gathering. Yet this year, Nezha remained silent. Sharing a simple meal with his parents on his birthday, barely glancing at the gifts prepared by his father, mother, and brothers before hastily departing. Nezha. As Nezha set down his bowl and prepared to leave, before Li Jing could voice his discontent, Mrs. Yin interjected, Are you going to see little Chi? Nezha nodded, concern etched on his youthful face. Yes. The irritation on Li Jing's face softened, but he still cautioned, Be careful. And try not to mention her father in front of her, to avoid upsetting her. You need not worry. I am aware, Nezha responded politely to Mrs. Yin, though his demeanor toward Li Jing was somewhat defiant, prompting Li Jing to frown. What is this attitude? My dear, Nezha is still young. Do not hold it against him. Madame Yin often finds herself mediating between Nezha and Li Jing. Humph, that unfilial son. Upon seeing Nezha, he fled without so much as a backward glance, prompting Li Jing to abandon his chopsticks, his expression rife with discontent. Meanwhile, the pallid Chi Gui sat by the window, one hand clutching a blood-stained pouch, the other grasping a translucent jade slip. With downcast eyes, she pierced her fingertip once more with an embroidered needle, allowing a droplet of blood to fall upon the jade slip, after which the familiar voice echoed once again. Little Chi, I am sorry that I can no longer accompany you. Forgive your father's selfishness. I am weary. I miss your mother. I long to seek her out. Li Jing and Madame Yin are virtuous individuals, and they will treat you well. Though Nezha possesses a peculiar nature, I see in him a profound fortune and formidable strength, making him an excellent choice for a husband. Should you wed him, you shall undoubtedly find happiness. To fulfill destiny. My journey was one of vengeance. Now that my enemies are vanquished, I can finally rest. Do not grieve excessively. Yet, I carry a tinge of regret. My dear daughter, I will not witness your marriage or the birth of your children. Nevertheless, my daughter shall surely enjoy a life of bliss and fulfillment. My daughter, my little Chi, may you find joy and happiness. Chi Gui had always known of her father's profound love for her departed mother. Yet she had not fathomed the depth of his feelings to such an extent. Logically, given her past memories, Chi Gui should not have felt such a deep reliance on her father in this lifetime. Yet, whether it was due to the influence of her tender age or the length of time they had relied on each other, upon hearing of her father's demise, Chi Gui felt as if the heavens had crumbled around her. Upon awakening from her stupor, she initially resolved to uncover the truth behind her father's fall and avenge him. However, she discovered the sound recording jade slip nestled within the pouch and listened to the final words he left for her. Consumed with rage, Chi Gui, after learning the full story, suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. For an extended period thereafter, Chi Gui wandered in a daze, unable to muster enthusiasm for anything, even forgetting the birthday gift she had meticulously prepared for Nezha. Madame Een and the others believed her grief stemmed from her father's sudden passing and thus cautiously indulged her. Even the mischievous Nezha, who would normally drag her about in playful antics, had become considerably more subdued. Until one day, Nezha, brimming with excitement, bounded into Chi Gui's courtyard, holding a fist-sized golden orb, his face alight with eagerness as he approached her. Sister, look at this. Isn't it beautiful? The orb, the size of a fist, radiated a gentle golden glow, exuding an indescribable allure, within which a faint dragon shadow could be seen undulating. Chi Gui blinked, somewhat perplexed. What is this? Nezha pressed the orb into her hand. Oh, this is a dragon orb. Sister, keep it with you. It will nourish your body. Dragon orb? Her thoughts were sluggish. Chi Gui hesitated, sensing something amiss. Where did you acquire this dragon orb? Nezha, however, chose to remain silent on the matter. Do not concern yourself with this, sister. Simply keep it safe, he said. In that fleeting moment, the words Nezha wreaks havoc in the sea flashed through Chi Ju's mind. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on the dragon pearl, her chaotic thoughts beginning to clarify. Her expression shifted, and seriousness overtook her demeanor. Tell me, where did it come from? Nezha averted his gaze and forced a casual smile. This is a gift from destiny. You need not worry too much about it, sister. Destiny. Once again, the notion of fate. Chi Ju recalled the arrow shot by Nezha several days prior and the subsequent 10 lashes. An inexplicable fear surged within her, prompting her to grasp Nezha's hand tightly. What is going on? Nezha, do not hide the truth from me. Nezha bit his lip, a hint of distress evident on his delicate features. After a moment, he slowly withdrew his hand from Chi Ju's grasp. I am sorry, sister, but I truly cannot divulge this information. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed. I cannot place you in danger. Nevertheless, you may rest assured to accept this dragon pearl. There will be no issue. Fearing further inquiry from Chi Ju, Nezha hastily provided a few reassurances before hurriedly departing. On that fateful day, dark clouds loomed over the city, casting the world into shadow. A heavy shroud of ominous clouds enveloped the sky, while colossal waves surged from beyond Chintang Pass, resembling torrents cascading from the heavens, stirring a terrifying spray of water. An indescribably immense entity rolled within the clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning. For grotesque heads emerged from the darkness, their massive vertical pupils fixating on the isolated city amidst the rain, their roars echoing like thunder. Li Jing, surrender Nezha. Otherwise, today we shall drown Chintang Pass and ensure that all perish alongside you. Torrential rain fell incessantly, causing the inhabitants of the city to tremble in fear, huddled within their homes, cries of despair resonating throughout. Li Jing, clad in armor, stood upon the city walls, gazing upwards at the dragon kings swirling ominously in the skies. His grip on the hilt of his sword tightened, knuckles turning pale. Dragon kings. This matter arises from my failure to teach my son properly. I, Li Jing, am willing to take his place to atone for his sins. I implore you to spare the innocent lives within my city. We only desire the life of that Nezha child. Surrender Nezha. Surrender Nezha. Otherwise, not a single soul shall remain in Chintang Pass. For enormous dragon forms writhed within the clouds, their formidable horns fierce, their whiskers bristling with fury. Each roar was both a threat and a declaration. Within the general's mansion, Madame Een knelt, tightly embracing Nezha's form, her body trembling, tears streaming down her face. Filled with dread, yet unwilling to let him go. My son, do not fear. Mother is here. Do not fear. Nezha, held tightly by Madame Een, gritted his teeth, his exquisite features cold and unyielding. Within his dark eyes, glimmers of golden light swirled, revealing not fear but a chilling intent to kill and simmering rage. Chi-Ju stood silently by, observing the scene unfold, feeling like a mere bystander. The golden dragon pearl at her chest emitted a faint glow, resonating with a sense of sorrow as if the dust had finally settled. The roar of the dragon reverberated in the air, growing louder as a torrential downpour descended, relentless and overwhelming, each drop a haunting call. Listening to the menacing voice of the Dragon King and witnessing the towering waves that surged forth, Nezha could not contain himself any longer. "Mother, I shall return shortly." Gently yet firmly, he pushed aside Lady Yin, raising his hand to summon the crimson cloud ribbon that swirled around him, resonating with the wind. "Sister, please take care of our mother." "Nezha, no, come back," Lady Yin exclaimed in alarm, extending her hand but unable to grasp her beloved son, watching helplessly as he transformed into a streak of red light, piercing through the endless curtain of rain. "Dragon King, I, Nezha, am here. Direct your wrath at me alone. Spare the innocent." By the time Chi-Gui arrived, stumbling alongside the panicked Lady Yin to the city wall, all they beheld was a sky drenched in crimson. A young boy, though not yet fully grown, stood tall upon the wall, surrounded by an aura of blood red. With resolve, he severed the ties of life that nurtured him, renouncing the kinship that belonged solely to Nezha. "For my filial piety, I return the blood and bones, and thus, our bond is forever severed." Even amidst excruciating pain, he held his back straight, his youthful face displaying a stubborn indifference, his dark eyes gleaming with unwavering pride and disdain. "Old Dragon King, your son has perished by my hand. I return this life to you to settle the score. Withdraw your flood at once, and do not disturb the people of Chintang. Otherwise," his words trailed off, yet the golden glint in his eyes radiated a chilling intimidation that caused the Dragon Kings hovering high above to tremble in fear. With a blood-stained sword, he resolutely drew it across his slender neck, as crimson poured forth like the swirling red ribbon. In the midst of Li Jing's shock and Lady Yin's cries, he willingly relinquished all that this life had to offer. The once cold and chaotic treasure, the spirit pearl, descended from the skies only to vanish amidst the blood-red hues. In a fleeting span of 8 years, it seemed to bestow upon the world a magnificent dream. Yet upon awakening, only sorrow remained. "My son," cradling the lifeless form of Nezha, Lady Yin wept bitterly, nearly fainting from her grief. Li Jing stood by, gritting his teeth, fists clenched, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. "Dragon King, now that this rebellious son has paid the price, can you not? Since he has met his end, we shall naturally withdraw." The 4 Seas Dragon Kings exchanged glances, and at last, the torrential rain began to relent, the dark clouds dispersing, and the towering waves surrounding Chintang Pass silently retreated into the boundless sea. Yet, before departing, the azure-hued Dragon King of the East turned slightly, his cold vertical pupils casting a glance at Li Jing. "Li Jing, your son was a harbinger of calamity, steeped in slaughter. His downfall is but a consequence of his own making." Standing by like a mere observer, Chi-Ji could no longer contain herself and stepped forward. "How audacious you are, Dragon King." Nezha has grown to the age of 8, engaging in righteous acts of punishing evil and vanquishing monsters, all of which the people of Chintang Pass have witnessed. Yet you, with a mere proclamation of him being a harbinger of doom, seek to erase all his good deeds? The Dragon King of the East let out a disdainful snort, his frosty gaze sweeping over the dragon pearl boldly displayed on her chest, as if he saw nothing at all. When his eyes passed over the battered form of Nezha, a palpable malice emerged. Humph, just a mere mortal, easily deceived by false appearances. How could he comprehend the heavenly principles of fate? He is destined to be a malevolent spirit. Anyone associated with him shall meet a grim end. With those words, laden with malice, the Dragon King of the East turned to leave, accompanied by the other 3 Sea Dragon Kings, and the ominous clouds that had loomed over Chintang Pass finally dispersed. As the clouds faded and the rain ceased, the apocalyptic scene of Chintang Pass returned to its former tranquility and peace, save for a mother who had lost her child, consumed by grief. Powerless, Chi-Ji bit her lip, returning to the side of Lady Yin, who clutched the lifeless body of Nezha, weeping inconsolably, her eyes crimson as if they might bleed. She wished to offer words of comfort, but when she opened her mouth, no sound emerged, and she found herself at a loss for words. She remembered that Nezha would not perish in this manner. He would be resurrected, destined to become a deity who would protect countless people. Yet she also recalled that the Nezha, who was merely the son of Lady Yin, had indeed perished. The one who would be resurrected was simply Nezha. All of this was a consequence of his own misdeeds, so do not grieve excessively. In contrast to the heartbroken Lady Yin, Li Jing appeared remarkably composed. However, Li Jing's words only fueled Lady Yin's fury further. With tear-stained eyes, she glared at him, like a mother beast bereaved of her young husband. Nezha is also your child. How could you utter such words? Have I spoken incorrectly? Li Jing replied through clenched teeth. From the moment he was born, he was peculiar, later using his abilities recklessly and causing all manner of calamities. Just recently, he brazenly wielded the Qiankuan Bao and the Zhun Tian arrow, slaying disciples of the Jie sect. Now he has finally drawn the ire of the Dragon Clan, nearly bringing disaster upon Qintang Pass. Is this not the result of his own actions? Have you truly always thought this way? Upon hearing Li Jing's accusations, Lady Yin's pupils constricted, her body trembling. A flicker of regret crossed Li Jing's eyes, but meeting the profound disappointment in Lady Yin's gaze only fueled his indignation. So what if it is? This troublemaker. I should have slain him with a single sword strike from the beginning to prevent such chaos. Lady Yin, already unable to cry further, merely shook her head with reddened eyes, slowly lifting the remnants of Li Nezha's body and staggering to her feet. Then, henceforth, we shall no longer trouble you. Li Jing felt a surge of panic. Lady? We shall take our leave now, Lady Yin murmured softly, yet as she stood, her body swayed. Lady, Aunt. Li Jing and Qi Ji stepped forward simultaneously. Li Jing was the first to embrace the unconscious Lady Yin, leaving Qi Ji anxiously standing by. Ever since the demise of Li Nezha, Lady Yin's demeanor had been unsettling. She refused to meet anyone or consume any sustenance, isolating herself in her chamber, weeping over the remnants left by Li Nezha. No matter how fervently others tried to console her, their efforts proved futile. Both Qi Ji and Li Jing were concerned that if Lady Yin continued in this manner, it would jeopardize her health, yet she remained indifferent to their worries, leaving them utterly helpless. On the third day following Li Nezha's passing, Jin Jia and Mu Jia, who had been accompanying their master on a spiritual journey, hurried back upon receiving Li Jing's urgent missive. It was then that Qi Ji encountered the other two sons of the Li family for the first time. Li Nezha's visage bore a slight resemblance to femininity. He had inherited much of Lady Yin's exquisite beauty, although still young and yet to fully blossom. Hints of his future striking allure were already discernible. In contrast, Li Jinjia and Li Mujia resembled their father more closely. Their square faces and broad brows radiated a resolute spirit, and despite the ethereal grace bestowed upon them by their spiritual pursuits, they could not conceal their inherent vigor. Worried for their mother, Li Jinjia and Li Mujia exchanged brief greetings with Qi Ji before hastily making their way to Lady Yin's door. It was hoped that with the encouragement of Jinjia and Mujia, Lady Yin might be more receptive. Similarly, Qi Ji, who had been unable to rest due to her own anxiety, finally felt a measure of relief and retreated to her room, weary and in need of rest. So much had transpired during this period that she felt utterly drained, both in spirit and in heart. She had first lost her beloved father, followed by a friend who had promised to stand by her side. As she sat on the edge of her bed, Qi Ji inadvertently turned her head and noticed a red hair ribbon resting on her vanity. I have yet to present this gift to him. This meticulously chosen satin had been carefully crafted into a segment adorned with a series of golden lotus patterns, and at its end, two delicate hollow gold bells were attached. It was a birthday gift she had prepared for Li Nezha's 8th year, crafted by her own hands. Alas, she had never had the chance to bestow it upon him. Since Li Nezha's self-inflicted demise, Lady Yin had been consumed by profound sorrow, and even with the presence of her other two sons, her grief remained unyielding. Each passing day saw her grow more haggard, her form becoming increasingly frail. As her husband, Li Jing bore the weight of his responsibilities, leading troops and unable to remain by her side constantly. Moreover, due to the circumstances surrounding Li Nezha, a rift had formed between the couple, and Lady Yin grew ever more distant from him. Thus, aside from summoning their two sons back from their spiritual training, Li Jing found himself at a loss for how to alleviate her suffering. Until one day, when Li Jing received an imperial edict from Chao Guo, commanding him to lead his troops into the field. Lady Yin, shrouded in mystery, gathered a few individuals and ventured to Chui Ping Mountain, where she swiftly set about constructing a grand palace. This palace, with its ancient and majestic design, did not honor any renowned ancestors or deities of the human realm, but instead housed a clay statue of an unknown youthful figure. After the completion of the palace, the temple was constantly filled with the scent of incense, bustling with visitors, all of whom spoke of its miraculous powers. Initially, Qi Ju found herself bewildered by Lady Yin's actions. She could not comprehend why Lady Yin had suddenly chosen to construct this nameless temple and devoted herself to its worship. However, Upon observing that Lady Yin seemed to have emerged from the anguish of losing her child, Chi-Ju refrained from questioning her further and accompanied Lady Yin daily, offering a stick of incense at the temple. The plaque of the palace bore no name, and the youthful deity enshrined within offered no indication of his identity. Thus, the visitors referred to the place as the Nameless Palace and the Nameless God. Due to its reputed efficacy, the temple attracted countless worshippers. One day, perhaps due to the weather, Lady Yin fell ill with a chill and had to rest at home. Unable to quell her concern for the Nameless Palace, she implored Chi-Ju to make the journey in her stead. Unfortunately, fortune did not favor them, for by afternoon, a light rain began to fall, which intensified by evening. As the downpour continued and darkness enveloped the sky, Chi-Ju stood at the entrance of the palace, gazing at the foreboding clouds before deciding to return inside, planning to spend the night there. This Nameless Palace was modest in size, consisting only of the main hall housing the deity's effigy and a small room for the temple attendant to rest. Having previously endured the layers of malevolent spirits, Chi-Ju was indifferent to the simplicity of her lodging. After tidying up the small room, she lay down fully clothed. Back in her homeland, Chi-Ju had heard tales of sleep paralysis, which seemed both eerie and wondrous. However, her homeland adhered to scientific principles, rejecting all forms of superstition. The phenomenon of sleep paralysis was merely a state where the mind awakens while the body remains in slumber, easily explained by science. Yet, Chi-Ju could never have anticipated that she would encounter this very experience in the Nameless Palace, something she had never faced before in her hometown. She felt a mixture of surprise and intrigue. Lying rigidly on the bed, Chi-Ju closed her eyes, her mind racing with thoughts, akin to encountering something marvelously strange. Unable to open her eyes, she tentatively attempted to move her hands and feet, curious to determine if she truly was as immobile as the legend suggested. Wait. If only she could open her eyes, she mused. A mirror would surely reveal the trembling of her pupils, for she sensed that her hands and feet were, in fact, capable of movement. Although the motion might be slight, it was undeniably perceptible. Help! This world seemed to abide not by the laws of science, but by the tenets of metaphysics. Oh no, goodbye, Nezha. Originally stiffened for unknown reasons, Chi-Ju now felt as if her body was paralyzed by fear. She lay motionless on the bed, her entire being seemingly frozen, even her breath barely audible, the only sound discernible being her racing heartbeat. The sensations in her body confirmed that she was devoid of anything there, utterly empty. Yet she distinctly sensed a chilling breath cascading upon her neck, her instincts whispering that an invisible, frigid presence enveloped her. Though imperceptible to the eye or touch, its existence was undeniable. An ineffable dread enveloped her. As her heartbeats became increasingly erratic in the stillness of the night, time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and amidst that spine-chilling terror, she suddenly felt something soft yet icy gently press against her chest. A ghostly sigh seemed to echo in her ears, followed by a tender brush against her cheek by something soft, before that enigmatic entity floated away. In that moment, her body regained control. Chi-Ju abruptly opened her eyes, panic reflecting in her dark orbs, and in the encompassing darkness, she thought she glimpsed a faint red hue drifting past. Her heart raced as if it might leap from her throat, the echoes of fear still lingering. Yet in a moment of reckless impulse, she blurted out, "Wait. Don't go." Her voice emerged dry and hoarse, startling even herself, while that ephemeral red vanished through the walls as if pursued by some unseen force. Chi-Ju sat up, momentarily dazed, the dragon pearl hanging at her chest emanating a gentle golden glow. As she reached out to caress the pearl, a sudden recollection of the nameless youthful deity enshrined in this palace crossed her mind, along with thoughts of Madame Yin's recent behavior. And the fleeting red shadow she had just witnessed sparked a flicker of realization. Fear dissipated in an instant, and emboldened by newfound courage, Chi-Ju rose from her bed. Utilizing the light from the dragon pearl, she made her way to a small table, reigniting the extinguished oil lamp, then donned a cloak that lay nearby. Grasping the lamp as she pushed open the door and stepped outside, the once vibrant main hall, filled with the scent of incense and bustling with activity during the day, now lay in tranquil silence. Chi-Ju cupped the flickering candlelight with one hand as she slowly approached the statue at the center of the grand hall for a closer inspection. The statue, though somewhat rudimentary in craftsmanship, bore a resemblance to a youthful figure, albeit with a hazy visage. Chi-Ju set the lamp aside, ignited 3 incense sticks before her, and placed them in the incense burner. She gradually raised her gaze, watching the smoke curl upwards, and then spoke softly, as if afraid to disturb something. "Nezha, will you not come out to meet me?" The straight rising smoke appeared to twist for a brief moment, the statue seated in the shrine remaining impassive. Its expression a blend of compassion and indifference, devoid of any response. A gentle smile played on Chi-Ju's lips, as if confirming a silent understanding. She glanced at the increasingly indistinct statue and the quiet hall around her, slowly covering her chest with her hand. A faint, suppressed moan escaped her, tinged with pain. As she shifted to sit beside the shrine, curling up slightly. "Sister." In the next moment, an ethereal and elusive voice echoed within the grand hall, accompanied by a chilling breeze that seemed to arise from nowhere, lifting the hanging cloth and penetrating to the very marrow. "Sister, are you unwell again?" Upon hearing that sudden, delicate voice, Chi-Ju felt a warmth welling in her eyes, hinting at the onset of tears. Just as she was about to lift her gaze, a sudden veil of crimson enveloped her vision, a soft satin gently obscuring her sight. Instinctively, she raised her hand to push it away, but the satin, though seemingly tender, stubbornly clung before her eyes, unmistakably the familiar texture of Nezha's Hunyuan silk. Confused, Chi-Ju exclaimed, "Nezha, is that you? What are you doing?" With her sight obscured, her other senses heightened, she sensed a chilling presence approaching. She heard him whisper, "Sister, do not look at me." "Why not?" Chi-Ju replied, perplexed. "I am not afraid of you." The faint crimson shadow coalesced into a somewhat indistinct figure before her, as he half knelt, extending his hands as if to embrace her. He longed to see her, unable to resist the urge to sneak and climb into her bed, yet he feared that she would be frightened by his current appearance. So he hastily departed when she awoke. Nonetheless, his concern for her remained, and upon witnessing her distress, he could not hold back and hastily revealed himself. Unable to discern Nezha's current form, Chi-Ju could not fathom his worries. Tentatively, she reached out, hoping to grasp something, but her hand merely brushed against an inexplicable chill. "Nezha, what is it that you do not wish for? Do you not want to see me?" Withdrawing her hand, appearing dejected, she lowered her head, her tone laden with remorse. "I am sorry, I could not help you then, and I have failed to care for Anine afterward. You have every right to resent me." The satin draped over her outstretched hand, and Chi-Ju felt a cold, intangible presence settle upon her hand's back, reminiscent of Nezha's playful grip when he used to seek her affection. "I do not. Sister, I have never held any resentment towards you. None of this is your fault. You need not dwell on it, nor feel guilty." "But, there is no but." Nezha grasped Chi-Ju's hand tenuously, struggling for a moment before speaking with unease. "I simply do not wish for you to see my current state. I fear it may frighten you." "But you are Nezha. How could I be frightened?" Chi-Ju chuckled softly, her voice gentle as water. "No matter how you may change, I shall not be afraid. After all, did we not promise to always be together?" As the Hunyuan silk fell away, Chi-Ju finally beheld his form. A mere 8-year-old child, his body was semi-transparent and spectral. His complexion was a ghastly ashen hue, marred by crimson stains that adorned his frame. Multiple wounds gaped open, exposing flesh and bone. Most horrifying was the gruesome gash upon his delicate neck, nearly revealing the internal muscles and windpipe. "Sister, do not look." Nezha raised his hand to cover his neck, drifting back a short distance. Even though she had once gazed upon the remains of Nezha, the sight of him in this form once again brought tears to her eyes. She slowly raised her hand, her fingertips trembling as if she yearned to touch him. "Does it hurt?" Nezha was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to shake his head, but upon meeting Chi-Ju's tear-filled gaze, he altered his response. "It was painful at the time, but it no longer hurts now. Forgive me, sister, please do not weep, nor feel guilty. This was merely my fate, one I simply failed to transcend." Nezha then gestured towards the mud statue behind Chi-Ju. "Moreover, look. Once I have received 3 years of incense offerings, I shall be able to reshape my golden body. At that time, sister, we shall wed, shall we not?" 3 years of incense offerings, neither an excessive duration nor an insignificant one. Ever since the establishment of Nezha's temple on Suaping Mountain, the incense offerings had flourished due to the blessings of myriad spirits. The Nezha who received these offerings evidently underwent significant changes, at the very least. His ethereal soul appeared more solid, his complexion shifting from a ghastly pallor to a pale hue, with some of his wounds and bloodstains vanishing entirely. Only the self-inflicted wound upon his neck remained, a scar that he concealed with a silken ribbon whenever he manifested. Upon realizing that the temple belonged to Nezha, Chi-Ju began to spend more time within its confines, even tidying up a small room for occasional stays. Madame Yin, observing Chi-Ju's actions, did not interfere, but rather felt a sense of quiet satisfaction. Yet, both women tacitly refrained from addressing the matter directly, keeping it a secret from Li Jing. As the 3-year period approached, both Chi-Ju and Madame Yin grew increasingly eager. However, as the time drew nearer, an unsettling premonition began to rise within Chiji's heart, as if some unforeseen change loomed on the horizon, causing her to feel restless. On yet another night, after sending off all the devotees who had come to offer incense, Chiji closed the grand doors of the main hall and turned to light a stick of incense for Nezha. "Sister, do you have something weighing on your mind?" In the swirling smoke, a celestial voice echoed within the hall. Chiji looked up to see a young boy clad in red perched upon the beams above the statue. His hair was styled in 2 buns, a red ribbon encircled his neck, and a golden bracelet adorned his wrist, his large, gilded eyes blinking eagerly as they regarded her. Chiji smiled gently, inserting the incense into the burner. "You have returned?" "Yes, sister, yet you have not answered my question," Nezha replied with a hint of discontent, pouting as he leaped down, landing lightly beside her as if he were but a wisp of smoke. Although he appeared to touch the ground, his feet did not truly make contact. He merely floated above the surface. "I, a being of myriad spirits, am here for you, sister. Feel free to share your troubles with me, and I shall alleviate your burdens." "I am well." Chiji shook her head, contemplating briefly before glancing at the solid form of Nezha beside her, seemingly no different from an ordinary person. "I merely feel a bit unsettled. Is it that you have trouble sleeping? Or has some fool dared to disturb you?" Nezha narrowed his eyes slightly, golden irises shimmering with a flowing light, as a faint chill enveloped the surroundings. Since Nezha had transformed into a divine spirit, his eyes had taken on a golden hue, and the crimson dot on his forehead had morphed into a vertical red line. Whether it was due to the incense offerings or the liberation from his corporeal form, Chi-Gui felt that Nezha now exuded an overwhelming presence far stronger than before, instilling an innate sense of fear. Observing his apparent anger, Chi-Gui hurriedly spoke. "No, I have been residing in your temple these past few days. Who would dare disturb me? I truly have nothing to worry about, so please do not fret." She gently reassured him. After a moment's contemplation, she shifted the topic. "Nezha, in half a month, you shall be reborn, correct? That is what your master has said." Nezha nodded in affirmation. Recalling a vague legend, Chi-Gui tilted her head and inquired, "When you are reborn, will it be through the condensation of incense into a physical form, or will you rely on other celestial treasures to manifest your body?" Incense offerings naturally condense into a corporeal form. Utilizing celestial treasures would be termed as rebirth through borrowing a vessel, which easily subjects one to the limitations of the borrowed entity, he explained. "Is there a significant difference? Does rebirth through borrowing impose restrictions?" Chi-Gui asked, her complexion shifting to one of concern. Though Nezha did not grasp why Chi-Gui posed such a question, he elaborated. "Indeed. Take my current situation as an example. The body formed from condensed incense is the optimal choice, as it bears little difference from my original form and imposes no constraints. However, should I opt for rebirth through borrowing celestial treasures, my future cultivation limits could be adversely affected, rendering further breakthroughs impossible. Moreover, if the quality of the borrowed entity is subpar, both my foundation and cultivation could suffer considerable damage. Additionally, upon rebirth through borrowing, the age and appearance of the body would be frozen at that moment, remaining unchanged until death." At this juncture, Nezha raised a hand to stroke his chin, feigning wisdom as he shook his head slightly. Though rebirth through borrowing may seem like a revival, it cannot truly be considered as such. For at that time, the reborn individual is no longer a flesh and blood being. Their essence has transformed from human to mere object. Chi-Gui cautiously ventured, "Do you not favor rebirth through borrowing?" Nezha was taken aback. "Why would I favor such a thing? I have a body formed from condensed incense." He then glanced at Chi-Gui and suddenly broke into a smile, his expression filled with affection and anticipation. "I still wish to marry you, dear sister, and ideally, we shall have a little one. Regardless of what he becomes in the future, I shall treat him well, unlike Li Jing, H.M. Chi-Gui, unusually, refrained from countering Nezha's whimsical thoughts. Instead, she unconsciously clenched her hands, striving to recall her past memories. Nezha, the third prince, resurrected to battle the tyrant and attain divinity as the Lotus Prince, transformed into the Lotus Incarnation, she murmured softly. Nezha, unable to hear her clearly, stepped closer with curiosity. "Sister, what are you saying?" "Oh, it's nothing," she replied. Chi-Ju came to her senses and, after some contemplation, felt compelled to offer a few cautious words of warning. "Nezha, the 3-year deadline is fast approaching, and I have been plagued by an unsettling feeling of late. You must be vigilant, lest unforeseen events transpire." Her memories had grown hazy over time, rendering her unable to recall the specifics, even doubting whether this time would indeed bring about a calamity. She was selfish, fearful of the potential doubts and inquiries from others. and unable to elucidate why she possessed such knowledge. Thus, she could only offer her warnings in a roundabout manner. Oh, all right, I'll be careful, Nezha replied, seemingly unconcerned. Yet he nodded obediently. Chi-Ju pressed her lips together, quietly resolving to be more attentive. For at least the next fortnight, she decided to remain within the palace, keeping a vigilant watch. However, despite her precautions, misfortune eventually struck. As the saying goes, fate is predestined and unalterable. On that day, Nezha had once again left the palace to assist a devotee in dispelling misfortunes. Chi-Ju was busy attending to the visitors when she suddenly heard the sound of hooves. The supplicants who frequented this palace were merely common folk, and horses were not typically kept by military officials, so the sound startled her. With curiosity, she stepped outside and witnessed the crowd parting, revealing a procession of armored soldiers, among whom was none other than Li Jing. Panic surged within her upon seeing him. Recalling his long-standing disdain for Nezha, her complexion paled. Li Jing had ascended the mountain, and with numerous devotees both inside and outside the palace. She could not simply shut the doors. Biting her lip, Chi-Ju stepped forward in an attempt to deter his entrance. "Uncle, you have finally returned. Why did you not go back to the manor?" Li Jing's thick brows furrowed tightly, and upon seeing Chi-Ju, his expression grew even more forbidding. He tried to soften his tone, but his suppressed rage was apparent. "Little Chi, what are you doing here?" His fierce eyes were intimidating, prompting Chi-Ju to avert her gaze, feigning nonchalance. "I heard that the deity worshipped here is quite effective, so I came to pay my respects, hoping for blessings upon you and Aunt." Li Jing's demeanor remained icy, and he scoffed dismissively, revealing his contempt. What is worshipped here is no god. Uncle, why do you say that? Although the deity is but a minor one, it has alleviated many troubles and performed numerous good deeds. Enough. Do not presume I am unaware of who is truly worshipped here." Li Jing advanced with palpable disdain, brandishing the ominous six-chained whip in his hand. Chi-Ju's heart raced, and she rushed to block his path. "Uncle?" With a forceful shove, Li Jing pushed past her, his face a mask of fury as he entered the main hall of the palace. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld the youthful statue standing within. Initially appearing vague and poorly crafted, the idol had come to life under the offerings of incense, growing increasingly vivid with each passing day. To this day, he has become a vividly lifelike representation of a youthful deity. Even though Nezha departed in the guise of a child, having never matured, Li Jing instantly recognized the true identity of the youthful statue. The gaze Li Jing cast upon the idol was not that of a father towards his own offspring, but rather akin to that of a bitter foe. Indeed, this wretched being, while alive, committed numerous misdeeds and brought untold troubles to his parents, and even in death, he dared to mock the common folk. A sense of foreboding thickened in his heart as Chi-Ju rushed to intercede, placing herself before him. Nezha did not. He was genuinely striving to alleviate everyone's hardships. Alleviate hardships? This cursed creature has only ever compounded difficulties for others. Li Jing glared with fury, raising his six-chained whip, poised to shatter Nezha's golden form. Seeing Chi-Ju standing defiantly in his path, his rage intensified. "Step aside, little Chi. Today, I shall obliterate this place." "No, Uncle, you must not do this," Chi-Ju exclaimed, her face pale with fear. "Nezha is no longer connected to you. You cannot recklessly destroy his temple and statue. He resides within my jurisdiction, thus, he falls under my authority." Li Jing signaled to the nearby maidens and his accompanying generals to remove the young lady. The maidens, intimidated by Li Jing, attempted to pull her away, while the male generals hesitated due to the propriety between genders. Chi-Ju forcefully pushed the maiden's hands away, resolutely standing before the statue. "Let go of me. I will not allow you to destroy Nezha's golden form." Li Jing, consumed by wrath, bellowed. "Did you not hear my command? Seize the young lady at once." "Forgive us, young lady." With no time to consider other consequences, two armored men stepped forward, effortlessly restraining Chi-Ju and dragging her away from the statue. "No, stop, don't," Chi-Ju screamed, struggling in vain, helplessly witnessing as Li Jing unleashed blow after blow upon the golden form, reducing it to ruins. Reminiscent of the merciless lashes he had delivered during the enforcement of family discipline upon Nezha, with the destruction of the golden form. Nezha's endeavors over the past 3 years were rendered futile, yet Li Jing remained unsatisfied. Delivering several kicks to the guardian deity statue beside the golden form before turning to leave, commanding loudly, "Set it ablaze, completely demolish this temple." Tears streamed down Chi-Ju's face as she nearly broke down, desperately attempting to prevent the devastation. "Stop, please. How can you?" It was her mistake. She should not have harbored false hopes, believing she could make a difference, thinking she could intervene. She ought to have informed Nezha from the outset, even if uncertainty lingered. Even if he might suspect her, it would have been preferable to the current situation. As Li Jing exited the grand hall and surveyed the crowd gathered outside, he proclaimed loudly, "What is enshrined within is no god. Do not enter this temple lest you be deceived and invite calamity." As the commander of Chintang Pass and a figure of authority in the region, the surrounding populace held great trust in him. Upon hearing his words, they were struck with fear and hastily retreated down the mountain. Several loyal guards arrived, dousing the palace with oil before igniting it, engulfing the entire structure in a fierce blaze, with smoke and flames rising tumultuously. It was then that Li Jing turned to the tear-streaked face of Qi Gui, offering a solemn admonition. "Little Qi, that wretched being has brought this upon himself. Do not let him deceive you. Considering your youth, such behavior must not be repeated in the future." Overwhelmed by a profound sense of guilt, Qi Gui listened to Li Jing's righteous words. As her gaze fell upon the palace being consumed by flames, she could no longer contain herself and coughed up a mouthful of blood, her vision darkening. "Little Qi, this is dire. We must return to the residence at once." Seeing Qi Gui spitting blood and losing consciousness, Li Jing's brows furrowed deeply as he swiftly scooped her limp form into his arms and hastily rode back to the general's mansion. It may seem somewhat unjust that while Li Jing had always been distant and even disdainful towards his own son, Li Nezha, he treated Qi Gui with great affection, regarding her as his own. By the time Nezha returned to the palace after fulfilling the wishes of his followers, the entire palace had been reduced to ruins. The surrounding land charred black, with only wisps of smoke rising into the air. What has transpired? Nezha squinted, a chilling wind swirling around him, exuding a palpable aura of menace. As his wrath intensified, the temperature around him plummeted, and faint sounds resembling ghostly wails echoed ominously. The two guardian spirits, who had been kicked by Li Jing in a fit of anger, appeared with tears in their eyes and bowed before the vengeful Nezha. "My lord, it was General Li from Chintang Pass who suddenly ascended the mountain, destroyed your golden body, and set the palace ablaze. The young lady you entrusted to our care has also been taken by General Li Jing." Nezha's brow furrowed, his teeth clenched in fury. "The bonds of flesh have long been severed. I share no ties with him, so by what right does he dare to harm my golden body and temple?" "We are unaware of the reasons," they replied. Despite Nezha's overwhelming rage, his golden body lay shattered, his temple destroyed, leaving him with no means to retaliate, nor any hope for vengeance. After a moment of contemplation, Nezha dismissed the spirits, suppressing his anger as he resolved to return to Qianyuan Mountain to seek his master, Taizhenren, to explore other potential remedies. Upon awakening in her familiar boudoir, Qi Gui initially believed the events that transpired were merely a dream. Yet, the dull pain in her chest brought her back to reality, and her eyes glistened with tears. "Someone," she called. The door swung open, and a maid hurried in, holding a bowl of medicine, her face etched with concern. "Miss, you are finally awake. You have been unconscious for several days." Qi Gui pressed her hand against her aching chest and coughed lightly, fixing her gaze intently on the maid. "What has become of Tsuaping Mountain?" The maid's expression turned troubled. "The master forbids us from discussing matters concerning the third young master. He and the mistress had a fierce quarrel." Noticing Qi Gui's sorrowful demeanor, the maid gently urged, "Miss, I understand your feelings for the third young master, but he has passed away. What more can you do?" Qi Gui lowered her eyes, reflecting on her helplessness, and suddenly realized she was still powerless to effect any change. This is a world where gods and demons coexist, a realm where many possess the ability to traverse the heavens and the earth, to stir the oceans and mountains at will. Yet she remains an ordinary mortal, devoid of cultivation and incapable of magic, utterly powerless. Were it not for the protection of Nezha and the refuge offered by Li Jing and Lady Yin, she would be utterly defenseless. It is no longer tenable to remain complacent in such circumstances. The protective barrier that had long enveloped her has finally dissipated, and like a tender flower nurtured in a greenhouse, she must now confront the tempestuous trials of the world on her own. No longer can she delude herself, feigning ignorance while comfortably accepting the guardianship of others. At no moment has she yearned for strength as fervently as she does now. She contemplates that when Nezha is reborn, she must inquire if he knows of a way for her to cultivate, for she is weary of her current impotence, waiting anxiously in uncertainty. She seeks not to assist others, but merely desires a modicum of self-defense. She does not wish to rely on others for everything. The pampered child must awaken to reality. On the day Nezha resurrects and returns to Chintang Pass for revenge, Qiji is practicing embroidery alongside Lady Yin. Li Jing, Come forth and meet me. When that clear voice reverberates throughout the commander's residence, Chi-Ji is momentarily taken aback, but Lady Een rises with surprise, exclaiming, "This sounds like my son Nezha." Nezha? Chi-Ji is startled, then feels a rush of joy. It seems Nezha has successfully reformed his body. However, recalling the drawbacks of his resurrection that Nezha had mentioned during their previous conversation, Chi-Ji cannot help but feel anxious. Yet, by the time Chi-Ji and Lady Een venture outside, they find no trace of Li Jing or Nezha. Inquiring with the guards stationed at the residence, they learn that Li Jing has engaged in combat with a young gentleman, and the two have already ventured far away. Lacking knowledge of their precise direction, Lady Een and Chi-Ji are left with no option but to wait anxiously within the residence. It is only as night falls that Li Jing returns, disheveled and drenched in sweat, his armor tattered and stained with blood. Lady Een, having waited for so long, is taken aback by Li Jing's disarray. "My husband? What has happened to you?" "Humph. That ungrateful wretch has defied the heavens, daring to attempt patricide. Fortunately, I had celestial assistance to thwart his intentions." Though Li Jing appears ragged, there is an inexplicable pride in his demeanor. Upon hearing this, Lady Yin's eyes widen in disbelief. "What? Patricide? How could my son do such a thing?" In her eyes, Nezha, despite his mischievousness, is obedient and filial. How could he commit such a heinous act? Li Jing, with a flick of his sleeve, retorts bitterly, "How could he not? After dying once, that wretch has become increasingly reckless. What is there that he would not dare to do?" Meanwhile, Chi-Ji, listening to their exchange, regards Li Jing with a hint of suspicion as she glances towards the direction from which he has returned. Given Li Jing's formidable prowess, the notion of triumphing over Nezha is nothing short of a mere fantasy. Even if he were to temporarily repel Nezha with the aid of others, Nezha's tenacious disposition ensures that he would not easily relent. At present, while Li Jing may not be grievously harmed, he has returned unscathed. Yet where is Nezha? Not only is Chi Gui perplexed, but Lady Een is equally confounded. After surveying her surroundings and failing to spot her son, she inquired, "Where is Nezha? Where might he be? Do not mention that abominable child. From this day forth, consider that I have never borne such a child." Li Jing's fury erupted at the mere mention of Nezha's whereabouts, and with a swift motion, he strode into the house. Lady Een pursued him, eager to seek clarification regarding their child. Husband. Feeling overlooked, Chi Gui watched the pair depart before glancing back toward the door, noting the absence of any commotion, and thus resignedly turned to retreat to her chamber. The current discord between Lady Een and Li Jing rendered it inappropriate for Chi Gui to intrude further, especially with Nezha's whereabouts shrouded in mystery. All she could do was hope that Nezha still remembered her and might visit, for her heart was heavy with unfulfilled desires and a need for assistance. After completing her ablutions, Chi Gui donned a thin, comfortable nightgown and reclined on her bed, gazing at the dark canopy above, her thoughts swirling in myriad directions. A gentle rapping at the window startled her from her reverie, prompting her to sit upright instinctively, clutching the blanket to her chest with a sense of vigilance. With a soft creak, the window was pushed open and illuminated by the bright moonlight. A figure clad in striking red gracefully entered the room. "Who goes there?" Chi Gui demanded, her voice laced with caution as she tightened her grip on the dragon pearl hanging at her chest. Though a suspicion began to form in her mind, she maintained her wariness until certainty prevailed. "Sister, it is I?" The voice that emerged was no longer the youthful timbre she remembered. It possessed a clarity and magnetic resonance, hinting at a burgeoning maturity. A flicker of crimson light danced in the newcomer's hand, igniting the long-extinguished candle, which cast a warm golden glow throughout the room. With the newly kindled light, Chi Gui discerned the figure approaching her. The youth appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age, tall and slender, adorned in a vibrant red outfit. Golden arm guards adorned his forearms, while his lower attire consisted of white trousers and black boots embellished with cloud patterns. The edges of his garments were embroidered with exquisite golden lotus designs, presenting a look that was both opulent and sleek. His hair, still tied into two buns with a ribbon, now exuded a certain allure rather than childishness. Beneath the delicate fringe lay a face of striking beauty. With a porcelain complexion and crimson lips, his features exquisitely chiseled. His unusually golden eyes sparkled with an intense brilliance, imbued with an indescribable aura of dominance and intimidation. The vertical mark on his brow and the blush-like hue at the corners of his eyes lent an enigmatic charm to his already captivating visage. Beneath the dimly flickering candlelight, he slightly curled his thin lips, his elongated phoenix eyes gently bending, as if softening all traces of arrogance and sharpness. When he turned to look, there was a breathtaking beauty about him. Is that you, Nezha? Chi-Ji widened her eyes slightly, watching the familiar yet unfamiliar youth approach, and she found herself somewhat incredulous. Although she had long known that Nezha was handsome, having grown accustomed to his adorable appearance in childhood, she was taken aback by the sudden confrontation with this captivating visage, making it difficult to recognize him. The nearly bald little author. In this narrative, Nezha's appearance and attire draw considerable inspiration from the King of Hell, is not pleased. Although some elements stem from my personal imagination, I felt that this depiction was genuinely striking, exuding youthful charm. Most importantly, there was no concern about him appearing too young to be taken seriously. Of course, little angels wishing to immerse themselves in other versions of Nezha are more than welcome to do so. After all, Nezha is Nezha, regardless of how his exterior may change. His essence remains unchanged. The audacious little author, forgive me for my transgressions. May the great deity pardon my blasphemy. Blessings be upon you. With long strides, Nezha approached Chi-Ji's bed in a few steps, effortlessly sitting beside her. He reached out to grasp one of her hands, his eyes filled with mirth. Yes, it is I. Sister, I have returned. The once chubby little hands had transformed into a firm palm with elongated fingers, easily enveloping hers. The boy who had once stood half a head shorter than her had now grown into a youth taller than she. Feeling the warmth radiating from his palm, Chi-Ji instinctively pulled her hand back, somewhat unsettled. What? What has happened to you? What? Nezha tightened his grip, as if he had found a new toy to play with, occasionally pinching her fingers and teasing her palm with playful enthusiasm. Stop it. The tingling sensation in her palm compelled Chi-Ji to struggle, exerting force in an attempt to withdraw her hand. All right, I shall cease. Nezha turned his wrist, interlocking their fingers, then tilted his head with a radiant smile. Sister, what were you asking just now? I wasn't paying attention. The familiar roguelike demeanor rendered Chi-Ji momentarily speechless. Gazing into his sparkling golden eyes, she sighed softly and chose to indulge him once more. What is the matter with your current form? What happened to your golden body? At this, Nezha's smile diminished slightly, the lashes casting a dark shadow against his skin. He pressed his lips together, and when he raised his gaze again, his golden eyes appeared calm, yet concealed a flicker of anger and trepidation. My golden body was indeed destroyed by Li Jing. My master said I bear a heavenly mandate, and with time running short, it was too late to regain years of incense offerings. Thus, my master utilized lotus flowers and lotus roots, employing elixirs as a catalyst to reconstruct my physical form. Chi-Ji was momentarily taken aback. A lotus incarnation? Yes. While my cultivation and foundation remain largely unaffected, sister, I am no longer truly human, nor am I composed of flesh and blood. Will you despise me? Nezha leaned forward slightly, lowering his posture, transforming the dynamic from one where she looked up at him to one where she looked down. His golden eyes widened, taking on a more round and pitiable appearance. Was this fellow destined not to be a deity, but rather a succubus in the future? Under the gaze of those enchanting eyes, which seemed to shimmer with a misty allure, Chi-Gu felt her heart racing, her mind swirling in a daze. Without a second thought, she shook her head in response to his words. No, how could I possibly dislike you? I know my sister loves me the most, and I love my sister the most. In that instant, his golden eyes sparkled even brighter. Nezha leaped forward, playfully tackling Chi-Gu onto the bed, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, his fluffy head nuzzling against her neck. Caught off guard by the sudden embrace, Chi-Gu was taken aback, his tall frame nearly enveloping her entirely. The warmth of his breath brushed against her chest, rendering her thin nightgown utterly inadequate. Her face flushed crimson as she flailed to push Nezha away, nearly crying out. Nezha, what are you doing? Get up. What's wrong, sister? He continued to cling and nuzzle, completely disregarding her feeble attempts to push him away. Nezha, get up. We have grown up now. We cannot behave this way. Chi-Gu's face grew even warmer, her nightgown slightly gaping, revealing her fair skin. Nezha paused in his playful antics. One arm still wrapped around Chi-Gu's waist while the other braced against the bed, propping himself up slightly to gaze down at her. The delicate girl lay beneath him, her inky black hair fanned across the bed, her exquisite face flushed with color. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with an alluring glint, her teeth gently nibbling on her crimson lip. A mixture of innocence and unknowing seduction. The pure white of her nightgown was slightly opened, hinting at the rosy undergarment beneath. The youthful swell of her form subtly rising and falling with each breath. Though still tender, she began to display a hint of allure. Nezha was momentarily entranced, staring at the girl beneath him, his golden eyes widening in a mixture of bewilderment and fascination. Nezha, where are you looking? Realizing the direction of his gaze, Chi-Gu's face flushed with heat, and she forcefully pushed him away, grabbing the nearby blanket to wrap herself in it. Unprepared, Nezha nearly toppled off the bed, his body swaying as he scrambled to stabilize himself, a sudden blush creeping onto his face as he belatedly realized, "I'm sorry, sister, it wasn't intentional." Having grown up together, they had always shared a close bond, and Nezha had never paid much attention to their interactions. However, in this moment of such proximity and such attire, he realized that something felt distinctly different. He swallowed hard, the earlier image lingering in his mind. Despite having transformed into the lotus incarnate, he inexplicably felt a dryness in his throat. He wanted to be close to her, but it seemed that this closeness was no longer the same as before. Chi-Gu, cocooned in her blanket, dared not look at him. Her teeth clenched in frustration. "You need to leave. You are never allowed to enter my room uninvited again." Detecting the irritation in Chi-Ju's words, Nezha quickly set aside his thoughts, obediently got out of bed, stood by the bedside with his hands clasped behind him, and lowered his head in acknowledgement. "Sister, I realize my mistake. Please don't drive me away." Chi-Ju, still with her head covered, spoke with a tone filled with embarrassment and anger. "Go out. I do not wish to see you now. I want to leave." "Sister, you don't understand. I have already fallen out with Li Jing. He possesses a tower-shaped magical artifact specifically designed to subdue me. If I step outside and he discovers me, he will imprison me within that tower and burn me with true fire." Nezha deliberately lowered his voice, sounding pitiful. "Sister, that fire hurts me terribly. I cannot bear it." Chi-Ju paused in her actions, momentarily intrigued. "A tower-shaped magical artifact? What transpired?" "Sister, it happened this way. While I was pursuing Li Jing, a Taoist blocked my path. He trapped me with that tower, and not only did he burn me, but he also attempted to compel me to recognize Li Jing as my father." Chi-Ju listened, somewhat entranced, unconsciously peering at the red-clad youth standing by the bed. Her heart tugged. "And then? Did you acknowledge him?" "How could I?" Nezha's brows furrowed, arms crossed defiantly. "My ties with Li Jing have long been severed. He destroyed my temple and my golden body. This enmity is irreconcilable. How could I ever acknowledge him again?" Chi-Ju, curious, inquired, "Then how did you?" "I would rather die than submit. The Taoist and I reached an impasse, and in the end, we each took a step back. I acknowledged the tower as my father, and he released me." Speaking of this, Nezha's expression darkened, and his tone grew increasingly sinister. "That Taoist is cunning. He bestowed both the tower and the control incantations to Li Jing. Humph. If Li Jing has the courage to keep that tower in his possession, I will undoubtedly find a way to eliminate him." At last, Chi-Ju comprehended the origin of the title Taoist king with the tower in her memory. "By the way, sister, would you consider returning to Qianyuan Mountain with me?" Nezha's sudden inquiry took Chi-Ju by surprise. Although she contemplated seeking Nezha's assistance regarding her cultivation, she had never considered accompanying him. "Why do you say that all of a sudden? Do you not intend to remain in Chintang Pass?" "Well, my master said my destiny is approaching, and I should return to Qianyuan Mountain to diligently cultivate, awaiting the opportune moment to emerge." Nezha tilted his head slightly, his expression turning serious. "Previously, I intentionally lingered for a moment. The Taoist who saved Li Jing has also chosen to retreat for the time being, waiting for the right moment to emerge and assist Zhou in overthrowing the tyrant. My uncle as well. Thus, it is likely that he will not remain in Chintang Pass for long. Even if he were to stay, he would probably resign from the position of commander to avoid bearing the label of a traitor." Nezha scoffed, his expression showing disdain, then turned back to Chi-Ju with an expectant gaze. "So, sister, will you accompany me? Qianyuan Mountain is breathtaking, filled with spiritual energy. You will surely adore it." Chi-Ju felt a stir of emotion, yet hesitated. "Qianyuan Mountain is your master's sanctuary. If I intrude." Sensing Chi-Ju's wavering resolve, Nezha was instantly overjoyed, thumping his chest in assurance. "Do not worry, my master will not mind." Nezha carefully tidied up a few items, personally assisting in placing Chi-Ju's luggage into his Cosmos bag. On the dressing table, exquisite hairpins were meticulously gathered by Nezha, his gaze falling upon a red hairband set aside. With slender fingers, he grasped the hairband embroidered with golden lotuses and adorned with delicate golden bells. Reflecting on the hair accessories Chi-Ju had used in the past, he lifted it, looking toward her with a mix of curiosity and uncertainty. "Sister, did you make this?" Which one?" Chi-Ju turned, spotting the hairband in Nezha's hand. The red satin contrasted beautifully with his pale fingers, making the red appear more vibrant and the white more luminous. "The hairband? Yes, I made it. It seems unlike what you usually wear, sister," Nezha observed. Chi-Ju bit her lip, casting an apologetic glance at him. "That was originally intended as a gift for you." She had crafted it herself, planning to present it 3 years prior as a birthday gift for his 8th year. Is it for me? Nezha's eyes sparkled with delight as he examined the hairband closely. A radiant smile slowly spreading across his face, filled with joy. I love it. Thank you, sister. However, due to the material, I was only able to make one. That golden bell was an unexpected find for me. It is said to have a calming effect. But since there is only one pair of bells, after I adorned one side, I could not create a second. Yet, having only one would seem rather awkward. That's all right. I can change my hairstyle. Nezha turned to the copper mirror, deftly loosening the 2 buns atop his head and carelessly tossing the hair ties onto the table. With the hairband held in his mouth, he skillfully gathered his flowing locks. Chi-Ju was somewhat taken aback. Isn't this a bit hasty? Unable to speak due to the hairband in his mouth, Nezha merely tilted his head and winked at her, his agile hands deftly gathering his hair into a high ponytail. A few strands escaped, cascading down by his ears, adding an air of charm, softening his otherwise fierce and handsome visage. After securing the hairband, Nezha admired himself in the mirror, nodding in satisfaction. It looks really good. Accustomed to seeing Nezha with his 2-bun hairstyle, Chi-Ju found herself momentarily astonished. Her eyes widened as she carefully appraised his new look. The youth before her, with a smile in his eyes, had dark hair contrasting against the red satin, delicate golden bells dangling at his shoulders, his long hair tied high behind him, exuding an invigorating spirit and vibrant charm. Sister, doesn't it look wonderful? Nezha suddenly leaned closer, his hands resting on Chi-Ju's shoulders, gazing at her with a bright smile. The exquisite visage loomed near, nearly enveloping all of Chi-Ju's vision. The sheer splendor of beauty caused her breath to falter, and after a brief moment of astonishment, she instinctively averted her gaze. Beautiful, Nezha remarked, a playful smile gracing his lips as he leaned in closer, their breaths mingling, his nose almost brushing against hers. What is beautiful, the hairband or me? Both are beautiful, but Nezha, you are drawing too close. We have grown up. Propriety dictates a certain distance between us. Chi-Ju replied, her hands pressed against his chest, her body instinctively yearning to retreat, yet his hands firmly gripping her shoulders rendered her unable to do so. Rather than releasing her, Nezha pressed even closer, his strong hands easily encircling her waist, their bodies entwined as he chuckled softly. Sister, I have realized. What? Chi-Ju, still flustered by their intimate proximity, struggled to react. Although she had lived 3 lifetimes, this was her first experience of such closeness with a nearly adult male. Aside from her father, the sensation was undeniably uncomfortable. It seemed that apart from her 3 fathers, she had never been this close to anyone since childhood. The overwhelming presence of masculine energy was something she, having been single for 3 lifetimes, found difficult to endure. I have discovered that since my rebirth, you have become quite distant from me. His golden eyes shimmered with emotion, a hint of melancholy evident in their depths. We used to take afternoon naps together. Yet now you speak of propriety. That was when you were still a child. Now that you have matured, we must be mindful. But what difference does it make? Did we not agree that upon my revival, we would wed? At the mention of this arrangement by Nezha, Chi-Ju found herself momentarily at a loss, her gaze drifting as she pondered how to respond. That so-called promise had merely been a fabrication to placate Nezha. She had never truly intended to honor the betrothal. His words now placed her in a precarious position. After all, he was a deity from her childhood stories. The idea of marrying a character from her bedtime tales, while fantastical in daydreams, felt exceedingly awkward when faced with the possibility of it becoming reality. Sensing her unease, Nezha furrowed his brows, lifting his lashes to fix his piercing golden gaze upon her, his expression stark. What is it? Sister, do you truly wish to retract your promise? Nezha's beauty was striking, his features inherently proud and commanding. When he lowered his gaze in gentle contemplation, he resembled a sword sheathed, its edge concealed, leaving only the breathtaking allure on display. Yet, when he raised his lashes and bore his intense gaze, the brilliance of his golden eyes shone like a scorching sun, exuding an aura of authority that could intimidate even the fiercest of warriors. It was an indescribable pressure, a presence that commanded submission, as though he had already experienced the chaos of battle, embodying the spirit of a war god capable of vanquishing thousands, instilling a primal fear that rendered one utterly subservient. In that fleeting moment of their first kiss, the divine imagery portrayed in her memories materialized before her eyes. The renowned and illustrious deity, the 3 altars of the sea, Nezha, the 3rd prince, merged seamlessly with the Nezha standing before her. An instinctive reverence compelled Chi-Ju to refrain from deception. Yet the intensity of his gaze rendered her unable to refuse. Thus, she resorted to evasion, speaking ambiguously. I have yet to reach maturity. It feels premature to discuss this now. Dear sister, you always bring age into the conversation, Nezha murmured with a hint of dissatisfaction, yet he refrained from pressing further. His gaze drifted to Chi-Ju's gradually blossoming, increasingly beautiful visage. Lost in thought, he gently pursed his lips, lifted her chin with one hand, and caressed her lips with the pad of his thumb. May I steal a kiss? What? Chi-Ju stared at Nezha, her eyes brimming with surprise, almost believing she had misheard him. I wish to kiss you, if I may. Nezha, don't jest. I am not jesting. Sister, as you have said, I have grown. I am fully aware of my desires. His fair fingertips brushed lightly against her lips, which had reddened from his touch, though he appeared to seek her permission. His gaze and tone brooked no denial. We are betrothed. You will inevitably be mine. I do not wish to pressure you, but for now, I simply wish to kiss you. Is that acceptable? Nezha, please do not reject me. The once clay effigy worshipped in the shrine was now the youth standing before her. He, too, could experience joy and anger, laughter and mischief. He was both deity and boy. She regarded him as if gazing upon an unreachable divine being, yet also as the boy who had grown alongside her. Finally, as if bewitched, she slowly nodded. All right. In the intertwining of reality and illusion, she found herself unable to discern amidst her bewilderment, contemplating whether to surrender to the deepest desires of her heart, allowing herself to become ensnared in this moment, regardless of its authenticity. His arms tightened around her waist as he leaned in, his translucent golden eyes fixated on her, reflecting her countenance as if encased in shimmering resin, solidifying the treasure that had descended into their midst into an amber that belonged solely to miracles. As their warm lips met, she found herself enveloped in an intoxicating fragrance of lotus, saturating her senses until there was nowhere left to escape. Before departing Chuntang Pass with Nezha, Chi-Ju first sought to bid a heartfelt farewell to Madame Yin and Li Jing. Upon learning that Chi-Ju was to leave with Nezha, though Madame Yin felt a pang of reluctance, she did not impede her daughter, instead offering numerous gentle admonitions to take care of herself. Conversely, Li Jing was quite displeased. Having regarded Chi-Ju as his own, he was unwilling to let her accompany Nezha, whom he viewed as a bane, and sought to limit her interactions with him. However, just as Li Jing was compelled to bear a golden pagoda talisman when confronting Nezha, Nezha harbored no fondness for Li Jing either, unwilling to maintain even a facade of cordiality. Thus, Nezha disregarded Li Jing's protests entirely, taking Chi-Ju by the hand and departing, leaving Li Jing fuming in their wake. Nezha stepped out of the general's residence, pausing only when he turned to face Chi, a nonchalant expression adorning his features. Do not mind him. He is always seeking trouble. Come, sister, I shall escort you back to Qianyuan Mountain. A crimson cloud of mist materialized, enveloping her form as he bent down to lift her effortlessly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. My master will surely take a liking to you. Qianyuan Mountain is the sacred abode of the revered Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzuan, a disciple among the 12 golden immortals, where the essence of the earth flourishes. Adorned with rare flowers and peculiar plants, and inhabited by celestial birds and exotic beasts, a veritable paradise of the immortals. The Golden Light Cave serves as the secluded retreat of the true man of Tai. Though referred to as a cave, it boasts pavilions and corridors, landscapes of mountains and waters, rivaling even the general's residence at Chuntang Pass, perhaps even surpassing it. Master, I have returned. Upon entering the Golden Light Cave, Nezha exuberantly announced his arrival, his clear voice resonating through the cavern, momentarily startling Chi, who followed closely behind. Before long, a young acolyte clad in a pale blue robe emerged from the depths, bowing respectfully to Nezha. Senior brother, master is aware of your return and requests your presence. Very well, I understand, Nezha replied, taking Chi's hand as they proceeded forward. Noticing the acolyte's curious glances at Chi, he introduced them to one another. This is my fiancé, Ling Qi. Sister, this is Jin Xia, my master's attendant. Just call him Jin Xia. The acolyte performed a courteous bow to Chi. So, it is truly the sister-in-law, Jin Xia remarked, having met her before. I am not yet. Chi's cheeks flushed as she hastily attempted to decline the title, only to be interrupted by Nezha. It will come to pass sooner or later. Come now, sister, let us go meet my master. As they traversed what seemed like a winding path, the surroundings opened up, revealing a space as bright as day despite being within the cave. In the center lay a jade-green bed, upon which a white-haired Taoist clad in a gray-blue robe sat in tranquil meditation, a snow-white whisk resting across his arm. Master, your disciple has returned. Upon seeing the Taoist, Nezha beamed, casually bowing with an air of familiarity. The true man of Tai slowly opened his eyes, surveying the unscathed Nezha and nodding slightly. Ah, it is good to have you back. His calm, profound gaze shifted to Qi, who gracefully bent her knees and placed her hands together at her waist. Ling Qi pays her respects to the True One. There is no need for such formalities. Just call me master as you would with me, Nezha interjected, slightly dissatisfied with Qi's address. He turned back to the true man of Tai with a radiant smile. Master, this is my beloved wife. Nezha. Qi's face instantly turned crimson, and she softly called his name, gently tugging at his sleeve. A mixture of embarrassment and irritation flooding her expression. Such frivolity is inappropriate. You are not yet officially wed, and one must not tarnish a lady's reputation so carelessly. The true man of Tai chuckled, lightly admonishing Nezha yet refraining from genuine reproach. Nezha puffed his cheeks, muttering in defiance, but it is only a matter of time. Though it may be an inevitable event, until then, you must exercise caution. Tai Jinren shook his head in resignation, choosing to ignore Nezha and turning instead to Qi Gui. With a flick of the dust whisk resting in the crook of his arm, a silver halo materialized before Qi Gui, revealing a palm-sized white jade vial within. I have heard from Nezha that you are lacking in innate vitality. This is a nourishing elixir I concocted during my leisure. Though it pales in comparison to the pills refined by my esteemed master, it may still serve you well. Who else could be referred to as Tai Jinren's master but the great purity sage, one of the three pure ones, renowned for their unparalleled alchemical prowess? Accepting the vial of elixir, Qi Gui expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Tai Jinren with another bow. Thank you, esteemed master, for your generous gift. Though Tai Jinren claimed it was merely a casual creation, his status ensured that even his most casual concoctions were far from ordinary. Qi Gui was overjoyed. Yet Nezha appeared somewhat dissatisfied. Upon discovering that only a single vial of elixir was bestowed, he puffed out his cheeks and exclaimed, Master, is this all you offer your disciple's wife as a token of meeting? What about magical artifacts? What about cultivation techniques? What about rare materials? Qi Gui's eyes widened in surprise, momentarily forgetting her embarrassment at Nezha's unrestrained address, as she listened in astonishment to his unabashed demands. His confidence in requesting such gifts was astonishing, bordering on arrogance. You truly are something else, Tai Jinren chuckled, shaking his head as he gently tapped Nezha's forehead with the whisk, leaving a faint red mark as a playful reprimand. This young lady has yet to embark on her journey. Magical artifacts and rare materials are of no immediate use to her. For now, she requires nurturing to establish a solid foundation. Master, why do you strike me? I was merely speaking the truth. You mustn't be so stingy, Nezha lamented, clutching his head in a display of mock sorrow. Ignoring him, Tai Jinren waved the whisk again, causing a crystalline jade slip to materialize and land in Qi Gui's hand. This is a foundational heart technique. Use it to absorb spiritual energy and refine your meridians. Once you embark on your path, we shall transition to a more advanced technique. Thank you, esteemed master. Qi Gui's heart swelled with joy, elated at the prospect of following Nezha to seek enlightenment. Her previous confusion was now resolved. Tai Jinren regarded Qi Gui with a serene expression. There is no need for such formality. As Nezha has said, simply refer to me as your master. Yes, thank you, master. Although Qi Gui was reluctant to accept Nezha's suggestion, she chose to embrace the closeness offered by Tai Jinren. Even if his kindness stemmed from his fondness for Nezha, it did not deter her from seizing this opportunity. After all, this was Tai Jinren, one of the 12 golden immortals, the direct disciple of the primordial Lord of Heaven. Once she secured such an illustrious connection, it would undoubtedly prove invaluable. Tai Jinren nodded slightly, then glanced at Nezha, who was sulking with crossed arms due to being disregarded. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, as for your accommodations? Instantly revitalized, Nezha seized Qi Gui's hand, lifting his chin with an air of entitlement. Sister can simply stay with me. Hu Jie, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Nzich, what are you saying? How could this be? T-I-Z-H-N-R-N, with a slight twitch at the corner of his eye, wearily pressed his forehead. Nzich, I have made it clear that until matters are resolved, one must exercise caution and not tarnish another's reputation so easily. And here you are again. Nzh, feebly attempting to defend himself, stammered, but my residence is the largest. Indeed, I have been overly indulgent with you, T-I-Z-N-R-N replied, shaking his head and casting a glance at him. For now, Hu Jie shall reside beside you. When we return, you will transcribe the Hu Ngt ing 3 times as punishment. I expect to see it by tomorrow morning. Nzich, struck as if by lightning, was left speechless. What? Copy it 3 times. Ignoring Nzh's woeful expression and lamentations, T-I-H-R-N began to usher them away. Enough. I require tranquility for my cultivation. You may take your leave. QJ reluctantly dragged the sorrowful Nezha away. Behind them, the white-haired Taoist seated on the jade bed returned his whisk to the crook of his arm. His deep-set eyes, shadowed beneath his long brows, seemed to gaze into the unknown future. If one could truly conquer rigidity with gentleness and transform malice with affection, who could say whether this destined union would bring him fortune or misfortune? Once, while reading novels, QJ often encountered the trope of protagonists or others secluding themselves for months, years, or even centuries, as though time ceased to exist during their meditative retreats. It was only when QJ herself successfully embarked on her path and began her cultivation that she realized such portrayals were not mere fabrications. In truth, the passage of time becomes imperceptible during genuine practice. In the blink of an eye, QJ and NZH had spent over 3 years on Chi Nyu N Mountain. With NZH's unwavering support, QJ had made some progress, no longer merely a mortal being. However, her realm remained far below that of the already transcendent NZH, who had yet to ascend to the celestial plane, thus it need not be elaborated upon. The peach orchard was the haven where NZH and QJ resided on Chi Nyu N Mountain, adorned with blossoming peach trees. These trees, under the influence of magic, had bloomed perpetually until QJ, feeling somewhat out of place, prompted NZH to revoke the enchantment, allowing the trees to blossom and wither naturally. Now, the branches bore an abundance of luscious, crimson peaches, plump and inviting. Seated upon the trunk of a tree in a flowing azure gown, QJ's long hair was partially styled into a simplified cloud bun, while the remainder cascaded freely. 2 golden hairpins shaped like entwined lotus flowers adorned her hair, their long tassels swaying gently by her ears, lending her an air of grace. With a complexion as fair as snow and lips as red as rubies, the young maiden's exquisite features were like a work of art. She held a ripe peach in her delicate, pale hands and, as she took a gentle bite, the juice rendered her soft lips even more lustrous. From afar, it appeared as if the peach blossoms had taken on human form. Beneath the peach tree, the girl lowered her gaze, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Below, the youth, clad in a flowing red garment, brandished a spear. The long spear, adorned with fiery purple tassels, danced fluidly in his grasp, its tips slicing through the air, tracing a sinuous path reminiscent of a wandering dragon, accompanied by the sound of whistling winds. Each move and stance exudes a fierce vigor, concealing lethal intent within a clean and decisive execution, as if it were a meticulously crafted visual masterpiece. Yet, it transcends mere artistry, resembling a tempest of boundless power and elegance that sweeps through the air with abandon. At that moment of observation and practice, Jin Xia Tongzi approached briskly, hands forming a respectful gesture as he greeted, "Senior brother, master wishes to see you." With a flick of the wrist, the long spear pointed to the ground, and the bound ends of his dark hair brushed against his handsome visage. The young man in red retracted his offensive stance, standing upright, exhaling a deep breath to calm his internal energy, arching an eyebrow slightly. "Master is looking for me?" Jin Xia nodded, his round face etched with seriousness. Indeed. Perched upon a tree, Chi Ji hastily finished the peach she was eating, discarding the pit aside, and with a wave of her hand, she cast a spell to cleanse the remnants from her fingers before nimbly descending. Could it be that something has transpired? Jin Xia shook his head. "I am uncertain. No one has visited recently. Perhaps master has sensed something." "Very well, I shall go at once," Nezha replied with a nod, allowing his long spear to dissolve into brilliance before he stowed it away, preparing to seek out Tai Yizhen Ren. "Wait a moment," Chi Ji called out, halting his departure, extending a hand with a handkerchief embroidered with red lotus flowers. "Here, wipe your face first." After a long session of training, Nezha's fair complexion bore a hint of flush, with beads of sweat glistening at his forehead. His previously neatly tied hair appeared somewhat disheveled from the repeated motions. "All right." Nezha accepted the handkerchief and casually dabbed at his face, while Chi Ji took the opportunity to straighten his slightly rumpled attire. Jin Xia Tongzi observed silently, a peculiar smile emerging on his youthful face, his narrowed eyes scrutinizing Chi Ji and Nezha with a blend of approval and satisfaction. "I will seek out master and return shortly," Nezha said, tucking the damp handkerchief into his robe. With a gentle touch, he adjusted Chi Ji's precariously positioned hairpin, his golden eyes sparkling with warmth. The smile on Jin Xia Tongzi's face became more pronounced, causing an involuntary shiver down Chi Ji's spine. Enveloped in an odd sense of embarrassment, taking a step back, she nodded slightly in acknowledgement to Nezha. "MHM." The young man in crimson, like a flame, stood tall, his dark hair swaying gently with each stride, accompanied by the delicate chime of bells. As she watched Nezha's figure fade from view, Qi Ji turned to Jin Xia Tongzi, who remained behind. Before she could speak, Jin Xia inquired with curiosity, "Sister Ling, was the headband worn by senior brother Nezha a gift from you?" Qi Ji hesitated momentarily before nodding. "How did you discern that?" "Because senior brother Nezha has always worn that headband," Jin Xia replied, blinking innocently, tilting his head slightly. "He used to style his hair in twin buns, and even after his transformation into a lotus, Master did not alter it. However, after he came to Qianyuan Mountain, he changed his hairstyle." A thought struck him, and Jin Xia added, "Moreover, he has never changed that headband in 3 years. Nezha has always been fond of exquisite and beautiful accessories, yet he possesses a tendency to grow weary of them. The headband he has worn for 3 years appears as pristine as ever, a testament to its cherished status in his possession." Qi Ju inexplicably felt a twinge of guilt, realizing that over the past few years, she had crafted only a single headband as a gift for Nezha. Since arriving at Qianyuan Mountain, she had devoted herself entirely to her cultivation, neglecting her needlework and, by extension, the prospect of creating anything further for him. The headband had been a birthday gift from her to him in the past. Thus, clearing her throat, she attempted to shift the conversation, raising her hand to summon a peach with her magic, deftly removing its fuzz and presenting it to Jin Xia Tongzi with a gentle smile. "Would you care to try? This peach is quite sweet." "Of course, thank you, senior sister Ling," Jin Xia Tongzi replied, graciously accepting the peach. As he became engrossed in the fruit, Qi Ju let out a subtle sigh of relief, contemplating whether she ought to prepare another gift for Nezha's upcoming birthday. It seemed he had mentioned it several times before, but she had consistently rebuffed his suggestions. Moreover, he had just failed to return her handkerchief to her, hadn't he? In a world where the tyrannical King Zhou wreaked havoc upon the realm, the call of destiny resounded from Mount Qi. Thus, Ji Chong of the Western Zhou endured great hardships to return to Shi Qi, establishing a nation in opposition to the Shang, and appointing the wise Jiang Zia as his chief advisor, severing ties with the Shang in a definitive conflict that would not cease until one side lay vanquished. Yet, the populace recognized only King Zhou's tyranny and the Western Zhou's rebellion, oblivious to the fact that this war was also a cataclysmic calamity involving countless formidable beings. As the heavenly order sought to establish a celestial court, it required the division of 365 righteous deities, aligning with the cycles of the cosmos. Thus, the battle of the gods ensued, where the living could attain wealth and glory, while the fallen souls would ascend to divine status. Within the peach orchard of Qianyuan Mountain, Nezha regarded Qi Ju, whose brow was furrowed with concern, his expression grave. "I have descended the mountain to fulfill my destined fate, but you, dear sister, are not bound by the same call. I am the destined harbinger of the rebellion against the Shang, fated to tread upon the blood-soaked battlefield. However, you are not. Your cultivation remains shallow, and neither the Zhou nor the Shang pertains to you." "But there is no but," Nezha interjected, firmly grasping Qi Ju's shoulders, his golden eyes locking onto hers. "The battlefield is perilous beyond measure, fraught with uncertainty. Even I cannot guarantee my return unscathed. Therefore, dear sister, please remain here at Qianyuan Mountain for my sake." Faced with Nezha's unwavering gaze, Qi Ju ultimately acquiesced. "Very well, just be sure to keep yourself safe." The endeavor to assist the Zhou in their rebellion against the Shang could extend for an indeterminate duration. "If you find yourself bored at Qianyuan Mountain, perhaps you should return to Qintang Pass and spend time with Mother," Nezha suggested. Pursing his lips in contemplation, Nezha retrieved his Qinkuan bag, extracting various magical artifacts one by one. "These were bestowed upon me by my master. Take them for your protection. Should anyone dare to offend you, do not hesitate to retaliate." "I do not need." Qi Ju's refusal was interrupted as Nezha promptly removed the Qinkuan circle from his wrist and attempted to place it upon her hand, while the mysterious heaven silken cloth gracefully entwined around her arm, behaving obediently like an ornate accessory. "The Qinkuan circle and the Hunyuan ribbon are my personal magical artifacts, possessing a greater essence than others. Sister, please take good care of them. If you encounter someone you find disagreeable, simply bind them with the Hunyuan ribbon and throw the Qinkuan circle at them." Finally, Qi Ju could no longer endure Nezha's actions. She took the Qinkuan circle and placed it back in Nezha's hand, then removed the Hunyuan ribbon. "Nezha, I truly do not need these. Dear sister, be obedient." Qi Ju interrupted Nezha, looking at him sternly. "As you mentioned, the forthcoming battlefield is fraught with peril, and you require these protective artifacts more than I do." Nezha struggled to argue, "But I still have the wind and fire wheels and the fire spear. I will worry." Qi Ju gazed into his crystalline eyes, her tone leaving no room for dissent. I will take care of my own safety. Do not fret excessively for me. Your well-being is what matters most. Your safe return is my greatest hope. Reluctantly yielding to Chi-Ju's insistence, Nezha complied, putting away the Qianquan circle and Hunyuan ribbon, and stowed his pouch of commonly used artifacts. Yet, just as Chi-Ju worried for Nezha, he too could not help but be concerned for her. Thus, before departing from Qianyuan Mountain, Nezha sought out Tai Junren, playfully and coaxingly extracting a bounty of magical artifacts from him. After bestowing them upon Chi-Ju, he felt reassured and left Qianyuan Mountain, glancing back 3 times as he ventured toward his destined battlefield. Once Nezha departed, only Tai Junren, Jin Xiaotongzi, and Chi-Ju remained in the Golden Light Cave. Tai Junren was engaged in his daily meditation, and Chi-Ju felt it inappropriate to disturb him frequently. While Jin Xiaotongzi was obliged to stay close to Tai Junren, limiting his visits to Chi-Ju. Without Nezha's incessant chatter, Chi-Ju suddenly realized how desolate the Golden Light Cave had become, and time seemed to stretch interminably. After spending some days on Qianyuan Mountain, Chi-Ju discovered she could not quiet her mind for meditation. She was perpetually preoccupied with thoughts of Nezha on his way to the battlefield. Although she knew he would ultimately attain safety and ascend, an uncontrollable anxiety lingered in her heart. After yet another near-fatal bout of distraction, Tai Junren expelled her from the Golden Light Cave, urging her to cease her aimless turmoil and seek solace outside. With the flames of war igniting across the land, tranquility was elusive. Standing at the foot of Qianyuan Mountain, Chi-Ju pondered and decided to make her way to Chintang Pass to visit Lady Yin. She hoped to find an opportunity to discreetly glimpse Nezha and Shichi, granting her some peace of mind. The battlefield of the divine was indeed brutal. Yet as long as she was swift and cautious to avoid clashes, surely no one would pay heed to her as a mere minor figure. Though Chi-Ju had yet to ascend, she could still ride the clouds and had various protective artifacts gifted by Tai Junren, ensuring her safety along the way. As for visiting old acquaintances, since Li Jing resigned from his position as the commander of Chintang Pass 3 years prior, he and Lady Yin no longer resided in the commander's residence. They had purchased a separate courtyard, hired servants, and embraced a life of seclusion, living simply and withdrawn from the world. Though Li Jing once enjoyed a commendable reputation among the common folk, as time passed and he ceased to make public appearances, he gradually faded from their collective memory, and little attention was paid to his family. When Chi-Ju returned this time, aside from the attention she garnered due to her exquisite attire and ethereal demeanor, there was nothing particularly noteworthy about her. As the grand door swung open, an unfamiliar maid, gazing curiously at the veiled Chi-Ju, inquired with slight perplexity, "Might I ask what brings you here, miss?" Chi-Ju inclined her head politely. "I am Ling Chi-Ju. Please inform your mistress that an old acquaintance has come to visit." To Chi-Ju's astonishment, upon hearing her name, the maid's face lit up with delight as she stepped aside to grant her passage, exclaiming, "Oh, it is indeed the young lady returned. Please, do come in." Chi-Ju raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Oh, you know me?" "Yes, Madam has instructed us to be mindful, as the young lady and the third young master have left for seclusion, with their return time uncertain, so we mustn't misunderstand and hinder you at the door." As she entered the estate, Chi-Ju soon spotted Madame Yin in the hall. After years apart, Madame Yin appeared to have aged considerably. "Aunt, it has been far too long. Little Chi, you have returned." Madame Yin greeted her with warmth, taking Chi-Ju's hand in a loving gesture, her eyes glimmering as she assessed the young woman before her. "You have grown, little Chi, and you are even more beautiful now, more enchanting than a celestial being." "You flatter me, Aunt," Chi-Ju replied, feeling a hint of shyness as her cheeks flushed. She deftly shifted the topic, her concern evident. "But Aunt, you seem to carry a burden. Are you unwell?" "I am well," Madame Yin replied, shaking her head, but her gaze involuntarily drifted toward the large door behind Chi-Ju, revealing a glimmer of hope mixed with melancholy. "Aunt." Chi-Ju turned back, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Oh, it is nothing." Madame Yin regained her composure and ushered Chi-Ju into the main hall. The journey through the estate revealed few individuals, and Li Jing's presence was notably absent. Chi-Ju spoke up. "Aunt, is uncle not home?" "He has departed for the west." Chi, guided by destiny, came the reply. Realization dawned on Chi-Ju, and she immediately understood the implication of Madame Yin's earlier glance. Since Nezha had left with Chi-Ju, Madame Yin naturally hoped that her younger son would return to visit as well. With a gentle press of her lips, Chi-Ju softly reassured, "Aunt, do not worry too much. Nezha is also in the west. Chi. I trust he will encounter uncle and provide some support for each other." However, as she continued speaking, Chi-Ju felt an increasing sense of unease, her words becoming slightly stilted. Given Nezha's fierce animosity towards Li Jing, would their eventual meeting truly be a fortuitous event? A sudden discomfort settled over her. Fortunately, it seemed that Madame Yin was also aware of the complexities in their relationship and refrained from commenting further. Instead expressing concern for Nezha, has he truly gone to the West Qi? Indeed, Qi Ju affirmed, my master has indicated that Nezha's destiny has arrived. He is to assist King Wu in his campaign against Zhou, serving as a harbinger of the impending battle, and thus Nezha has taken his magical weapon with him. As they journeyed towards Shichi, upon hearing Qiji's words, Lady Yin instinctively grasped Qiji's hand, her face etched with concern. Nezha is still so young, she lamented. Rest assured, my lady, Nezha possesses formidable powers and carries an array of magical artifacts bestowed by his master. Furthermore, he is accompanied by fellow disciples of the Chan school. He shall come to no harm. Qiji, being privy to certain aspects of the future, maintained a strong faith in Nezha, though this did not prevent her from feeling occasional trepidation in private. Reflecting on it, she realized he was destined to become a formidable deity, capable of conquering land, sea, and air. The mere battlefield of the Fengshen was trivial, a mere stepping stone towards his glorious ascension. Do not worry, Qiji reassured herself. She accompanied Lady Yin for several days at Shintang Pass, yet Lady Yin was repeatedly preoccupied with thoughts of Nezha and Li Jing amidst the chaos of war. Although she did not voice her worries, the threads of anxiety and sorrow were unmistakable to Qiji. After witnessing Lady Yin sewing a new garment for Nezha, Qiji could no longer contain herself. She proposed to personally journey to Shichi to check on them and requested Lady Yin to pen a letter to send along the way. Lady Yin, naturally, was opposed, yet she could not resist Qiji's resolute demeanor. Ultimately, she penned 2 thick letters, one for Nezha and another for Li Jing. Qiji swiftly gathered her belongings, placing the package entrusted to her by Lady Yin into the Qianquan bag given by the celestial master Tai. With the 2 letters in hand, she ascended into the clouds towards Shichi. It was autumn, and the landscape was adorned with vibrant red maples and golden chrysanthemums, exuding a lively beauty rather than the melancholic chill of the season. Upon arriving in Shichi, Qiji fortuitously encountered a celebration in the city, having heard that General Deng Jiogong, who had recently surrendered, was marrying off his daughter and inviting the townsfolk to join the festivities. Being new to the area and unsure where to find Nezha and Li Jing, she surmised that they would likely attend this event. Thus, she followed the crowd to partake in the merriment. The grand estate was adorned with crimson silk, and a banquet spread across the open grounds before the entrance, laden with food and drink for the citizens. While it may not have been lavish, it certainly was generous. The townspeople, filled with joy, took their seats, exchanging congratulations and beaming smiles, having previously witnessed the apathetic demeanor of citizens from other regions. Qiji felt a rare sense of admiration upon seeing these impoverished yet hopeful individuals in Shichi. Though she wore a veil to obscure her exquisite beauty, her opulent attire and demeanor made her stand out conspicuously among the common folk. Shortly after arriving at the estate hosting the wedding, someone took notice of her. Are you the junior sister Ling? A vaguely familiar voice called out. Turning to the sound, Qiji saw the crowd part as a young man, adorned with a cloud crown and clad in flowing garments, approached. It was none other than Yang Jian, whom she had unexpectedly encountered before. Brother Yang, Qiji exclaimed, raising her hand in greeting. Since Qiju was brought back to Qinyuan Mountain by Nezha, although Tai Jinren did not explicitly state his intent to take her as a disciple, he allowed her to follow Nezha and refer to him as master, which could be considered an implicit acknowledgement. Yang Jian's master, Yuding Jinren, maintained a cordial relationship with Tai Jinren, leading to frequent interactions between the two parties. Thus, Qi Ju and Yang Jian had crossed paths on several occasions, and now she recognized him at a glance. Upon encountering Qi Ju and Shichi, Yang Jian expressed mild surprise. Sister, what brings you here? Qi Ju's cheeks flushed slightly. I came to look for Nezha. I wonder if he is here? Of course, follow me. As they entered the grand residence, traversing through the bustling crowd, they were greeted by a cacophony of voices, reminiscent of a lively drinking contest. Upon entering the main hall, they beheld a group of armored youths gathered together, with a striking figure in crimson light armor at the center, surrounded by several jars of wine, indulging in copious amounts. Bravo! Impressive. Is this the 4th jar already? He remains unfazed. He truly lives up to his reputation. Qi Ju, following Yang Jian, stood in astonishment. Unable to believe her eyes, was Nezha truly consuming wine as if it were mere water? What are you all doing? Yang Jian approached, placing a hand on a young warrior's shoulder. The young warrior turned, grinning. Brother Yang, you've arrived. We are watching Nezha drink. He claims he has an innate capacity for alcohol and will not get drunk, no matter how much he consumes. Tianhua does not believe him and is currently betting against him. As another jar of wine was downed, Nezha wiped the remnants from his lips, his expression unchanged as he reached for another jar. At last, Chi-Ju could no longer restrain herself and called out, "Nezha." Nezha paused, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his features as he turned to follow the sound, with the others also glancing over. "Sister?" In disbelief, Nezha rubbed his eyes, confirming it was indeed Chi-Ju. Instantly, he discarded the jar of wine, his eyes lighting up as he leapt toward her. "Sister, what brings you here? Did you come to find me?" The youthful beauty, typically characterized by a cold demeanor, now radiated a rare, brilliant smile, his eyes curving and lips lifting, akin to a red lotus blooming in all its splendid glory. For the first time, those who had become accustomed to Nezha's often disdainful and ironic smiles were left speechless by the unadulterated joy displayed before them. Who would have thought this lad could exhibit such pure delight? They pondered, recalling how, until now, even his smiles had carried an air of condescension, as if he were looking down upon mere insects. While this demeanor was less pronounced when he regarded his own comrades, it was glaringly evident when facing adversaries. A mere glance was often sufficient to draw all enmity away. When she smiles, one can only see the corners of her mouth tugging upward, while her eyes betray only indifference and tranquility, with a hint of sarcasm that is not overly pronounced. If it were not for Nezha's formidable strength, even his own kin would sometimes wish to quietly ensnare him in a sack and give him a good thrashing. Chi-Ju was pushed back several steps by Nezha's sudden advance. Had he not swiftly caught her waist, she would have surely been knocked to the ground by his considerable bulk. "I came to see you and, incidentally, to bring some things for your mother. Why did you suddenly pounce on me?" "Sister, I miss you so much. I think about you every single day," he exclaimed, resembling a large animal that had pounced upon her. The youth's back was slightly bent, his fluffy head nuzzling against her neck, his voice sweet and affectionate, akin to honey drizzled over a delectable treat. Chi-Ju's mouth twitched slightly as the heavy scent of alcohol filled her senses, overpowering the fragrance of lotus that Nezha naturally exuded. With a slight frown of distaste, she gently pushed him away. "Please, let go of me." "Absolutely not. I want to hold you," he insisted, somewhat intoxicated. After much coaxing, she finally managed to soothe the pouting Nezha, who clung to her stubbornly. He led her back to the banquet, where a multitude of curious and astonished gazes met them, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Nezha, however, remained unfazed, greeting his companions with a casual demeanor before guiding Chi-Ju to sit at his place. No longer competing in drinking, he eagerly fetched new bowls and chopsticks for her, serving her with enthusiasm and offering a few remarks. Noticing Chi-Ju's curiosity about the surrounding people, he briefly introduced them, merely mentioning names without further elaboration. Having recently emerged from a great battle, West Chi had a moment of respite, as there was currently no response from Chaoga. With no warfare to attend to, Nezha had some free time, leading Chi-Ju to pay a visit to Jiangxia before embarking on a leisurely exploration of the city. They came upon a marketplace where the townsfolk often gathered to sell and trade their wares. Chi-Ju stood before a small stall, admiring the intricately crafted wooden carvings, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Nezha, Miss Chi-Ju." A striking youth clad in white armor with golden embellishments and adorned with a jade belt approached them with a radiant smile. "General Huang." Chi-Ju responded politely, offering a gentle smile. Nezha raised an eyebrow. "Tianhua, do you need something?" Huang Tianhua glanced at Chi-Ju, a hint of shyness creeping into his smile, before placing a hand on Nezha's shoulder and pulling him to a corner of the stall. "Come, I have something to ask you." Nezha's expression turned cool, yet he did not resist, giving Chi-Ju a brief gesture before being led away by Huang Tianhua. Lowering his voice, Huang Tianhua leaned closer to Nezha, stealing a glance at Chi-Ju, who had returned her attention to the stall. "Nezha, you mentioned before that Miss Chi-Ju is your sister?" "Yes, what of it?" Nezha replied, tilting his head in confusion. "Well, I was just wondering." The youthful beauty's face flushed slightly, and he hesitated. "How old is your sister? Is she married? Or does she have someone in mind?" Nezha immediately became alert. "Why are you asking these questions? I am not coughing. I have fallen hopelessly in love with your sister at first sight." Before Huang Tianhua could finish his words, Nezha, realizing his intentions, erupted in fury, forcefully swatting away Huang Tianhua's hand, his eyes blazing with a fierce intensity. "Do not even think about it. She is my wife." "What?" Huang Tianhua, momentarily stunned despite his reddened hand, exclaimed, "Isn't she your sister?" "I like to call her that. Is there a problem?" Nezha retorted, clutching Huang Tianhua's collar, his golden eyes filled with the wrath of a guardian protecting a treasured possession. His voice, once clear and bright, turned low and ominous. Let me warn you. Do not harbor thoughts that do not concern you, or I will not care who you are. Thus, the budding romance of youthful infatuation was abruptly severed. Huang Tianhua left in a daze, while Nezha, seething with anger, approached Qi, disregarding the bustling street, and enveloped her in a tight embrace. Mine. Only mine. Nezha's sudden actions bewildered Qi, and the stares of onlookers made her feel increasingly uncomfortable. She pushed against Nezha, saying, "What is wrong with you? Let me go? I will not. Sister Qi, you belong to me. No one shall take you away." Nezha, provoked, clung to Qi like an unyielding adhesive. Thus, their outing came to an abrupt halt. Qi struggled to soothe Nezha and eventually led him back to their residence. From that day forth, Nezha became exceedingly attached, refusing to call Qi sister any longer, opting instead for the affectionate Qi. His conduct grew more outrageous. Qi was perplexed by the sudden change in Nezha, unsure whether he had been influenced by a mischievous companion or some other stimulus. Not only did he seek affectionate hugs and kisses, but he also persistently attempted to draw her toward the bed. In the most alarming instance, Qi, in a daze, found herself nearly stripped of her garments. Had it not been for the timely arrival of troops at Shiqi, altering the course of battle and prompting Jiangxia to send for reinforcements, Qi may have succumbed to his advances, crossing that final threshold. This frightened Qi. She had no intention of becoming Nezha's true wife just yet. With the impending threat of a military assault, she informed Nezha of her decision to leave Shiqi for Qintang Pass. Given that Shiqi was a battlefield, Nezha could not bear the thought of Qi remaining there for an extended period. Though filled with resentment and reluctance, he nodded in agreement. Qi believed that after this, she would no longer have any contact with those involved in the Fengshan War and would remain at Qianyuan Mountain or Qintang Pass until the conflict concluded. However, fate is unpredictable. No one could foresee when, where, or who might be drawn into the tumultuous cycle of calamity. While meditating at Qianyuan Mountain, Qi learned from Jin Xiaotongzi that the Fengshan War was nearing its conclusion, as Shiqi was poised to attack Chaoga. She prepared to visit Qintang Pass to check on Lady Yin and deliver news, but unexpectedly, she encountered a mishap. Upon regaining consciousness, Qi found herself bound and lying on the ground, her powers sealed. She first focused her senses to gauge her surroundings and, upon discovering that there were no other presences nearby, cautiously opened her eyes to observe the environment. Awake so soon? A voice, enchanting and alluring, echoed from a short distance away. Qi involuntarily stiffened. Although she had sensed no one other than herself, the situation had unfolded beyond her control. Realizing that further futile struggles would yield no results, Qi took a deep breath to calm her racing heart and slowly sat up, directing her gaze toward the source of the voice. Before her stood an exquisite woman, a paragon of beauty. Her flowing hair, like clouds at dusk, was casually gathered with a fox-shaped jade hairpin, accentuating her voluptuous figure swathed in a resplendent crimson gown that resembled a perfectly ripened peach, sweet and alluring. Her delicate features boasted strikingly elongated fox-like eyes that sparkled with mischief. Each smile and frown exuded an irresistible charm. Merely by leaning there, she enveloped the space with an aura so profound that it seemed to captivate even the heavens themselves. The breathtaking allure of this woman momentarily distracted Qi, who clenched her bound hands into fists, the pain from her fingertips digging into her flesh, jolting her back to reality. "May I inquire as to your esteemed identity and intentions?" The woman, rising gracefully from her soft seat, approached Qi, her crimson skirts billowing like the tail of a phoenix. "You are the one who has successfully secured a betrothal with the third Prince Nezha, are you not?" Caught off guard, Qi feigned ignorance. "Betrothal? What betrothal?" The woman knelt before her, delicately lifting Qi chin with her slender fingers, her eyes narrowing slightly as she scrutinized her with a gaze almost tangible. Qi appeared, at first glance, to be an ordinary woman, albeit somewhat more attractive than most. What extraordinary abilities could she possibly possess to gain the acceptance of both Li Jing and Nezha regarding this so-called engagement? A vague sense of unease stirred within Qi, yet time was of the essence. She had no luxury to ponder the intricacies of the matter. Uncertain of the woman's identity and intentions, she instinctively opted for a response that might prove advantageous, offering an awkward smile. "You must be mistaken, dear friend. The so-called betrothal is merely a jest from our elders and should not be taken seriously. Is that so?" The woman smiled again, though her eyes conveyed a complexity that hinted at deeper thoughts. "Yet, despite not discovering anything unusual about you, there are significant changes at play, and no matter my efforts, I seem unable to alter a single aspect. Confusion enveloped Qi Gui as she struggled to comprehend the woman's cryptic words. The woman tightened her grip on Qi Gui's chin, forcing her to look up into those mesmerizing fox-like eyes. An intoxicatingly sweet fragrance wafted towards her, and Qi Gui noticed a pinkish-purple glow emerging within the depths of those enchanting eyes. Behind the woman, a large mass of pure white blossomed, resembling the tail of a fox, writhing and thrashing about. With her red lips parting slightly, the woman's voice became increasingly seductive. Tell me, how did you manage to persuade both Li Jing and Nezha to agree to that betrothal? The originally clear thoughts became entangled, and a soft lavender glow seemed to veil Qi Ju's eyes, leaving her in a daze. The betrothal was arranged by my mother and Aunt Yin. We have no right to refuse, is that so? She pondered. Then why does Nezha appear so grown up now? Confusion deepened within her, and she muttered in response. I do not know. After his rebirth as a lotus flower, he simply took on that form. No, he should undeniably resemble a child. The woman gritted her teeth, her expression filled with indignation. Why can I struggle endlessly, while you can so easily? The lavender hue in her eyes grew increasingly radiant as she softened her tone, her seductive power seemingly intent on extracting all of Qi Ju's secrets. Do you possess memories of a past life? Yes. The fox-like eyes suddenly sparkled, and a fleeting look of surprise and resolute determination crossed the woman's face. Then tell me, how did you arrive in this world? How can you change everything? I merely brushed against a taboo. Before she could finish her sentence, a beam of golden light erupted from the depths of Qi Ju's soul, striking the woman before her and sending her flying. Yet, the golden light seemed to be a mere instinctive reaction, vanishing after a brief flash back into Qi Ju's soul, leaving only the woman, severely injured, collapsing to the ground. Her face pale as she coughed up blood. Qi Ju, having regained her senses from the enchantment, felt a shiver run through her as the memories flooded back, causing her heart to race. Upon lifting her gaze, she was startled to see the woman on the ground struggling to maintain her human form. The once delicate face was now adorned with the ethereal visage of a white fox, multiple long, furry tails twisting behind her, and sharp claws emerging from her hands. Observing the pristine tails and the strange allure that persisted despite her transformation, Qi Ju tentatively inquired, a nine-tailed fox? You are Sudaji? The woman coughed again, spitting out another mouthful of blood, her raven hair transforming to white, two snow-white fox ears manifesting atop her head, and her eyes shifting to beastly slits, clearly unable to sustain her human guise any longer. She gazed at Qi Ju, her red, slitted eyes locked onto her, filled with resentment and envy. Cough. What a terrifying power. Could this possibly be your golden finger? No, something is amiss. You are not Sudaji. Who exactly are you? Qi Ju's pupils constricted, her expression a blend of astonishment and alarm. Finally, she recalled the earlier discrepancies. Setting aside the fact that the fox demon had used the term golden finger, which was evidently anachronistic, the second phrase she uttered referred to Nezha as the third prince. The title of third prince would only emerge after the investiture of the gods. Though the reason remains unclear, whether due to Li Jing being conferred as the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, or if Nezha's extraordinary prowess warranted the Jade Emperor's decree for him to enjoy princely status. This title should not have appeared in the current timeline. Even though Nezha possesses immense power, others merely refer to him as the third young master or General Nezha, never as the third prince. Yet, this fox demon, who dares to proclaim, "Who am I? I am none other than Sudaji." With a sardonic smile, she struggles to sit up, her nine tails swaying behind her, embodying the infamous demoness responsible for calamity and eternal infamy. Qi Ji momentarily stands frozen, staring at the fox demon, uncertain of how to respond. She realizes that this fox demon bears some resemblance to her. Yet she cannot ascertain whether the demon has also traversed through time like herself, or if she has simply awakened memories from a past life, or perhaps even absorbed the essence of a foreign soul to gain such recollections. Why is it that no matter how I struggle or attempt to alter my fate, I inevitably return to the predestined path, while you effortlessly bring about change? The fox demon Sudaji gazes at Qi Ji with a blend of tears and laughter, her enchanting visage twisted with resentment, unwillingness, and the despair of wanting to drag everything into ruin alongside her. Qi Ji bites her lip, unable to suppress her frown. What do you mean? Do you not comprehend? Sudaji forces herself upright, wiping the blood from her lips as she advances toward Qi Ji with deliberate steps. I never desired to enter Chaogu, nor did I wish to bring disaster upon the Shang dynasty. I fled far away, yet look at me now. I have become Sudaji, spiraling uncontrollably to this very point. With claws as sharp as daggers, she grips Qi Ji's neck, leaning closer. Her crimson, beastly eyes resembling a pool of blood from the depths of hell. Why? With her neck gripped tightly, Chi-Ji finds it increasingly difficult to breathe, her face turning red as she gasps, "Ugh." Upon awakening in the Xianyuan tomb, I fled immediately, only to be summoned by the demon summoning banner. I wished to refuse. Yet that sage appointed me. I sought not the Su clan women, yet she appeared before me, leading to this unforeseen possession. My resolve to remain unobtrusive in the harem proved futile, as acts of cruelty and the slaughter of innocents still transpired under my name. I advised mercy for those ministers, yet those I sought to save ultimately perished. Do you know how I cannot escape this fate? I cannot even end my own life. Su Daji's gaze pierces through Chi-Ji. Her beastly eyes aflame, sharp fangs barely concealed, as if she yearns to devour. Yet you managed to achieve it so easily? What grants you the power to allow that eternally youthful Nezha to grow? Ugh. Chi-Ji struggles desperately, but her bound wrists bleed as they rub against the restraints, and her constricted throat makes breathing increasingly laborious, her vision beginning to fade to black. Just as she believes her demise is inevitable, Su Daji suddenly releases her grip. Chi-Ji collapses to the ground, curling up and coughing violently, gasping for the precious air that feels so hard-won, her body trembling. Cough, cough, cough. The sharp nails glide gently over Chi-Ji's exposed skin, their icy touch sending a chill down her spine, reminiscent of a serpent's caress. Upon hearing the hysterical voice of Su Daji soften into a gentle and charming tone, she provocatively inquired, "Tell me, should I slay you outright now, or subject you to a series of tortures before sending you to the battlefield? It is said that both Nezha and Li Jing hold you in high regard. Do you believe they would betray the Western chief for your sake?" You cough, a mere delusion. The once kind-hearted and innocent woman has long since succumbed to madness under the weight of her inescapable fate. Malice and jealousy now drive her to drag the person before her into the depths of hell as well. Ah, the renowned consort of Nezha. How about I first let my army sample you before that? Chi Gui, filled with rage, retorted, "You are shameless. I will never allow you to insult me in such a manner. I have kept watch for so long, and finally managed to capture you. This is beyond your control." With a charming smile, Su Daji raised her hand. In the next instant, darkness enveloped Chi Gui's vision, and she fell into a deep slumber. Long, sharp nails caressed Chi Gui's face as Su Daji squinted her eyes, her voice sweet, yet laced with malevolence. "Since I am already in hell, how could you, a fellow traveler, be allowed to bask in love and affection? Why not join me instead? After all, we are compatriots. Shouldn't we share our fortunes?" Outside the city of Chaoga, the coalition army assembled by King Wu of Zhou was encamped, preparing for the final battle. Within the central tent, King Gfa and his close generals, including Jiang Zia, were engaged in discussions regarding strategy. Suddenly, a soldier reported from outside the tent, "Your Majesty, urgent news to convey." "Enter," Gfa called out. A soldier, clad in armor and carrying a wooden box the size of a palm, entered the tent, kneeling on one knee and presenting the box with great reverence. "Your Majesty, someone from Chaoga has sent this box, claiming it is a gift from the Lady Su to a certain general in our army." Gfa furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Jiang Zia, standing nearby, also appeared contemplative, instinctively stroking his beard. "A gift from the enchantress? To which general was it addressed?" The soldier shook his head. The messenger did not specify. He merely said that upon opening it, one would understand, and that the general who receives it would surely be overjoyed. The insinuation was too provocative. Both Gfa and Jiang Zia frowned, visibly displeased. The generals present in the tent, feeling similarly provoked, displayed their anger. Lagency, with wings sprouting from his back and a face of indigo hue, glared fiercely. "Is the enchantress openly sowing discord? What a malicious scheme." Another general, Wei Hu, also expressed his fury. "Indeed, she is a wicked creature, too cowardly to confront us openly, resorting instead to such insidious tactics. There is no need for excessive anger," interjected Yang Jian, now clad in silver armor and a silver crown, his third eye prominently displayed. "Our objectives are clear, and we have never had any personal dealings with Su Daji. Why should we fear her attempts at division? Indeed, I have unwavering faith in my brothers in arms." Gfa declared with a hearty laugh. "Let us open it now and see what this item is that she believes can sow discord among us." As Gfa prepared to personally open the box, Yang Jian hurriedly stepped forward, urging, "Wait, Your Majesty. Please allow me to inspect it first, in case there are hidden traps." After a moment's hesitation, Gfa nodded and stepped aside, granting permission. The silver-armored general advanced. a brilliant silver light emanating from his brow as his third eye gradually opened, casting a silvery beam upon the box, guiding the gazes of all present. Under the scrutiny of the celestial eye, the contents of the box became apparent. After a careful examination, Yang Jian retracted his divine sight, a hint of confusion crossing his features. Inside lies a dragon pearl, yet I observe no other concealed weapons or traces of sorcery. A dragon pearl? Jiang Zia and the others expressed their bewilderment. Once the absence of danger was confirmed, GFA could no longer contain his curiosity and opened the box. Upon doing so, he found no traps or poison, nor any magical enchantments. Instead, within the palm-sized box lay a golden, round pearl radiating a gentle golden glow, with nothing else to behold. GFA picked it up, puzzled. Is it truly a dragon pearl? But what purpose does it serve to send this from Chaoga? None among us urgently requires it. Though a dragon pearl is indeed a prized possession, at present, none were in dire need. Others shared the same perplexity, yet one among them, upon glimpsing the dragon pearl, swiftly changed countenance. Clad in fiery red, the young general's eyes flared with astonishment as he stepped forward to snatch the dragon pearl from GFA's hand, his golden irises reflecting shock. What is this? GFA, taken aback by Nezha's sudden action, inquired. Nezha, do you recognize this dragon pearl? Meanwhile, Li Jing, recalling past events, furrowed his brow and murmured, could it be? Nezha's youthful visage, strikingly handsome, was now marred by fury. With one hand gripping the dragon pearl tightly, and the other clenched into a fist, veins bulged on the back of his hand as a murderous intent surged around him. He spoke through gritted teeth, each word laced with chilling severity. This is a gift I once bestowed upon my beloved wife. The crowd's attention shifted to the revelation that Nezha, despite his youth, was already wed. However, recollections of the previously visited Qi Gui brought sudden understanding. Li Jing, focused on a different concern, admonished, Nezha, that is unfounded. You and little Qi have not formally wed. She is not yet your wife. Disregarding Li Jing's words, Nezha's countenance darkened further, a crimson hue seeping into his golden eyes. Clutching the dragon pearl, he grasped his fire-tipped spear, its glimmering point reflecting his wrath. With the roar of wind and flames, the fiery wheel materialized before him as he prepared to ascend upon it. Wait, Nezha, my junior brother, let us remain calm. Yang Jian swiftly grasped Nezha's shoulder, halting his advance. Confronted at the front lines, Nezha's eyes burned with murderous intent, an aura of death swirling around him as if a tempest poised to erupt. His spear twirled menacingly, its tip aimed squarely at Yang Jian's face. Yang, are you attempting to impede my path? Yang Jian replied, my dear nephew, I merely urge you to refrain from rash actions. Jiang Zia approached, stroking his long beard, and solemnly remarked, the current situation remains unclear, and all we have received is this single dragon pearl. Nezha, should you rashly invade Chaoga City, be wary of falling into the schemes of that demoness. I cannot wait any longer. My wife is now in the hands of the enemy, her fate uncertain. How can I possibly delay? With a swift sweep of his spear, he deflected Yang Jian's hand, and without hesitation, Nezha leaped onto his windfire wheels, transforming into a streak of light as he soared away. Nezha, the crowd exclaimed, too late to intervene. Jiang Zia's countenance grew stern, and he promptly commanded, prepare the troops for battle at once. The sound of war drums resonated, and banners fluttered in the wind. Before Chaoga City, an imposing army led by King Wu of Zhou gathered, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Armed generals, clad in armor, took their positions at the forefront, their faces grave and expressions taut. Among them stood a young general in crimson, with a red ribbon around his arm, wielding a long spear, suspended above the ground amidst flames. His long hair, tied back, flowed behind him, and his brows were furrowed with a chilling intent. It was Nezha. With resolute brows and radiant golden eyes, his voice, imbued with magical power, echoed through Chaoga City. Su Daji, you lowly vixen, whose foul scent can be detected from 800 miles away, come forth at once to meet your demise. Otherwise, I shall raze your Chaoga City to the ground. Those nearby, upon hearing Nezha's challenge, exchanged glances filled with concern. It seemed that Nezha had truly been provoked this time, his words now attacking her very lineage. It was understandable, given that his beloved wife was suspected to be in enemy hands. Yet, one could not help but wonder how his wife fared now. Perhaps someone should discreetly investigate to see if she could be rescued. There was little doubt about Nezha's formidable strength. Who could easily restrain him in such a state of fury? The question lingered, however, as to how the demoness would threaten him. Upon the city wall, a graceful figure gradually emerged, Her hair flowed like clouds, her skin fairer than snow, and her every gesture exuded a captivating allure. As her eyes sparkled, she coyly covered her red lips with her delicate fingers and smiled enchantingly, her voice sweet and beguiling. "Oh, who might I be? Why, it is Prince Nezha. It has been quite some time. How have you been?" Su Daji's address caused Nezha to furrow his brow in confusion. Yet his concern for Chiji left him little room to ponder such details. He pivoted his fire-tipped spear towards Su Daji, flames licking at its tip. "Fox demon, cease your prattle. Where's my wife?" With a playful laugh, Su Daji responded, her demeanor alluring. "Do not be so anxious. That girl and I share a hometown. I shall not make things too difficult for her." Before Nezha could react, Li Jing, positioned behind him, stepped forward to retort. "Nonsense. Little Chiji is of the human race from Chintang Pass, and has no connection whatsoever to you, the wicked fox spirit." The standoff persisted as Su Daji narrowed her eyes, surveying the anxious expressions of Nezha and Li Jing with evident satisfaction. It was said that the third prince and Li Jing held her in high regard, and indeed, the rumors proved true. Nezha, unwilling to waste breath, merely gazed at Su Daji, a palpable aura of menace surrounding him, his red silk billowing and flames flickering, a tremendous pressure seeming to envelop the entire realm. "Instantly surrender my wife, or I shall leave you in pieces," he declared. Feigning fright, Su Daji gasped, covering her lips with a delicate hand, her eyes widening in mock terror. "What? You wish to kill me? In that case, I cannot possibly release her, lest I find myself at your mercy in the next moment." The wind and fire wheels at Nezha's feet whirled faster, their rustling sound growing increasingly pronounced. His golden eyes fixed intently on Su Daji, the veins in his hand gripping the fire-tipped spear bulged, barely restraining the urge to charge forth with lethal intent. "You know your fate is sealed, Cheng Tang. Why do you persist?" Wang Gfa stepped forward, gazing upwards at Su Daji, who was clearly on the brink of defeat. "Now, the world belongs to the Western Zhou, with only Chaoga remaining. Yet, it has been besieged for days. Although it is the royal capital, few soldiers guard it, as most lords and citizens have pledged allegiance to the Western Qi, leaving only King Zhou and his followers unyielding." "Fate sealed?" Su Daji echoed, laughter spilling forth, her expression a blend of mirth and sorrow. "Indeed, the mandate rests with you in Western Qi. What can we do?" Zhang Zia also stepped forward, attempting to persuade her. "You understand the mandate, so why not comply and release Nezha's wife? Surrender peacefully, and we shall treat you with leniency, just because you claim the mandate. Must we bow our heads and await death?" Su Daji retorted with a smirk, then raised her hand to cast a spell. Moments later, a woman clad in white, exuding an icy demeanor, appeared on the city wall, dragging a bloodied figure behind her. Nezha's gaze locked onto the tattered, blood-soaked silhouette, his expression shifting dramatically. "Aki, do not move, third prince." Upon seeing Nezha about to rush forward, Su Daji hastily pulled Aki closer, her sharp nails digging into the neck of the unconscious Aki, who was gravely injured. "Would you care to wager which is quicker, your wind and fire wheels, or my hand?" "Su Daji." Nezha was forced to freeze mid-motion, gritting his teeth, each word emerging with great difficulty, his overwhelming killing intent almost materializing. The others in the camp furrowed their brows at this turn of events. Indeed, the worst had come to pass. Zhang Zia, observing the standoff, glanced between the suspended Nezha and Su Daji atop the city wall, stroking his beard as he raised his voice to negotiate. "The downfall of Cheng Tang is inevitable. No amount of struggle can alter that. Why further the bloodshed? Release her, and I shall ensure your life is spared." "Shangfu," Gfa exclaimed, surprised at Zhang Zia's words. Given their determination to eradicate the malevolent Su Daji, a notorious demoness, how could they easily let her go? At that moment, Zhang Zia cast a fleeting glance at Gfa, subtly shaking his head, before turning his gaze to the city wall, awaiting Su Daji's response. "Spare my life." Su Daji sneered, her face a mask of scorn. "Have you not heard that sometimes living can be more agonizing than death? After all, there is a saying that life is worse than death. As for the so-called conditions..." Nezha was utterly disinterested in their idle negotiations. His concern for Chi-Ju rendered him unable to remain calm. His grip on the fire spear tightened, nearly threatening to snap the shaft, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Chi-Ju, whose life hung in the balance. "What do you want?" "Quite simple." Su Daji replied with a smile directed at Nezha, one hand gripping the unconscious Chi-Ju's neck, while the other caressed her blood-stained visage. "One life for another. If you, the third prince, slay Gfa or Zhang Zia, I shall return your wife to you. What say you?" Before Nezha could respond, Li Jing interjected vehemently. "You little fox spirit, you must be dreaming. This is utterly impossible. Indeed, Li Jing regarded Qi Ju as his own daughter. However, it appeared that in his heart, Gfa and Jiangxia, or rather the cause and righteousness, outweighed Qi Ju's value. Similar to Nezha's stance, Su Daji paid no heed to Li Jing. Her focus solely on Nezha, her expression laced with mockery. Third Prince, have you made your considerations? Nezha's grip on the spear tightened further. The wind and fire wheels at his feet spinning faster, his golden eyes clouded with a murky intensity. An inexplicable atmosphere began to manifest. The battlefield falling into a profound silence as everyone held their breath. A few generals silently stepped forward, inching closer to Gfa and Jiangxia, all awaiting Nezha's answer. They naturally believed that Nezha would not be easily swayed, yet the hostage held by the enemy was his beloved wife. Under the watchful eyes of all. After a moment of silence, Nezha finally lifted his gaze to Su Daji, his expression devoid of emotion, his eyes cold, his voice as frigid as ice. Changed the condition. Gfa, now burdened with the mandate of heaven, was entangled in numerous karmic ties, making him untouchable by those who practiced the Tao, and Jiangxia, acting on the sage's orders to manage the divine list, was similarly beyond reach. Su Daji's eyes brimmed with hatred. I demand their lives. The heavenly silk that coiled around Nezha surged in response to his turbulent emotions, the fire wheels beneath him belching forth searing flames. Nezha's breath quickened, his golden eyes reddening. The crimson hue at their corners becoming increasingly pronounced. Su Daji, I command you to change the condition. The sound of his voice, like a specter of death, reverberated with a palpable menace. He appeared as a deity, yet more akin to a demon, as though he tread upon mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Even from a distance, the overwhelming aura of death caused Su Daji to momentarily falter in her breath, as if faced with the tide of a Shuro blood sea. After a brief silence, she smiled softly and conceded, very well. Her shimmering eyes scanned the alert generals, then turned to Gfa. Her gaze playful as she chuckled lightly. How about one person for another? King Wu, would you be willing to exchange yourself for the hostage in my grasp? This seemingly regressive response, which essentially remained unchanged in its essence, rendered the assembly speechless. Su Daji chuckled charmingly, her voice both gentle and sincere. Yet the truth of her words was uncertain. What? Does King Wu hesitate to sacrifice himself? Fear not, I do not seek your life. I merely desire a measure of assurance. Absolutely not. Such a delusion. The generals voiced their vehement opposition, their gazes fierce. However, the other party involved, Gfa, hesitated for a moment, gazing up at the ethereal figure of Nezha, suspended in the void. Resolutely, he stepped forward. I shall grant your request. My king, this is unwise. The generals collectively urged, yet even Nezha, hearing the demand he deemed impossible, cast a surprised glance in their direction. The so-called choice was at hand. Unfazed by the generals' objections and astonished stares, Gfa remained composed, his demeanor unwavering as he looked towards Su Daji, his resolve firm. I consent to your terms. However, we must first ascertain that you indeed possess Nezha's wife and ensure her safety. Thus, Su Daji raised her hand to gently stroke the forehead of Qi Ju, her fingertips glowing with ethereal light. The once unconscious Qi Ju began to awaken, gradually responding. As she emerged from her stupor, her mind clouded. She was immediately engulfed by excruciating pain, as though every bone in her body had been shattered. The intensity of the agony nearly caused her to faint once more. Yet a peculiar force compelled her to retain her consciousness. Before Qi Ju lay a blurred vision. Tears fell involuntarily as she gasped softly. A hand lifted her chin, and a voice, distant and hazy, echoed in her ears. Now, I believe the third prince can discern his beloved, can't he? Noticing Qi Ju's evident awakening, Nezha tightened his grip on his weapon, the wind and fire will beneath him propelling him closer. Yet he dared not approach too closely for fear that Su Daji might act against her. His eyes reflected concern and heartache. Qi. Having suffered grievous wounds from Su Daji's harsh treatment, Qi Ju faintly recognized Nezha's familiar voice. Her instinct for survival compelled her to raise her gaze. As her blurred vision gradually sharpened, she beheld a youth clad in red, commanding the wind and fire wheel, his flowing black hair radiant and striking. Nezha's cracked lips moved slightly as he tenderly called her name. Qi Ju's dazed expression began to focus, her chaotic thoughts finally clarifying somewhat. With the confirmation that the hostage was indeed Nezha's wife, Qi Ju, and that she was still alive, Gfa disregarded the objections of those around him. Complying with the request, he removed his weapons and armor, donning only a simple garment as he addressed Su Daji. Su Daji, how shall we exchange the hostage? Su Daji's eyes flickered as she glanced between Nezha and GFA, a slight smile curving her lips. I have heard that General Li Jing possesses a tower that collects all manner of treasures. Emerging was Li Jing, clad in golden armor, holding a resplendent golden tower in his hands. Indeed. In that moment, I implored General Li Jing to relinquish the tower in his grasp and escort the King Wu to the battlements for a face-to-face exchange. What do you think? Others were somewhat perplexed, yet Li Jing's solemn countenance suddenly froze. He glanced at the precious tower in his hand, then at the formidable Nezha not far away. Apprehensive that if he were to set down the tower, Nezha might, even in such a critical situation, swiftly direct his fiery spear at him. He was hesitant to take that gamble. Indeed, he felt a flicker of trepidation. Fortunately, circumstances soon shifted, alleviating the need for further deliberation. The once dazed Qigui, now fully awakened, finally comprehended her predicament. She had become a hostage, used by Su Daji to threaten Nezha and those from the West Qi. Though she could accept being captured and tortured due to her inferiority in skill, she could not abide being reduced to a mere pawn for the coercion of others. With her powers stripped away and her bones and tendons surely fractured, Qigui managed to retain her lucidity solely through a strange thread of magical energy bestowed by Su Daji and her own indomitable will. Resolutely, she listened to the exchanges between Su Daji and the West Qi personnel, suppressing the excruciating pain coursing through her body, striving to maintain her mental clarity while silently gritting her teeth to gather her strength. Qigui and Su Daji stood atop the city walls, which were merely waist-high, easily surmountable. Thus, just as Li Jing's expression grew grim and he prepared to gamble by setting down the tower, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Qigui abruptly coughed up blood, forcibly channeling a fragment of spiritual energy into her body, and with all her might, she pushed Su Daji away. Ignoring the sharp nails digging into her neck, leaving crimson marks upon her skin, Qigui, supported by her spiritual energy, unhesitatingly vaulted over the city wall, resolutely plunging downward. Nezha, who had been fixated on Qigui, was immediately struck with alarm, his face paling as he cried out, "A Qi! No!" As Su Daji instinctively attempted to cast a spell to retrieve Qigui, the Qian Kuan circle was suddenly launched, hurtling towards her, while the Huntian silk swiftly shot forth. Racing towards the falling Qigui, the sound of wind and fire erupted like an explosive roar, as the youth in red darted forward like a flash of lightning. His golden eyes narrowed, filled with dread. With her gaze directed downward, Qigui fell, her disheveled hair whipped by the wind. Through her increasingly blurred vision, she caught sight of the enchanting beauty atop the wall, who, after instinctively reaching out, suddenly halted, her expression a blend of laughter and tears. In the face of the approaching golden circle, Qigui observed that Su Daji did not resist at first. Instead, she gently closed her eyes, appearing to surrender, a semblance of relief gracing her countenance. Meanwhile, the Jade Peepa spirit beside her fled in a panic, not sparing a glance at Su Daji. Thus, the Qian Kuan circle struck the beauty's head, resulting in a catastrophic explosion of brain matter, leading to her fragrant demise. In the next moment, enveloped in crimson silk, her body was drawn into an embrace fragrant with the scent of lotus. Qiji no longer focused on Su Daji. Instead, she met Nezha's gaze, filled with relief. Yet a faint smile escaped her lips before she coughed up blood. "I'm sorry." A sense of foreboding gripped Nezha as he landed, carelessly discarding his fire spear, and wrapped his trembling arms around Qiji. "Ah, Qiji, I apologize for allowing you to witness such a dreadful scene." Qiji spoke in faltering tones, unable to stem the flow of blood trickling down her chin. Despite her injuries and severed meridians, she had forced a sliver of spiritual energy for one last struggle, resulting in her current state of shattered organs and fractured soul, teetering on the brink of death. Given her grave condition, even the most exalted of deities would be powerless to intervene. Though Nezha possessed profound martial prowess, he was entirely ignorant of healing arts. In his panic, he could only hold Qiji tightly, exclaiming, "No? Ah, Qiji, hold on. I will save you." His treasured artifacts lay scattered in the dust. Yet the young man paid no heed to the chaos around him. Desperately, he rummaged through his cosmic bag, extracting various healing elixirs, eager to feed them to the woman in his arms. His once steady hands trembled uncontrollably. "Ah, Qiji, dear, open your mouth. Quickly swallow this. You will be fine." The relentless agony coursing through her body had dulled to a mere numbness. Qiji felt herself drifting, the elixirs brought to her lips now beyond her capacity to swallow. As blood continued to pour from her throat, her vision darkened, leaving only Nezha's frantic, crimson eyes in her sight. She struggled to soothe him with her voice. but it emerged as a mere whisper. I cannot stay with you. Do not be sad. I simply wish to sleep for a moment, just a moment. She thought that if she were to awaken again, she would not resist, but would agree to Nezha's desires, marrying him without hesitation. For today's events would surely have terrified him. If this were to be her end, she cherished the vision of the young man clad in red like flames, spirited and valiant, wielding his spear to protect the realm and its people. How fortunate she felt to have crossed paths with the legendary deity of the three platforms, Nezha, and to have received his ardent affection. It would not be in vain in this lifetime. Achiji, Achiji, wake up. Do not sleep. No. As Nezha watched Chiji gradually fade in his embrace, his eyes reddened with desperation, the very essence of madness threatening to consume him. The demoness was dead, and with their shackles removed, the Zhou army faced no reservations. They were poised to seize the moment and lay siege to the city, determining the outcome in one fell swoop. While his comrades attacked the city, only Yang Jian approached. Observing Nezha's chaotic state, he hesitated before speaking. Nezha. Clutching Chiji, Nezha's eyes were wild with fear. Brother Yang, please save her, save my Achiji. Yang Jian averted his gaze, filled with regret. I'm sorry. No. It cannot be. Achiji will not come to harm. Nezha stumbled as he lifted Chioi into his arms, proclaiming, I shall seek my master. I will find my ancestral teacher. There must be a way. Achi, do not abandon me. Observing Nezha's spiritual energy spiraling chaotically, resembling the ominous signs of madness, Yang Jian swiftly grasped his shoulder. His voice resonated like an ancient bell, penetrating deep into Nezha's soul. Nezha, it is too late. Mourn in peace. The youth trembled, as if struck by lightning. Concerned by the prolonged absence of Nezha and his companions, King Wu, GFA, ventured into Chaoga City, his face etched with worry. Brother Nezha, how fares the young lady Chioi? Is her injury grave? Nezha knelt on the ground, cradling the lifeless Chioi, while Yang Jian stood silently beside him, leaving GFA perplexed. Yang Jian cast a glance at Nezha, who had become as rigid as a statue, and subtly shook his head at GFA. GFA widened his eyes, glancing between Yang Jian and the fragile form of Chioi in Nezha's embrace, before turning his gaze back to Nezha, his expression shifting into a complex blend of sorrow and anguish. Nezha, being a lotus-bodied, lotus-incarnated being, was devoid of soul and tears, even in his profound grief. Shedding tears was impossible, yet the overwhelming sorrow enveloping him was suffocating. His radiant golden eyes were clouded with blood, and his handsome visage appeared nearly contorted. He lowered his head, strands of hair obscuring his gaze, rendering his expression indecipherable, save for the suffusion of despair. Nezha. GFA's intended words of comfort caught in his throat, for he witnessed a single drop of crimson fall from the pale face of the youth. Tears of blood streamed forth. The lotus body, inherently tearless, found itself weeping blood in the depths of sorrow. With the conclusion of the Fengshan War, King Wu ascended to power, the living indulged in riches, and the deceased were granted divine positions. Everything appeared to culminate in perfection. Yet, the youth, revered as the Grand Marshal of the Central Altar and a formidable general, cradled the artifact beseeched atop Kunlun Mountain, gazing into the ethereal remnant of a soul, weeping in silence. For he alone possessed an immortal divine status, yet suffered the profound loss of his beloved. In a bygone year, there was a mischievous monkey. It is said that the Grand Marshal of the Central Altar, the illustrious general, and the Lotus Prince Nezha had a fiancée with whom he shared a profound bond. They were childhood companions, innocent and carefree, and it was rumored that even their wedding date had been set, awaiting an auspicious day for their union. However, fate intervened unexpectedly. During the Fengshan War, the young lady was captured by the demoness Sudaji due to a tragic accident. In a moment of resolute defiance against the demoness' schemes to threaten the third prince and others, she chose to take her own life, ensuring the villain's plans would not succeed, resulting in her untimely demise. Though the third prince managed to salvage a fragment of her soul, seeking the artifact of Yuan Shirtian Zun to house it, nurturing it with countless celestial materials and spiritual herbs, her awakening remained elusive. As countless years passed, the celestial beings aware of the situation and familiar with Nezha grew increasingly disheartened by his fruitless endeavors, subtly urging him to relinquish his futile pursuit. Yet, Nezha remained obstinate, persistently vanquishing demons and monsters, accumulating merit to exchange for various precious elixirs from the Jade Emperor, heedlessly nurturing that fragmented soul. Until one fateful day, a stone monkey, born from the miraculous stones of heaven and earth, emerged, blunt yet pure of heart, exuberant and fond of merriment. Upon discovering that he had once again been deceived by the heavenly court, Receiving a fictitious title devoid of rank, he, in a fit of rage, disrupted the Queen Mother's peach banquet, seizing the banquet's peaches and celestial nectar, and drunkenly returned to Flower and Fruit Mountain. As he passed by the jade pool, the inebriated monkey inadvertently caught sight of a red lotus unfurling gracefully amidst a sea of white lilies, strikingly prominent. In a moment of impulsive mischief, he plucked it and tucked it away. When she regained consciousness, she found herself enveloped in a cacophony of joyous voices, a medley of sounds celebrating in an exuberant yet harmonious manner. Slowly, she opened her eyes to meet a pair of amber, crystalline golden orbs. A large face, adorned with golden fur yet devoid of any menacing aura, loomed closer, while a similarly furry hand pressed gently on her shoulder, the intoxicating scent of alcohol wafting toward her. She heard the monkey before her inquire in a slightly hoarse, deep, and magnetic voice, "Hey, where did this little one come from? What brings you to my domain?" She blinked, her expression one of bewilderment, her blank memory leaving her uncertain of how to respond. The first sight of those golden eyes stirred an instinctive affinity within her, as though those eyes had long been watching over her, shielding her from all storms. Thus, she instinctively grasped his hand, gazing at him with an affectionate longing. The monkey furrowed his brow in mild annoyance. "I'm asking you a question." Still lost in confusion, sensing his displeasure, she momentarily lowered her head and, seeking to appease him, nuzzled her cheek against his hand. Could she be a simpleton? He mused, leaning in to scrutinize her, his gaze slightly glazed with drunkenness, the familiar brilliance of his golden eyes dazzling. "No, your aura suggests you are more akin to a newly transformed little spirit, perhaps? Great king, this is the red flower you brought back," exclaimed the curious gathering of monkeys, chattering excitedly about what they had witnessed. He raised an eyebrow. "Oh, so, a newly born little spirit? Then stay here at Flower and Fruit Mountain." "Flower and Fruit Mountain? Indeed, this is my domain," he declared with an unabashed grin. "Little spirit, do you have a name?" "Name?" She furrowed her brow, pondering in a daze. "Seven? Then let us call you Little Seven. From this day forth, you belong to me. As long as you behave, I shall surely protect you." In that year, a lotus lost its wife, and the stone monkey from Flower and Fruit Mountain disrupted the peach banquet, inciting the wrath of the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother, who promptly convened a court session to dispatch celestial soldiers to capture the audacious and ungrateful demon monkey. When it comes to capturing demons, the foremost figure that springs to mind among the celestial beings of the heavenly court is none other than the tireless and indefatigable marshal of the central platform, the illustrious and formidable general, the third Prince Nezha. Renowned as the epitome of diligence in the heavens, he possesses exceptional prowess and is a master of combat, wielding an array of magical artifacts. For millennia, the mere mention of his name has sent shivers down the spines of various demons, causing them to flee in terror. Regardless of whether a task has been assigned to him, whenever there is a matter concerning the heavenly court and the decree of the Jade Emperor is issued, he is quick to respond, brandishing his bloodied fire-tipped spear, returning to report his exploits and seek commendation from the Jade Emperor. However, this time is different. The imperial decree has been issued, and the celestial soldiers have been summoned, yet the usually swift commander is conspicuously absent. Where is the marshal of the central platform? Was it not said that after the last demon-slaying mission, he had returned to the heavenly court to recuperate? Just as the Jade Emperor and the other deities pondered this perplexity, a guard rushed into the Lingxiao Hall, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, the third prince is brandishing his weapon, emanating a murderous aura, and is determined to storm the hall. We cannot restrain him." The guard emphasized the phrase murderous aura. "What?" The deities exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend the guard's words. Then, Nezha, with his fire-tipped spear in hand and eyes ablaze with a fierce crimson hue, burst into the Lingxiao Hall, appearing as though he were on the brink of unleashing a reign of terror. The dazed deities finally grasped the guard's warning and understood why he sought to impede Nezha. After all, the present demeanor of Nezha hardly suggested a visit to the court. It resembled the approach of a vengeful deity. Yet, before the Jade Emperor could inquire, Nezha, with an air of ferocity, fixed his gaze upon the Queen Mother. "Your Majesty, where is my beloved wife?" "Huh." Startled by the sudden address and confronted by Nezha's murderous intent, the Queen Mother appeared utterly perplexed. It is worth noting that the Jade Pool is indeed a splendid place. The waters of the Jade Pool are meticulously gathered and refined by the Queen Mother herself. While they may not possess the extraordinary healing properties of the three luminaries' divine water, they are remarkably effective in nurturing the spirit, with prolonged immersion yielding even greater benefits. Therefore, through a combination of persuasion and insistence, the third prince successfully placed the artifact containing the remnants of his wife's soul within the Queen Mother's jade pool, casting spells to transform it into an inconspicuous ordinary lotus and bestowing upon it layers of protective enchantments, allowing him to temporarily rest easy. However, he could never have anticipated that upon returning from yet another demon exorcising venture to visit his slumbering wife in the jade pool, she would inexplicably be missing. The third prince was astounded. The third prince was furious. Brandishing his fire-tipped spear, he resolved to confront the mistress of the jade pool, demanding to know how she had failed to keep watch over his wife. Before the Queen Mother could respond, the Jade Emperor, sitting beside her, stood up to shield her from the wrathful Nezha, attempting to placate him with an awkward smile. "Nezha, what do you intend to do? Pointing your weapon at me and the Queen Mother is most disrespectful." Standing among the ranks of valiant generals, the formidable King Li Jing of the Heavenly Army was compelled to step forward, attempting to uphold his father's dignity and extricate the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother from their predicament. With a fierce glare and a commanding tone, he admonished, "Unfilial son, retreat at once. Do not show disrespect to His Majesty and Her Highness." However, in the fragile and illusory peace that had long existed between Nezha and Li Jing, Nezha paid no heed to Li Jing's presence, even treating him as if he were invisible. In that fateful year, a certain queen bore the blame for a grievous error. The fiery spear aimed directly at the Jade Emperor, and the Queen Mother blazed with a fierce flame, as Nezha wrestled with his desire to obliterate everything in his path. He deepened his voice and reiterated, "Queen Mother, where is my beloved wife?" Time had elapsed, and many past events had been obscured by the passage of years, now seldom mentioned. Consequently, many celestial beings present were left bewildered by Nezha's words, exchanging perplexed glances. Those who had not witnessed Nezha kneeling in supplication upon Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace, shedding blood and tears, were particularly astonished and whispered among themselves, curious about the wife he spoke of. After serving in the same court for over a millennium, despite limited encounters due to Nezha's preoccupation with vanquishing demons, the reputation of the god of war, Prince Nezha, resonated loudly amongst them. Yet, never had they heard of this fearsome deity having a wife. Indeed, aside from his formidable presence, no female companion had ever been seen in his vicinity. Suddenly, the mention of a beloved wife piqued their interest. Given Nezha's unwavering dedication and remarkable achievements in battle, the celestial beings held a firm belief in his loyalty to the heavenly court, doubting he would ever pose a threat to the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. Thus, they refrained from intervening, opting instead to quietly observe the unfolding drama. Many celestial beings directed their gaze toward the informed Li Jing, seeking insight. However, Li Jing was currently fixated on Nezha, angered by his disregard, completely neglecting the presence of others. The Jade Emperor, wishing to soothe Nezha, was momentarily taken aback by the Queen Mother's delayed response to his sudden inquiry. Once she regained her composure and understood the essence of Nezha's question, she could not help but feel perplexed. "Isn't your wife supposed to be nurtured within the Yaoqi?" This mention stirred a torrent of resentment within the Queen Mother. The audacious Nezha had previously insisted on claiming a portion of her Yaoqi for the cultivation of his magical weapon, employing both manipulation and threats, and even establishing formations to draw the essence of the Yaoqi toward that site. Consequently, after centuries, not a single celestial being had been born from the Yaoqi, as all its spiritual energy had been consumed to sustain the remnants of his weapon. Nezha tightened his grip on the fiery spear, appearing even more incensed, his bright golden eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. "If she were still here, would I ever need to ask you?" Gazing at the Queen Mother, whose expression was filled with confusion, Nezha, bereft of his wife and desperate in his search, felt an overwhelming urge to explode with rage and confront her until she could remember. After all, that is the sacred realm of the Yaoqi. It belongs to the Queen Mother of the West. He has also laid down numerous formidable defensive formations around it. Apart from the possibility that the Queen Mother, taking advantage of his descent to the mortal realm, secretly meddled, Nezha could hardly conceive of anyone else possessing the immense capability and leisure to stealthily abscond with that magical artifact without alarming anyone. It is inconceivable. The Queen Mother's expression shifted slightly, but she firmly rejected the notion. The Yaoqi is a place of great significance, unlike any other. Without her consent, no one would dare to enter, nor would anyone be audacious enough to steal the concealed magical artifacts within. Is there not a formation set by you? If there had truly been any disturbance, would you not have sensed it? Nezha clenched his teeth, the grinding sound growing increasingly pronounced. What do you think? Had he truly sensed something, he would have returned to confront the situation immediately. Why would he wait until now? In that year, A lotus flower unexpectedly knocked at the door, while Nezha pondered various possibilities on his way to the Lingxiao Hall. He had not considered that the reason the red lotus artifact, nurturing his fiancée Ichiji, was taken so easily without drawing his attention was that Chiji's divine soul, serving as the formation's core, fortuitously awakened at that moment, causing the formation to fail. Coincidentally, a drunken monkey happened to pass by and, seeing the red lotus artifact revealed by the formation's failure amidst a pool of white lotuses, mistook it for an ordinary flower and casually plucked it. By sheer happenstance, his fiancée, whom he had painstakingly nurtured and guarded for thousands of years, was thus taken away by another. The third prince exclaimed, "Damn! Once I catch that audacious little thief, I will ensure he experiences the exquisite sensations of skinning, muscle extraction, and bone grinding." The young girl, named Xiao Qi by Sun Wukong, appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years old, possessing an exquisite beauty, yet her lack of memories rendered her somewhat naive. Considering that newly transformed little demons are often like this, and since it was he who brought her from the heavenly court, Sun Wukong, for once, resolved to take her under his wing for guidance. However, what seemed a noble intention was soon complicated by unforeseen circumstances. The heavenly court was not the long-fallen dragon palace of the four seas, which could be robbed without retaliation. They could only weep and seek recourse. The heavenly court is governed by the Tao ancestor of the unified way, wielding authority over the 3 realms and 6 paths, representing the majesty of the heavenly law. Thus it cannot be trifled with. Therefore, when Sun Wukong deliberately disrupted the peach banquet out of resentment and caused chaos within the Taoist Lord's Doshui Palace, the consequences were set in motion. Invisible fortunes and calamities simultaneously descended upon him, binding him in heavy constraints, rendering it impossible to return to his former carefree existence. Thus, dark clouds loomed over the city, war drums thundered from the heavens, banners obscured the sky, and while Huahua Mountain had yet to shake off the festive atmosphere, formidable enemies approached. In this narrative, the formidable figures of Li Jing, the king of heavenly kings, and Nezha, the third prince, take center stage. Supported by the 4 heavenly kings, the 28 constellations, the 9 planetary deities, the 12 celestial gods, the 5 directional deities, the 4 seasonal officers, the eastern and western celestial bodies, the southern and northern deities, the 5 sacred mountains, and the 4 rivers. Together, they muster an army of 100,000 celestial soldiers, deploying 18 layers of celestial nets in an attempt to capture Sun Wukong. As the heavenly troops approach the skies above Flower Fruit Mountain, Li Jing has yet to command the army to prepare for battle when he glimpses Nezha, who has been taken by Sun Wukong, through the Haotian mirror. Without hesitation, he leaps into action. With his feet upon the wind and fire wheels and the fire spear in hand, he reclaims his original form. The Qinquan circle resting upon his shoulder, ready to strike. The Mengtian silk entwines his arm as he charges towards Flower Fruit Mountain. His voice resounding through the heavens, "Sun Wukong, immediately return, my beloved." The celestial army, vast and imposing, exudes an air of grandeur. Yet, as Nezha utters these words, an inexplicable sense of the atmosphere diminishes, deflating the previously overwhelming presence. Li Jing, observing from the clouds, is visibly vexed, his forehead lined with fury. "Nezha, what are you doing?" But Nezha pays him no heed. The youthful deity twirls his fire spear. Flames erupting from both the wind and fire wheels beneath him and the weapon in his grasp, his aura as formidable as the ocean, his expression fierce. When the great sage, equal to heaven, donned in a phoenix-winged golden crown and a chainmail of gold, emerges wielding his Rui Jingu Bang, he is met with the sight of Nezha radiating murderous intent. "You little rascal, instead of hunting demons elsewhere, what brings you to my Flower Fruit Mountain in search of your beloved? Do you even have a wife?" In that year, the young lad had been betrayed. Little rascal? Fine. Nezha had once been reborn from a lotus root and flower, his form forced to remain youthful. Even though the celestial master Tai had endeavored to age him during his transformation, the result was merely a 15 or 16-year-old appearance. By chance, he later gained an additional 2 years, yet still looked far from mature. Moreover, Nezha's visage bore a slight feminine quality. In comparison to the more composed celestial beings of the heavenly court, he appeared even younger. Disliking any mention of his age and appearance, Nezha felt as if his very core had been pierced, igniting a fierce rage within him. With old grievances and fresh worries for his abducted fiancée, Nezha, ablaze with fury, surged forward on his wind and fire wheels, confronting Li Jing. "Vile monkey, prepare to meet your end." How could Sun Wukong, who boldly claims the title of Great Sage, equal to heaven, be a feeble opponent? Seeing Nezha's aggressive advance stirred a competitive spirit within him. He twirled his Rui Jingu Bang, his eyes sparkling with determination, leaping into the fray. Just in time. Let me test your strength. As flames, akin to blooming red lotuses, engulfed the skies, Flower Fruit Mountain appeared to be transformed into a hell of fire. The clash of gold and crimson erupted as the fire spear met the Rui Jingu Bang, and the world fell silent in anticipation. The two leaders commenced their battle, the ensuing commotion reverberating with earth-shattering intensity. At the same time, the 72 demon kings, present at the banquet, under the guidance of the 4 elder spirit monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain, donned their armor and brandished their weapons, eager to bolster the great sage's might. Once a paradise of celestial beauty, Flower Fruit Mountain now exuded an overwhelming aura of malevolence, the demons no longer restrained, intentionally releasing their wicked energy, which appeared as a deliberate provocation to the gods in the clouds. Thus, the Toda Heavenly King could no longer stand idly by. The clouds descended. The two armies faced each other, and the great battle was imminent. The clamor of weapons finally roused the inebriated Little Seven, who had succumbed to the effects of a sip of celestial wine brought back by Sun Wukong. The girl, clad in white and red with embroidered lotus patterns, rubbed her eyes with one hand while clutching a branch she had scavenged with the other to steady herself, unsteadily emerging from the water curtain cave, stumbling toward the battlefield. Murmuring in confusion, "Where are you, great king?" Outside the water curtain cave, the sky was drenched in crimson as gods and demon kings clashed amidst shouts of battle, with bodies falling at any moment. Unaware, she accidentally kicked a corpse, tripped, and fell to the ground, the surrounding blood staining her white garments. Dazed and bewildered, she lifted her gaze, only to behold the chaos of slaughter enveloping the mountain. Her confusion quickly morphed into shock and terror. Ignoring the bloodstains on her attire, she scrambled to her feet, scanning the area in search of the first person she had seen when she opened her eyes. Above, the fire-pointed spear and the golden cudgel clashed incessantly, both pairs of golden eyes filled with fierce combat spirit. Just as the spear tip of the red-clad youth was about to pierce Sun Wukong's body, Little Seven completely disregarded the golden cudgel aimed at the youth, her eyes wide with desperation as she cried out, "Great King!" In the next moment, a twist of fate occurred. Just as the fire-pointed spear was about to create a hole in Sun Wukong, and Nezha was about to have at least 2 ribs shattered by the golden cudgel, the swirling heavenly silk, floating beside Nezha, reacted to Little Seven's shout, unexpectedly binding its master tightly, to the astonishment of all present. The sound of Nezha, the third prince, being hammered into the ground by a golden cudgel echoed, marking a remarkable turn of events. What was meant to be a mutually destructive clash had resulted in only Nezha sustaining injury due to the sudden betrayal of the heavenly silk. Truly, you are something else. Heavenly silk, nothing can move when bound by you. Not only did those engaged in fierce combat below startle at the commotion caused by Nezha being driven into the earth, but even the monkey who had struck him wore a look of surprise, suspended in midair with the golden cudgel. Sun Wukong gazed perplexedly at the cloud of dust rising in the distance, scratching his furry head. In his bright golden eyes, confusion swirled as he pondered how the red silk had suddenly ensnared Nezha. Was that not his magical artifact? Cough, cough. A low cough emerged from the dust, accompanied by the spitting of blood. As the dust settled, the disheveled and dirt-streaked third prince emerged from the pit he had created. Even in the face of such a farcical incident, Nezha remained unperturbed. Instead, he was brimming with excitement. For aside from him, the sole other individual capable of effortlessly wielding the magic silk was the one he had once cherished above all else. The crimson petals of her lips, stained with blood, appeared even more resplendent, yet Nezha paid no mind to anything else. He propped himself up with one hand and gazed upwards, his golden eyes shimmering with fervor. "Ah Chi, you have finally awakened." At that moment, the focal point of Nezha's gaze, Shao Chi, or Chi Ju, was utterly oblivious to Nezha, her attention entirely captivated by the golden-armored monkey soaring above. The king is so formidable, absolutely marvelous. Nezha, caught off guard by her lack of attention, wore a bewildered expression. "Why, my dear, do you not look at me? Who are you watching? Whom do you deem impressive? Are you certain you do not wish to ascertain whom he is truly battling?" Initially, the third prince felt little concern when he was unexpectedly struck down. However, at this moment, he sensed an unsettling ache within. In midair, Sun Wukong discerned Nezha's unusual demeanor. Blinking in disbelief, he glanced at the seemingly naive Chi Ju and then shifted his gaze towards her side. With his Rui Jingu Bang casually resting on his shoulder, he stood beside Chi Ju, slightly raising his chin as he pointed at Nezha with a hint of mischief. "Little girl, do you see that fellow over there? Do you recognize him?" As a perceptive individual, the third prince was already filled with curiosity. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's inquiry, he could not help but hold his breath, eager to hear her response to determine whether she was intentionally ignoring him out of anger. Qi Ju, who was notably close to and obedient towards Sun Wukong, obediently turned her head to look. After a moment of contemplation beneath Nezha's hopeful gaze, she decisively turned away. "I do not know him. I have never seen him before." Nezha's golden eyes widened in astonishment. Sun Wukong burst into laughter, relishing the moment. "Did you hear that, little prince? My little girl does not recognize someone as esteemed as you. Ha! You impudent monkey. What have you done to my beloved wife?" The youthful deity gripped his spear and leaped into action, his brow furrowed with determination as he charged forth, his weapon poised like a dragon, unyielding in his assault. Before Sun Wukong could mount a defense, Qi Ju swiftly stepped in front of him, arms outstretched to confront Nezha's fiery spear. Her expression unwavering. "You shall not harm the king." In that fleeting moment, it was difficult to articulate Nezha's expression. He forcefully restrained his advance, the fiery spear embedding itself into the ground as he steadied himself, his golden gaze fixed intently upon the unwavering figure before him. The red at the corners of his eyes became increasingly pronounced. Qi. Though she possessed no memories, the instant she met his golden gaze, an inexplicable tremor coursed through her, an odd sensation welling up within her. Qi Ju had lost all recollections, now akin to a blank slate. Yet the first sight that greeted her upon awakening was Sun Wukong. Under some primal instinct, she found herself relying on him immensely. As for the monkey involved, he held no objections, as he had brought the little girl along. Caring for her was simply part of the duty. Yet Nezha, who had guarded his fiancée for over a millennium, found himself exceedingly perturbed by the situation. How could one possibly acquiesce to such an absurd situation? Just when the monkey had caused a ruckus at the peach banquet, the Jade Emperor was incensed and decreed that he must be captured and punished. The monkey was clearly doomed. Due to Qi Ju's presence, Nezha hesitated to take action against Sun Wukong, opting instead to abandon his duties and remain by Qi Ju's side, hoping to coax her back to the heavenly court to seek the aid of the divine healer or the old master. Previously, Nezha had been diligent in his endeavors, motivated by the desire to acquire more elixirs to nourish Qi Ju's lingering spirit. However, now that Qi Ju had awakened, such aspirations were rendered unnecessary. This left the Jade Emperor and the other deities, including King Li, who worked alongside Nezha, with a few unkind words to express. Ultimately, Sun Wukong was apprehended by the heavenly court. Although he might have escaped alone, he could not abandon the vast expanse of Flowerfruit Mountain, nor the multitude of monkeys that resided there, and thus surrendered without resistance. The monkeys of Flowerfruit Mountain, having received the peaches, elixirs, and celestial wines brought by Sun Wukong, had already gained sentience. Furthermore, mingling with the 72 demon kings had tainted them with demonic essence, leading them down a path of corruption. After Sun Wukong and the 72 demon kings were captured by the heavenly court, one of the 4 heavenly kings, the King of Growth, was dispatched with celestial soldiers to eradicate all the demons residing in Flowerfruit Mountain. At that moment, Qi Ju was gathered with the 4 elder monkeys in the waterfall cave, desperately pondering how to rescue their captured king. The elder monkeys had attained enlightenment early, displaying remarkable wisdom, yet their innate limitations confined them to being mere minor demons, incapable of even riding the clouds. Although Qi Ju had been bestowed with a soul-collecting artifact by Nezha from the Primordial Supreme, her spiritual power, nourished by the elixirs and spiritual items collected by Nezha, was exceedingly profound. However, having recently been reborn, her memories were scant, and she had yet to learn any magical arts. She relied solely on instinct, still unsteady in her cloud-riding abilities, let alone other skills. Just as the 5 of them were in a state of distress, a young monkey rushed into the waterfall cave, exclaiming, "This is bad. This is terrible. The celestial beings have returned." "What? They've come back? What more do they want after capturing our king and the demon kings? We must go and see." The 4 monkeys leaped into action, seizing their weapons and rushing outside, while Qi Ju, who was a step behind, frowned and lifted her skirt to follow. On Flowerfruit Mountain, the celestial soldiers dispersed their clouds, their weapons gleaming brilliantly as they faced off against the armed monkeys. "What do you want now, you wicked deities? Get out of Flowerfruit Mountain." The leader, one of the 4 heavenly kings, the King of Growth, wielded a long sword, his expression grave, completely ignoring the monkeys' inquiries. With a single command, the celestial soldiers immediately engaged. The clash of arms erupted, blood splattering across the scene. Despite the majority of the monkeys having succumbed to demonic influences, they were but minor demons with limited magical abilities, utterly incapable of standing against the battle-hardened celestial soldiers. Chi-Ju, witnessing the heavy casualties among the monkeys, followed by the 4 elder monkeys who fought valiantly yet retreated, could not help but turn pale. She possessed a formidable spiritual power, yet lacked the means to wield it, rendering her abilities utterly ineffective. In such dire circumstances, only one course of action came to mind. Nezha, Nezha, are you there? Come forth. Chi-Ju exclaimed in a state of panic, scanning her surroundings as she called out. No sooner had her voice faded than a crimson light began to coalesce, revealing Nezha, who had been stealthily concealing his presence, not far from Chi-Ju. The youthful deity, clad in red, casually perched himself upon a large rock, one leg bent, exuding an air of nonchalance. The vibrant red of his magical garment billowed around him, reminiscent of the silks worn by celestial maidens before a Buddha. He lowered his gaze slightly, a few strands of hair cascading down his cheek, while his elongated fingers toyed with the Rui Jingu Bang in his grasp. He lazily lifted his lashes, casting a detached and tranquil glance at Chi-Ju, as if utterly indifferent, and inquired, "What do you wish from me? Have you come to a decision, willing to return with me?" Chi-Ju disregarded his indifferent demeanor and, upon seeing Nezha's arrival, her eyes sparkled with hope, akin to encountering a savior. She rushed forward and seized the edge of his sleeve. "Nezha, you claim to be a great deity of the heavenly court. Surely, you can thwart those gods, right? Please, save everyone." Nezha, sharp of hearing and sight, was well aware of the monkeys being pursued by the celestial soldiers. However, having been a deity for over a millennium, with his primary duty to vanquish demons and malevolence, such a scene hardly commanded his attention, let alone incite him to intervene. He remained motionless, his fingertips continuing to manipulate the Rui Jingu Bang, casually tilting his head to meet Chi-Ju's gaze, his tone languid. "You wish for me to save them?" "Yes. Please save everyone. I'm begging you," Chi-Ju implored. Nezha replied unhurriedly, "Why should I save them?" A flicker of confusion crossed Chi-Ju's face. "Because they are good monkeys. They are family. That is your concern, not mine." Noticing Chi-Ju's inability to grasp his underlying intention, Nezha bluntly stated, "If you want me to save them, what reward do I receive?" His words were almost explicit. Chi-Ju tightened her grip on Nezha's sleeve, pondering before meeting his gaze earnestly. "In the future, you may reside in Flower Fruit Mountain, and we shall share the fruits with you. I will also share the wine and peaches given to me by the great king." A hint of a scornful smile began to grace Nezha's features, his demeanor dripping with disdain, akin to a sharp blade gradually eroding Chi-Ju's confidence. Her once fluid words became increasingly hesitant, ultimately leading to her biting her lip in silence. The anguished cries echoing around her grew ever louder, intensifying her worry and urgency. Finally, she could no longer contain herself. She clutched Nezha's sleeve and looked up at him. "You must save everyone. Whatever you desire, I shall grant it, as long as it does not harm the great king or the others. Whatever request you have, I shall comply." No sooner had Chi-Ju's words escaped her lips than a fierce glimmer of wrath ignited in Nezha's eyes, akin to a cold star plunging into an abyss, instantly invoking an air of chilling intensity. He then gently grasped Chi-Ju's chin with his long fingers, his touch light, yet imbued with an undeniable force that demanded compliance. In the year of 2009, a lotus retrieved a treasure. Nezha slowly lowered his head, his handsome visage drawing near to her, and at that moment, his face radiated an aura of authority, an imposing presence that bore down upon her, suffused with an indescribable fury. "Do you promise to comply with all my requests?" His voice turned icy, deep and resonant, reverberating in her ears, imbued with an overwhelming sense of oppression. "Yes." Chi-Gue bit her lip and nodded, perplexed by Nezha's sudden anger. It was he who had made the demands, yet he now appeared as if some unseen force had provoked him, his entire demeanor shifting to one of cold severity, exuding an intimidating aura that was laden with an unending chill, rendering her unable to meet his gaze. "Very well. Remember this. From this day forth, you are to be my subordinate. Obey my commands without question. Any hint of defiance is unacceptable." With gritted teeth, he uttered these words, releasing Chi-Gue's chin, only to seize her right hand in his grip. He then affixed the Qianquan circle around her wrist, which promptly constricted until it fit snugly. "What is this?" Chi-Gue, somewhat bewildered, attempted to remove the Qianquan circle, only to discover it was impossible to detach. "Wear it well." Nezha slowly rose, his brow furrowing with an icy intensity, his usually vibrant eyes now resembling a frozen abyss, cold and forbidding, evoking fear in those who dared to look upon him. He raised a hand with an effortless grace, and the swirling mist of the Hongtian silk seemed to respond to his summons, shooting forth in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the sky was engulfed in a chaotic dance of crimson silk, resembling clouds whipped up by a tempest. Spreading across the horizon and instilling a sense of dread, the scarlet ribbons encircled Huagua Mountain, shielding the group of monkeys. The vivid red clearly signaling the identity of their master. The leading figure, the King of Growth, gripped his sword tightly, his brow furrowed. "Third Prince, what is your intent?" The youthful deity stepped forward, standing aloft on the wind and fire wheels, his crimson attire billowing like flames. He crossed his arms, his expression impassive as he gazed down at the King of Growth, his golden eyes radiating an air of authority and disdain for the world. "These monkeys, though they have transformed into demons, bear no heinous sins. What harm is there in sparing them this once?" Nezha's reputation echoed throughout the heavenly realm, and the King of Growth, though not of imperial lineage, understood the gravity of Nezha's position, granted royal privileges by the Jade Emperor himself. Thus, he dared not oppose him. Yet, the imperial decree was not to be disregarded. The King of Growth tightened his grip on his sword, his expression conflicted. "But the Emperor's edict leave that matter to me. I shall speak to the Jade Emperor myself." "Stand down." The King of Growth, after observing Nezha's cold and unyielding demeanor, hesitated momentarily before yielding. Withdrawing his sword, the King of Growth bowed to Nezha and declared, "Since you have spoken, we shall take our leave." The myriad of crimson silk returned to Nezha's side, and the heavenly soldiers retreated, sparing the fleeing monkeys. Chi Gui hurried over to assess the situation. Though the monkeys had suffered considerable losses, she found solace in the fact that the 4 elder spirit monkeys were unharmed, merely nursing minor wounds, which eased her worries somewhat. The deity clad in crimson approached on a chariot of wind and fire, extending a hand towards Chi Gui. His handsome countenance remained inscrutable, yet his golden eyes glimmered with a hint of mirth. "It is time for you to return with me. What do you intend to do? Where will you take Xiaoqi?" The 4 ancient spirit monkeys swiftly positioned themselves in front of Chi Gui, their vigilance directed at Nezha. Despite their innate trepidation towards this celestial being capable of matching their sovereign in battle, Nezha paid them little heed. His piercing gaze was fixated solely on Chi Gui, who, under the intensity of his stare, instinctively recoiled. After a moment of hesitation, biting her lip, she ultimately chose not to defy him. Gently, Chi Gui pushed aside the protective old monkeys and stepped forward, whispering, "I will go with you." The elder monkey, puzzled, inquired, "Xiaoqi?" Turning to glance at her 4 guardians, Chi Gui forced a faint smile. "I am willingly departing with him. Do not fret." At that moment, the Qianquan circle on her right hand suddenly radiated a golden light, an invisible force drawing her forward, propelling her directly towards Nezha. A subtle smile curled upon his lips as he opened his arms to catch her. Such a good child. Embracing the precious treasure he had reclaimed, the youthful deity dismissed all other concerns, and amidst the fluttering crimson ribbons, they ascended to the heavens. In the Daoshui Palace, a maiden donned in white and red, draped in a long ribbon embroidered with golden lotus patterns, approached stealthily at the entrance of the 8 trigrams hall, where the elixir furnace was situated. The grand furnace stood tall in the center, flames of 3 colors dancing within, while 2 young acolytes, one clad in gold and the other in silver robes, tirelessly fanned the flames with their respective fans. Chi Gui's presence, unrestrained and unmistakable, was easily detected by the 2 acolytes. The silver-robed youth, more vivacious in nature, paused from his labor and, curious, turned his gaze towards her. "Sister Chi Gui?" Startled, Chi Gui reacted like a frightened kitten, her alertness directed at the voice of the silver-robed youth. The crimson ribbons encircling her seemed to stir without wind, poised as if ready to spring. Although the silver-robed youth could not comprehend her overt reaction, he keenly sensed her demeanor, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Fortunately, Chi Gui quickly collected herself, adopting a composed countenance. She cleared her throat lightly and entered with an air of grace. "Good day, junior brother Jin Jiao, junior brother Yin Jiao. Are you both guarding the furnace for our esteemed master?" Though her memories remained elusive, Nezha's personal escort to the Grand Supreme Elder for Medicine had acquainted her with the inhabitants of the Daoshui Palace. Naturally, this engagement harbored certain self-interests that Chi Gui believed she had concealed well, yet which were readily apparent to discerning eyes. Her response left Jin Jiao beside her somewhat speechless, bemusedly observing as her gaze wandered towards the central elixir furnace, recalling the private admonitions that Nezha had previously given to Chi Ju upon their arrival. Jin Jiao let out a soft sigh. Sister Chi-Ju, cease your gaze. Aside from the master, no one else can unlock this furnace. Yin Jiao interjected, indeed. Furthermore, that monkey has been trapped within this furnace for over 20 days, and there has been no sign of life. He has likely turned to ashes. So you must relinquish your hopes. Originally composed, Chi-Ju's demeanor abruptly shifted. She leaped in anger, glaring furiously at Yin Jiao, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. You speak nonsense. The king would not perish so easily. Observing the reddening of Chi-Ju's eyes, Yin Jiao felt a pang of helplessness. Oh, Sister Chi-Ju, please do not cry. Yin Jiao, too, was taken aback, and after a moment's thought, he pulled Chi-Ju to stand before the Bagua furnace. If you do not believe us, see for yourself. This furnace has shown no signs of life whatsoever. With tears welling in her eyes, Chi-Ju stood before the Bagua furnace, where flames roared fiercely, rendering any insight into its contents impossible, save for the overwhelming heat. In that moment, a heavy weight settled in her heart, nearly suffocating her. She bit her lip, fixated on the furnace for a long while, ultimately consumed by a mix of hatred and fury. In front of the stunned Yin Jiao and Yin Jiao, she raised her hand forcefully and struck the Bagua furnace with a Qianquan circle before turning and fleeing in tears. The Bagua furnace remained utterly still, not even quivering, leaving Yin Jiao and Yin Jiao exchanging concerned glances as they listened to her distant sobs. This is dire. Sister Chi-Ju has been driven to tears. Surely, the god of slaughter will not seek retribution upon us. Reflecting on Nezha's exquisitely beautiful yet intimidating visage, which instilled a sense of dread at first sight, they shivered involuntarily, their hearts heavy with trepidation. Fortunately, Nezha was presently preoccupied, for upon learning that Sun Wukong was imprisoned in the Bagua furnace, destined for complete refinement, Chi-Ju's indignation surged. Her anger directed at every deity in the heavenly court, particularly after several visits to the Duoshui Palace, where she found no signs of life emanating from the Bagua furnace. Her resentment intensified, leaving her perpetually filled with ire. Nezha, alarmed by her distress, confined her within the Cloud Tower Palace, refusing to allow her to venture out alone. Remaining steadfastly by her side, fearful that she might impulsively confront the Jade Emperor seeking vengeance for the monkey. Yet, Nezha's apprehension was not rooted in concern for Chi-Ju's actions before the Jade Emperor, but rather in the dread of her departing whilst he was absent, fearing he might lose her once more after finally having her back. Fortunately, Chi-Ju had not succumbed to blind fury, though she harbored resentment and anger. An inexplicable instinct tethered her reason, preventing her from committing any acts of rebellion against the heavens. Until that fateful day, when yet again she visited the Duoshui Palace to procure medicine from the Supreme Old Lord and to routinely check on the Bagua furnace. Upon entering the Bagua Hall, she fortuitously arrived just as the Supreme Old Lord commenced the furnace's opening. Naturally, Chi-Ju did not believe that Sun Wukong could be so easily refined into elixir. And dragging Nezha, who had insisted on accompanying her, into the hall, she beseeched the Old Lord for permission to stand guard near the furnace. Then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As soon as the stove lid was slightly pried open, an immense roar erupted from within, followed by a thunderous crash that sent the furnace tilting as if struck by a powerful blow. The flames and smoke, still alive within, burst forth in a chaotic explosion. Alas! Lao Jun exclaimed in shock, stumbling to the side. Chi-Jiao, standing a tad too close, witnessed the colossal Bagua furnace teetering dangerously towards her, while Nezha, a moment too late, could only shout, "Ah Chi, be careful!" In a blink of an eye, Nezha instinctively positioned himself in front of her, straining to support the impending collapse of the Bagua furnace, shielding them from the torrent of six-ding divine fire that was about to cascade down, while the protective misty ribbon encircled her and swiftly pulled her back. King Chi-Jiao, momentarily dazed, stared blankly as the half-tilted lid of the Bagua furnace was sent flying, revealing a shadowy figure whose eyes gleamed with a golden light. The great sage, having endured the torment of smoke and flames for 49 days, now resembled a crazed white tiger-like creature, heedless of his surroundings, baring his teeth and unleashing a rampage of destruction. Consequently, everyone and everything within the hall met misfortune. The Bagua furnace, already in distress, received another kick, swaying perilously before finally toppling over. Tragically, the Lotus Prince, who was desperately trying to stabilize the furnace, was caught off guard and was instantly crushed beneath the fallen structure. In an instant, time seemed to evaporate. The deluge of six-ding divine fire engulfed him, leaving the once invincible Uba charred and blackened, the damage minimal but the humiliation profound. Meanwhile, within the hall, the venerable Lao Jun and the attending disciples, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao were mercilessly assaulted by the great sage, wielding his equally darkened golden staff, each of them left with swollen heads, resembling frightened mice in disarray. Only Qi Jiao, having distanced herself slightly, appeared to evade the wrath of the frenzied monkey, yet she could not escape her own fate. With a resounding clang, a projectile descended from above. The lid of the elixir furnace, sent flying by the monkey, ricocheted around the hall before, guided by an inexplicable force, striking the innocent maiden on the head. Thus, she was compelled to lie in tranquil repose. This repose would last until the tumult in heaven was quelled, until the 5 Fingers Mountain stood firm and would transport her back to bygone memories. By a twist of fate, difficult to articulate, the life of one named Shao Qi began unexpectedly during the Monkey King's drunken revelry and concluded abruptly amidst his frenzy, returning to the long stretch of memory, leaving only ripples in its wake. When she next opened her eyes, she was no longer the pure and flawless flower spirit, solely devoted to the king. Instead, a girl of delicate features met the gaze of the ever-menacing golden-eyed figure before her, slowly curving her lips into a smile. Nezha, it has been a long time. As the ice melted and the snow thawed, the renowned god of slaughter mirrored her smile, revealing a charming innocence. Sister Achi. In that moment, her fully blossomed beauty, radiating like the fiery red lotus, unveiled all its splendor. He is dazzlingly beautiful, yet sharp as the edge of a cold sword, exuding an aura of aggression and hostility. A mere lift of his gaze, accompanied by a playful smile, is enough to overshadow all that exists. 500 years is an extensive span, long enough for even the once audacious Monkey King, who dared to challenge the heavens and wreak havoc in the celestial palace, to have his edges dulled by the passage of time. Yet, 500 years can also feel fleeting, as if in the blink of an eye. The world has undergone profound transformations. Beneath the 5 Elements Mountain, a girl dressed in white, with a red ribbon in her hair, sits casually without regard for decorum. In her fair hands, she holds a silver comb, patiently grooming the golden-haired monkey before her. With his golden eyes narrowed, the monkey allows her to attend to him, munching on a ripe peach while casting a curious glance around. That little prince is not clinging to you today? Recently, a notorious demon has emerged in the West Nyo Huzhou, prompting the Jade Emperor to dispatch Nezha to subdue it. After finishing the grooming, Qi Ju puts away the comb and retrieves another peach from her bag, offering it to Sun Wukong, who has just finished his own. He casually tosses the peach pit aside and waves his hand. I, Sun Wukong, do not require it. Keep it for yourself. After 5 centuries of cultivation, your strength remains minimal. Perhaps you should indulge in more heavenly treasures to accumulate spiritual energy. Understanding that Sun Wukong is concerned she might not have enough to eat, Qi Ju smiles gently. Though I lack an official divine position and cannot receive the celestial rewards, with Nezha around, I shall not be wanting for anything. That little prince truly harbors deep affections for you. I have known him since childhood, and we have grown up together. So our bond is naturally stronger than that of others. Very well, I shall say no more. If he dares to bully you in the future, just tell me, and I shall support you. Rest assured, he will not bully me. As their casual conversation concludes, Qi Ju raises her gaze to the sky. Monkey brother, I must journey to the southern Jianbu continent. I may not be able to accompany you for a while. No worries, go ahead. 500 years have passed swiftly. In the 13th year, the girl encountered misfortune in Chang'an, Shaanxi. Since the times of the Zhou, Qin, and Han dynasties, the 3 provinces have flourished, with 8 rivers flowing around the city, making it a historical capital for emperors. Now, under the reign of Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, having adopted the era named Jingguan, the city of Chang'an thrives with vigor and prosperity. Qi Ju employs her magic to conceal her striking beauty, transforming herself into an ordinary mortal girl. After a leisurely stroll through Chang'an and gathering information about the general location of the Golden Mountain Temple, she saunters in that direction. Although the renowned Emperor Orphan currently reigns, the new government has not yet fully established its authority, and thus, the surroundings of Chang'an remain somewhat unsettling. Consequently, when 6 burly men armed with weapons block her path, Qi Ju finds herself momentarily bewildered. Robbery. Yes, robbery. Hand over your valuables. The 2 leading men brandish their weapons threateningly, while the 4 behind them echo their demands. Quickly, surrender your money. Hand over everything of value, gold, silver, jewelry. As Qi Gui subtly curled her lips, she glanced down at herself, realizing she had transformed into an ordinary girl from a humble family, devoid of any adornments, and without a satchel. How could they presume her to be wealthy? Not wishing to incite any trouble, especially since the obstructing individuals appeared to be common folk, Devoid of any aura of malevolence or sin, Chi opted for a conciliatory approach. Esteemed gentlemen, I am merely a simple farm girl without any riches. I kindly ask you to let me pass. Deceitful, which maiden possesses such fair skin as yours? Clearly, you are a pampered daughter of nobility. Hand over your belongings. Upon hearing their words, Chi glanced at her jade-like hands and suddenly became aware of her oversight. While she had concealed her visage, she had neglected certain details. Brother, look, a golden bracelet. As she raised her hand, the sleeve slipped down, revealing a golden bracelet adorning her wrist, causing the men's eyes to gleam with avarice. What a splendid bracelet. It must be worth a fortune. Hand it over. The bracelet? Chi looked down at the holy golden piece, intricately engraved with numerous complex patterns, and fell into a moment of silence. This group certainly had an eye for choice. If the bracelet were to be removed, they might be unable to handle the consequences. Noticing her hesitation, the robbers grew impatient, brandishing their weapons and preparing to forcefully seize it. Chi furrowed her brow slightly, retreating a few steps, and was just about to gesture and cast a spell to incapacitate them when a sharp voice rang out from a distance. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. Esteemed patrons, I implore you to lower your weapons. Pausing her incantation, Chi tilted her head in confusion, observing a small monk, clad in a grayish-white robe, slowly approaching from the end of the road behind the men. The little monk appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years old, with delicate features, rosy lips, and white teeth. Though somewhat slender, he emanated an impressive vitality, his large, bright eyes sparkling with brilliance. The leading man dismissed the monk with a disdainful glance, sizing him up. Who is this little baldy? Does he truly think he can play the hero and save the day? Baldy? The little monk was taken aback, his already round eyes widening in disbelief. How could one use such an impolite term to describe a monk? With not a single hair atop his head, isn't he just a bald donkey? Indeed, little bald donkey. Be off with you. Don't obstruct our path. Insulting the monk was akin to deriding a sage. It was evident that the little monk's face flushed crimson, his dark, round eyes igniting with indignation. Having grown up alongside Nezha, Chi recognized the expression on the little monk's face. It was one of fury, ready to roll up his sleeves and retaliate. Driven by a peculiar intuition, Chi took a few steps back, her previously lowered hand rising once more, her spiritual energy coiling around her fingertips, poised to intervene at a moment's notice. It has become evident that Chi actions were somewhat superfluous. The young monk took a deep breath, removed the empty basket from his back, placed it aside, and with hands clasped together, closed his eyes to utter a soft Amitabha. In the next moment, a gentle breeze swept by, and the small monk produced a 3-foot-long staff from seemingly nowhere, charging forward with it. After a flurry of strikes, 6 burly men lay groaning on the ground, while the diminutive monk, holding the staff in one hand and raising the other in a gesture of reverence, calmly declared, "Well done, well done." Chi glanced at the 6 men sprawled on the ground, their faces bruised and pained, then turned her gaze to the harmless-looking young monk standing beside her, somewhat taken aback. What an extraordinary little monk, endowed with innate strength and remarkable talent. Chi observed closely and noted that the monk possessed no supernatural powers. His prowess stemmed solely from his own martial skills. Despite being under 10 years of age, he effortlessly subdued 6 muscular men. Even though he wielded a stick, his opponents were armed as well and were adults, yet they were easily vanquished. The monk paid no heed to the fallen men and walked slowly to Chi performing a respectful bow. "Lady Benefactor, are you unharmed? The little monk has subdued these bandits. You need not fear." The monk's adorable yet serious demeanor belied the ferocity he had just displayed in battle, piquing Chi interest. She politely returned the gesture. "Thank you, little master. May I inquire from which temple you hail?" Before she could finish her sentence, a glimmer of silver fell from the sky, and a beautiful moonlight butterfly danced gracefully before her, attempting to capture her attention. Chi paused and reached out to catch the butterfly. A clear, melodious voice emanated from the creature, tinged with urgency. "Chi the 3rd prince has returned from subduing the demons and is currently blocking the Moon Palace to demand your presence. You must return quickly." The voice belonged to none other than Chang'e, one of Chi friends in the heavenly realm, who spread the moonlight for the Lord of the Moon and resided in the Guanghan Palace. Due to past events, Nezha was determined to keep Chi close. Reluctant to allow her to venture out alone, he insisted on accompanying her whenever she stepped outside, even if it was merely to stroll in the heavenly court. Having regained her memories, Chi could comprehend Nezha's anxiety and trepidation, but it became increasingly burdensome to have a constant shadow trailing her. Every encounter was under the watchful gaze of his cold, piercing golden eyes. Over time, this became quite intolerable for Chiguei. In a moment of exasperation, Chiguei engaged in a heartfelt discussion with Nezha. The Lotus Prince was notoriously stubborn, with a domineering temperament and an unwavering resolve that left no room for dissent. However, faced with the long-awaited reunion with his beloved, Prince Nezha bit his lip, furrowed his brow in conflict, and ultimately relented with a reluctant concession. Merely a figure haunted by lingering fears, Nezha resolutely placed the magic silk and the universe ring upon Chiji, having bestowed upon her the incantations to wield them for her protection many years prior. Furthermore, in the celestial realm, Nezha consented to no longer shadow her every step. However, should she wish to descend to the mortal realm, his presence would be imperative. The usually stoic and cold divine youth exhibited rare emotion, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he grasped her hand, eyes brimming with a silent plea, the crimson hue at the corners of his eyes blooming forth, reminiscent of the visions she beheld in her meditative state many years ago. Thus, she acquiesced, once again indulging his desires. This time, Chiji's descent to the mortal realm was prompted by Nezha's absence from the heavenly court, as she calculated the timing to stealthily visit one of the protagonists from her memories of the journey to the west. Although Nezha was occupied in the West Nyo-Hajo vanquishing demons, he remained vigilant regarding Chiji's whereabouts, demanding her assurance to remain within the confines of the heavenly court. He even contemplated activating a formation to confine her within the Cloud Tower Palace, a notion Chiji managed to dissuade him from with great effort. As soon as Nezha departed, Chiji eagerly ventured to Wuji Mountain, spending several days in the company of the great sage before journeying to Chang'an. To evade Nezha's notice, she instructed the attendants of the Cloud Tower Palace that she was visiting the Moon Palace and requested Chang'an's assistance in fabricating this tale. At that moment, as Chang'an's voice echoed through her mind, Chiji felt a twinge of urgency. No longer able to engage the young monk, she cast her gaze downwards at the curious yet unperturbed boy, offering him a gentle smile. "I am occupied with matters at hand, little master. Until we meet again, may fate smile upon us." A radiant light enveloped her, as the ordinary peasant girl shed her guise to reveal an unparalleled beauty. The maiden clad in white and red flashed a serene smile, her gentle eyes reaching out to bestow a blessing of health and tranquility upon the young monk by lightly touching his forehead, before vanishing in a burst of luminescence. In a playful spirit, she chose to reveal her divine form one last time. Yet she paid little heed to the astonished expression of the young monk as she hurriedly returned to the heavenly court, stealthily making her way to the Moon Palace. The Guanghan Palace, situated upon the moon, perpetually emanated an air of chill and solitude, rarely graced by human presence. The towering osmanthus trees were adorned with an abundance of blossoms, their fragrant aroma enveloping the surroundings. Upon her arrival at the Guanghan Palace, Chiji beheld a striking figure draped in crimson, exuding an aura of bloodlust, standing like a statue at the palace entrance with arms crossed. His long, delicate eyelashes cast a shadow over his handsome, expressionless face as he stood in silence, exuding an air of agitation and oppression. Standing at a height of approximately 1.70 meters, his presence felt like an imposing force of at least 10 meters. At that moment, the white-clad fairy cradling the jade rabbit before Nezha, despite her gentle demeanor, bore a somewhat rigid expression, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow, while even the rabbit in her arms appeared visibly tense. "Third Prince, would you care to step inside the palace and share a cup of tea?" Nezha remained silent, merely casting a cold glance at Chang'an, who immediately fell silent under the weight of that profound and desolate gaze. Inwardly, she lamented, "Chiji, please return quickly. I cannot endure this any longer. Help." In that year, an unreasonable lotus blocked the doorway. Nezha stood there, and Chiji, after glancing back and forth, realized there was no way to sneak into the Moon Palace past him. She could only step forward and greet him openly, feigning a hint of surprise. "Nezha, you have returned?" Upon seeing Chiji, Chang'an sighed in relief and hurriedly spoke, subtly reminding Chiji of the excuse she had prepared. "Thank you for running this errand, Chiji. The third prince has been waiting for you for a while." Chiji understood, walking over slowly with a gentle smile. "No need for thanks. After all, you were not in a convenient position at that time." Then she turned to Nezha, who was staring intently at her. "Nezha, was the demon-slaying expedition successful? Were you injured?" "No." Nezha pursed his lips, his sharp and profound gaze fixated on Chiji for a long moment before he softened his imposing aura, reached for her hand, and turned to head towards the Cloud Tower Palace. "Hey!" Chiji was caught off guard, nearly stumbling as she was pulled along. Attempting to resist, She found that although Nezha's grip seemed gentle, it was impossible to break free, and she had no choice but to follow in his wake. Nezha, I haven't said goodbye to Chang'e yet. Oh, Nezha replied gruffly, yet appeared to be deaf to her words. Behind them, Chang'e, cradling the jade rabbit, gazed at their receding figures, woven with shades of red and white, feeling a mix of satisfaction and silent exasperation. Did the third prince truly not realize that Qiji was not in the Moon Palace, nor in the Heavenly Court? Chang'e thought otherwise, not to mention the Lotus Prince, who was stationed at the southern Heavenly Gate, reporting all who passed through. With the innate treasures of the mixed heavenly silk and the universe ring that accompanied Nezha's descent, their fates were intertwined. How could he not perceive her whereabouts? Yet, he chose not to speak of it, and she pretended to remain ignorant. This couple, one indulgent and the other deliberately oblivious, was engaging in a peculiar form of amusement. Of course, once they returned to the Cloud Tower Palace, the youthful deity, with a smile gracing his lips, commanded the red silk to wrap around the maiden's form, pressing her down onto the bed without hesitation or heed for any protests. In the aftermath of the deification calamity, the Heavenly Court solidified its supremacy over the 3 realms and 4 continents, flourishing with fortune. Until later, when celestial secrets revealed that Buddhism and Taoism would rise. Thus, preparations were made for the Buddhist teachings to cross eastward, commencing the journey to the west, as Ling Mountain and the Heavenly Court collaborated to orchestrate a splendid spectacle. Gentle sunlight filtered through the intricately carved window shutters, casting inky shadows upon the bedside, while the delicate fragrance of lotus blossoms permeated the air, omnipresent. The bed draped in golden brocade, adorned with vibrant patterns of intertwined lotus flowers, rose in a gentle mound, with stray inky strands of hair scattered upon the pillow. Amid the tinkling of bells, a youth clad in red approached leisurely, his crimson lips curling into a smile, golden eyes sparkling with mirth. As his finely articulated fingers lifted the drooping bed curtains, his voice rang clear, laced with a hint of magnetism. Ah Chi, it is time to rise. A stirring from the bed revealed a fuzzy head emerging, showcasing a delicate face marked by fatigue, with half-closed eyes shimmering like water. Do not disturb me. I am truly exhausted. I mean no disturbance, was the response. With a raised brow, he settled beside the bed, unceremoniously peeling back the covers that enveloped her. The sudden loss of warmth jolted her awake, and anger surged alongside her clarity. Nezha. As she lunged toward him with fierce intent, Nezha effortlessly deflected her momentum, transforming her force into a tender embrace. The fragrance of lotus, both subtle and profound, wafted around them, even after a millennium of familiarity. He found the scent emanating from her remarkably intoxicating. Ignoring her fierce glare, he buried his face into the slender curve of her neck, inhaling deeply. The loosely open neckline of her garment, adorned with remnants of last night's plum blossoms, piqued his interest further. Meanwhile, she, enveloped in his embrace, was seething with indignation, ready to strike. Her dark eyes, though misty, could not conceal the fury bubbling within. What do you intend this time? After all the commotion before, is it not enough? In her frustration, she lamented. If it were merely a surplus of energy seeking an outlet, he could descend to the mortal realm to vanquish demons and engage in battle. Anything but seek her out. After all, a deity should not be so insatiable. Ahem. I did not mean to imply that, Nezha interjected, his ears slightly flushed as he instinctively straightened his posture, pulling her closer despite her small fist striking his chest. He redirected the conversation to the matter he initially intended to discuss, the water and land assembly hosted by the Tang Emperor, where Avalokiteshvara would select participants for the journey to the west. Surely, you wish to witness it in person? Timing is perfect for our descent. The water and land assembly? She echoed, momentarily taken aback before quickly reacting with another punch. Why did you not mention this sooner? Nezha regarded her feeble efforts as playful banter, remaining utterly undeterred. His expression calm and unrepentant. I mentioned it. You simply refused to rise. You are skilled at evasive arguments. She retorted, her frustration only intensifying at his unyielding demeanor. Yet, pressing matters took precedence, and having dealt with his capriciousness before, she found herself too weary to engage in further conflict. Anger subsided quickly, and she pushed Nezha away to prepare herself simply, adorned in a splendid robe and wielding a 9-ringed staff. Those were the treasures bestowed upon the future traveler by the Buddha himself, safeguarding against fall into perdition, hellish trials, and the perils of beasts. Disguised as ordinary mortals, Qiji and Nezha arrived in Chang'an just in time to witness a kind-hearted, fair-skinned monk, clad in a resplendent robe and holding a precious staff. accompanied by pairs of ceremonial attendants as they made their way toward Huashing Temple. The scene resembled a triumphant scholar parading through the streets, prompting cheers from the onlookers. Nezha gently cradled Qi Gui in his arms, shielding her from the bustling crowd surrounding them. He cast a casual glance at the leading monk. Indeed, it was the same Jin Chanzi. Leaning against Nezha, Qi Gui rested her hand on his arm, slightly raising herself on tiptoes, her expression laced with curiosity. Is that the reincarnation of Jin Chanzi, Xuanzang? He seems somewhat familiar. Qi Gui could hardly recall having encountered the second disciple of the Buddha, for by the time she awakened, Jin Chanzi had already been cast down to the mortal realm, their paths never having crossed. Perhaps it was merely his common visage that rendered him unremarkable? Nezha glanced again, feeling little interest. Qi Gui, somewhat exasperated, thought, how can he be deemed common? He is quite handsome. Xuanzang possessed a refined countenance, with striking features and rosy lips, and though he lacked hair, it did not diminish his elegance. Beneath the pillow hat, his compassionate eyes conveyed a sense of grace and authority. How could Nezha consider him unremarkable? In that year, a lotus root had become infused with flavor, and as Qi Gui's attention remained fixed on Xuanzang, Nezha felt a twinge of annoyance, tightening his embrace around her and muttering, can he truly compare to my looks? The Prince of Lotus, with a visage that tantalized with both masculine and feminine allure, bore an air of rebelliousness. His beauty was akin to a poppy in full bloom, or a lotus aflame in the dark of night, dangerous, dazzling, and utterly captivating, unmatched by any other. Yet, having grown immune to such striking beauty through constant proximity, Qi Gui merely rolled her eyes and shot him a glare. Stop being jealous, or you'll turn into pickled lotus root. The Water and Land Assembly was said to last for 49 days. When Qi Gui and Nezha arrived, the event had only just commenced. Neither had the inclination to listen to the monk's sermons, and after observing Xuanzang, they decided to wander through the streets of Chang'an, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Guanyin Bodhisattva. As time slipped away, on the 7th day of the assembly, Nezha took Qi Gui to Huashing Temple, where Master Xuanzang was about to take the stage. Many had gathered to hear the teachings, with prominent officials and noble women occupying the front rows. Finding the throngs of people intolerable, Nezha cast a spell to obscure their presence, leading Qi Gui to sit atop the roof. The high monk delivered profound scriptures with eloquence, captivating the audience in a trance, while Qi Gui struggled to stave off sleep. Just as drowsiness threatened to overtake her, a warm breath brushed against her ear, and Nezha's deliberately lowered voice broke the silence. They have arrived. A tingling sensation jolted Qi Gui awake, and she shot an annoyed glare at Nezha before turning to follow his gaze. Amidst the crowd, two monks, one large and one small, clad in tattered robes and barefoot, with scarred heads, were making their way toward Xuanzang on the Daobao platform. Qi Gui, not adept in discerning illusions, could tell that they were certainly not ordinary beings, suffused with an aura of celestial grace, yet she could not identify them. She tugged at Nezha's sleeve. Is that Guanyin Bodhisattva? Yes, and there is Nezha, he replied. Perhaps it was the unambiguous gaze of Qi Ju that prompted the two individuals struggling through the crowd to turn their heads and catch sight of her, nonchalantly seated on the rooftop alongside Nezha. The illusion Nezha casually conjured could deceive the surrounding mortals, yet it had no effect on Avalokiteshvara and Nezha, both of whom Qi Ju was acutely aware could see through it. Meeting their inquisitive looks, she offered an awkward smile. Avalokiteshvara and Nezha responded with subtle nods of acknowledgement, not dwelling on the matter, and resumed their forward progress through the throng, navigating without the aid of magic, behaving just like ordinary mortals. Nezha, feeling a twinge of impatience, lowered his gaze and playfully grasped one of Qi Ju's hands, while ostensibly selecting based on fate. The true seekers of the scriptures had long been predetermined. The reincarnation of the golden cicada had already made several trips in past lives. This journey was to be the final one, and truly the beginning. What was there to behold? After all, this was to be the master of the Monkey King. And I must observe closely. Ah, that monkey again. The mere mention of the monkey made Nezha's teeth clench. He pulled Qi Ju close, burying his face in her shoulder, his sharp little tiger teeth teasingly grazing the exposed skin of her neck, his voice muffled, declaring, I am your true lord, yet you constantly think of that foul, hairy monkey. Nezha, cease your antics. Qi Ju gasped, her face instantly flushing crimson. Although she understood that others could not witness Nezha's behavior, the public setting made her exceedingly embarrassed. Furthermore, while mortals could not see, Avalokiteshvara and Nezha were still below and could very well observe. In that year, everyone awaited the arrival of the golden cicada. Day after day, the anticipation grew. Was the golden cicada crawling on all fours? Why was it taking so long? Beneath the Five Elements mountain, the trapped golden-furred monkey rested his chin on his hand, his round eyes darting back and forth, the veins on his forehead subtly protruding. Beside him, a girl clad in simple attire sat carelessly on a stone, propping her head with one hand while the other flipped through a book, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding commotion. Before them stood the source of the irritable remarks, clad in fiery red, his hair bundled high like clouds, a pale and exquisite face marred by irritation and menace. His embroidered black boots stomped the ground, nearly flattening the earth beneath him. The tall, striking figure paced restlessly, and the monkey's eyes followed suit, mirroring the increasing agitation of the one walking, while the observer grew equally vexed. Yet the girl, quietly seated and reading, remained utterly unaffected by the charged atmosphere. Nezha crossed his arms, his expression grim as he continued to pace, muttering complaints about the tardiness of the four-legged golden cicada, his aura growing colder by the moment. Finally, the monkey, whose ears were nearly calloused from the incessant noise, could endure it no longer. He extended his only movable paw to scratch his ear and bared his teeth at Nezha, exclaiming, "Little prince, could you possibly be quiet and stop pacing? How annoying!" Under the weight of the Five Elements mountain, Sun Wukong had been imprisoned for 5 centuries, and never had he perceived the noise of this place to be so overwhelming. This little prince was as bothersome as a mountain full of monkeys. Monkey King. Nezha halted, turning back to cast a piercing glance at Sun Wukong. Their contrasting golden eyes met, one pair pure and clear, the other cold and sharp, yet both radiated an unmistakable defiance and stubbornness. Qi Gui abruptly closed the book in her hands and stepped between the two, glancing at Sun Wukong and then at Nezha. "Brother Monkey, Nezha, let us not quarrel." Sun Wukong scratched his ear and chin, curling his lip. "If it weren't for this little prince's incessant murmuring, I wouldn't bother with him at all." It was quite absurd that someone so young always aspired to take on the role of an elder, even addressing a youthful deity who was over 1,000 years his senior as little prince. This tendency of Sun Wukong to assume a seniority role was a habit whose origin remained a mystery. Nezha crossed his arms and lifted his chin slightly, ignoring Sun Wukong's habitual appellation, his expression clearly displeased. "If that golden cicada would just arrive, I wouldn't be stuck here." Sun Wukong smirked. "If you cannot wait, you could always venture to the Tang dynasty yourself." Nezha gritted his teeth. When I looked last, he had already set off. "It's been days. Who knows where he has wandered?" Sun Wukong chuckled mockingly. "Well then, if you can't wait, go seek him out along the way. You will surely find him." Nezha's temper flared, but Qi Gui quickly grasped his hand. "Calm down. Don't argue with Brother Monkey. He merely offers a suggestion. You are biased towards him." Nezha's face contorted, yet faced with the gentle smile of his beloved, he begrudgingly suppressed his frustration, tightening his grip on Qi Gui's hand. Turning his gaze aside, grumbling under his breath, "I would never stoop to the level of a monkey." "TSK, TSK, TSK. Sun Wukong clicked his tongue, indicating he found the scene rather difficult to bear. In the year of their choices, the Lotus Prince was strikingly beautiful, of noble birth, and possessed formidable power. Yet his temperament was akin to a volatile fire. He appeared distant and unapproachable, yet could ignite with a single spark. Only Qi Gui could easily temper his fury. Disregarding the now placated prince, Sun Wukong scratched his head and looked at Qi Gui, "Little Seven. Do you truly wish to accompany me on this journey to acquire the scriptures?" Hearing his query, Qi Gui turned to him, clearly noticing the concern concealed within his bright golden eyes, and smiled faintly. "Yes, my master said that although I was fortuitously resurrected, both my foundation and spirit have suffered varying degrees of damage, which is difficult to mend. If I could earn some great merit by escorting the scripture bearer, it might prove beneficial." Mention of this matter caused Nezha's expression to subtly shift. Instinctively tightening his hold on Qi Gui's hand, he firmly countered, "It is not a matter of might. It is a necessity." For 500 years, Nezha had traversed the heavens and the earth, exploring the 3 realms and 4 continents. Yet he had found no means to alleviate the damage to Qi Gui's spirit. He had once believed that with Qi Ju awakening and her memories restored, they could cherish each other for eternity. However, fate had other plans. Fortunately, the worst did not come to pass. While Qi Ju and Nezha were in Chang'an to meet Xuanzang, Tai Jinren delivered a message, informing Nezha that they had discovered a glimmer of hope for Qi Ju. The teachings of Buddhism were set to cross eastward, heralding a flourishing era for the faith. This so-called journey to the west would be a primary means of achieving renown. The seekers of truth must endure countless hardships, traversing mountains and rivers on foot, ultimately acquiring several volumes of sacred scriptures. This time, though it was yet another tribulation, it was not as brutal as the past calamities involving dragons, phoenixes, or the wars of gods and demons. Instead, it unfolded with a sense of calm and a significantly reduced scope. Nevertheless, those who bore the burdens of this trial would still earn merits. Thus, Tai Yizhenren presented himself before the reclusive Yuqing Yuanshi saint, imploring that his pitiful disciple's wife, who was also half his disciple, be included among the designated protectors of the scriptures, so she might gain some merit for her protection. The saint, moved by compassion and unable to ignore his disciple's pleas, nodded in agreement and conferred upon her the title of an honorary disciple of the scripture seeker, after consulting with two other secluded saints from the West. Although Nezha was displeased at Qi Ju's impending stay in the mortal realm, accompanying her on this arduous journey, he felt compelled to endure for their future. Sun Wukong, unaware of the intricacies, merely observed Qi Ju, whose delicate form seemed poised to topple with the slightest breeze, and worried for the fragile girl he had watched transform. The journey ahead would surely be fraught with trials and dangers. After 5 centuries of enforced calm beneath the 5 Elements Mountain, Sun Wukong was no longer the reckless monkey who feared neither heaven nor earth, believing he could effortlessly protect everyone. He had come to understand his past confusions and recognize the hidden perils within the seemingly tranquil realms of the 3 worlds and 4 continents. Though unafraid of any challenge and unwilling to easily yield, he was nonetheless anxious about whether he could safeguard his delicate family and companions on this journey. "Fear not, Monkey King," Qi Ju said, perceiving Sun Wukong's concern. With a radiant smile, she tilted her head and reassured him, "While my strength may not be formidable, I possess treasures and backing." She tugged at the sulking Nezha and added, "Moreover, not everyone dares to act against me, risking the wrath of the heavenly court and the relentless pursuit of the mighty deities of the 3 altars." In the year when the cicadas finally crawled forth, Qi Ju's earliest memories of the monk destined to journey westward were not particularly favorable. Perhaps it was due to the lingering impressions from a certain television adaptation or novel. She remembered the monk as kind-hearted yet cowardly, unable to discern right from wrong, perpetually embroiled in misfortune, and stubborn to a fault, often inciting a desire to strike him. During the time spent waiting for the monk to arrive at the 5 Elements Mountain with Sun Wukong and Nezha, Qi Ju pondered how to cleverly distract Nezha, who was unwilling to leave her side. Subsequently, she would inevitably accompany Tang Song, while the ever-concerned Nezha, despite not being able to visibly follow, would likely stealthily trail behind. Yet, Nezha, though appearing indifferent, harbored a volatile temperament, quick to ignite with little patience. His initial reaction to anything displeasing was to charge forth and unleash a flurry of strikes. Based on Qi Ju's scant memories and several observations from days prior in Chang'an, she was quite certain that Nezha held a strong disdain for Tang Song. Given Tang Seng's slight stature, one could easily surmise that should Nezha land even a couple of strikes, it would not merely be a matter of concern. The others would find themselves pleading for his survival. However, when the dashing monk, clad in a kasaya and wielding a precious staff, finally appeared before them, Qi Ju had yet to devise a suitable rationale to divert Nezha's attention. The monk was handsome, his expression tranquil, with dark eyes that sparkled like the stars, lips gently pursed with a hint of a smile, exuding a warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. As he approached the figures of Qi Ju and Nezha beneath the Wuxing mountain, the monk took a few steps forward, staff in one hand, and the other placed respectfully at his chest. Bowing slightly with a smile and a soothing voice, he introduced himself. "I am Tang Sanzang, sent by the esteemed emperor of the Tang dynasty to journey westward in search of scriptures. If my presence causes any disturbance, I kindly ask for your forgiveness." Nezha furrowed his brows, his piercing gaze scrutinizing the monk, his tone somewhat ungracious. "So the golden cicada has finally arrived." "Golden cicada?" The monk replied, puzzled, his smile tinged with bewilderment. "I am the monk Xuanzang, also known as Sanzang, not the individual you speak of." "Humph," Nezha scoffed, disinclined to engage further with this being disguised in human skin. It was said that the more one spoke to him, the more likely they would provoke his ire. Qi Ju remained silent, her brow knitted in confusion. Unlike Nezha's impatience, her perplexity stemmed from an instinctual feeling that something about this Tang Song was amiss. How strange. Something feels off. Should she observe further? Meanwhile, the monkey, buried within the mountain, grew impatient and called out to disperse the two blocking his path. "Enough. You two. Find something else to do. Don't obstruct the way." Upon hearing a third voice, the monk turned toward its source, locking eyes with a pair of round, brilliant golden orbs. "Master, do not heed those words. I am Sun Wukong. 500 years ago, in my folly, I caused a ruckus in the heavenly palace, committing grave transgressions that led to my imprisonment beneath this Wuxing mountain, enforced by the Buddha. Through the guidance of Bodhisattva Guanyin, I was instructed to take this scripture-seeking individual as my master to protect him on his journey westward, thereby securing my own liberation and enlightenment. In just a few brief exchanges, Sun Wukong elaborated on his circumstances, his eager gaze fixed upon the self-proclaimed Tang Sanzang, his expressive eyes brimming with hope. Since you are the scripture seeker, I implore you to rescue me. I am willing to become your disciple and assist you on your quest to the west. In that year, the monk was compelled to accept a disciple. Although only a head and a paw protruded from the mountain, the little monkey had meticulously groomed the visible parts of himself. Chiju, his golden fur, albeit dusted, remained fluffy and orderly. Those splendid golden eyes appeared both pure and bright, graced by a fluffy visage adorned with a broad smile, exuding an aura of innocence. The monk, Xuanzang, regarded the monkey with a gaze that shifted from initial astonishment and skepticism to one of delight and compassion. He observed the monkey and gently nodded, stating, "You possess a sincere desire for redemption and have received the teachings of Guanyin. Such qualities embody great virtue, and I, a humble monk, shall not refuse you." As Xuanzang glanced at the subdued Sun Wukong, then up towards the towering Mount Five Elements, he tightened his grip on the precious staff. A thought crossed his mind, prompting him to turn towards Nezha and Chiji, who stood silently by, seemingly hesitant. "You are to be my disciple, yet I wonder if these two are your companions?" Nezha, arms crossed, and wearing an expression that was a perplexing amalgamation of curiosity and scrutiny, regarded the exceptionally well-behaved Sun Wukong as if he were a peculiar creature, paying no heed to the monk. Conversely, Chiji, who had remained silent since their encounter with the monk, shifted her gaze from the staff to Xuanzang's handsome and benevolent face. After a brief moment of contemplation, she chose to join her palms together in a gesture of respect. "I am Ling Chiji, and by the grace of the Tathagata, I am here to be a nominal disciple under you, Master, alongside Brother Monkey, to escort you to the west in search of the sacred scriptures." Understanding that the monk might not be familiar with the two reclusive saints of the west, Chiji chose to mention the Tathagata, believing he would be more acquainted with this figure. As for Nezha, she sighed softly, adding, "Master, do not mind him. He is my mundane husband. Yet he is not of our path." Nezha felt a twinge of displeasure but remained silent, his arms still crossed, suppressing his frustration. Xuanzang, momentarily taken aback, scrutinized Chiji, who donned a simple gray-blue garment and had her long hair tied back with a red ribbon. He hesitated and inquired, "The journey to the west is arduous, dear lady. If you wish to accompany us, would it not be inconvenient? Rest assured, I am no ordinary woman. I harbor none of the worldly needs and concerns. Thus there shall be no inconvenience." Chiji replied with a smile, "This is the Tathagata's will, so you need not worry, Master." Reluctantly, Xuanzang acquiesced, realizing he had no grounds to refuse her, especially as Chiji had once again invoked the Tathagata's name. Furthermore, her intention was not to truly become his disciple. She was merely a nominal one, and their connection bore little depth, as the Buddhist community encompassed both lay practitioners and nuns. After contemplation, Xuanzang nodded. "If that is the case, then I shall accept it." Now that their roles were clarified, it was time to rescue his true disciple still trapped beneath the mountain. Firmly clutching his staff, he gestured to Chiji and Nezha, who stood nearby. "You both step back a little with your mundane husband, while I attempt to rescue your brother." Upon hearing this, Chiji's smile faltered slightly, taking on an oddly strained quality, while Nezha and Sun Wukong expressed surprise and confusion. Nezha pulled Chiji back a step, casting a cold glance at Xuanzang. "You? How do you intend to rescue him?" In that year, the monkey perceived matters with remarkable clarity. The golden cicada had not inquired about the restrictions of the Five Elements Mountain, yet boldly declared intentions to rescue Sun Wukong. Did he possess prior knowledge of the means? Nezha pondered. Contrary to the expectations of both Nezha and Sun Wukong, yet subtly anticipated by Chi Gui, the monk's staff emitted a clattering sound as he spoke with utmost seriousness. "Since Wukong is trapped beneath this mountain, it is imperative to remove the mountain itself." Before the astonished eyes of Nezha and Sun Wukong, the seemingly fragile monk, who appeared as if a gust of wind could topple him, uttered the audacious claim, "My strength may not suffice to lift this mountain, but I should be able to create some fissures, thereby shattering it, allowing Wukong to escape." What an absurd response. Nezha glanced at the monk's feeble physique, then turned to the seemingly solid stone of the Five Elements Mountain, his expression beginning to twist in disbelief. Chi Gui's eyes widened slightly as her gaze inadvertently fell upon the staff in the monk's grip. Her keen eyesight confirmed her suspicions. The circular ring atop the staff bore genuine bloodstains. Thus, this Tang monk was indeed a martial monk. Only the monkey, who seldom judged by appearances, felt a surge of joy. No need for such complications. If my master truly wishes to save me, he need only ascend to the mountain's summit and remove the golden seal of the Tathagata, and I shall be free. Hearing that there was no need to smash the mountain or stones, the monk sighed in relief, his smile growing warmer. Very well, wait here, I shall go at once. After taking a few steps, the monk turned back, leading forth a white horse adorned with a bundle. He looked toward Chiguei, opening his mouth but failing to articulate anything. Noticing his uncertainty about how to address her, Chiguei smiled and said, "You may call me Little Chi." The monk nodded, his smile gentle. "Then I shall refer to you as Little Chi. This is my luggage and steed. Please wait here for a moment while I retrieve that golden seal." As they watched the monk ascend the 5 Elements mountain with his staff, Nezha crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes, appearing contemplative. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, resting on the ground, stroked his chin, weighing his words. "My master seems to possess a certain quality." Chiguei poked Nezha's waist with her finger, completing Sun Wukong's unfinished thought. "Nezha, how well do you know the golden cicada? He is rather..." Chiguei hesitated before choosing a word she felt was most fitting. Martially virtuous, perhaps? After all, his immediate thoughts were not of lifting the mountain, but of shattering it. Such martial virtue could indeed be acknowledged, right? The poke at his waist was slightly irritating. Nezha dropped his arms and seized Chiguei's hand, squeezing it gently, reminiscing about what he had seen and heard. "I am not well acquainted with him, but it is said that the golden cicada prefers to persuade others with reason. Many deities and Buddhas who have interacted with him are reluctant to engage further and seldom speak of him. Having spoken at length, it seems we have garnered little in the way of useful information. There is no need for excessive concern. Through our forthcoming interactions, we shall discern his true nature. Sun Wukong possesses a commendable demeanor. Should circumstances prove dire, he resolves to ensure the preservation of life and limb, disregarding all else." In the year of 24, the monkey at last emerged from his confinement. Once the golden talisman binding him beneath the 5 Elements mountain was lifted, the great sage, who had been suppressed for 5 centuries, finally tasted freedom. The mountain erupted, debris and dust swirling through the air, and among the tumultuous chaos, a figure soared skyward, exuberantly exclaiming his liberation. Flames materialized from thin air, incinerating the oncoming rocks, while Nezha, standing before Chiji, furrowed his brow, dissatisfaction evident in his golden gaze. This monkey exhibits a remarkable lack of caution. The fiery conflagration encompassed both Chiji and the returned Tang Sung, along with the white horse. Yet the two protected individuals remained at ease. Chiji gazed at the tumbling figure above and smiled gently. Monkey brother is merely excited. After all, it has been 5 centuries. Nezha, however, was less than pleased, his fair visage clouded with frost. "Yet those exploding stones nearly harmed you. But you are here, are you not? I trust Nezha will safeguard me." As for soothing the disgruntled third prince, Chiji undoubtedly excelled. With a mere phrase, she melted the icy demeanor. The corners of her tightly pressed lips, despite her utmost restraint, could not help but curve upward slightly. Yet, when her gaze inadvertently fell upon the side, where Tang Sung observed with a look of satisfaction, Nezha's softened expression quickly returned to its frigid state, even darkening further. "You are to accompany me on the journey for scriptures, and I cannot constantly remain by your side. With a character like that of the Monkey King, how can I entrust your safety to him?" "What manner of character?" exclaimed Sun Wukong. "Oh, little prince, how unkind of you to speak ill of me behind my back." A tuft of golden fur descended, and a paw landed upon Nezha's shoulder as Sun Wukong tilted his head, casting a discontented glance at him. Nezha, caught in the act of disparaging, exhibited no signs of guilt. He swiftly brushed aside Sun Wukong's hand, stepping back with undisguised disdain. "Have I spoken falsely? Your master and Chiji stand right here, and yet you create such a ruckus, clearly disregarding their presence." Sun Wukong, unperturbed, chuckled and nonchalantly scratched the back of his hand, exuding a sense of righteous confidence. "But you are here, are you not? The illustrious third prince, can you not withstand a few pebbles? If I were not present, I would certainly exercise caution." Sun Wukong's retort did little to appease Nezha. Indeed, his countenance grew even more frosty. However, Sun Wukong felt he had clarified his stance and paid no heed to the increasingly irate Nezha. He bounded over to the smiling Tang Sung, kneeling respectfully before him. Bowing 3 times, "Master, I have returned. Your disciple is profoundly grateful for your rescue." Tang Sung hurriedly bent down, eager to assist Sun Wukong to his feet. "Rise. For you have taken me as your master and shall escort me to the west for the scriptures. Thus, I naturally would release you." The hand of the monk, Tripitaka was not rejected, yet Sun Wukong firmly bowed 3 times before rising to his feet, following Tripitaka's lead. Rest assured, Master, with me, the great sage, by your side, you shall have nothing to worry about. Beside them, Chi-Ji, having pacified the irate Nezha once more, chimed in with a playful tilt of her head. Indeed, Master. As long as you place your trust in the Monkey King, no demon dares to act recklessly. Very well, with such assurance, I can feel at ease. With time still on their side, they prepared to set off. Sun Wukong nimbly gathered Tripitaka's belongings and tended to the saddle of the white horse before they embarked on their journey. In that year, as Tripitaka's authority began to manifest, the Jade Emperor of Heaven issued a hasty summons, compelling Nezha to return home reluctantly. Before departing, Nezha held Chi-Ji for a lengthy admonishment, entrusting her with the heavenly silk and the universe ring, casting a resentful glare at Sun Wukong and Tripitaka before he finally left, dragging his feet. With Nezha gone, only Tripitaka, Sun Wukong, and Chi-Ji remained on the path. Though their pace was not swift, their destination was clear, and they pressed on without pause. Considering that Chi-Ji was the sole woman in their company, Tripitaka initially intended to offer her the horse, opting to walk himself, yet Chi-Ji giggled and declined. Despite her delicate appearance, a remnant of past injuries, she was not frail, she possessed considerable cultivation. Nezha had always indulged her, often allowing her to ride on his back when she feigned fatigue. Now, with Nezha absent and Chi-Ji refusing the horse, she had no choice but to walk at a leisurely pace. Aside from Nezha's unyielding indulgence, Sun Wukong was equally attentive to Chi-Ji. Clad in a light monk's robe, with a tightly woven tiger skin skirt around his waist, and a golden staff adorned with 9 metallic rings resting on his shoulder, Sun Wukong led the way, bounding ahead while holding the reins of the white horse. On horseback, Tripitaka donned a pillow hat and a crimson cassock, occasionally glancing around with a calm demeanor, though curiosity flickered in his eyes. Just a step behind, suspended in midair upon a cloud, the ethereal Chi-Ji, draped in white and with flowing black hair, reclined gracefully, propping her chin on one hand while holding a milky jade flask in the other. Master, the weather is turning chilly. Would you care for some warm water to stave off the cold? Guiding the somersault cloud summoned by Sun Wukong closer to Tripitaka, Chi-Ji retrieved a bamboo tube, pouring warm water from the flask and presenting it to the monk. Tripitaka accepted the tube without hesitation, taking a sip to warm himself. He then glanced at Chi-Ji's seemingly fragile attire, concern etched on his face. Little Chi-Ji, your garments are rather thin. Do you not require additional layers? With a smile, Chi-Ji reassured him, Master, do not worry. I am, after all, half a celestial being. This slight chill poses no threat to me. That is good to hear. Having traversed a rugged mountain path, the trio found their way obstructed by an unfathomable ravine. Before them lay a serene stream, flowing gently through the clouds, its crystalline waters reflecting the crimson hues of the sun. The echoes of the night rain resonated in the secluded valley, while the dawn's colorful rays dazzled the vast sky. Towering waves crashed and scattered like shards of jade, as a solitary pool roared with the winds. The waters flowed away into the boundless mist, while gulls and herons soared, oblivious to the fishermen below. This enchanting scene left the 3 companions in a state of blissful tranquility. Suddenly, with a resounding splash, a dragon emerged from the depths of the stream. Its body gleamed with a pristine white, and before the trio could react, it lunged ferociously at Master Xuanzang. Master, be careful, Sun Wukong and Qiujing exclaimed in unison. Wukong instinctively raised his precious staff, ready to strike as he often did. However, faster than his weapon, a dull thud reverberated through the air. The sight of the impending beast and its gaping maw caused Master Xuanzang to momentarily falter, yet without hesitation. He raised his fist and delivered a powerful blow. The dragon met with misfortune that fateful year, with a resounding thud and a series of cracking sounds. The white dragon let out a wail as it was sent reeling backward. Master Xuanzang, however, found himself stooping low, and his steed emitted a mournful cry, collapsing to the ground, its limbs broken. Master, are you all right? Sun Wukong disregarded everything else, discarding his staff and leaping to Xuanzang's side, hurriedly lifting him from the fallen horse. Qiujing swiftly descended from her cloud, rushing over in concern. With a thunderous crash, the white dragon fell back into the ravine, sending up a great splash, staining the waters with a faint red hue. Still shaken, Master Xuanzang steadied himself with the help of Wukong and Qiujing, covering his visibly deformed right arm with his left hand. Gazing toward the direction of the stream, his voice trembled as he inquired, was that truly a dragon? In that moment, Xuanzang had successfully repelled the white dragon, yet he had paid the price of a horse and an injured arm. Master, your arm. Sun Wukong. unconcerned with the creature's identity, focused solely on Xuanzang's twisted limb, fidgeting anxiously without knowing what to do. Qiujing hurriedly retrieved a jade vial from her bag, producing a round pill. Master, this should help with your fracture. You must take it at once. The elixir, given to Qiujing by Nezha before his departure, was a remedy he frequently employed during his battles against demons, renowned for its potent efficacy. After swallowing the pill, the contorted arm of Master Xuanzang rapidly returned to its normal state, the speed and effectiveness of the healing inciting envy in all who had ever suffered such injuries. Once Master Xuanzang's wounds were tended to, Sun Wukong and Qiujing turned their attention to the ill-fated white dragon, which had sought to harm them but had instead been vanquished. Due to past grievances with the dragon clan at Qintang Pass, Qiujing harbored no fondness for dragons. Casting a few glances at the water, she noticed the crimson stains and inquired of Wukong, "Brother monkey, is the dragon dead?" Under the discerning gaze of the keen-eyed, it became evident that within the stream, Sun Wukong scratched his hand, and a displeased expression appeared on his furry face. "Not yet. It still lies at the bottom of the water, gasping for breath." Qi Ju listened, clearly dissatisfied, and tugged at Sun Wukong. "This dragon, audacious and reckless, dared to attack our master, causing him injury and resulting in the loss of our soul horse. It cannot go unpunished." Sun Wukong found this reasoning quite compelling. Standing at the water's edge, he brandished his golden staff, aiming it at the head of the white dragon submerged below, preparing to extend the staff and send the dragon into the underworld. "Wukong, wait." Master Sanzang hurriedly interjected. "Do you truly wish to slay the dragon?" Perhaps having spent too much time with Nezha, Qi Ju had developed a certain indifference towards life. "Indeed, Master, since the dragon sought to harm you, it is hardly worthy of pity. Yet, this was a dragon. As a member of the human race, Master Sanzang, influenced by the royal family's reverence for dragons, always held a measure of respect for the dragon kin." Sun Wukong, unfazed, chuckled. "Master, fret not. It is but a small mudfish. What is there to fear? I am not afraid of the old dragon kings of the four seas." Master Sanzang hesitated. In the face of imminent danger, he had acted decisively without hesitation. But now that the crisis had passed, he felt anxiety and conflict at the thought of slaying the dragon. Master Sanzang pressed his palms together, his gaze lowered, displaying a countenance of compassion. As a monk, one should harbor compassion and not take life so easily. Both Qi Ju and Sun Wukong were disinclined to hear Master Sanzang expound on Buddhist doctrine. Exchanging glances, Qi Ju nodded slightly, while Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes, swiftly extending his golden staff towards the dragon's head, which lay on the verge of death at the bottom of the stream. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a melodious voice resonated from the heavens. "Wukong, halt." Looking up, they beheld a golden lotus platform floating amidst the clouds, atop which sat the Bodhisattva Guanyin, adorned with a jeweled crown. A golden halo radiated behind her head, and she held a jade bottle with a willow branch, her demeanor serene and divine. Upon witnessing the true form of Guanyin, Master Sanzang promptly bowed with reverence. His expression earnest. Disciple Xuanzang pays homage to the great compassionate Bodhisattva Guanyin. The golden staff came to an abrupt halt, merely an inch from the white dragon, which, on the brink of death and bleeding from its mouth and nose, remained oblivious to the fact that it had danced on the threshold of the king of hell. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, reluctantly retracting the extended staff. "Bodhisattva, why do you come to prevent me from dealing with this dragon instead of meditating on your Mount Patala?" Guanyin first addressed Master Sanzang, then turned to Sun Wukong and Qi Ju. "Had I not arrived in time, would this dragon not have met its end at your hands?" "Bodhisattva, we are not the instigators. It was the dragon that first sought to harm our master, wishing to consume him. If master had not reacted swiftly, we would be searching for fragments of him within the dragon's belly by now. Is it not justifiable to slay it?" Guanyin, having sensed the dragon's precarious situation and rushed to its aid, was still unaware of the sequence of events. Upon hearing Qi Ju's explanation, she finally realized, so it was thus? Naturally, the Bodhisattva possesses profound powers and can discern the truth with a mere calculation. Qi Gui pointed to the lifeless white horse, its limbs severed and devoid of any sign of life, exclaiming, "Behold, Master S. steed has perished as a result." Guanyin Bodhisattva fell into a moment of silence. Noticing the Bodhisattva's reticence, Sun Wukong glanced back at the stream, feeling a surge of restlessness, poised to eliminate the dragon once and for all. After all, as the most formidable of the trio, it was a source of profound humiliation for Sun Wukong that he had not intervened in time to save the monk, while his seemingly frail master had managed to escape on his own. This was an affront too great for his proud nature to endure. "You impudent monkey. Your eagerness is ill-timed. This dragon is not to be slain. Guanyin Bodhisattva once again halted the secretly extending golden staff. Sun Wukong's dissatisfaction could no longer be contained, manifesting as he slammed the towering staff into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. This cannot be killed. That cannot be killed. Must my master suffer injuries in vain? Qi Gui, relishing in the chaos, interjected, and what of Master S' horse? Its death is in vain as well. Master has been greatly frightened, suffering both physically and emotionally, and has lost his only mount, while the true culprit remains unscathed. Qi Gui's words were fervent, completely disregarding the dragon, which lay submerged, more exhaled than inhaled. The master, feeling the weight of his own grief, hesitated to speak, yet the sight of the white horse, which had accompanied them for so long, silenced him. Guanyin Bodhisattva, with a compassionate smile, shook her head in resignation. Do you not know that this dragon is the third prince of the Dragon King of the West Sea? Long ago, he committed a transgression and was to be punished upon the dragon-slaying platform. I personally petitioned the Jade Emperor to spare him and place him here to serve as a steed for the one who seeks the scriptures. Qi Gui scoffed. And so what? If he dares to harm Master, he must pay with his life. Observing the disdainful expressions of Sun Wukong and Qi Gui, Guanyin Bodhisattva raised her hand and pointed at the two, to journey to the west, traversing countless mountains and rivers. Do you intend to slay this dragon now and have your master walk to the west on foot? Anticipating Qi Gui's retort, Guanyin Bodhisattva shook her head. Ordinary steeds cannot traverse this arduous journey of 80,000 miles. Moreover, seeking the scriptures is a noble endeavor, and common demons cannot serve as mounts. Only this dragon prince is fitting. Qi Gui furrowed her brow, the murderous intent dissipating reluctantly. Very well then. Sun Wukong rolled his eyes slightly, muttering under his breath. But he no longer clung to the idea of slaying the dragon. After all, it was inconceivable to have the monk traverse the vast distance to the west on foot. It would be too cruel and frightening. Having persuaded Qi Gui and Sun Wukong, Guanyin Bodhisattva employed her divine powers to extract the near-lifeless white dragon from the water, healing it with sacred water from her vial, dipped with a willow branch. As the water receded, the dragon's mouth and nose bled profusely, and a large bump appeared on its head, possibly indicating cracks in its skull. Qi Ju and Sun Wukong exchanged glances, their eyes eventually resting on the seemingly frail Tripitaka. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. Their master possessed remarkable strength. Upon awakening, the little white dragon transformed into human form, respectfully bowing to Guanyin Bodhisattva before apologizing to Qi Ju and Sun Wukong. Qi Ju tilted her head and remarked, "You ought to apologize not to us, but to our master." Although the little white dragon's human guise appeared handsome and elegant in a white robe adorned with silver dragon patterns, evoking a sense of nobility, Qi Ju's demeanor remained guarded due to past grievances involving Nezha and the dragon clan. Despite Nezha's indifference, she could not easily cast aside her reservations in the presence of dragons. The little white dragon, regaining his composure, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Tripitaka. It was my fault for startling the master. I wish to assure you that I had no intention of causing harm. I was merely overwhelmed by hunger and impulsively sought to devour the horse you were riding. But I meant you no injury. Tripitaka, at a loss for how to respond, smiled and accepted the apology, uttering Ba. After all, although the dragon had intended to eat his horse, it ultimately failed and was nearly defeated, facing grave consequences. Guanyin Bodhisattva then spoke again, offering guidance. There is no need to refer to him as master. This is the very individual you have been awaiting. The little white dragon widened his eyes in disbelief, glancing at Tripitaka and then back at Guanyin Bodhisattva. Seeing her affirmative nod, he lifted his robe and knelt on one knee, proclaiming, "Disciple Ao Lai pays his respects to the master." The little white dragon was astonished to realize that the monk capable of nearly defeating him was indeed the one he had been waiting for. He had expected a frail, ordinary mortal. In that year, the dragon ceased to be a dragon. After acknowledging his master, Guanyin Bodhisattva approached the little white dragon and, with a wave of her hand, removed the pearl from around his neck. She then swept a willow branch across him and, raising her hand to form a gesture, commanded, "Transform." The white-robed dragon prince ascended into the air, swirling into a silver-white dragon that rolled among the clouds, enveloped in radiant light, gradually shrinking until he became a magnificent white horse. From that moment on, he was to dedicate himself wholeheartedly, and only after achieving his goals could he cleanse himself of past karmic burdens and attain true enlightenment. Once transformed into a white horse, the little white dragon could no longer easily speak, and thus bent his limbs in reverence towards Guanyin Bodhisattva in acknowledgement. After entrusting the dragon-turned-white horse to Tripitaka, Guanyin Bodhisattva turned to Chi-Ju and Sun Wukong, who observed her with curiosity. With this matter resolved, I shall return to the South Sea. After a moment of hesitation, Guanyin Bodhisattva added, on your journey, I have also found a few companions for you. Remember to state your names when encountering difficulties, so as not to harm your own. Tripitaka joined his hands in gratitude. Sun Wukong waved, and Chi-Ju, glancing between the devoutly respectful Tripitaka and the casually indifferent Sun Wukong, hesitated briefly before opting to offer a polite gesture of acknowledgement, bidding farewell to the Bodhisattva as she departed. As for the companions mentioned by Guanyin Bodhisattva before her departure, it seems they have not taken her words to heart. Once Guanyin Bodhisattva vanished from sight, Sun Wukong approached the obedient white dragon horse, patting its body and stroking its mane, exclaiming, excellent. This dragon horse is indeed remarkable, although the true form of the creature is that of a dragon. Chi-Ji had little interest and turned to retrieve the treasured staff that Sun Wukong had carelessly discarded earlier. She then gathered the luggage from the deceased horse's back, preparing for their continued journey. The road ahead was long and fraught with obstacles, so they would take their time. Time always seemed to fly during their travels. After leaving the Guanyin Zen monastery, where they had encountered a thwarted ambush, the group spent several nights camping in the wilderness. Slap! Another sound of a palm striking echoed, as a blackened corpse of a mosquito was flung aside by a delicate hand, revealing an expression of annoyance. Chi-Ji's movements piqued Sun Wukong's curiosity, causing him to glance back with his large eyes blinking. I say, girl, you are somewhat of a celestial being. How is it that you, like your master, are still susceptible to mosquito bites? Chi-Ji rolled her eyes, leading the horse for Master Xuanzong and trailing behind Sun Wukong. They cannot pierce my defenses, but if one lands on me, I cannot help but swat it. Master Xuanzong, seated upon the horse, surveyed the surroundings and occasionally waved his hand. Indeed, the insects in these mountains are abundant. Little Chi, you must be cautious. Fear not, master. Mere mosquitoes cannot breach my defenses. Chi-Ji replied, casting a curious glance at Master Xuanzong, who was also swatting at the incessant pests. By the way, since these mosquitoes have tasted Master Xuanzong's blood, does that mean they have consumed the flesh of the Tang monk? Can they truly attain immortality? A mosquito's lifeless body fell from Master Xuanzong's hand. Well, whether or not they could achieve immortality was up for debate, but their swift descent to the underworld was indeed a certainty. Master Xuanzong sighed, while swatting away mosquitoes. Once we emerge from this thicket, things should improve. How did you choose this path, always leading us into these remote wilderness areas? A clear voice resonated, as a red light descended from the heavens, materializing into a tall and slender figure beside Chi-Ji. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the white dragon horse seemed startled, instinctively rearing up, its front hooves raised, emitting a loud whinny. Seated upon the horse, Master Xuanzong was taken aback by the horse's sudden reaction, instinctively leaning forward to grasp the neck of the white dragon horse, stabilizing himself to avoid being thrown off. Meanwhile, Chi-Ji, who was holding the reins, was caught off guard, losing her grip and nearly toppling over due to the sudden jolt. Quickly, Nezha exclaimed, as he wrapped an arm around Chi-Ji's waist to prevent her from falling, while with his other hand, he seized the reins that had slipped from her grasp, forcefully bringing the half-rear dragon horse back down to prevent Master Xuanzong from falling. This commotion drew the attention of Sun Wukong, who was leading the way ahead. He leapt over and caught Master Xuanzong, expressing his dissatisfaction. Little white dragon, what are you doing? Be careful not to throw Master off. Realizing his mistake, the white dragon horse lowered his head, gently nudging the steadfast Tripitaka with his nose, emitting a sound of remorse. Initially, it was assumed that the mundane horse was startled by his presence, but upon hearing Sun Wukong's address, Nezha suddenly comprehended. This horse is transformed from a dragon? No wonder it reacted so intensely. After all, Nezha's reputation within the dragon clan is nothing short of thunderous. Ever since the infamous dragon-slaying incident, every mischievous little dragon has been warned by their parents, should they continue their mischief. A great demon draped in red silk with 3 heads and 6 arms would come to capture them, flaying their skin and shattering their dragon pearls. As Nezha matured, his aura of murderous intent and bloodlust intensified, instilling even certain adult dragons with a belief in this outrageous threat. Upon merely hearing Nezha's name, their scales tightened, and they felt phantom pains throughout their bones. In response, the demon with 3 heads and 6 arms could only express exasperation. I have far too much on my plate. Tripitaka gently patted the dragon horse, which instinctively cowered behind him, and greeted Nezha, Prince of the Third. It has been a long time. Sun Wukong scrutinized the trembling hind legs of the white dragon horse and, perplexed, asked, Why are you quaking? Are you truly so frightened of this young prince? Nezha paid little heed to the white dragon horse. After acknowledging Tripitaka's greeting with a nod, he turned his attention to Chiji, taking her hand to inspect for any injuries caused by the rains. Chiji allowed Nezha to examine her, and, noticing the curiosity of Tripitaka and Sun Wukong regarding the horse's inadvertent display of fear, she explained, Ahem. Nezha's reputation among the dragon clan is not particularly favorable. Once assured of Chiji's well-being, Nezha lazily added, not merely unfavorable, it is to be avoided at all costs, instilling sheer terror. Given that Sun Wukong was born a millennium after those events and Tripitaka is now just a mortal, they were understandably unaware of the full story, their expressions reflecting both confusion and curiosity as they looked to Nezha. The involved deity had little interest in offering a detailed explanation, and Chiji, the only one present who knew the specifics, was unwilling to reopen old wounds. Thus, she briefly clarified, Nezha has a past grievance with the Dragon Clan. Having slain the third prince of the East Sea, his methods were rather brutal in the eyes of dragons. Sensing Chiji's reluctance to elaborate further, Tripitaka and Sun Wukong, having satisfied their curiosity to some extent, chose not to press the matter. Sun Wukong then playfully patted the white dragon horse, both teasing and comforting. Fear not, little white dragon, this young prince will likely accompany us for a considerable time. If you continue to startle, how shall master travel? The former third prince of the Jade Dragon, now the steed of the scriptures bearer, glanced at the striking red figure, his heart racing with a desire to flee far away. Yet he could not. Tripitaka also reached out to stroke the horse's head, softly reassuring, do not fear, the third prince will not harm you. Why is there such a disparity among the three princes, despite them being the same? One prince is heartbroken, while the other finds himself at a loss for words. Once the white dragon steed has been pacified, the group sets forth once more. This time, Sun Wukong leads the way with his golden staff in one hand and the reins in the other, while Chiji clings to the back of Nezha, playfully resting with the master Xuanzong's staff in her grasp. Initially, Chiji had intended to explore ahead with Nezha, but the white dragon steed, clearly still apprehensive of Nezha, trembles at the mere sight of him. Thus, Nezha and Chiji find themselves walking at the rear. With her arms wrapped around Nezha's neck, Chiji leans against his back, the staff resting across Nezha's front. She tilts her head to observe Nezha, who, despite carrying her, maintains an air of ease. Nezha, have you finished your business in the heavenly realm? Yes, he replies. How long will you be able to stay with us this time? Nezha continues walking, I don't know. If there is a matter, the Jade Emperor will send his heavenly soldiers to summon me. Chiji, slightly surprised yet delighted, inquires, so, you will be accompanying us for the foreseeable future? Yes. She then leans closer to Nezha's ear, lowering her voice to share a secret, though Master Xuanzong appears delicate. He possesses innate divine strength. The warm breath tickling her ear causes Nezha to instinctively tilt his head, his ears flushing a soft crimson. He raises an eyebrow and glances toward Master Xuanzong ahead, following Chiji's lead to ask, what has happened? With a hint of pride, Chiji recounts, previously, Master Xuanzong managed to knock the small white dragon unconscious with a single punch. Nezha, taken aback, expresses his astonishment, he could render a dragon unconscious? Chiji smirks, indeed, surprising. Isn't it? Considering Master Xuanzong's true identity, it is not unexpected that he retains some divine powers. Is that so? Chiji recalls another detail, her expression turning reminiscent. I mentioned he seemed familiar. It turns out he is the little monk I encountered in the mortal realm over a decade ago. Over a decade ago? Nezha keenly seizes upon a crucial point, momentarily halting his stride. When did you meet him? I have no recollection of this. Oh no, it seems I slipped up. Chiji laments internally, realizing that he must have learned of her escapade to the mortal realm. She closes her mouth in frustration, uncertain of how to respond to Nezha. He squints slightly. Ah, Chiji, don't you think you owe me an explanation? While both are aware of certain unspoken truths, Nezha prefers to feign ignorance until they confront the matter directly. However, should Chiji choose to broach the subject, Nezha perceives an opportunity to delve deeper into the issue. At last, they arrive at Gao Laozhuang. As Nezha presses for answers, Chiji stammers, momentarily at a loss for suitable words. Just then, Sun Wukong, who has wandered some distance ahead, turns back and calls out to the two lingering behind. Shao Qi, what are you doing? Hurry up. The voice of Sun Wukong fortuitously alleviated the predicament of Chiju. She leapt down from Nezha's back, no longer requiring him to carry her, and seized his hand as she stepped forward, urging Nezha. Yes, yes. The Monkey King is calling us. Nezha, let us hasten. As the saying goes, one may escape momentarily, but not eternally. Nezha slowly curved his lips into a slightly mischievous smile, grasping Chi-Ju's hand as he followed her, his tone softening. Little Master is awaiting a reasonable explanation from you. Chi-Ju, burying herself in the journey, feigned ignorance to his words. Noticing her silence, Nezha opted not to press further. However, the tension that had gripped him due to recent tasks began to dissipate, and the previously sharp aura surrounding him transformed into a sense of tranquility. Gao Laozhuang, situated within the territory of the small nation of Wuzizang, is a modest village with a friendly name, as most of its inhabitants bear the surname Gao. On this day, the group finally emerged from the dense forest and the swarms of mosquitoes, catching sight of human habitation. Nezha displayed little outward emotion regarding their surroundings, while both Chi-Ju and the monk Sanzang, along with Sun Wukong, exhaled in relief, eager to reach the village. Before entering the village, a youth of the human race, wrapped in cloth with a blue coat, carrying an umbrella and a backpack, hurriedly approached, his youthful face etched with distress. Spotting a local, Chi-Ju decided to inquire for directions and stepped forward to intercept the boy, saying, "Pardon me, we have traveled from afar and are uncertain of this place." The boy, taken aback by the sudden interruption, transformed his distress into irritation and was about to rebuke, "Is there no one left in the village? You should ask someone else. I am in a hurry." Yet, upon raising his gaze to behold the elegantly clad girl before him, her smile enchanting, he found himself momentarily entranced by her exquisite features. Resembling a celestial maiden descended from the heavens, causing his heart to race. The boy's unguarded expression of infatuation did not escape Nezha, who stood beside Chi-Ju and felt a twinge of annoyance. With a subtle shift, Nezha positioned himself protectively in front of Chi-Ju, his elongated phoenix eyes coldly scrutinizing the youth. Despite lacking any overt menace or pressure, his gaze instilled a profound unease, akin to standing at the edge of an abyss. Startled by Nezha's intense scrutiny, the boy snapped back to reality, only to find himself facing the dazzling visage of Nezha, whose opulent attire suggested nobility. Prompting him to retreat a few steps, bowing apologetically, "I beg pardon. It was my oversight to impede upon one of your stature. Please spare my life." As the saying goes, respect the attire before respecting the individual. In contrast to Chi-Ju, who, having become a nominal disciple of Sanzang, had forsaken her former lavish garments for a simple blue gown, Nezha, adorned in a meticulously tailored seamless crimson celestial robe, complemented by jade tassels and golden arm guards, exuding an air of formidable presence. Fortunately, Nezha's jealousy was but a fleeting sentiment, not a true anger. Upon witnessing the boy's bow of apology and his averted gaze from Chi-Ju, Nezha chose to remain silent, allowing the moment to pass. In that fateful year, the unfortunate child, bewildered by the imposing presence of Nezha, tugged at him and exclaimed, "What are you doing? You mustn't frighten others." Nezha remained silent, retracting his piercing gaze. The child, Chi-Ju, pulled this formidable figure aside and turned once more to face the timid human youth who had lowered his head. "You need not be afraid. We merely seek directions." As the sharp intensity of Nezha's gaze dissipated, the human youth cautiously raised his eyes to Chi-Ju, feeling a wave of relief. Yet, recalling the earlier terrifying stare, he dared not gaze too long at Chi-Ju, bowing his head respectfully as he replied, "Esteemed lady, we are within the domain of the USI Tibetan Kingdom, known as Gao Laozhuang." Gao Laozhuang. Chi-Ju paused, recognizing the name as strangely familiar. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Master Xuanzang approached slowly. Sun Wukong, with one hand leading a horse and the other gripping his staff, scrutinized the youth with his round, inquisitive eyes. "You appear to be preparing for a journey. Where are you headed?" The youth, hearing the voices of others, glanced up curiously. Sun Wukong, dressed in tattered garments and a Buddhist hat, though covered in fur, exuded a certain charm, dispelling fear. Master Xuanzang, clad in a kasaya and adorned with a Pai Lu hat, wielded a 9-ringed iron staff, embodying the visage of a venerable monk. The youth stole another glance at Nezha, whose presence loomed ominously, but upon confirming that they were of the same company, his eyes brightened. He suddenly dashed to the feet of Master Xuanzang, clutching the kasaya and weeping, "Master, I implore you to save me." Startled, Master Xuanzang bent down to assist the kneeling boy. "Please rise. There is no need for such formality." Yet the boy remained on the ground, pleading, "I beseech you, Master, save my lady, please." Seeing Master Xuanzang at a loss, Sun Wukong stepped forward, pointed at the youth, who froze in place, then mechanically stood upright. "Stop merely shouting for help. Tell us what the matter is." Realizing that his body was under Sun Wukong's control, the youth felt no fear, but rather a burgeoning delight. The tale unfolded. "I am a servant in the household of the esteemed Gao Taigong in this village. known as Gao Kai. My master is a man of great virtue, always generous and benevolent. 3 years ago, a downcast man arrived here, appearing honest and strong, yet with nowhere to turn. My master, in his kindness, took him in. Having only one daughter and no other heirs, my master thought it wise to invite this man as a son-in-law, ensuring his daughter would be cared for in her later years. Listening to Gao Kai's account, Master Xuanzong appeared puzzled. Is this not a fortunate circumstance? Does the man harbor any ill intentions? Gao Kai nodded, a flicker of dread crossing his face. Indeed, we once believed it a blessing. The man gained a wife and a family, while my master no longer had to worry about his daughter being married off and neglected. On the day of the grand wedding, little did one expect that the newlywed groom, having indulged excessively in drink, would reveal a grotesque visage. Resembling that of a corpulent swine, it turned out he was a demon in disguise. Thus, my dear lady, it appears you have been deceived into marriage. Qi Gui blinked, contemplating Gao Kai's words with a thoughtful expression. That year, a pig was destined for misfortune. Although she had never encountered the term deceptive marriage, its meaning was readily comprehensible. Gao Kai hurriedly nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it is nothing short of a fraudulent union. We are but mortals. How could we possibly accept a demon crossing our threshold? The demon, having masqueraded as a human with a friendly demeanor and never having caused harm, led Tai Gong to kindly negotiate a dissolution of the engagement, offering to compensate with gold and silver. Qi Gui listened with keen interest, and what transpired thereafter. Gao Kai sighed and shook his head. Who knows? Upon hearing Tai Gong's propositions, the demon immediately turned hostile, refusing to annul the marriage and even abducting Tai Gong's daughter, confining her in the inner quarters and forbidding anyone from entering for nearly half a year. In desperation, Tai Gong bestowed upon me several pieces of silver, instructing me to seek out sorcerers and Taoist priests to capture the demon. However, in my endeavors, I have summoned 3 or 4 individuals, only to discover they were utterly ineffectual. Not only could they not subdue the demon, but they nearly provoked its wrath. Today, Tai Gong issued a stern ultimatum. If I cannot retrieve a competent practitioner, I shall not return. Gao Kai gazed at Master Xuanzong with fervent hope, nearly kneeling before him. Master, I implore you, save me and rescue my lady. Ah, young man, you are indeed fortunate. Sun Wukong patted Gao Kai on the shoulder, releasing him from his state of paralysis, then pointed at Nezha, who appeared indifferent to the proceedings, his eyes darting about. Let us not overlook my master and myself. Have you laid your eyes upon that figure? He specializes in subduing demons and addressing the misdeeds of wicked entities. Do not underestimate a mere pig demon. Even the most renowned demon kings would find no respite in his presence. Thus, Gao Kai turned and bowed. I beseech this esteemed master to aid us. Nezha cast a glance at the mischievous monkey, preparing to decline, for he deemed a trivial pig demon unworthy of his intervention. The monkey could handle it himself. He merely wished to accompany his beloved. Oh, little prince, are you afraid? Before Nezha could speak, Sun Wukong interjected, his face adorned with mockery. Or is it that you are simply lacking in courage? A chill swept over Nezha's handsome visage, fully aware that Sun Wukong was being intentionally provocative, yet still feeling the sting of his words. Sun Wukong. As Nezha reached for his weapon, ready to deliver a blow to the cheeky monkey, Qi Gui hastily intervened. Nezha, do not be angry. Brother Monkey was merely jesting. Master Xuanzong also admonished Sun Wukong. Wukong, refrain from speaking thoughtlessly. Ultimately, unable to withstand the provocation, Nezha acquiesced to this task of using a dragon-slaying sword to deal with a mere chicken. The group followed Gao Kai to the residence of the elderly matriarch, a grand estate with courtyards that exuded elegance. Upon being informed of the visitor's arrival, the matriarch, initially inclined to be irate upon seeing Gao Kai, was taken aback. At the opportune moment, Gao Kai spoke up, informing the venerable Gao old lady that the esteemed Tang Sung and his companions were the ones he had summoned to capture the demon. As previously mentioned, despite Tang Sing's appearance as a seemingly enlightened monk, Gao old lady harbored little hope due to past experiences with several other seemingly formidable sorcerers and Taoist priests. Thus, she did not find this particular Tang Sung particularly remarkable or distinctive. Fortunately, apart from Sun Wukong, the other 3 possessed striking appearances. Nezha, adorned in his impressive attire, exuded an aura of authority that was both intimidating and formidable, preventing Gao old lady from directing her ire towards him. In that year, the approach regarding the pig demon had become somewhat resigned. Gao old lady hesitated only for a moment before warmly welcoming the group inside, offering them tea and ensuring their comfort. Within the time it takes to sip a cup of tea, she, with tears in her eyes, recounted the details of her plight and, with a quivering voice, beseeched their assistance. Tang Sung and Sun Wukong, moved by her sorrowful state, consoled her, assuring her that they would certainly vanquish the demon and rescue her daughter. However, upon hearing this, Gao old lady displayed a flicker of uncertainty. It turned out that although the pig demon had confined her daughter and prevented the family from seeing her, their communication revealed that the demon had not mistreated her daughter but merely sought their consent to annul her engagement. Moreover, having resided in Gao family village for several years, the pig demon had not committed any heinous acts. Even after its identity was revealed and the engagement was called off, when Gao old lady sought assistance to capture it, the demon had merely chased away the intruders without taking any lives. Gao old lady believed that the pig demon was not entirely malevolent. Thus, she hoped to persuade Tang Sung and his companions to subdue it without necessarily taking its life. Tang Sung was taken aback and pleased by Gao old lady's compassion, while Nezha, eager to take action, set down his teacup with determination. I only slay, not save. If you wish to spare its life, then Sun Wukong, that task falls to you. Gao old lady was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond, fearing that she might inadvertently provoke Nezha. Sun Wukong waved his hand, signaling her not to be concerned. He nimbly leaped onto a chair beside Nezha and half-squatted, patting Nezha's shoulder. Little prince, do not speak so. The Buddha teaches that sparing a life is more meritorious than constructing a 7-tiered pagoda. Nezha shot him a sidelong glance, displaying a demeanor that suggested he was impervious to such reasoning. I am of the orthodox school. I do not subscribe to Western teachings. Sun Wukong blinked his round, golden eyes, looking quite endearing. While that may be so, since it has not harmed anyone, there is no need for total annihilation. Nezha raised an eyebrow, his expression dripping with disdain. Sun Wukong, when did you become so soft-hearted? Unperturbed by Nezha's sarcastic expression, Sun Wukong tilted his head to glance at Tang Sung, grinning sheepishly. Hee, it's only natural to learn a touch of compassion when one has a good master. Observing quietly, Qi Ju glanced at the silent master Xuanzang, who was turning his prayer beads with an expression of anticipation directed towards Nezha. He then shifted his gaze towards Nezha, who appeared to harbor no significant reluctance. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Ju tentatively reached out and tugged at Nezha's sleeve. Nezha, shall we go take a look? We could at least engage in a mild skirmish. Nezha, pursing his lips in thought, rose to his feet and slightly inclined his head towards the elderly Lady Gao. For Qi's sake, I shall lead the way. Huh. Lady Gao seemed momentarily taken aback. Qi Ju then stood as well, smiling as she explained to Lady Gao. Please guide us to where Miss Gao is being held. Thus, the group hurriedly made their way to the backyard. Qi Ju, Nezha, Sun Wukong, and Master Xuanzang followed Lady Gao through the corridor, ultimately stopping before a wooden door. My elderly daughter's confinement is within this room, Lady Gao remarked. Master Xuanzang surveyed the not particularly high wall surrounding them, then turned his attention to the unlatched wooden door, which appeared quite flimsy. He expressed his confusion. It is merely a wooden door, and it bears no lock. Are you truly unable to open it? Before Lady Gao could respond with an explanation, Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed with a golden light as he discerned the underlying mystery. Ah, Master, your mortal eyes cannot perceive it. A barrier has been placed here, preventing easy entry or exit. With a stern expression, Nezha, visibly irritated, stepped forward. His elongated phoenix eyes reflected his annoyance. He casually extended his right hand, curling his index finger to meet his thumb, and flicked forth a spark of golden red fire. The luminous essence darted forth, colliding with the wooden door, producing a sound reminiscent of thin ice shattering, as an invisible force was obliterated. The brilliance continued unabated, breaching the barrier and striking the door, which instantaneously turned to black ash. Lady Gao stood in stunned silence, her eyes wide with disbelief at the sight of the door that had been reduced to cinders while the surrounding walls remained unscathed, her expression a portrait of astonishment. Nezha's exquisite control left even Sun Wukong, who prided himself on his vast knowledge and experience, somewhat taken aback. Indeed, while breaking a barrier and destroying a wooden door may seem trivial, to execute such precision, where only the door was annihilated without disturbing anything else, demands an extraordinary level of mastery over one's abilities. Nezha, indifferent to the astonishment of others, found himself rather pleased by Qi Ju's admiring gaze. With an air of nonchalance, he brushed off his sleeve and lifted his chin slightly, declaring, "It is done. Let us enter." Upon hearing this, Lady Gao, consumed by concern for her daughter, hastily dashed into the backyard, calling out, "Talon, my daughter! Dad! Dad!" A tightly shut door creaked open, revealing a slender figure slowly emerging. The young woman was clad in thin garments, her hair in disarray as if it had not been attended to, her complexion pale, brows tightly knitted, and her expression one of utter despondency. Old Lady Gao stepped forward, embracing her daughter with heartfelt sorrow, tears streaming down her face. "My poor daughter, you have suffered so?" Gao Zuelon, enveloped in her father's embrace, could not contain her tears. "Father, you have finally come to rescue your daughter. I was so afraid." Old Lady Gao gently patted her daughter, soothingly murmuring, "Do not fear. Do not fear. Father is here. I have found a wise one to save you." Nezha, somewhat impatient with the reunion of father and daughter, looked around but sensed no sign of the pig demon, furrowing his brows as he began to inquire, "Where is that demon?" Yet, before he could finish his question, Nezha abruptly halted his words. Almost instinctively, he took a large stride forward, placing himself protectively in front of Chi-Ji, gazing up at the western sky. His already cold eyes turned even more piercing, an invisible aura of pressure beginning to envelop him. Sun Wukong also turned to look. "Hey, that demon is coming." A massive cloud of darkness was swiftly approaching from the western sky, accompanied by a howling wind that swept up sand and stones. "Who dares to breach Old Pig's barrier?" The voice of a male, deep and resonant, echoed through the air, mingling with the demonic power and creating a deafening resonance. "Little prince, I leave this to you." With a twirl of his golden staff, Sun Wukong positioned himself beside the monk, casting a playful glance at Nezha. Old Lady Gao, her face pale, held her trembling daughter close, taking refuge behind the monk. The unfortunate pig from that year was not even acknowledged by Nezha, who seemed more interested in the unfolding spectacle. He cast a glance back at Chi-Ji, seemingly ensuring her safety. Then Nezha turned, a fierce glint in his eyes. As a radiant golden light materialized in his right hand, a square golden object, grasped firmly. He raised his hand, lifted it, and released it. Bang! A dazzling flash of gold swept by, followed by a piercing scream. "Ah!" What struck me from behind? The demonic clouds in the sky lost control and swiftly dispersed, revealing a dark, rounded figure plummeting down with great force. The golden brick crafted by Tai Jinren can strike the head, and those who have used it all speak highly of it. Chi-Ji, hearing the commotion, glanced at the obviously unscathed demon, tilting her head in confusion as she looked back at the artifact in Nezha's hand. Nezha, why did you choose the golden brick instead of the universe circle?" Casually stowing the golden brick, Nezha tilted his head slightly. "You need the universe circle for protection, and for such a minor demon. There is no need for the universe circle." Indeed, the universe circle was still in Chi-Ji's possession, since Chi-Ji had joined the monk. The misting silk and the universe circle had been bestowed upon her for her defense, and Nezha refused to retract them. Fortunately, Nezha possessed an array of magical artifacts. Even if he lost his usual companion treasures, he still had other alternatives at his disposal. In comparison to the infallible and lethal Qiankuan circle, the might of the golden brick is somewhat diminished. The pig demon must possess some strength, for after receiving the blow from the golden brick, it surprisingly managed to rise. Cursing with exasperation, "Who? Which scoundrel dares to ambush me? Come forth and face your demise." One could discern that the pig demon was thoroughly enraged, its murderous intent unmistakable. Nezha, who typically refrained from excessive speech except in the presence of Chi-Ji, wore a stern expression, his demeanor cold and serious. As he listened to the pig demon's reckless tirade, Nezha closed and opened his eyes, a gust of wind swirling at his feet. In the blink of an eye, wielding the fire spear and standing upon the wind and fire wheels, Nezha soared towards the pig demon, a brilliant blaze trailing behind him, painting the air with vibrant hues. Clang! The sound of clashing and scraping weapons echoed as the oblivious pig demon found itself engaged in a fierce exchange with Nezha, trading blows back and forth. Prince of the Third Heaven? Realizing Nezha's identity amidst its frantic defense, the pig demon let out a panicked shriek, its voice piercing like that of a woman confronted by a lecher. "Spare me, Third Prince. Cease your assault. I am one of your own." The onlookers, including the monk Sanzang, expressed their bewilderment. Surprisingly, Nezha, with his fierce techniques, ceased his attack as well. The red-clad deity halted mid-air, commanding the winds and flames, his sword-like brows furrowing, his beautiful, profound eyes reflecting confusion. With his spear pointed towards the ground, his voice rang cold and imposing. "Who are you?" The pig demon collapsed onto an empty patch of ground not far from Chi-Ji and the others, panting heavily, one hand clutching its head and the other propping up an oddly shaped long-handled weapon. It was then that Chi-Ji and the others finally discerned the true appearance of the pig demon. Indeed, it was grotesque, with a blackened face adorned with bristles, a long snout, and large ears, resembling a wild boar. It wore a somewhat tattered blue and green robe and had a floral cloth towel tied around its waist. Upon hearing Nezha's inquiry, the pig demon struggled to rise, wiping its face with a hand, and sheepishly replied, "It is I, third prince. I am the one in charge of the Heavenly River's water army, the Marshal Tianpa." Tianpa. Nezha instantly recalled a colleague he had encountered in the Heavenly Court, his gaze shifting from the nine-toothed rake back to the pig demon's face, scrutinizing its current form. His usually calm expression faltered. "How have you come to be in such a state?" Though Nezha had little interaction with Marshal Tianpa, he remembered him as a striking figure. Imposing and dignified, certainly a divine being. How could it be that in such a short span, he had transformed into a creature reeking of demonic energy? Nezha, who had not closely followed affairs in the Heavenly Court, had previously been aware of conflicts but now turned a blind eye, focusing solely on accompanying Chiji, thus remaining oblivious to the unfolding events. Alas, this tale is lengthy, indeed. It is a case of intoxication leading to misfortune, and I am utterly ashamed. The pig demon raised a hand to cover its face, appearing deeply embarrassed and reluctant to speak further. Although Nezha was curious, his inquisitiveness was not overwhelming. Noticing the pig demon's expression of regret over past misdeeds, he refrained from asking more. With a flick of his fiery spear, he declared in a deep, cold voice, "I care not for how you have come to be in this state, but your transgressions disturb the mortal realm, and thus, I must eliminate you." The pig demon protested vehemently. "It is a misunderstanding. I, the old pig, have committed no wrong. Who in the Heavenly Court is unaware of Nezha's fearsome reputation? He is a being capable of inflicting great harm even upon himself. Should one fall into his grasp, a complete corpse would be an act of divine mercy." "Humph." Nezha scoffed, disinterested in further discourse. The tip of his spear began to glow ominously, ready to strike at any moment. Sensing imminent danger, the pig demon cried out, "Third prince, I am here at the behest of Guanyin from the South Sea, awaiting a seeker of truth. You must not interfere." Nezha remained unfazed, while the onlooking monk, Tang Sung, and others expressed their confusion. What? This convoluted demon exorcising incident had only now found its rightful resolution. Thus, Nezha sheathed his fiery spear and windfire wheel, turning to stand beside Chi Ju, casually gesturing towards the puzzled Tang Sung. "Is it so? The seeker you await is right here." The pig demon, relieved at the prospect of no longer having to contend with this fierce deity, was momentarily taken aback. Following Nezha's gesture to behold the monk clad in robes, his dark face lighting up with surprise. Trusting Nezha's word, the pig demon retracted its weapon, the nine-toothed rake, and swiftly approached. Under the instinctive wariness of Sun Wukong's watchful gaze, the pig demon knelt before Tang Sung, bowing low. "Master, at last, you have arrived. I have awaited your presence with great longing." Listening to the pig demon recount the backstory to Tang Sung, Chi Ju, whose hand was being toyed with by Nezha, tilted her head, seemingly enlightened. "So, this is the second master? Pig Beiji?" The memory dawned upon her. Hearing Chi Ju's self-muttering, Nezha tilted his head in curiosity. It's nothing. I merely meant to say that the master is about to take on another disciple. I wonder how many disciples Guanyin has prepared? I do not know." After the pig demon respectfully acknowledged Tang Sung as its master, earning the moniker Beiji, it then turned to Sun Wukong, bowing in deference, thus becoming the second in rank and addressing Sun Wukong as senior brother. Chi Ju, being a nominal disciple of Tang Sung, did not rank among the direct disciples. Cheerfully suggested that she could simply be a little junior sister. Consequently, the pig Beiji, smiling, performed a courteous gesture, referring to her as little junior sister. With the demon threat resolved, the elderly matriarch, Gao, was filled with joy, although she still harbored some trepidation regarding the pig Beiji, who had caused the separation of father and daughter for half a year. She welcomed Tang Sung and his companions with a warm smile, offering them a modest feast of fine wine and delicacies. As dusk descended, Master Xuanzang took the opportunity to rest at the home of the elderly Madame Gao, preparing to set forth again on the morrow. To spare her undue worry, he requested that only 2 rooms be prepared. Thus, Chi Gui and Nezha shared one, while Master Xuanzang and his 2 disciples occupied another. After attending to their evening rituals, they readied themselves for slumber. Master Xuanzang, having shed his outer garments, lay upon the bed, while Zhu Beiji, clutching a quilt, squeezed onto a chair beside Sun Wukong. Zhu Beiji, with his head wrapped like a dumpling, found it difficult to drift into sleep. Listening to Master Xuanzang's steady breathing, he pondered for a moment and cast a spell to ensure the master would not be disturbed. Then, he shifted closer to the slumbering Sun Wukong, gently prodding him. "Brother Monkey, I wish to inquire about something." Sun Wukong opened his eyes and swatted away Zhu Beiji's hand. "Why are you not sleeping at this hour? Be cautious not to wake the master." Zhu Beiji, scratching his head with a hint of grievance, replied, "It's just that I have a bit of a headache and cannot sleep. As for the master, fret not. I've cast a spell, and he will not be disturbed. It's not my fault if he wakes. I never said it was you." Zhu Beiji huffed, his curiosity getting the better of him as he leaned in to poke Sun Wukong again. "Brother Monkey, what is the story with the third prince? I haven't heard of him being banished. Why is he accompanying us?" Irritated by the incessant pestering, Sun Wukong seized Zhu Beiji's large ear and scolded him. "Why do you concern yourself with others? Mind your own business. That hurts. Brother Monkey, please." Zhu Beiji whimpered. Covering his ear, Sun Wukong leaned closer, speaking sternly into Zhu Beiji's ear. "What is there to be curious about? Just sleep already. We have a journey to continue tomorrow." Finally freed from Sun Wukong's grasp, Zhu Beiji, feeling somewhat wronged, rubbed his ear and retreated. "It's just that, during our days in the heavenly court, the third prince was often absent while vanquishing demons. Now he has the leisure to accompany us. It truly surprises me. Could it be that something has transpired in the heavenly court, despite being cast down to the mortal realm due to drunken folly?" Zhu Beiji had spent countless years as a deity and remained concerned for his old friends in the heavenly court. Sun Wukong waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away insects. "Enough of your idle worries. That young prince simply cannot let go of my sister. He clings to her and refuses to depart. Do not concern yourself with him." "Ah, so that's the reason? No wonder the master arranged for them to share a room. I thought their closeness was rather peculiar." Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Qi Gui curled up in Nezha's embrace, her arms wrapped around his slender waist, inhaling the faint scent of lotus emanating from him. Suddenly, she sneezed. Awakened by the commotion, Nezha opened his eyes and pulled the quilt closer around them, looking down at Qi Gui. "Ah, Qi, what is it? Are you cold?" Qi Gui rubbed her itchy nose, closing her eyes and snuggling deeper into Nezha's embrace, seemingly indifferent. "I'm not cold. Perhaps someone is speaking ill of me?" The illustrious Prince of Lotus, not only blessed with remarkable beauty and formidable strength, exudes a fragrant aroma, serving as a delightful and practical pillow. In every conceivable sense, he proves exceedingly useful. Nezha, with a sigh, cast his gaze upon the contented figure of Qi nestled in his embrace, gently adjusting the blanket and drawing her closer, before closing his eyes in repose. As they traversed the path in pursuit of enlightenment, he refrained from indulging in any actions that might contravene the tenets of the Buddhist order, suppressing the stirrings of emotion within him and seeking solace in meditation. The following morning, after a brief respite, the group resumed their journey westward. All belongings were organized, with the newly initiated disciple Zhu Beiji tasked with carrying the burdens. The monk Tang Sung rode atop the freshly groomed white dragon horse, and Sun Wukong, brandishing his golden staff, led the way, scouting ahead. Meanwhile, Nezha and Qi, both renowned for their formidable prowess across the realms, displayed no reluctance as she leaped onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck. And he bore her steadily as they advanced. Zhu Beiji, trudging alongside Nezha, observed the carefree Qi perched on his shoulder, juxtaposed with the heavy load he bore. A twinge of envy welled within him as he pondered the disparity of their circumstances. Was his little junior sister truly embarking on a quest for wisdom, enduring hardships for enlightenment? It seemed more akin to a leisurely excursion, particularly with her divine steed at her disposal, a literal manifestation of a celestial mount. Clenching his burden tighter, he quickened his pace, unwilling to remain in the company of those two who rendered his own efforts futile. The party journeyed onward, seeking alms and shelter in villages. And when they encountered no sun or missed its rays, they made camp beneath the stars, enduring the elements. Days turned into months, and soon the sweltering heat of summer enveloped them. Their travels had been remarkably serene, devoid of any monstrous encounters or wild beasts. Along the way, they met a self-proclaimed Master Wu Chao, who rambled on with cryptic wisdom, leaving Tang Sung and Qi perplexed. Sun Wukong, however, interpreted the remarks as veiled insults directed at him and Beiji, igniting his temper and prompting him to brandish his staff in anger until Tang Sung intervened, calming him with great difficulty. Even after they had distanced themselves from the imposing Mount Futu, Sun Wukong continued to grumble, seething with indignation. As they approached the Yellow Wind Ridge, an expanse of 800 miles adorned with jade-green hills and shrouded in mist, the scenery was nothing short of breathtaking. Tang Sung slowed the pace of the white dragon horse, while Sun Wukong stepped forward, creating a small gap to scout the path ahead. With Zhu Beiji shouldering the luggage and flanking Nezha and Qi on either side of the venerable monk, suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, howling ominously. The intrepid Sun Wukong, who was leading the way, had yet to react when Nezha instinctively raised his hand to shield Chi-Ji from the impending danger. In that fateful year, a tiger emerged as a formidable obstacle for the Monkey King, its presence thick with demonic aura. As a deity dedicated to vanquishing malevolent spirits, Nezha was acutely sensitive to the stench of blood and the presence of evil. The wind, upon its arrival, revealed itself not as a mere natural breeze, but as the sinister wind often spoken of by humankind. At the forefront, upon hearing the warning, Sun Wukong sprang into action, leaping back to stand protectively in front of the Tang monk, positioning himself before the white dragon horse, staff in hand, his eyes gleaming with determination. Meanwhile, the burdened Zhu Beiji hastily set down his load, brandishing his nine-toothed rake in defense, his large ears flapping as he scanned the surroundings with vigilance. Tang Sung, seated upon the white dragon horse, brought the steed to a halt, dismounting with grace, gripping the reins in one hand and his nine-ringed staff in the other. He wore a serious expression. Nezha's mere utterance of a single line had instilled a sense of imminent peril in the trio. He momentarily paused, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth revealing his bemusement, as he beckoned Chi-Ji, who had drawn forth her Qianquan circle in readiness. Nezha spoke with a hint of exasperation. It is merely a minor demon, hardly warranting such alarm. Nevertheless, even if it were a trivial demon, caution was prudent. Chi-Ji complied, retracting the Qianquan circle back to her wrist, and Tang Sung breathed a sigh of relief, his tension easing. For despite Tang Sung's innate strength, he remained mortal, inherently wary of the supernatural. Only Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji maintained their guard. Wukong understood that, given the circumstances, Nezha often found himself limited in his capacity to engage. Thus it fell upon him, as the most formidable member of their party, to safeguard his companions. As for Zhu Beiji, while others may have been oblivious to Nezha's storied past, he, having served alongside him for countless years and partaken in numerous battles against malevolent creatures, was acutely aware of Nezha's prowess. Memories flooded back of their past collaborations, capturing ancient demons across the four continents, where Nezha had deemed many foes insignificant. Yet the term minor demon now left Zhu Beiji in uncertainty. What if this too was a millennia-old demon in disguise? Fortunately, the creature soon revealed itself, emerging into view as a striking tiger. Upon recognizing it as merely a slightly larger than average tiger, with a faint demonic presence, Zhu Beiji finally relaxed, exclaiming, "A tiger? Now that truly is a minor demon." Reflecting on his initial days in the pilgrimage, when he had yet to demonstrate his abilities before his master, Zhu Beiji pushed past the somewhat disinterested Sun Wukong, stepping forward to confront the approaching tiger, raising his rake to strike at the menacing beast. Yet, to his astonishment, the tiger suddenly rose on its hind legs, deftly using its front left paw to strike its own chest before fiercely preparing to retaliate. With a sharp sound, it astonishingly shed its entire tiger skin, and in the next moment, it appeared on the other side of the road. What remained for Zhu Beiji was only the blood-soaked tiger skin. Witnessing this rather maddening scene, Chi-Ju could not help but widen her eyes in disbelief. Ah, how quaint. A rudimentary method of shedding one's skin. Nezha, displaying a look of disdain, pulled Chi-Ju aside, shielding her from the gruesome sight. Sun Wukong, observing the spectacle, leaped beside the monk Xuanzang, tugging at his sleeve. "Master, you should not look, it is quite revolting." In that year, the tiger vanguard met its demise. The ferocious tiger roared thunderously, its voice booming, "Halt! I am the vanguard of the Yellow Wind King's forces, commanded to patrol these mountains. How dare you raise your weapons against me?" Eager to assert himself, Zhu Beiji paid no heed to the tiger's bluster and swung his nine-toothed rake with intent to strike. Meanwhile, the monk Xuanzang, protected by Sun Wukong, hesitated and called out, "Beiji, wait. Do not attack." Halting his assault, Zhu Beiji took several cautious steps back, warily observing the tiger's potential retaliation, while also glancing at Xuanzang. "Master, what is it?" The vanguard seized the opportunity to glare at Zhu Beiji while slowly inching back towards a large rock concealing its weapon. Stepping forward, Xuanzang positioned himself beside Sun Wukong, hands clasped in prayer as he spoke to the tiger vanguard. "Esteemed tiger, I am a humble monk hailing from the Tang dynasty, sent by His Majesty the Emperor to journey westward in search of sacred scriptures. As we inadvertently trespass through your domain, we seek your understanding and request passage for my companions and me." Being a creature of the dark arts, the tiger vanguard could hardly comprehend Xuanzang's eloquent words. It merely seized the moment to stealthily approach the rock where its weapons lay hidden. Before Xuanzang could finish his plea, the tiger leaped behind the stone, brandishing two bronze blades, and charged menacingly at Zhu Beiji once more, declaring, "The king has ordered me to procure some delicacies. You ungrateful monks shall serve as our feast. In the diverse realms of the three worlds and the six paths, where myriad races and customs exist, the heavenly court does not intervene unless the balance of the heavenly Tao is threatened. However, one decree stands firm. The consumption of human flesh is forbidden. The human race, having forged its own path, became a significant pillar of existence, deserving of the heavenly court's protection and attention. Upon hearing the tigress' words, Chi-Ju turned her gaze to Nezha, seeking confirmation. Nezha? Nezha nodded, affirming Chi-Ju's suspicions, his demeanor chilling. Eyes filled with a fierce resolve. It is imbued with bloodlust and malevolence. It has consumed many. Xuanzang, upon hearing Nezha's words, experienced a profound shift in expression. The gentle demeanor he had displayed vanished, replaced by a visage resembling the wrath of a mighty deity. So it is a vile beast. Originally intending to negotiate and avoid conflict, the monk Tripitaka suddenly displayed a swift change of demeanor. Beiji, exorcise it. After all, Zhu Beiji had once commanded the celestial water forces as the marshal of the heavenly canopy, despite having been erroneously reborn as a pig. His memories lingered, and his newly acquired powers were not to be trifled with, especially not by a mere tiger demon. Following a chaotic skirmish, the tiger vanguard ultimately succumbed to Zhu Beiji's prowess, meeting its demise beneath the nine-toothed rake. Observing the pitiful carcass of the tiger sprawled on the ground, Tripitaka joined his palms in prayer and uttered a heartfelt Amitabha, subsequently reciting the Sutra of the Afterlife to bless the souls consumed by the tiger. Chi-Ju and the others, having nothing pressing to attend to, settled upon a nearby rock to await his return, refraining from hastening him. Once Tripitaka completed his recitation, the group began to prepare for their journey anew, yet Tripitaka remained stationary, a look of internal conflict upon his face. Chi-Ju and Sun Wukong busied themselves with the saddles and reins, with Chi-Ju tilting his head in confusion, asking, "Master, why do you not mount your horse? Is there something amiss?" Tripitaka glanced at the lifeless tiger and then surveyed the surrounding dense forest. Hesitating before speaking, that demon claimed to be a subordinate of the king of the Yellow Wind. Does this mean there is another formidable demon lurking in the Yellow Wind Ridge? Thinking that Tripitaka was perturbed by the tiger's words, Sun Wukong sprang forward, crouching before him with a confident grin. "Fear not, master. With me, your old son, no demon can harm you." Zhu Beiji, shouldering the baggage, chimed in with a smile. Indeed, indeed. Rest assured, master, old pig will protect you too." As the other two expressed their assurances, Chi-Ju naturally followed suit. Smiling as she added, "Master, I shall protect you as well. And Nezha will not stand idly by." Nezha, named, remained silent, appearing indifferent. Yet his demeanor tacitly acknowledged Chi-Ju's words. Unexpectedly, Tripitaka merely shook his head in response. "I am not afraid." Chi-Ju, puzzled, inquired, "Then master, what troubles you?" "I ponder," Tripitaka replied, his lips pursed, a look of compassion gracing his features, "that if this tiger demon has devoured numerous souls, then surely its master must have consumed even more, committing far greater sins." Realizing Tripitaka might voice something unexpected, Zhu Beiji instinctively set down his burden. Looking at Tripitaka in confusion, "So, what do you mean?" "My meaning is this," Tripitaka stated, "since we have passed through this place, we cannot stand idly by while vile demons continue to harm and devour the innocent. With the unpardonable sins they have committed, since we have encountered them, we might as well exorcise them, allowing them to seek redemption from Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. It appears that the venerable Tripitaka intends to take the initiative and deal with the so-called king of the Yellow Wind before it escalates." Hearing the words of Tripitaka, Chi-Gue glanced at the eager expressions of Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji, who were both visibly excited, and suddenly felt a sense of confusion. Is this truly the weak, kind-hearted, and submissive monk she remembers? His intention to exorcise the monster and send it to meet the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva seems more akin to a figure like Fa Hai. Setting aside any thoughts regarding the connection between the monk and Fa Hai, let us focus on the present. At Tripitaka's suggestion, Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji eagerly expressed their willingness to embark on this venture to accumulate some merit. Chi-Gue, disinterested in fighting, chose to remain behind to tend to their belongings and accompany Tripitaka. Although Tripitaka wished to join them in vanquishing the demon, Sun Wukong rejected the idea. The demon's strength was uncertain, and they did not wish to put Tripitaka in harm's way. Once the demon was defeated, they could later invite Tripitaka to chant scriptures for its salvation. Thus, Tripitaka sat down on the spot, closing his eyes and quietly reciting Buddhist scriptures. Chi-Gue, feeling idle, pulled out the Hunyuan silken ribbon to entertain herself, while Nezha sat beside her. Time passed swiftly, And before long, half an hour had gone by. In that scorching summer, the sun blazed brilliantly, making it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open, and the heat was unbearable. Even in the shade of the trees, the hot wind and the incessant chirping of cicadas could drive one to madness. Tripitaka sat calmly beneath the tree, his demeanor serene despite the sweat trickling down his forehead. Beside him, Chi-Goei had nearly turned into a koala, clinging to Nezha with a dejected expression, her entire being radiating a subtle sadness. How unbearably hot and noisy it is. Why haven't T-Monkey and the others returned? Did they cook and eat the demon after defeating it? Nezha, now reduced from a steed to a cold pillow, gently adjusted Chi-Goei's slipping form, pulling her into his embrace and casting a glance into the distance. They should be back soon. At that moment, a sudden cry from Zhu Beiji pierced the air, filled with urgency. Master, little junior sister, come quickly. Chi-Goei, who had previously appeared despondent, suddenly sprang to life, pushing Nezha away and jumping up. Oh no, could something have happened? The calm and meditative Tripitaka also sprang to his feet, grasping his 9-ringed staff and swiftly heading toward the source of the commotion. Beiji? Yukong? Meanwhile, Nezha, feeling discarded and nearly toppled over, brushed off the grass and dust from his clothes and stood up, observing Chi-Goei hurriedly running off. He felt somewhat displeased. What's the hurry? With that monkey's prowess, what could possibly go wrong? Yet, indeed, something had gone awry. Zhu Beiji emerged, supporting a somewhat disheveled Sun Wukong, who, once lively and mischievous, now had his eyes tightly shut, one hand resting on Zhu Beiji's shoulder and the other using his golden staff for support, his furry face streaked with tears. Upon arriving first, the venerable monk Tripitaka was taken aback by the disheveled appearance of Sun Wukong. He hurriedly stepped forward to offer support, exclaiming, Wukong, what has befallen you? Has that demon harmed you? A moment later, Qiujing's eyes widened in astonishment as she observed the monkey's tearful demeanor. A mix of concern and surprise flooding her expression. Monkey brother, Sun Wukong, putting away his golden staff, raised a hand to wipe his face, and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, explained, I, the old sun, am unscathed. It is merely that demon who employed a peculiar wind technique. My eyes, once afflicted in the Bagua furnace, cannot endure smoke or sand, which led me to fall victim to its trickery. A certain lotus, imbued with a touch of acidity, sauntered over, arms crossed, and unable to conceal the glee in its eyes, remarked, to say, Monkey, look at you today, you cannot even defeat a mere little demon. If it weren't for my old ailment being triggered, that demon would have perished beneath my staff. Sun Wukong, feeling the sting of ridicule, erupted in indignation. Yet his eyes, swollen and weeping from pain, betrayed his usual bravado. Nezha was poised to continue his taunts when Qiujing, turning to him, covered his mouth, saying, Nezha, cease this gloating. With his beloved standing beside that wretched monkey, Nezha clenched his teeth in silence, glaring at Sun Wukong with fury in his eyes. Regrettably, the tearful monkey was oblivious to the tension around him. Tripitaka, feeling helpless, noted that Sun Wukong seemed unperturbed, asserting that a simple eye ointment would suffice. Nezha and Qiujing exchanged glances, the former embodying a certain omnipotence in Qiujing's eyes. I never require eye ointment. I have none, Nezha replied, tilting his head slightly, arms still crossed. Qiujing then looked up at Nezha, grasping his hands in a bid to charm him. Could you perhaps fetch some? No, I shan't. Sun Wukong, supported by Tripitaka and Zhu Beiji, sat to rest and interjected, Little Seven, do not plead with him. This little prince is quite stingy, and I, the old son, have no desire to owe him favors. Nezha narrowed his eyes, glaring at the monkey who dared to speak ill of him. Sun Wukong, ignoring Nezha. Sun Wukong dried his tears, reassured Tripitaka, and instructed Zhu Beiji to ride the clouds and seek out a healer or anyone nearby for an eye ointment. If all else failed, they would have to wait until tomorrow, when he might recuperate enough to continue vanquishing demons. Finding Zhu Beiji? That will be a challenge. In this desolate wilderness, where might one find a healer? Thus, Qiujing bit her lip, gazing up at Nezha with a pitiful expression, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Nezha. Despite being typically brash and obstinate, the lotus could not withstand the weight of a single tear. I shall go. Just wait. With a stomp. The sound of wind and fire whirling echoed as the red-clad deity pressed his lips together, stepping onto the summoned windfire wheel, transforming into a streak of crimson light soaring into the heavens. As Chi-Ju blinked, the mist gathering in her eyes dissipated in an instant, and her expression returned to its usual nonchalance. She turned to glance at Sun Wukong and inquired, Monkey brother, your eyes are merely uncomfortable. Nothing else is injured, right? Having witnessed Chi-Ju's remarkable change in demeanor, The monk Tang Sung had long since grown accustomed to such transformations and was unfazed. Only Zhu Beiji, encountering this for the first time, was taken aback. "Little junior sister," he stammered, "weren't your eyes just red and on the verge of tears? How is it that, just after Nezha left, and with the fragrance of lotus still lingering you?" Huh? Chi Ju, sitting beside Sun Wukong, turned back. Her expression puzzled as she looked at Zhu Beiji. Realizing his hesitance, she tilted her head and replied, "You mean just now? I was merely pretending. Nezha cannot bear to see me cry." She winked playfully at Zhu Beiji, her smile mischievous. "You see, when faced with a stubborn and proud lover, a touch of vulnerability and charm is essential. After all, Nezha himself is quite fond of this approach." Zhu Beiji fell silent, raising his hand in a gesture of admiration toward Chi Ju. Before long, Nezha returned, bringing with him a medicine obtained from the Medicine King. Given Nezha's tendency to be jealous and his usual verbal jabs at Sun Wukong, it was expected that he would insult the monkey after delivering the medicine. However, to everyone's surprise, the monkey did not hesitate to accept the medicine from Nezha and applied it without a second thought, his golden eyes blinking. Entirely unfazed by Nezha's earlier mockery, Nezha remarked, "The third prince is ever so obstinate." Freed from the burden of his ailment, Sun Wukong seized his golden staff, filled with fury and intent on vengeance, oblivious to the encroaching darkness. Meanwhile, a certain irate lotus, armed and ready, followed closely behind. Ultimately, when the Lord of the Yellow Wind, Lingji Bodhisattva, hastily arrived, what awaited him was nothing but a mangled corpse of a ferret. The instigator, Sun Wukong, was quick to accuse Lingji Bodhisattva of negligence and supervision, while Nezha stood with his arms crossed, his gaze icy, leaving Lingji Bodhisattva in an awkward predicament. It was from this moment forth that rumors began to spread among the demons about the supposed immortality that could be attained by consuming Tang Seng's flesh, whether intentionally propagated by the Lord of the Yellow Wind or not. The serene days had vanished without a trace. The year had arrived at the flowing sand river. After traversing the vast expanse of the Yellow Wind Ridge, the journey ahead consisted mostly of plains, making the path significantly easier. Before long, the group found themselves blocked by a river that seemed bottomless and bankless, its surface churning with turbulent, murky waves, devoid of birds or boats. For divine beings and demons, crossing such a river was effortless, yet among them was a mortal. Thus, they searched their surroundings for a solution, discovering a stone tablet standing at the riverbank, inscribed with the words "Flowing Sand River," accompanied by a line of smaller text below. The venerable Tripitaka extended his hand to brush away the dust from the ancient stone tablet, leaning in for a closer inspection. 800 sands of the flowing river, 3,000 depths of the feeble waters. The goose feather cannot float, and the reed flowers must sink to the bottom. Alas, traversing this river proves to be quite a challenge. The desolate surroundings revealed no signs of life, and the absence of boatmen or vessels, not to mention the lack of a suspension bridge, was indeed vexing. Staring blankly at the endless expanse of water, Tripitaka found himself at a loss for what to do next. Qiujia turned her gaze to Zhu Beiji, who had set down his burden to rest beside her, panting heavily. Then she glanced at Sun Wukong, who was scratching his head in confusion, before finally resting her eyes on Nezha, who stood silently beside her like a mere ornament. Her attention then fell upon the white horse next to Tripitaka. Under the puzzled gaze of Nezha, Qiujia approached and gently patted the back of the white dragon horse. "Little Bai, oh little white dragon," she called. The horse snorted in response, its eyes filled with bewilderment. Although it was indeed a little white dragon, it was not named Little Bai. Disregarding the horse's silent protest, Qiujia affectionately ruffled its mane, adopting a tone of negotiation. "You see, we are currently stranded by this riverbank. For me and the Monkey King, crossing this river is a trivial matter, but for our master Sun Wukong, who had been scratching his head in a state of indecision, suddenly brightened, leaping in front of Qiujia. "What? Little Seven, do you have a solution?" Tripitaka tilted his head in curiosity, his eyes equally filled with anticipation. Qiujia shook her head earnestly. "I, of course, have no solution," but under the puzzled gazes of Sun Wukong and Tripitaka, she continued to pat the white dragon horse. "Isn't Little Bai a dragon? Dragons are born to dwell in water. I believe Little Bai should be able to carry our master across. But it is currently a horse." Tripitaka hesitated. Qiujia, with unwavering conviction, replied, "But its true form is that of a dragon." The white dragon horse, under the intense scrutiny of several pairs of eyes, suppressed the urge to retreat, lowering its head to nibble on the sparse grass, feigning ignorance. The little white dragon longed to shout, "I was once a dragon, but now I am a horse." It was just a horse. Even if it could run faster, withstand more, and was sturdier than an ordinary horse. It had undeniably transformed into a horse. What manner of fiend dares to spy upon us? Without waiting for Chiojia and the others to ponder whether the white dragon horse could carry Tripitaka across the river, Nezha, who had remained mostly silent, suddenly turned his gaze towards the rippling surface of the flowing sand river, his brow furrowed with cold intensity. Thus, the question of whether the little white dragon could ferry Tripitaka across the river became inconsequential. Each individual took up their respective weapons to form a protective circle around Tripitaka. Yet, as the river roared, they turned to witness surging waves resembling great mountains, the waters rolling like unending peaks, from which a monster emerged. The blue-faced demon, who had met its match that year, appeared as an extraordinary creature. Its hair blazed like red flames, and its round eyes sparkled like lanterns. With a complexion neither black nor blue, it had a voice that boomed like thunder. Draped in a pale yellow cloak and adorned with a belt of exposed white vines, it bore a necklace of 9 skulls and wielded a magnificent staff. Upon emerging from the water, the malevolent creature glided through the waves, its intentions clear as it charged directly towards the venerable monk, Tripitaka. "Halt, you vile fiend!" roared Sun Wukong, filled with righteous fury. With a mighty swing of his golden staff, he aimed to strike at the creature's head, proclaiming, "Take this, you miscreant." Meanwhile, the ever-watchful Zhu Beiji, unable to engage directly, positioned himself protectively in front of Tripitaka and the white dragon steed, remaining alert and vigilant. As the creature's appearance came into focus, the onlooker, Chiji, furrowed her brow in disdain, exclaiming, "How grotesque!" Though she prided herself on her worldly experience, she had never before encountered such an unsightly being. It is often said that one should avoid striking a person's face or insulting their appearance. Chiji's unfiltered remark, uttered without a whisper, reached the ears of the creature, currently under Wukong's relentless assault. Clearly perturbed by her unabashed disdain, the creature's eyes widened in fury, its expression contorting in rage. Seizing the moment, the creature withstood a blow from Wukong and twisted away from the fray, launching itself towards Chiji, brandishing a weapon resembling a demon-slaying staff aimed at her forehead. Alas, this was tantamount to poking a hornet's nest. The arduous journey to retrieve scriptures is a trial meant solely for Tripitaka and his companions, testing their resolve as they face myriad challenges. Celestial beings are not permitted to intervene lightly, lest they entangle themselves in karmic repercussions. Thus, even though Nezha was deeply concerned for Chiji's safety, he chose to silently accompany her, acting merely as her mount, refraining from meddling unless absolutely necessary. Should dangerous adversaries block their path, Nezha would offer only verbal warnings, never engaging directly. However, there is always a but. If Tripitaka, Sun Wukong, or Zhu Beiji were to be harmed or captured before him, Nezha would remain impassive, provided their lives were not in peril. But if it were Chiji, how dare you? A blazing flame erupted, and the solemn deity seated in the shrine came to life. With furrowed brows and piercing golden eyes, Nezha unleashed a spear of true fire, thrusting it forth with great urgency. The blue-faced demon, intent on retaliating against Chiji, was instantly struck with terror at the sight of the approaching spear. "This weapon looks familiar," he thought, recognizing the red-clad youth wielding it. "Isn't this the very one who causes both admiration and exasperation for the Jade Emperor?" Consequently, the blue-faced demon's heart raced with dread, abandoning its intent to strike Chiji as it desperately twirled its staff to block the fiery spear. While the spear was deflected, it could not guard against the golden staff that followed stealthily from behind. With a resounding thud, the blue-faced demon let out a wretched scream as it was sent hurtling away like a deflated ball. As the nimbus cloud and the windfire wheels were summoned simultaneously, 2 pairs of golden eyes locked in a fierce gaze, and a spark of electric tension seemed to flicker in the void. Then, like bolts of lightning, they sped towards the blue-faced monster that had been sent flying. In the year 48, the blue-faced demon almost succumbed to slumber. Perhaps it was not yet his time to perish? Despite being wounded under the onslaught of the great sage equal to heaven and the third Prince Nezha, the creature somehow managed to find an opportunity to escape, diving headlong into the water and vanishing from sight. Above the water's surface, Sun Wukong, riding the nimbus cloud, scratched his ear in frustration. "Hey, this monster is far too cowardly to just run away like that." Beside him, Nezha, with a fierce glint in his eyes, stood upon the wind-fire wheels. His elongated phoenix eyes narrowed, a chill expression adorning his delicate features. Sun Wukong, unwilling to accept that they had failed to capture the demon, lowered the nimbus cloud and leaned closer to the water's surface for another look. After circling a few times and unleashing a stream of curses, he reluctantly turned to Nezha, poking him with his golden staff. Little prince, do you have any way to draw that monster out? Nezha shot a disdainful glance at Sun Wukong. Dodging the poke from the golden staff, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips, dripping with mockery. Useless monkey, why are you scolding me again, little prince? Sun Wukong retorted, incensed, preparing to confront Nezha. However, Nezha abruptly turned and descended towards the ground, completely ignoring the irate Sun Wukong. Upon reaching Qi Ji's side, Nezha extended his hand. Ah Qi, may I borrow the magic silk? Although it was an artifact rightfully his, which he could summon at will, he deliberately returned to seek her consent. This act momentarily stunned Qi Ji, who handed him the magic silk, transformed into a hair ribbon. You could have summoned it directly. There was no need for this formality. Since I have entrusted it to you for protection, I must seek your approval when I wish to use it, Nezha replied, a gentle smile softening his typically cold and fierce demeanor. Meanwhile, the monks Sanzang and Zhu Beiji, who had unwittingly been subjected to a mouthful of dog food, observed the interaction with indescribable expressions. Sun Wukong, arriving a moment too late to confront Nezha, halted midair, his face contorting into a pained grimace. As though he had bitten into something sour, Nezha paid no heed to the opinions of these onlookers. After receiving the magic silk from Qi Ji, he turned and stood before the river of sand. His gaze hardened, and with a slight tug at his lips, the brilliant silk shot forth like a sharp arrow. The crimson ribbon entwined with the flowing water, conjuring towering waves, an overwhelming spectacle that echoed the tumultuous scenes of the past, once again manifesting across the 800 miles of the river of sand. Stop. Please, spare me, third prince. The familiar scene and the echo of familiar pleas emerged once more. As the magic silk stirred the waters, the blue-faced demon that had retreated into the depths could no longer withstand the chaos and, dazed, leaped out, begging for mercy. As the monstrous apparition made its entrance, Nezha had yet to take action when the shimmering golden staff struck first. The blue-faced demon, already weakened from prior combat, found itself further disoriented by the swirling of the mystic silk, leaving it in a state of bewilderment. How could it possibly evade the descending golden rod wielded by the great sage, equal to heaven? Just as the formidable demon seemed destined to meet its end beneath the staff, a voice resonated from the heavens. Wukong, cease your assault. At that moment, the blue-faced demon lay prostrate on the ground, its eyes wide with terror, unable to escape the impending doom as it stared at the staff poised to claim its life. In that year, a bodhisattva, greatly agitated, witnessed the staff halt mere inches from the blue-faced demon, immobilized by some divine incantation. The onlookers, including the monk Tang Sanzang, gazed upwards to behold the sight of Guanyin Bodhisattva, clad in white, holding a willow branch and pristine vase, her long hair cascading freely. Tang Sanzang, somewhat taken aback, nevertheless bowed respectfully, proclaiming, Disciple Tang Sanzang pays homage to Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva. Beside him, Zhu Beiji also clasped his hands in reverence. Though his gaze could not resist stealing glances at the unadorned Guanyin, his expression brimming with curiosity, I pay my respects to the Bodhisattva. With his weapon immobilized, Sun Wukong pressed downward, realizing that he could no longer take the blue-faced demon's life, which incited a certain agitation within him. Retracting the golden staff, he thrust it forcefully into the ground, his face contorted with ire. Bodhisattva, why have you come to obstruct me here, far from your Logia mountain? This scene felt hauntingly familiar, as if it had transpired before. Clearly, Guanyin had arrived in haste, for she appeared disheveled and unprepared. Recalling the previous incident vividly, one of the spectators, Qi Ju, blinked, surveying the trembling blue-faced demon on the ground, then glancing at the furious Sun Wukong and the equally unfriendly gaze of Nezha. Under the Bodhisattva's displeased scrutiny, Qi Ju hesitantly inquired, Bodhisattva, could this demon be one of your preordained disciples as well? At this, the eyes of the gathered onlookers turned towards Guanyin, awaiting her response. However, Guanyin felt an acute headache brewing, pressing her fingers against her throbbing temples, casting an exasperated glare at the individuals on the ground. What part of my earlier instructions did you fail to comprehend? Faced with the Bodhisattva's frustration, Qi Ju and Sun Wukong exchanged glances, then simultaneously turned their gaze towards the kneeling Tang Sanzang, who remained in a posture of devotion. Tang Sanzang, quietly bowing his head, remained still, for the Bodhisattva had not bid him rise. Thus, as a devoted disciple of the Buddhist path, he felt compelled to remain prostrate, neither curious nor peering about, knowing nothing of the unfolding discourse. Consequently, the two, lacking answers, redirected their attention back to Guanyin. Sun Wukong scratched his ear and chin, barely able to contain his impatience. Bodhisattva, if you have something to convey, please do so plainly, and refrained from speaking in riddles. Guanyin sighed, addressing the group. You all. Just a moment ago, I emphasized the importance of announcing your names in times of crisis to avoid harming our own. And yet, what happened? Had I not arrived swiftly, Wujing would have been struck down by you. Wujing? Indeed, this was yet another disciple that Guanyin had prepared for the Tang monk. Among those who understood Guanyin's intent was the blue-faced demon Wujing, who was hanging by a thread. The attire of the Tang monk and his companions was indeed distinctive. Nezha, without a doubt, bore no connection to the pilgrimage team, and thus donned his usual attire. Crimson robes adorned with golden embellishments, splendid and sharp, contrasting starkly with the group. Chigawei, merely a nominal disciple, had embarked on this journey primarily to accrue merit, so he had exchanged his former splendid garments for simple, unadorned robes, foregoing the monk's garb altogether. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji had diligently dressed in monk's robes, adopting the appearance of monks, albeit one with a rugged face and the other with large ears. Only the Tang monk stood out, crowned with a pilu hat, draped in a red-gold kasaya, wielding a 9-ringed staff, his fair complexion and handsome features complemented by a gentle, compassionate smile, an unmistakable image of a venerable monk. Thus, the blue-faced demon hurriedly prostrated himself before the Tang monk, trembling under the watchful eyes of his apprentice companions. Disciple Sha Wujing pays homage to master. I was blind to your esteemed visage and acted with ignorance. I beseech your forgiveness. The Tang monk replied. How should I put it? This situation is rather coincidental. Since the blue-faced demon was indeed one of their own, it was impossible to harm him. Consequently, Sun Wukong, somewhat disheartened, set aside his golden staff and squatted nearby. Nezha, who had intended to take the demon's life, clenched a corner of the mystic heaven silk, his cold, murderous gaze fixed upon Sha Wujing, causing the latter to break into a cold sweat and tremble before averting his gaze. Meanwhile, the Tang monk, still smiling, accepted this unexpected disciple. Noticing Wujing's disheveled hair, he instructed Zhu Beiji to fetch a razor, personally overseeing his tonsure. Nezha, uninterested in this unfolding drama, returned to Chigawei's side. Observing her hair unbound due to the removal of the mystic heaven silk, he gently pressed her down onto a large stone, positioning himself behind her. With deft fingers, he gathered her flowing locks into a bundle and re-wrapped them with the silk. Once Sha Wujing was tonsured and had paid his respects to the Tang monk, he turned to Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji to acknowledge them, receiving their ranks in return. Then, under Nezha's piercing gaze, he offered an apology to Chigawei. After all was settled, Guanyin spoke once more. Wujing, having now embraced the teachings of Kashi, there is no need for idle chatter. Remove the item around your neck and prepare to assist your master in crossing the river. Upon hearing the words of the Bodhisattva Guanyin, Sha Wujing felt an immediate sense of urgency and diligently removed the 9 skulls that hung from his neck. Following the Bodhisattva's instructions, he arranged the skulls into a 9-square grid using a rope. Guanyin then produced a small red gourd from her sleeve. With a mere gesture of her finger, the gourd descended into the center of the skull formation, and both the skulls and the gourd ascended, transforming into a magical vessel that floated down into the river of sand. Guanyin grasped a willow branch from her jade bottle and waved it towards the still injured Sha Wujing, healing him instantly. She then nodded to Tripitaka, instructing him to proceed. After Tripitaka inclined respectfully towards Guanyin, he, with the assistance of Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji, boarded the magical vessel and settled himself properly. With the aid of this vessel, Tripitaka successfully crossed the river of sand, experiencing a serene passage without a single drop of water touching him, and at great speed. Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing accompanied the vessel closely, ensuring Tripitaka's safety, while Sun Wukong carried the luggage, and Chi-Chi led the white dragon horse, each riding clouds across the river. Once the master and disciples reached the opposite shore, firmly on solid ground, Guanyin lightly gestured to retrieve the red gourd, and the 9 skulls instantly transformed into 9 gusts of ominous wind, dissipating into the ether. After crossing the river of sand, the group was prepared to continue their journey westward, while Guanyin intended to return to the South Sea. However, before she departed, Sun Wukong called out to her, Bodhisattva, wait a moment. Guanyin looked at him with a hint of exasperation. What is it, you mischievous monkey? Well, I, Sun Wukong, wish to inquire, he said, scratching his 2 furry paws together somewhat sheepishly. Are there any of your disciples you have prepared for us on our journey ahead? Upon hearing this, Tripitaka and Chi-Chi exchanged knowing glances with Guanyin, and even the white dragon horse, their steadfast steed, raised its head in curiosity. It was not that the 3 disciples wished to pry into matters, but rather, the circumstances were far too precarious to be overlooked. After all, Both the white dragon horse and the disciples Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing had narrowly escaped death. Zhu Beiji was slightly fortunate, for he managed to utter his name before Nezha struck him down, suffering only a light blow from the golden brick, thus avoiding further calamity. As for the others, whether it was the white dragon horse or Sha Wujing, had Guanyin arrived even a moment later, only lifeless bodies would have remained. Guanyin recalled the perilous escapades of these individuals and felt a wave of speechlessness wash over her. Shaking her head, she cast a reproachful glance at them, her thoughts heavy with discontent. Worry not, there will be no others accompanying you. This journey to the Western Paradise shall be undertaken solely by you few. Sun Wukong, possessing an unyielding demeanor, paid no mind to Guanyin's discontent and jovially bowed to her repeatedly. That is splendid news, truly a burden lifted from us, Bodhisattva. Humph. Guanyin Bodhisattva let out a soft hum, clearly disinterested in the group of individuals who seemed unable to remember significant words. Yet, as she prepared to depart, her gaze fell upon Nezha, who had been silently standing beside Qi Gui, and she paused momentarily. Nezha was acutely aware of the attention directed at him, especially since Guanyin's gaze was unmasked and directly focused on him. He lifted his head, his golden eyes reflecting a cold serenity, unafraid to meet Guanyin's stare. Neither Guanyin averted her gaze, nor did Nezha. Neither spoke, as if they were engaged in a silent contest of endurance. Observing that Nezha did not intend to inquire further, Guanyin finally broke the silence. Prince, has there been no business in the heavenly court of late? Not entirely grasping the underlying meaning of Guanyin's inquiry, Nezha blinked, and out of respect for this venerable figure, he slightly nodded, responding, nothing of great importance. This response visibly caught Guanyin off guard, causing her hand, which cradled the jade purity vase, to tighten involuntarily. Meanwhile, Qi Gui, standing nearby, seemed to comprehend the implications of Guanyin's words. She interpreted them as a subtle suggestion that Nezha was idling too much, always trailing their group, and ought to return to the heavenly court to attend to his own affairs. Yet, whether Nezha was genuinely oblivious or feigning ignorance remained unclear, as he bluntly stated that there was nothing happening, leaving Guanyin in a somewhat awkward position. Qi Gui discreetly tugged at Nezha's sleeve, prompting him to turn and regard her with a look of confusion. Qi Gui attempted to convey her thoughts through her eyes, but regrettably, despite having grown up together, their connection had become strained, and their unspoken understanding was lacking. Nezha stared blankly at Qi Gui, who was making a series of exaggerated facial expressions, his golden eyes blinking in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by her intentions. He foolishly raised his hand to touch her face, asking, "Ah Qi, are you feeling unwell?" Qi Gui, wishing to deliver a punch to this foolish boy, reconsidered. After all, he was her beloved companion, and regardless of his foolishness, he was hers to keep, with no option for return, so she simply endured. A few steps away, Sun Wukong, along with the monk Xuanzang and Zhu Beiji, stood together. Sun Wukong placed a hand on Zhu Beiji's shoulder and leaned in as if to share a secret, yet his voice was hardly subdued. "Beiji, look at this little prince. He truly can be rather dim at times." Upon hearing himself described as not particularly clever, Nezha immediately cast a sharp, menacing glance in their direction, his golden eyes brimming with hostility. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, who had been speaking ill of him, turned his head away, choosing to gaze upward or at the ground, deliberately ignoring Nezha as if he were invisible. Observing this childish exchange from her position in the air, Guanyin Bodhisattva sighed softly and addressed the matter directly. "Prince, the journey to acquire the scriptures is led by Xuanzang along with his disciples. While others may lend assistance occasionally, it is inappropriate to accompany them continuously, especially since he has been closely following. It is none other than Nezha, the renowned deity of destruction across the three realms." As Guanyin Bodhisattva recollected the trials that lay ahead, a wave of darkness momentarily clouded her vision. Nezha, the third prince, is distinctly unlike other celestial beings. While his divine prowess may not be the most formidable, he is undoubtedly the most notorious and fearsome amongst the myriad of demons. Among any 10 demons chosen at random, 9 would harbor considerable trepidation, if not outright fear, towards him. As for the remaining one, they would likely be paralyzed with dread. Given this scenario, if Nezha were to accompany Master Xuanzang and his companions without deviation, would the demons possess the audacity to abduct the monk in the presence of Nezha, even with the tantalizing rumors of his flesh? Guanyin pondered this matter, finding it rather precarious and uncertain. Nezha, momentarily taken aback, glanced at Qiji, pressed his lips together in silence for a brief moment, then spoke. "I have not obstructed anything." Guanyin's lips curled into a gentle smile, her expression radiating the same compassion and warmth as ever. Her gaze flitted between Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing before settling on Nezha, conveying a silent understanding that spoke volumes. Nezha remarked, "Since my arrival, I have encountered several demons along the way and dispatched a few. Such claims are indeed difficult to believe." He fell silent, instinctively tightening his grip on Qiji's hand, reluctant to engage in conversation, and even more so to depart. "Third Prince, at last, I have found you." Just as tensions mounted, a hurried voice echoed from the heavens, and a beam of white light descended, transforming into an elderly figure with white hair and beard, wielding a whisk. Not far from Nezha, it was none other than the illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing. Upon landing, the old man stumbled a few steps, still enveloped in lingering clouds, and hurriedly clasped his hands towards Nezha. "Third Prince, an ancient beast, the Taowu, has broken free from its seal and is wreaking havoc in the northern Jilu prefecture. His Majesty, the Jade Emperor, has commanded you to lead the troops and quell the unrest immediately." Upon hearing this, Nezha frowned slightly, his fingertips unconsciously caressing the back of Qiji's hand. The wind by the banks of the Lusha River tousled Qiji's scattered hair as she gently grasped Nezha's hand, offering a tender smile and a voice soft as a sigh. "Go ahead, I can take care of myself." Amidst their journey, she added, "Indeed, the ancient beast's strength is unknown. Just to be safe, you should take these two artifacts with you." Qiji removed the Qianquan circle from her wrist and drew forth the Hunyuan silken ribbon that bound her hair. "No need." Nezha shook his head, returning the artifacts to her hands with a tone that brooked no argument. "It's merely a Taowu. They are unnecessary." Tai Bai Jinxing, on the verge of exasperation, was nearly stamping his feet, while Nezha seemed oblivious to the urgency. He tenderly brushed his fingers against her cheek, a smile playing upon his lips. "Take good care of yourself. I shall return swiftly." Qiji opened her mouth to speak, yet as a flash of red light erupted, the summoned wind and fire wheels exploded with blazing true fire, sending a rush of air that billowed her garments. The figure in red mounted the flaming wheels, swiftly transforming into a speck of crimson against the horizon, leaving only the lingering fragrance of lotus in the air. "Ah," the mischievous Sun Wukong, with his golden staff, smirked while his ears twitched involuntarily. Before leaving, Nezha, filled with concern, discreetly conveyed a message to ensure the safety of Qigu, a reminder that now echoed profoundly within his mind. Following Nezha's departure, the illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing pursued him, intent on seeking out his whereabouts. Observing this, Guanyin Bodhisattva, who had initially planned to return to the South Sea, quietly exhaled in relief, offering a gentle smile before turning back to ride the clouds homeward. As the seasons transitioned from autumn to winter, then to the warmth of spring and the sweltering heat of summer, followed by the crisp autumn winds, life continued its cyclical dance. The group successfully navigated through the trial set by Ladyley Mountain alongside Guanyin Bodhisattva, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, and Manjushri Bodhisattva, and later indulged in the divine ginseng fruits offered by the esteemed Zenyuanzi at Wanshou Mountain. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, they bade farewell to Zenyuanzi, who had insisted on forming a brotherhood with Sun Wukong, and continued their journey with leisurely grace. On this day, after traveling for half a day, they encountered a majestic mountain that obstructed their path. The mountain loomed perilously, densely forested and expansive. Taking a detour would undoubtedly waste precious time. Sun Wukong soared above the mountain in the clouds, assessing its magnitude before descending to inform the Tang monk. After a moment of hesitation, the Tang monk, seated upon his steed, resolved against taking a detour and chose instead to traverse directly through the mountain. Dismounting, he grasped his precious staff in one hand while holding the reins with the other, expressing concern. "My disciples, this mountain is exceedingly treacherous and appears seldom traversed by others. Exercise caution, lest you stumble and fall." Leading the way, Sun Wukong turned back with a grin, reassuring, "Master, fear not. We are well aware. You, however, should watch your step." Noticing that the Tang monk still held the reins himself, Sun Wukong raised his voice further. "Little Seven, assist the master with the horse, Zhu Beiji. Why don't you help steady the master? Remember, should it become necessary, serve as a cushion for him." The Tang monk's protests were in vain, for Qigu stepped forward, taking the reins of the white dragon horse with a smile, interrupting the Tang monk. "Rest assured, master, we are no ordinary mortals, and this terrain poses little challenge to us. Even if we were to fall, it would not be of consequence." Though Zhu Beiji harbored a slight grudge over being designated as a cushion, he obediently sheathed his nine-toothed rake and stepped forward to support one of the Tang monk's arms, saying, "Master, watch your footing." Upon ascending the mountain, they found themselves amidst a landscape of craggy peaks and winding ravines. Tigers and wolves prowled, while deer moved in herds. Wild rabbits and foxes scurried about, and roe deer and wild boars clashed in the underbrush as they traversed layers of thick, dry branches and leaves. Serpents several feet long would occasionally drop from the branches, hissing and flicking their tongues. The arduous climb took its toll, and though the mortal Tang monk could still endure, his stomach began to protest, grumbling persistently. At last, they reached a relatively flat area, where the surrounding thickets were sparse. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong proposed they rest here for a spell while he scouted for food. The monk Tang Zong panted heavily, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. Perplexed by the desolation surrounding them, how could one possibly find sustenance in such an empty place? Sun Wukong twirled his golden staff with a flourish, chuckling as he reassured the monk, "Do not worry, master. I shall scout the horizon for any signs of habitation. If that fails, perhaps we may forage for some fruits in this forest." Tang Zong nodded and found a flat spot to sit and rest, his unease prompting him to caution, "Be careful, and watch your safety." With that, Sun Wukong retrieved a bowl from their belongings and instructed Zhu Beiji and the others to keep a vigilant eye on the master before soaring into the sky on his cloud. Shortly thereafter, the unmistakable sound of dry branches snapping underfoot echoed through the air, prompting the group to look up and behold a strikingly beautiful young woman emerging from the thicket. Tang Zong, who was in quiet meditation, was taken aback. How could there be a dwelling here? "Master, please remain seated. Let me investigate," said Zhu Beiji, his interest piqued by the sight of the young woman. Tang Zong, discerning Zhu Beiji's intentions, could not help but sigh. "Beiji, be cautious. This desolate wilderness is no place for folly." Qiji, seated beside Tang Zong, shared a silent exasperation at her elder brother's lack of forethought. As Zhu Beiji approached the woman and exchanged a few words, he returned, brimming with joy. "Master, wonderful news. We have encountered a kind-hearted goddess. She has come here specifically to offer alms to the monks." Tang Zong's face was etched with skepticism. He lowered his voice and reprimanded, "You foolish creature. How can you be so naive? In such an isolated wilderness, how could there be a benevolent goddess? Let alone one who comes to offer alms. Why not?" Zhu Beiji insisted, "Is she not a goddess?" As the young woman drew near, Tang Zong quickly rose, gripping his nine-ringed staff with one hand while holding his other hand in a gesture of reverence at his chest. "Fair goddess, may I inquire where you reside? What brings you here to offer alms to the monks?" Though Tang Zong could not discern the nature of beings, be they demon or human, his instincts told him that this remote area should not harbor visitors, especially not a young woman. Qiji furrowed her brow slightly and exchanged a knowing glance with Sha Wujing, rising to stand beside Tang Zong in a state of alertness. As for Zhu Beiji, his focus was solely on the woman's beauty, rendering him oblivious to the growing tension. The woman greeted them with a charming smile, explaining that this place was known as White Tiger Ridge, and her home lay to the west below. She had come to deliver lunch to her husband, who was working the fields in a nearby hollow to the north. Though her reasoning seemed quite plausible, Tang Zong's expression remained one of doubt, his eyes betraying a storm of conflicting thoughts. How could a fragile woman venture into these treacherous mountains? Did she truly have land here? The monk felt as though she was mocking his intelligence. Meanwhile, Zhu Beiji nodded vigorously, convinced and eager to accept the food she offered, disregarding Tang Zong's subtle attempts to dissuade him. In the year 55, the mystical cloth known as the Hunyuan tailing was forcibly entangled in an incident, with the true strength of the opponents obscured and the most formidable warrior of their side absent. The monk Sanzang struggled to suppress his rising unease and fear while engaging with the woman before him, hoping to avoid provoking her wrath. As he observed Zhu Beiji, who was about to consume the food handed to him by the lady, Qijue could no longer bear it. With a swift motion of her wrist, the Hunyuan tailing, which was entwined in her hair, flew forth and knocked the food from Zhu Beiji's grasp. "What are you doing, little junior sister?" Zhu Beiji exclaimed, gazing sorrowfully at the food scattered on the ground. The woman, who had been attempting to persuade Sanzang to partake in the meal, was momentarily taken aback. Her eyes narrowed with a hint of coldness as she scrutinized Qijue, noting that her attire did not resemble that of a typical nun. The woman furrowed her brow, casting several inquisitive glances at her, her expression slightly peculiar. Noticing the woman's growing suspicion, Sanzang hastily interjected, "This is my nominal disciple, an outsider who accompanies me on the behest of Guanyin Bodhisattva. She is still quite young. I beg your forgiveness for any offense she may have caused." Guanyin Bodhisattva often manifests in the mortal realm, and thus Sanzang chose a more convincing excuse. What is there to discuss with this evidently monstrous entity? Qijue's patience had nearly reached its limit. Though she could not discern the true nature of the woman, she sensed a faint trace of demonic energy. The Hunyuan tailing and the Qiankuan circle quivered slightly as a warning. Consequently, the engaged Hunyuan tailing pivoted slightly, swatting the entranced Zhu Beiji aside, and then the crimson ribbon, like a serpent, coiled toward the woman. A startled cry pierced the air as the woman collapsed to the ground, her life extinguished in an instant. Qijue paused momentarily, and as the Hunyuan tailing returned, its tip affectionately brushed against her fingers, resembling a playful creature seeking affection. The abrupt demise of the woman left Sanzang, who had been on high alert, momentarily stunned. Zhu Beiji, in utter disbelief, rushed over to investigate, exclaiming, "What have you done, little junior sister? How could you? What happened?" Descending from the sky, Sun Wukong, with a branch of peach blossoms draped over his shoulder, placed it on the ground, scratching his ear in confusion. "Brother Monkey, you have no idea. Little junior sister just..." Zhu Beiji's words were abruptly halted by Sanzang's firm interjection. "Beiji, do not speak recklessly." Meanwhile, Qijue, having retracted the Hunyuan tailing, puffed her cheeks in indignation. The Hunyuan tailing had yet to even touch her. She was clearly attempting to deceive us. "Still trying to justify yourself, little junior sister? It seems you've learned ill from that slayer," Zhu Beiji muttered begrudgingly, only to retreat quietly after receiving a glare from Sun Wukong. Sanzang quickly sought to redirect their focus. "Wukong, your return is timely. Come quickly and discern what kind of demon this is." Sun Wukong examined the lifeless body on the ground, his keen eyes sparkling with insight as he perceived the truth with clarity. Sun Wukong glanced several times, scratching his ear, his expression unusually perplexed. Zhu Beiji immediately perked up. "See, I, old pig, told you that this Lady Bodhisattva is innocent. Even the horsekeeper cannot discern her true nature." Sun Wukong, his irritation boiling over, yanked Zhu Beiji's ear and shot him a fierce glare. "You fool, cease your nonsensical chatter." The pig, drenched in cold sweat, cried out, "Monkey brother, you cannot show such favoritism towards the younger sister." Enraged, the monkey retorted, "How am I showing favoritism?" Zhu Beiji, intent on defending himself, replied, "How can you say that? Why don't you reveal what sort of monster this is?" The misjudged Qijue, feeling quite vexed at the unjust labeling of her as a malevolent being, was aware that although the Hunyuan ribbon was not her magical artifact, Nezha had long since imparted the control incantation to her. Unlike other artifacts, this one was imbued with spirit. Qijue was fully cognizant of whether she had genuinely encountered that woman. Annoyed, she tugged at the Hunyuan ribbon, preparing to strike Zhu Beiji again, and turned to Sun Wukong. "Monkey brother, what kind of creature dares to touch my porcelain?" Tang Sung and Sha Wujing, drawn by the commotion, cast their curious gazes upon them. Under the scrutiny of their collective attention, Sun Wukong released Zhu Beiji's ear, scratching his head in bewilderment. "I am not quite sure either. See, he claims not to favor the younger sister, yet his keen eyes fail to perceive the truth." Although Sun Wukong could not discern her true form, he had detected the lingering demonic aura on her corpse, unmistakably indicating she was a monster. With renewed anger, he seized Zhu Beiji's ear once more. "I instructed you all to protect our master properly before I departed, and here you are, daring to criticize Little Seven for fighting the monster. Alas, you wretched monkey, I shan't converse with you." Zhu Beiji snatched his ear back and hurriedly retreated a few steps behind Tang Sung, secretly plotting to complain. "Master, look at him. He only bullies me." Zhu Beiji. Wukong's words do hold some merit. To Zhu Beiji's astonishment, Tang Sung did not side with him. He regarded the pig, who was clutching his ear, with a serious demeanor. "Look at this desolate wilderness. Who could possibly reside here? Which young woman would dare to ascend the mountain alone?" Zhu Beiji was taken aback. "Master, how could you also?" Meanwhile, Qijue, who had been unjustly accused, was unable to contain her rising fury. With a flick of the Hunyuan ribbon, she ensnared Zhu Beiji. Taking a few steps closer, she regarded him, mimicking Nezha's demeanor, her lips curling. "Second brother, do you harbor any grievances against me?" Tied up like a silkworm, Zhu Beiji instantly shrank back, especially under Qijue's insincere smile that conjured visions of a relentless avenger, causing cold sweat to cascade down his brow. "And no, how could that be?" Qijue's smile widened, yet her eyes remained devoid of warmth. "Is that so? I had thought second brother was targeting me, feeling as if you have been perpetually antagonistic." Zhu Beiji chuckled awkwardly. "And no, that is not the case at all. The fully blossomed Qijue possesses an extraordinary beauty. Her hair flows like clouds, and her eyes resemble exquisite paintings. Beneath her subtly arched brows lie eyes that appear to glisten with dew, complemented by a fair complexion and rosy lips. Every smile and frown exudes a unique charm." Unlike the overtly seductive women, she does not possess an overt allure that ensnares the soul. Her beauty embodies a serene and aloof elegance, akin to a piece of cold jade, refined and polished by the passage of time, radiating an ethereal quality that seems untouched by worldly affairs, making her seem unattainable. Yet, with a gentle smile playing at the corners of her lips and a relaxed demeanor that conveys warmth, she becomes less distant. This only intensifies the desire within one to approach her, to transgress boundaries. However, the ever-pleased Zhu Beiji, a connoisseur of beauty, dares not gaze upon Qi Gui for too long, aware that a formidable beast looms protectively behind this exquisite flower. That year, during the incident with the white-bone demon, Qi Gui's anger had yet to dissipate when suddenly, a wailing voice echoed from a distance. As several individuals looked up, they spotted an elderly woman with a head of white hair, leaning on a cane as she approached. Zhu Beiji, recently released, turned pale with fear. "Oh no, master. Could it be that woman's mother has come looking for her? You fool, stop with your nonsense." Sun Wukong, who always stood unwaveringly by Qi Gui's side, reached to tug at Zhu Beiji's ear but was halted by Qi Gui. With fire in her eyes, she grasped his furry hand and said, "Monkey brother, do not concern yourself with him. Let us first ascertain what that creature is." Thus, Sun Wukong blinked, his golden eyes sparkling with brilliance, as he swiftly discerned the creature's true form. "No wonder I could not identify the corpse earlier. It is an evil spirit possessing a human." Qi Gui, confused, asked, "An evil spirit?" As Sun Wukong kept a vigilant eye on the trembling figure approaching, he elucidated, "It resembles a ghostly apparition, yet it has never ventured into the underworld. It has cultivated itself into a demon by inhabiting a corpse. To them, a body is merely a vessel to be exchanged at will. So it is a ghost?" Qi Gui's eyes widened involuntarily, a chill creeping down her spine. Though she feared no demons, there was an inherent aversion to ghosts etched deep within her. Sun Wukong, however, shook his head. "Not quite. This type falls under the category of demons, not ghosts." At that moment, the elderly woman had spotted the fallen corpse, erupting into a loud wail as she stumbled towards it. Regardless of whether it was truly a ghost, Qi Gui felt a shiver run down her spine. Without a second thought, she raised her right hand, releasing a golden bracelet. With a resounding thud, the second corpse collapsed, while Zhu Beiji continued to flinch in shock. Master Xuanzong bypassed him, striding towards Qi Gui and Sun Wukong. "Wukong, little Qi, has this demon been subdued?" As the famished Tang Xing chewed on the peaches brought back by Sun Wukong, he cast a glance at the two lifeless bodies lying side by side, his face imbued with compassion. "These corpses must also belong to innocent souls. If the demons have been vanquished, I shall chant some sutras to guide them to the afterlife." Truly, Tang Xing is a paragon of benevolence. Along their journey, whether vanquishing wicked men or slaying malevolent spirits, he would always recite the Sutra of the Pure Land for their souls. Qi glanced at Sun Wukong, who raised his hand to shield his eyes from the sun, observing, "This demon is rather quick. It has eluded us once again. Having returned twice, it seems unlikely to relent easily." Before Tang Xing could finish his thought, the particularly obstinate demon reappeared. This time, it had transformed into a frail old man, his white hair flowing and his back hunched. However, unlike before, he leaned on a dragon-headed staff with one hand while the other deftly manipulated a string of prayer beads, reciting mantras as he walked. Zhu Beiji, who had been disregarded twice in succession, dared not speak this time, silently sitting beside Sha Wujing, who blended into the background like an invisible presence, ready to witness the unfolding spectacle of Tang Xing and his companions. Tang Xing regarded the demon, exchanging a complex glance with Qi. "Master, shall we strike?" Qi inquired. Tang Xing hesitated, a rarity for one so decisive. To strike without mercy seemed unjust, for the demon was chanting sutras and appeared devoted to Buddhism. How could a devout disciple of the Buddha bring harm to a being that seemed earnest in its spiritual pursuits? Yet, refraining from action posed a significant risk. As this was indeed a demon, its repeated disguises and confrontations could very well indicate malevolent intent. Furthermore, the bodies it had left behind might belong to innocent victims. However, Tang Xing's internal conflict was soon resolved. While he was lost in contemplation, Sun Wukong, not waiting for a response from Qi or Tang Xing, raised his golden staff and struck. With a resounding thud, the third body collapsed. A sudden chill swept through the air, and eerie cries echoed, conjuring an unsettling atmosphere even in broad daylight. "Master, Qi, be cautious." Sun Wukong brandished his golden staff, positioning himself protectively before Tang Xing and Qi, his golden eyes shimmering with resolve. Tang Seng's demeanor shifted, gripping his nine-ringed staff tightly, his gaze alert as he focused on the old man's corpse, now shrouded in dark smoke. Qiji, gathering her scattered thoughts, summoned the vibrant crimson of her protective silk, enveloping herself in its embrace. With a subtle motion, the Qian Kuan ring, usually worn as a bracelet, returned to its original size in her hand. Not far behind, Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing, having taken up their weapons, prepared for the unfolding confrontation. The noon sun, once bright, was suddenly obscured by a gathering of ominous clouds, casting shadows over the landscape. The surrounding trees were rustling violently, caught in the sudden gusts of wind, evoking a scene reminiscent of flying sand and shifting stones. Since you refuse to recognize your own folly, then meet your demise. A chilling voice echoed, sharp and grating, as if multiple voices were speaking in unison, rendering it impossible to discern whether they belonged to male or female. Before them, a menacing black mist coalesced in the air, taking the form of a colossal skull. In its dark, hollow eye sockets burned two immense green ghostly flames, while its bony maw gaped wide, exhaling a multitude of wispy black apparitions that transformed into smaller, shrieking skulls. Qiju, who had remained vigilant, observed the audacious skull that continued to bluster, and after a moment of contemplation, she raised her hand to readjust the Qianquan circle around her wrist. The surrounding Mingtian silk was also shrunk back and secured in her hair. What had initially appeared to be a grand spectacle, leading her to believe it was some formidable demon, turned out to be this? Perhaps Qiju's act of sheathing her weapons in the face of such a great adversary had provoked the skeletal demon, now revealed in its true form, seeking to intimidate them. The enormous skull emitted a ghastly cry, and the black mist thickened instantly. Countless small skulls surged forth, lunging at Qiju as if intent on devouring her flesh. Huh, such trivial tricks, do you dare to flaunt them? Sun Wukong's eyes widened, and with a swing of his golden staff, he conjured afterimages, dispersing the smoke-formed skulls with ease. Seeking death, a cold voice, rife with murderous intent, exploded into the air as a searing red light descended, striking mere inches from Qiju's side. The heat wave radiated from that point, nearly causing the nearby monk Sanzang and the distance between him and Sun Wukong to stagger. Yet, Qiju, standing closer to the point of impact, felt nothing but the gentle lifting of her garments and hair by the forceful gust. A piercing and anguished scream resonated, as the swirling black mist and small skulls dissipated like frost under the sun, leaving only a pristine white skull pinned to the ground by a crimson spear. The gust generated by the spear nearly toppled Sun Wukong, who regained his balance and glared upward, exclaiming, "What are you doing, little prince? Can't you be mindful of others when you strike?" Sun Wukong, I distinctly recall instructing you to protect Achi, the deity in red, hovering on wheels of wind and fire, had long hair billowing in the breeze, their golden eyes glinting with a cold ferocity, swirling with an insatiable wrath. Taken aback by the sudden reprimand, Sun Wukong glanced at the unscathed Qiju, then turned to Nezha, confusion etched on his face. Why do you always speak nonsense? Little prince, I, Sun Wukong, have done a commendable job protecting little Qi. Equally perplexed, Qiju felt a wave of joy upon seeing Nezha's return. Nezha, you're back. Did you complete your task? You weren't hurt, were you? Monkey Brother has kept us safe. Do not misunderstand. In a swift motion, Nezha descended beside Qiji, his fair and elongated hand grasping the fire-tipped spear he had previously discarded, casting his gaze upon the skeletal demon that lay impaled. Humph. Is this what you call effective protection? It became evident that the demon had, amidst the swirling black mist and the distraction of the small skeletons, transformed into an inconspicuous miniature skeleton and stealthily approached Qiji. Though the true intention of the demon remained unclear, whether it was aimed at the monk Tang Song or the seemingly unassuming Qiji, Nezha, concealed in the shadows, perceived only the audacity of the demon daring to approach his tender and delicate beloved. Meanwhile, the monkey he had specifically instructed to protect her had, at this critical moment, shifted its focus elsewhere. Enraged, Nezha, who had initially intended to observe quietly, could no longer contain his fury. As the fire-tipped spear flew from his grip, it pierced the demon, the resulting shockwave purposefully avoiding Qiji. Upon its demise, the demon reverted to its true form, its once lustrous bones now dull and quickly turning to a layer of white ash. The somewhat careless Sun Wukong, leaning on his golden staff, felt a tinge of awkwardness as he scratched his cheek and offered a sheepish defense. This demon possesses a modicum of cunning, but do not underestimate the young lady. Even if I, Sun Wukong, do not intervene, it cannot harm my sister. Meanwhile, Pigsy, who had sidled up to assist Tang Sung, cast an obvious eye roll upon hearing Wukong's words and lowered his voice. "TSK, this monkey is just adding fuel to the fire." Indeed, Wukong's explanation only seemed to intensify Nezha's ire. His grip on the spear tightened, causing it to tremble involuntarily. The demon's ashes, now disturbed by the shockwave, vanished completely. How could you expect such a fragile being as Achiji to confront an enemy directly? The fire-tipped spear pointed accusingly at Sun Wukong. As flames of fury danced in Nezha's golden eyes, his murderous intent palpable. Just as Nezha prepared for a full-on brawl, Chiji urgently grasped his hand, attempting to restrain him. "Nezha, wait. Do not act impulsively." Sun Wukong, bewildered, blinked his round golden eyes, his astonishment evident despite the fur that obscured his features. "The young lady is delicate?" Although Chiji had not truly engaged in battle thus far and appeared somewhat fragile, it did not imply she was weak or easily bullied. "Pray tell, on what standard do you base this assessment of her fragility?" Nezha asserted with conviction. "Naturally. Achiji has always been delicate and requires protection like a porcelain doll. How could she be allowed to engage in combat? The Lotus Prince has always been decisive in battle, wise and perceptive, throughout the 3 realms and 4 continents. No celestial being or demon can easily deceive his keen gaze. However, when matters concerning his beloved wife arise, those sharp golden eyes, capable of discerning the finest details, inexplicably become mere ornaments, serving little purpose beyond enhancing his charming visage." Upon hearing Nezha's resolute response, the onlooking Zhu Beiji rolled his eyes, while the monk Sanzang blinked and quietly turned his prayer beads, murmuring a Buddhist chant. Sun Wukong, however, scrutinized Nezha intently, his expression difficult to describe. "What kind of look is that?" Feeling somewhat offended under Sun Wukong's penetrating gaze, Nezha tightened his grip on the fiery spear, his lips pressed together, exuding an aura that suggested he might resort to violence at any moment. Sun Wukong met Nezha's fierce glare, casually twirling his golden staff before resting it on his shoulder, a playful smile emerging on his face. It had been a long time since he had faced an equally matched opponent, and he felt a twinge of eagerness for a good fight. Sensing the atmosphere becoming increasingly tense, Chi Jiu quickly placed a hand on Nezha's, gripping the fiery spear, and wrapped her other arm around his lean waist, preventing him from charging at Sun Wukong. She attempted to steer the situation back on track. All right. I truly have no grievances, nor do I wish for conflict. The demons are also pacified. The hour is late. We should prepare to continue our journey." After much persuasion, Nezha finally lowered his fiery spear, dissipating his anger and no longer glaring at Sun Wukong, whom he believed had failed to protect Chijio. Although Sun Wukong felt a tinge of regret at missing the chance for an exhilarating battle, he understood that the priority was to assist Sanzang in his quest for the scriptures, so he refrained from further provoking Nezha and turned his attention back to the monk. After this commotion, nearly an hour had passed. Having satiated his hunger with a few peaches, Sanzang decided to quicken their pace to cross the mountain and find a suitable place to rest for the night. Thus, the group set off again, with Sun Wukong leading the way, Sha Wujing carrying the load, Zhu Beiji supporting Sanzang in the center, and Nezha holding the reins of the white dragon horse alongside Chi Jiu, who walked at the rear. Chi Jiu glanced up at Sanzang ahead, and then turned to look at the indifferent Nezha beside her. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but struggled to find the right words. "What is it?" Nezha asked, placing one hand gently around Chi Jiu's waist while the other held the reins of the now unafraid white dragon horse, a hint of curiosity on his face. "How long will you be staying this time?" Chi Jiu replied hesitantly, biting her lip. Once, the Bodhisattva Guanyin had expressly warned Nezha against staying with them for too long, forcing him to leave to attend to his own matters. Now that Nezha had returned, Chi Jiu felt joy intertwined with anxiety about how long he could remain and when he would depart again. He was the boy she had grown up with, her steadfast companion, and the one she cherished deeply in her heart. Though occasionally, Chi Jiu would feel that Nezha's possessiveness was somewhat excessive, and he clung to her a bit too tightly. She still cherished their time together and had no desire to part ways. Nezha hesitated, his long, thick eyelashes fluttering as he pursed his lips, unusually refraining from immediately responding to Chi Jiu's words. From Nezha's demeanor, Chi Jiu quickly discerned that he could not linger for long. Although a sense of regret filled her heart, she tilted her head and smiled at Nezha, softly reassuring him. "It's all right. Time passes quickly for us, and you can visit me whenever you wish. Once our pilgrimage is complete, I shall be able to accompany you once more." After traversing the desolate White Tiger Ridge, the group finally beheld the faint wisps of smoke rising from a village. The monk Tang Sung, having been incessantly plagued by mosquitoes, eagerly adjusted his robes and set off to inquire about the location. He recalled that upon departing from the Tang dynasty, the emperor had bestowed upon him a letter of safe passage, sealed with the imperial insignia, allowing him to traverse through the myriad realms of the human kingdoms without hindrance. Contemplating the various nations he would encounter, each with its unique customs, he imagined that the distant emperor would surely be curious about his journey. Thus, he resolved that with the letter in hand, he would seek an audience with the kings of each land he passed through, requesting a seal from them, both for safe passage and as a memento. Upon reaching the borders of the kingdom of Baoxiang, the group readied their belongings and attire and made their way to the main city, settling into an inn before proceeding to pay their respects at the palace. Given that Zhu Beiji, Sun Wukong, and Sha Wujing possessed appearances that were markedly different from ordinary folk, they found it unwise to wander about freely. Qi Ju, being rather languid and valuing the precious moments left with Nezha before his departure, chose to remain at the inn. Only Tang Sung donned his robe, wielding his 9-ringed staff and the letter of passage, and ventured forth to the palace. It was not long before the group had been at the inn for less than an hour when Qi Ju, having pulled Nezha outside for a leisurely stroll, had not ventured far when a messenger from the palace hastily arrived at the inn, conveying the king's command to summon the remaining 3 into the palace. Thus, when Qi Ju and Nezha returned after purchasing some local trinkets, they found only the white dragon horse and their belongings remaining, with not a trace of monkey fur or pig bristles to be seen. Fortunately, the king's envoy was adept at managing affairs and left a servant to inform Qi Ju of the situation. It appeared that a princess from this kingdom had been abducted by a monster for quite some time. And today, upon hearing from Tang Sung of his powerful disciples capable of vanquishing evil, the king sought their assistance. Nezha, however, was not particularly keen on such matters. Unless the malevolence involved was of a grievous nature or directly affected him, he was disinclined to intervene with lesser demons and spirits. Moreover, considering that this was part of their journey to the west, it was likely another preordained trial, and Nezha felt it prudent not to meddle. Thus, the two remained nestled in the inn, awaiting Sun Wukong and the others to rescue the so-called princess and fulfill this trial. In the year 62, a group of individuals engaged in a casual conversation. The peculiar creature of the Wave Moon Cave was not a true fairy, but one of the 28 lunar constellations that had descended from the heavenly court. Having secured the necessary documents, the group rested for a day in the East Pavilion, which had been specially prepared by the king, in anticipation of their journey the following day. After dinner, with time still on their hands, Master Xuanzang performed his evening rituals in the room. Qiji, not yet inclined to retire for the night, gathered with several others to chat and listened to Sun Wukong recount the details of their demon-slaying mission. Qiji listened with a mixture of surprise and confusion. Why did Qimawang descend to the mortal realm? With nothing better to do, Zhu Beiji, lazily munching on fruit at the table, chimed in. Isn't it because he made a pact with the reincarnated Jade Maiden to be husband and wife for a lifetime? Qiji tilted her head. What I mean is, why must they fulfill this marital bond in the mortal realm? The heavenly court does not prohibit love. Sun Wukong, somewhat unfamiliar with these matters, wiped the peach juice from his hands and took a bite. Does the heavenly court allow deities to experience love and desire? Qiji pondered for a moment, then seized the nearest pensive figure, Nezha, presenting the most conspicuous example. Why not? Otherwise, how could Nezha and I possibly be together? Our situation is different from theirs. Snapped back to reality, Nezha held Qiji's hand and toyed with it, a look of languor upon his face. Our engagement predates the heavenly regulations and is beyond their jurisdiction. Qiji, equally naive about this matter, blinked in surprise. Oh, is that so? Nezha nodded. Indeed. Zhu Beiji swallowed a piece of fruit, wiped his mouth, and interjected. Yes, speaking of which, if your engagement was not beyond the heavenly regulations, according to them, you truly could not be with the third prince. Qiji's eyes widened in astonishment. Huh, why is that? Because the heavenly laws explicitly state that immortals and mortals, as well as immortals and demons, must not fall in love. If deities seek partners, they must find those of equal celestial status, and cannot let personal matters interfere with their duties, Zhu Beiji explained with a grin. Even though you have ascended, little junior sister, you have not formally joined the heavenly court nor obtained a celestial title. By heavenly standards, you are merely considered an outsider, possessing the essence of an immortal yet still regarded as a mortal, thus ineligible for marriage. Winking, Zhu Beiji raised his hand to his mouth in a conspiratorial gesture, lowering his voice. Unless you attain the level of Master Nezha or higher, otherwise, in the eyes of heavenly law, you remain a mortal. Qiji gazed in astonishment at Nezha, who was still playing with her hand, his expression betraying boredom. Upon receiving his beloved's inquiry, he nodded again, languidly affirming, "Indeed." Chi-Ji felt enlightened by this newfound knowledge. By the way, weren't we discussing Quimawang and the reincarnated Jade Maiden? The topic almost strayed. If heavenly laws allow deities to engage in love, and both Quimawang and the Jade Maiden possess celestial status, why do they still descend to the mortal realm? Because the Jade Maiden has erred and has been banished to the mortal realm. Zhu Beiji sighed. The Jade Maiden had been relegated to the mortal realm, and thus, Kuei Malong could only act in secrecy. Reflecting on his own demotion, it touched upon Zhu Beiji's sorrowful memories. He wiped his eyes, his tone filled with righteous indignation. Had it not been for my drunken folly, I would not have fallen to such a state. This sentiment was difficult for others to respond to. Fool, what are you lamenting here? Is this not a consequence of your own actions? Sun Wukong seized Zhu Beiji's ear, a gleeful smirk on his face. With your mind clouded by beauty, you still haven't learned your lesson after this ordeal. Ouch, brother monkey, let go. It hurts. The feigned sorrow vanished instantly as Zhu Beiji clutched his ear, wailing. Enough, the hour grows late. My disciples, it is best to retire for the night, said the compassionate Tang Song, having finished the evening's lessons, rescuing Zhu Beiji's ear from further torment. We must resume our journey at dawn. Very well, Chi-Ju replied, noticing the late hour. She took Nezha's hand and bid farewell to Tang Sung and the others. The benevolent king of the kingdom of Baoxiang had generously provided accommodations for each of the travelers, sparing them the discomfort of crowding together. After freshening up in their quarters, Chi-Ju changed into her nightclothes and, as was her custom, leaped into Nezha's embrace, preparing for sleep. Rolling over to pin her beneath him, Nezha gazed down at her exquisite face, his golden eyes dimmed. Ah, Chi. Is something the matter? Chi-Ju, caught off guard by his sudden restraint, looked slightly bewildered. Though the man atop her lacked flesh, his weight pressed down upon her, making it somewhat difficult to breathe. Nezha leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against her ear as he planted tender kisses upon her porcelain skin, whispering with unabashed possessiveness, "You are mine. Ah, Chi. You can only belong to me. You must belong to me." With her wrists pinned above her head, a slight sting coursed through her neck, leaving Chi-Ju increasingly perplexed. Huh? Nezha, what has gotten into you? My own. Only mine. Earlier on their journey, Chi-Ju had shared a bed with Nezha. But considering her nominal ties to the Buddhist order, Nezha had restrained his burgeoning desires, merely serving as a fragrant pillow for her. However, today, his long fingers deftly unfastened her garments, and fervent kisses cascaded down upon her. Ignoring her bewilderment and instinctive struggles, his gaze deepened, fervent and obsessive. Wait, Nezha, don't, Ah, Chi mine. The once subtle fragrance of lotus intensified, the flickering candlelight casting shadows of intertwined forms. The night breeze in the kingdom of Baoxiang carried the scent of blossoms, while a nearly full moon hung high in the sky, bathing the scene in silvery light. Chi-Ju, her face flushed and eyes dazed, curled up on the bed, one of her ivory arms, marked with crimson traces, extended from beneath the covers, tugging at the flowing tassels of the bed canopy with a hint of vexation. As she tugged at the innocent tassel in frustration, her gaze fixed on the tall figure nearby, pouring water from a teapot. "What is the matter with you tonight?" she exclaimed. In the past, during their time at the Cloud Palace, their playful antics often seemed endless, yet ever since she had taken on the title of disciple under the three-treasured master, joining the journey to the west, Nezha had been remarkably restrained. However, upon returning tonight, something had evidently stirred within him, and he suddenly pressed her with demands, chattering incessantly, as if rationality had temporarily abandoned him. The deity, eternally youthful, lazily turned to look at her while holding a teacup. His hair, cascading like a waterfall, slightly disheveled, rested upon his shoulders. The crimson nightgown draped carelessly over him, its open collar revealing a fair and sturdy chest, adorned with several ambiguous red marks. Bathed in moonlight, his handsome features, delicate brows, and captivating golden eyes exuded a languid satisfaction. "I merely wish to confirm that you remain mine," he stated, a mixture of relief and trepidation washing over him, grateful that, regardless of what transpired, they were still together. Reflecting on the day's events, the weary Chi-Ji finally came to the realization. "Were you disturbed by the matters concerning Kuomu Wolf and the Jade Maiden?" After taking a sip of cold water, Nezha poured another cup, a faint flicker of firelight emanating from his palm, causing steam to rise from the cup. He approached the bed, seated himself beside her, and gently gathered her limp form into his embrace, bringing the cup to her lips. "I simply feel fortunate that our engagement was established early." Chi-Ji's overall disposition towards the heavenly court was lukewarm. She neither embraced nor shunned it. Due to the incident involving Sun Wukong, she held little fondness for the idea of entering the celestial ranks. Despite Nezha's status as a prominent deity within the heavenly court, she had never contemplated joining him there. Yet, as Zhu Beiji had remarked, as long as she remained outside the heavenly court, without celestial status or divine rank, Qiji would not be considered a true deity, but merely a wandering practitioner, an ordinary mortal. Such a being, without impeccable justification or a formidable backing, would never be permitted by the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother to forge a bond with Nezha, who held a legitimate divine position. Leaning languidly against Nezha, she took a sip of water from his hand to soothe her parched throat, raising her gaze to meet his playful smile. Suddenly enlightened to his meaning, she couldn't help but chuckle. Their engagement, set prior to the establishment of heavenly regulations, allowed them to remain unbound by such constraints. Therefore, even though she was mortal, he need not fear that they would be forcibly separated by celestial edicts. Nezha, born of divine mandate, understood the weight of destiny more than anyone else. He was well aware of how the seemingly mundane heavenly laws concealed formidable restraints. As warm water flowed down her throat, she gently caressed his face. Noting how his increasingly handsome features still bore traces of his youthful contours, familiar enough to be etched into her very soul. With a gentle smile and tender eyes, she inquired, "What are you daydreaming about?" "Foolish Nezha, even if celestial regulations forbid it, I shall find a way to remain by your side. Moreover, she merely feels indifferent towards the heavenly realm and, being unnecessary, has not ascended to immortality. Should a profound divide between the celestial and mortal worlds arise, she would naturally abandon her stubbornness." He had once recklessly dashed towards her with all his might. How could she possibly disregard the fervent sincerity of the youth once more? The empty teacup was carelessly tossed back onto the table by Nezha, who embraced her soft form with one arm, while the other hand tenderly caressed the one resting against his cheek. His golden eyes, illuminated by the moonlight, sparkled like the morning sun. "Yes, you will be by my side. We shall never part again." There is a saying, under the moonlight, one gazes at beauty, and the more one gazes, the more alluring it becomes. With skin as white as snow and rosy cheeks reminiscent of plum blossoms, she nestled obediently in his embrace, her delicate body still bearing the marks he had left behind. She appeared exceptionally docile and delectable. His calloused fingers unconsciously grazed her tender skin. As Nezha's gaze fell upon her flushed cheeks, his throat constricting, and his eyes darkening with intensity. Thus, the solemn promise began to shift under Nezha's gradually smoldering gaze. The strands of affection seemingly ignited, slowly fermenting into something more profound. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air as his robust form leaned closer, prepared to relive the exquisite sensations of their earlier intimacy, when suddenly an exclamation echoed from outside, accompanied by a resounding roar. That year, unforeseen events transpired. Qiji was presently resisting the mischief of Nezha, evading his approaching lips, and pushing him away to rise. The unexpected commotion left the playful pair momentarily stunned. With both hands pressed against Nezha's bare chest, Qiji struggled to lift her head towards the window. "Wait, cease your antics for a moment. Let us see what is happening." The fiery warmth dancing in his dark golden eyes was extinguished, and in a fit of indignation, Nezha bit Qiji's shoulder, leaving a noticeable mark despite the gentle pressure. Peering through the window, they discerned that half of the palace garden was bathed in a dark crimson hue, with ominous black mist swirling, suffused with malevolence. Nezha, interrupted in his excitement, swiftly leaped up, hastily donning the robe draped nearby. The shadows in his golden eyes reignited with a fierce blaze, fueled by a burning wrath, his brow etched with murderous intent. It was malevolence. He was determined to uncover which reckless creature dared to seek death at such a perilous time. Qiji also grasped her dress to put it on, as the magical silk instinctively shrank to entwine her flowing hair. Did we not just deal with the yellow-robed monster, Kue Mulang? How could there still be demons in this kingdom of Baoxiang? Before she could finish her sentence, the door burst open with a resounding crash, and Sun Wukong, accompanied by the monk Tang Song, rushed in, his usually jovial face unusually grave. "Young prince, please protect my master. Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing have been ensnared by that black mist." Sun Wukong. Nezha's reflexes kicked in as he swiftly grabbed a blanket from the bed, wrapping Qiji securely within its folds. A tall figure stood before her, glaring at Sun Wukong and the monk, as if ready to devour them whole. Although the appearance of Qiji was not discernible, upon witnessing Nezha's exposed torso and disheveled hair, Sun Wukong immediately realized he had arrived at an inopportune moment. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he turned away, forcing a laugh as he cast his gaze outside. "Ahem, My apologies. I assure you, I have seen nothing. The monk, who had been pulled over by Sun Wukong, fidgeted with his prayer beads in one hand while raising the other to cover his chest. Silently turning his back to Nezha and the others, his eyes lowered as he muttered sutras. Chigu, swathed like a dumpling, felt a twinge of embarrassment, but fortunately, she had already draped a garment over herself. Although not perfectly arranged, it sufficed to conceal her form, sparing her from utter humiliation. Are you not leaving yet? Nezha glared at the two lingering in the room, gritting his teeth. If not for Chigu's firm grip on him, his fiery spear would have already been aimed at their heads. Sun Wukong had initially intended to leave Nezha to watch over the monk while he pursued the demons that had abducted Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing. However, given the current predicament, he decided to wait a while longer. After all, a moment's delay would not matter. With that, Sun Wukong led the monk outside, casually shutting the door behind him. Hurry up and get ready. There's an urgent matter at hand. Blushing, Chigu lifted the covers, rose from the bed, and tidied her disordered attire. Noticing Nezha standing still, his face flushed and breath heavy, with fury etched across his brow. She reached out to adjust his collar and straighten his belt. Do not be angry. The Monkey King did not mean to intrude. He dares to. Nezha's brows furrowed in indignation as he pulled Chigu into his embrace, holding her tightly. You are mine. No one else is allowed to gaze upon you. No one is permitted to touch you. After managing to soothe Nezha, Chigu composed herself and stepped outside the room, only to find Sun Wukong and the monk anxiously awaiting her. Recalling Sun Wukong's earlier words, she was filled with confusion. Monkey King, what is happening? Who did you say was captured? Scratching his ear, Sun Wukong turned to her, his golden eyes betraying a hint of urgency. I did not clearly see what sort of demon it was. The creature appeared silently, intending to capture the master. But after I intervened, it whisked away Beiji and Sha. Did it fail to seize the master and instead take away our second and third brothers? Chigu's lips twitched, struggling to comprehend this turn of events. Shouldn't the demons on the journey to acquire the scriptures be focused on consuming the immortal Tang Sung? Why abduct Zhu Beiji and Sha Monk instead? Were they taken as hostages? To threaten? Or perhaps for a trade? The demon's motives seemed rather perplexing. Nezha followed her outside, his face set in a frosty glare, an air of menace surrounding him. Where is that audacious creature? Not far from the kingdom of Baoxiang, in an unnamed deep mountain. The surrounding rocks lay shattered, and the vegetation had withered. A dense black mist coalesced into a woman clad in dark robes, her visage enchanting, and her eyes a striking crimson. The skin visible beneath her garment was hauntingly pale, and her fingers, resembling sharp claws, tightly gripped the necks of Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing, binding them with chains woven from the very mist that enveloped them, rendering them utterly immobile. Beneath her feet lay an ethereal black lotus platform, from which a steady stream of dark water flowed, merging into the obsidian pool below. It was unclear whether this pool had existed prior, stained by the lotus's outpouring, or if the murky water had entirely originated from the enigmatic flower. As a blinding radiance surged forward, the dark-robed woman displayed no hint of fear, her lips curling into a sinister smile as she tightened her grip on her captives, positioning them before her. I demand either an arm or a leg of Tang Sung in exchange. Otherwise, what fate awaits this pig and this monk? A chilling voice pierced the air. As the light dissipated, a youth clad in crimson appeared, his form radiating divine authority. Hovering midair upon a wheel of blazing wind and fire, his spear, tipped with true flames, flickered menacingly. A slight smirk graced his lips. Yet his golden eyes bore no mirth, only an expression of disdain that suggested a profound indifference to all existence. To dare challenge me, how audacious. The arrival was unexpected, causing the dark-robed woman's pupils to constrict, her countenance betraying shock. Prince Nezha, what brings you here? Startled and reacting instinctively, she abruptly released Sha Wujing, and with a swift motion of her free hand, the surrounding black mist and water coalesced into a multitude of sharp arrows, aimed directly at Nezha. Nezha scoffed derisively, effortlessly twirling his spear to deflect the oncoming assault, even countering with arrows formed from the very black water, propelled back with equal force and velocity. The dark-robed woman's expression darkened as her own attack was so easily neutralized and turned against her. At that moment, freed from restraint, Sha Wujing seized the opportunity, enduring his pain to hurl his conjured weapon at the unsuspecting dark-robed woman. Caught between two adversaries, the dark-robed woman was left with no choice but to abandon her hold on Zhu Beiji, raising her hands in a desperate defense as the lotus platform beneath her radiated with vibrant light, enveloping her form. Zhu Beiji managed to block the descending demon-subduing rod, yet its momentum remained unyielding. Just as the rod was about to strike the weakened Sha Wujing, a crimson ribbon billowed in the wind, swiftly ensnaring both of them and pulling them back to safety. Ouch! That hurts, you old pig. Zhu Beiji grimaced, clutching his neck, as he tumbled into a heap with Sha Wujing. A moment later, Qi Ju rushed over, her breath slightly ragged, retrieving her magical ribbon. She hastened to the side of Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing. Elder brother, third brother, are you all right? Pigsy climbed up with a grimace, twisting his body and rubbing his neck, which had been gripped, as well as his back where the demon-subduing staff had pressed against him. Old pig is well enough, though my body aches a bit. But what of you, Sandy? Sandy, drenched from falling into the strange black water, propped himself up with the demon-subduing staff, glancing down at his dripping clothes. Frowning, he tugged at his outer robe. I am unharmed, merely some superficial injuries. However, this black water seems to possess corrosive properties. In the distance, Nezha was engaged in a fierce battle with the woman in black. Dark mist erupted, flames roared, and the black lotus pedestal remained steadfast, encased in the blazing true fire, yet showing no signs of damage. Be cautious, third prince. That lotus pedestal is rather peculiar. Pigsy recalled something and raised his voice. It was indeed strange for it to withstand the searing flames of true fire. Although Nezha had yet to unleash his full power, the mere fact that the black lotus could endure under his assault for so long would allow the black-clad woman to boast about it for a lifetime. The woman in black knelt on one knee, her hands pressed against the black lotus as a continuous flow of magical energy surged into it. The dark mist swirled, the black water surged, and the lotus spun and opened, enveloping her and shielding her from the scorching flames. Having settled the monk, Sun Wukong, still somewhat uneasy, hurried over just in time to hear Pigsy's exclamation. Strange? He looked up at the black lotus surrounded by true fire, and with a glint in his golden eyes, he sneered. So, it is a malevolent spirit escaped from the 18th level of hell, daring to act brazenly before me with some fragment of a divine treasure obtained from who knows where. Unlike Nezha, who appeared to be toying with the woman in black, Sun Wukong withdrew his golden staff from behind his ear and raised it high, bringing it down heavily upon the black lotus pedestal. Seeing Sun Wukong prepare to strike, Pigsy was instantly invigorated, disregarding his aching body as he leapt up, shouting fervently. Monkey brother, quickly, avenge old pig and Sandy. This wretched creature dares to disregard us. Does it aspire to claim master as hands and feet? Why doesn't he ascend to the heavens instead? Sandy, having changed out of the clothes corroded by the black water and donned a fresh robe, remained silent. Yet his gaze towards Sun Wukong was full of anticipation. Although Nezha had once been their comrade, they were not particularly familiar with him. Sun Wukong, however, was their elder brother, a true member of their sect. It was only natural to seek his aid when one had been wronged. With a resounding crash, the golden staff pierced through the true fire and struck the black lotus pedestal, producing a tremendous collision sound as if it had struck solid iron. Nezha narrowed his eyes slightly, casting a cold glance at Sun Wukong, hinting at his displeasure. Monkey, do you seek to claim the kill? Sun Wukong replied defiantly. Claim the kill? I am merely avenging my brothers. How can you blame me for intervening when you yourself cannot subdue this opponent? The third prince felt himself mocked by a certain monkey, and a clear fury ignited in his eyes. The indifferent demeanor he had previously maintained finally shifted to one of seriousness, as he prepared to unleash his true power. Under the relentless strikes of the golden cudgel, the pallid face of the woman in black grew even more ashen. Her form swayed precariously before she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood fell upon the black lotus platform, emitting a hissing sound as if it were being corroded by some unseen force. In the next moment, the radiant black lotus glowed fiercely, its dense and obscure darkness erupting with mist, conjuring an ethereal lotus shadow that materialized around the platform, accompanied by dark waters that danced upon it. The moment came when the golden cudgel, swung down by Sun Wukong, still met the resistance of the lotus platform. However, where they made contact, there was a violent and piercing hissing sound, as though something were being eaten away. What is this? Sun Wukong abruptly retracted his cudgel, tilting his head to inspect its tip. To his astonishment, he noticed the once immutable sea-calming divine iron, which had remained unchanged for countless ages, now bore signs of wear. Nezha raised an eyebrow, his fiery spear lifted slightly, surprise flickering in his golden eyes, yet his words were far from courteous. Monkey King. It seems you are not all that impressive after all. Little prince, what do you know? Old Sun has yet to take this seriously. The monkey bristled, baring his teeth as he once again lifted the golden cudgel, preparing to strike down with overwhelming force. The woman in black was nearly rendered speechless with fear. As the master of the lotus platform, She could certainly sense the magnitude of Wukong's impending blow. The previous onslaught of Nezha's true fire had already pushed her to her limits, and Wukong's subsequent attacks had caused her to bleed, though the Lotus platform appeared unmoved. She knew it was nearing its breaking point. Now, with Wukong's full-strength strike, it was evident that he had surpassed the platform's limits. The woman in black, her face pale, bit down hard on her lip. Just before the cudgel made contact with the phantom of the Lotus platform, a glint of ruthlessness flashed across her features. Suddenly, she raised her hand, clawing at her own chest, and in a flash, extracted a still-beating crimson heart. "Be careful, monkey." By the time Chi-Ji and the others, the observers, sensed something amiss, it was too late. Their warning barely escaped their lips when the woman in black had already merged the pulsating heart into the Black Lotus platform. She collapsed onto the platform, her chest a bloody cavity, yet a smile adorned her enchanting face as she gazed upon the golden cudgel descending with immense force. Boom! The sound reverberated like thunder, deafening in its intensity. After absorbing the heart, the Black Lotus platform surged with dark energy, even consuming the unextinguished true fire, which swiftly transformed into a black-red flame, forming a barrier that collided with the golden cudgel. The air churned, the black-red flames engulfing everything around, an apocalyptic aura spreading like a suffocating shroud. The world-destroying Black Lotus? How could this be? Nezha's expression shifted dramatically upon sensing the aura emanating from the Lotus platform. In the year of the monkey and the Lotus, a sudden flash of the fire wheel heralded the appearance of Nezha before Chi-Ji. With a swift motion of his fiery spear, he unleashed a torrent of black flames that roared past, parting like the sea, never touching Chi-Ji. Beside her, Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing hurriedly approached with their magical artifacts. With Zhu Beiji exclaiming in frustration, "Third Prince, don't forget about us. We're here too." Yet, Nezha, absorbed in the moment, turned his attention back to the front after confirming that Chi-Ji remained untouched by the black flames, his expression unusually grave and serious. Seeing Nezha's rare demeanor, Chi-Ji stepped closer, grasping the sleeve of his garment, her face a mixture of anxiety and confusion. "Nezha?" she inquired. Nezha tilted his head slightly, speaking to her, yet keeping his gaze fixed on the ominous Black Lotus. "Aki, do not come into contact with these black flames." Holding his spear protectively before him, Nezha shielded Chi-Ji entirely behind him. Influenced by his intense emotions, the Qianquan circle and the Muntiang silk around Chi-Ji began to emit a faint glow, stirring restlessly. Not far away, the Black Lotus continued to radiate an ominous light, the previously tranquil black water now transformed into a flickering inferno. The overwhelming black flames exuded a sense of annihilation that sent shivers down the spine. Having been closest to the source, Sun Wukong was forced to retreat several steps, inadvertently drawing nearer to Nezha and the others. His light yellow monk robe now bore marks of ash, and with his golden staff in hand, he expressed his astonishment. "What is this thing? Just a few fragments, and yet it possesses such immense power?" Nezha's earlier disdain and nonchalance vanished, leaving only caution and gravity in his demeanor. "This is the aura of the world-destruction Black Lotus." Chi-Ji's eyes widened in shock. "Is it truly the legendary primordial treasure?" she gasped. But how could it be? The 12-grade world-destruction Black Lotus, one of the most formidable primordial treasures, contained immeasurable destructive force. It was said to have once belonged to the demon ancestor, its whereabouts long unknown. How could such an object appear in the hands of a malevolent spirit? Even a fragment of the world-destruction Black Lotus was enough to instill terror in those who understood its significance. "Aki, your spirit is compromised. You must not touch those black flames. Take care of yourself," Nezha urged, brandishing his spear while the fire wheel at his feet whirled. After reiterating his concern, he fixed his gaze ahead. "Monkey, let us strike together. We must capture this little demon and extract the truth." "Absolutely. What of the world-destruction Black Lotus?" "Watch me." Sun Wukong twirled his golden staff, leaping into action with shining golden eyes, brimming with battle fervor. "Demon, take this from your old son." The convergence of the golden and crimson light resembled a radiant sun descending upon the world, dazzling and magnificent. The combined might of the three divine beings, the three Tavern Sea assembly deity, and the great sage equal to heaven, was indeed formidable. The black-robed woman, relying predominantly on the powers of the world-destruction Black Lotus, could no longer withstand their assault. As the lotus shattered, the woman let out a piercing scream, her blood soaking her black robe as she desperately transformed into a wisp of black flame in an attempt to flee. Thinking of escaping? Nezha's gaze sharpened as he raised his left hand, summoning a small, bell-shaped artifact of gilded crimson hue, which he then hurled forth. Golden light cascaded down, enveloping the fleeing black flames entirely. The small bell hovered in midair, magnifying to reveal its true form. It resembled an ancient bell, intricately entwined with 9 vividly lifelike golden dragons, each exuding a fierce roar, flames flickering within their maws, as if ready to leap forth at any moment. This artifact, known as the 9-Dragon Divine Fire Shield, was one of the treasures bestowed upon Nezha by the celestial Tai Junren, containing the spirits of 9 formidable fire dragons capable of unleashing true flames, effective both in offense and defense. Presently, Nezha cast it forth solely to ensnare the enemy, refraining from summoning the dragon spirits. Nonetheless, the overwhelming aura of the divine fire within the shield was sufficient to instill profound terror in the nearly defeated woman clad in black. Retrieving the 9-Dragon Divine Fire Shield, Nezha observed a wisp of ethereal black mist trapped within, its form fluctuating and ephemeral, reminiscent of smoke that could dissipate at any moment. Sun Wukong, glancing at the captured malevolent spirit, recognized his lack of skill in interrogation and thus chose to ignore it. Instead, he leapt into the gaping pit revealed by the crumbling lotus platform, prodding a piece of black matter left behind with his golden staff. His simian visage etched with confusion. Is this a fragment of the world-destroying Black Lotus? Nezha lowered his gaze to the soul contained within the divine fire shield, his brow furrowing in contemplation. As the battle subsided, Chi-Ju approached slowly, tilting her head to examine the shield. Is it possible to discern the origins of this creature? It bears the essence of the 18 layers of hell, suggesting it has escaped from the underworld. Nezha narrowed his eyes slightly, a fleeting glimmer of cold light flashing within his golden irises, pondering that perhaps a journey to the underworld would reveal the truth. Little 7, look. This object has sustained no damage. It is indeed a valuable treasure. Sun Wukong rushed over, cradling a small black object in his hands. The lotus, formed of black flames, appeared exquisite, starkly contrasting its previous ferocity. Before Nezha could interject, Sun Wukong thrust the tiny lotus into Chi-Ju's hands, her round golden eyes sparkling with delight. This item is versatile for both offense and defense. Its protective capabilities are commendable. Little 7, you should keep it. It suits you perfectly. Stop right there. As the lotus landed in Chi-Ju's hands, Nezha's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly pushed Sun Wukong aside, simultaneously striking the lotus from her grasp, sending it tumbling to the ground. Halt, you little prince. Sun Wukong, nearly toppled by the shove, turned to unleash his indignation, only to witness Chi-Ju falter, spitting forth a mouthful of blood before collapsing unconscious, caught in Nezha's frantic embrace. Before any words could escape, Sun Wukong approached in bewilderment, his already round golden eyes widening further in shock. What happened? What is wrong with little 7? Chi's soul is compromised. She must not be touched by the fire of this black lotus. Clutching the unconscious Chi-Ju, Nezha glared at the well-intentioned yet misguided Sun Wukong, his golden eyes brimming with repressed fury and murderous intent. The dark lotus fire touched the corporeal form of Chi-Ju, swiftly spreading to the damaged soul. Despite Nezha's swift action in opening the black lotus, the fierce aura of destruction still inflicted considerable harm upon Chi-Ju. Sun Wukong, at a loss, felt his pupils constrict. I did not intend for this. I never anticipated that this object would harm Shao-Chi. With a fierce glare directed at Sun Wukong, Nezha lifted the unconscious Chi-Ju in his arms and soared into the 9 heavens, leaving behind a chilling proclamation. Sun Wukong, if anything befalls Chi, I shall not let you off lightly. Having observed from a distance, Xiao Wujing and Zhu Beiji finally seized the opportunity to approach. Eldest senior brother? Monkey brother? What is happening here? Beiji, you and brother Xia should return to Baoxian country to look after master. I, Sun Wukong, have matters to attend to and shall be delayed for a while. In that fateful year, the lotus rushed headlong into the Do Shui Palace. The clouds surged in the 9 heavens, and the palace loomed majestically. Nezha, standing upon his windfire wheels, resembled a crimson star streaking across the sky, charging directly toward the southern heavenly gate. In his arms, Chi-Ju was as pale as parchment, blood staining the corners of her lips. Along the way, a palpable aura of murderous intent surrounded Nezha, his brows furrowed, eyes glinting with ferocity. The gatekeepers, witnessing Nezha's fearsome demeanor, dared not impede his passage. Celestial maidens and heavenly soldiers encountered along the way recoiled in terror, allowing him to surge forward, wrapped in an aura of death, straight toward the Do Shui Palace of the 33 heavens. Master Ancestor, come quickly to save her. Inside the Do Shui Palace, the air was thick with the fragrance of elixirs when the heavy doors were abruptly flung open. A young acolyte, tending to the 8 trigrams furnace, was startled, his fan slipping from his grasp as he looked up in astonishment. Who dares to intrude upon the Do Shui Palace? A figure in red surged in like a gust of wind, golden eyes faintly tinged with red, breath coming in rapid bursts. Where's Master Ancestor? The venerable Taishang Laojun emerged from behind the 8 trigrams furnace, flicking his dust whisk onto his arm, his long brows knitting in concern. Nezha, what is the matter that causes such urgency? Before he could finish speaking, he beheld Qi Ju in Nezha's embrace, her pallor alarming. With a sweep of his whisk, a jade couch materialized, indicating Nezha to lay her down. Nezha gently placed Qi Ju upon the cloud couch, half kneeling before it, grasping her icy hand, and turned to Taishang Laojun, his eyes reddening with despair. Master Ancestor, I beseech you, save Ah Qi. The young acolyte retrieved the fallen fan and stepped aside. While Taishang Laojun approached, peering closely, Qi Ju appeared outwardly unscathed, yet tendrils of black flames entangled her soul, the breath of destruction eroding it inch by inch. The infernal flames of the world-ending Black Lotus? Taishang Laojun furrowed his brow, sweeping his whisk again. From the 8 trigrams furnace, a strand of the 6 Ding divine fire detached, enveloping Qi Ju's soul to isolate the black flames, preventing further scorching. The world-ending Black Lotus embodies destruction, especially devastating to the soul. Fortunately, the remnants wield only a fraction of their former strength, requiring the 9 transformations golden elixir for restoration. The young acolyte hastily brought forth a gourd, and Taishang Laojun extracted the golden elixir, transforming it into mist that permeated Qi Ju's soul. Gradually, the breath of destruction was erased, and the black flames began to extinguish. With a slight relaxation of his tense shoulders, Nezha's body faltered and he collapsed onto the ground. Suddenly, he heard a gentle murmur behind him. In such a disarray, this hardly resembles you. Turning to look, he beheld Yang Jian, clad in white with a silver crown, who had arrived unbeknownst to him, standing with arms crossed against the doorframe. The celestial eye on his forehead manifested as cloud patterns, and his handsome face bore evident concern and worry. Beneath him, the howling heavenly dog sniffed the remnants of the black flames and abruptly bared its teeth with a low growl. Taishang Laojun withdrew his hand, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Though this golden elixir and the 6 Ding divine fire can temporarily suppress it, unless the root cause is eradicated, it will reignite in 3 days, rendering all methods futile. Nezha abruptly straightened, as if grasping the last straw of hope, and fixed his gaze upon Taishang Laojun, his voice hoarse and dry. Uncle Master, please show mercy. Yang Jian, who appeared to be an aloof observer, straightened his posture and earnestly addressed Taishang Laojun. If there is anything within my power, I implore you to speak freely, Uncle Master. Taishang Laojun sighed. To truly remedy the situation, one requires the rebirth lotus from the depths of the yellow springs in the underworld, complemented by the eternal snow spirit from the summit of Kunlun Mountain. Nezha, suddenly invigorated, felt the golden flames swirling in his eyes. I shall fetch it at once. Yang Jian waved his sleeve and grasped Nezha, his expression grave. The rebirth lotus and the eternal snow spirit are located in 2 separate places, both challenging to obtain. Sister Qi Gui does not have much time to spare. Nezha, we must act separately. Thank you, Brother Yang. I shall retrieve the rebirth lotus, and I leave the eternal snow spirit to you. Nezha clasped his fists in gratitude, casting a thankful glance at Yang Jian before hastily departing. Be safe. Yang Jian called after him with a hint of concern, yet Nezha's form was like lightning, and with the speed of the wind-fire wheels. He vanished from sight in an instant. Having known Nezha for thousands of years, and having witnessed his youthful prostration upon the jade steps of Kunlun Mountain, blood staining the pristine surface, Yang Jian turned back to glance at Qi Gui, who lay unconscious upon the cloud couch, letting out a faint sigh, his heart filled with trepidation. Uncle Master, I leave Sister Qi Gui in your temporary care. I will return with the items as swiftly as possible. Yang Jian, unaware, did not notice that as the fiery figure plunged into the mortal realm, a golden light silently followed, heading towards Kunlun. In the hall, Taishang Laojun flicked his dust whisk and seemingly casually cast a glance outside, nodding slightly. Do not worry. At the peak of Kunlun Mountain, where the wind and snow cut like blades, an intangible force enveloped the area, preventing all divine powers and techniques from being exercised, leaving only physical strength to rely upon. Amidst the swirling snow, a diminutive figure clung to the steep cliff, struggling against the elements, with the golden staff deeply embedded in the ice for leverage. His ears and nose were flushed crimson from the cold, yet his gaze remained fixed ahead, where atop the towering precipice bloomed a crystalline flower of snow spirit. the unique manifestation of the eternal snow spirit of Kunlun Mountain. With only 3 zhang remaining, Sun Wukong spat out a chunk of ice and clawed fiercely into the rock crevices. His golden fur was laden with frost, and the wounds from his earlier reckless assault against the fierce winds wept blood that quickly crystallized into icy beads. The snowfall before him intensified, blurring his vision. In that fleeting moment when the snowflakes settled upon his eyes, distant memories resurfaced, the desolate and chilly expanse beneath the 5 Elements Mountain, often disturbed by the presence of a dark-haired maiden. "Brother Monkey, this wine is potent. You ought to drink less," she exclaimed, reaching for his bottle. The red ribbon in her hair inadvertently brushed against his nose, provoking a fit of sneezes. "You little imp, how dare you admonish me?" he retorted, baring his teeth while discreetly hiding the bottle in the crevice beneath him, only to have his hand seized. The maiden pouted, her eyes wide like a playful little monkey, her indignation lacking any real intimidation. With determination, she snatched the bottle from his grasp and presented him with a luscious peach. "You should indulge in peaches instead. Your tolerance is poor, and your temperament worsens when intoxicated." He took a bite of the sweet fruit, tilting his head as he muttered softly, "Such a meddlesome little girl. Only that wooden-headed fool could possibly endure you." A crack echoed as the ice fissured, jolting his scattered thoughts back to the present. Battling against the increasingly fierce snowstorm, Sun Wukong propelled himself upward, leaping to the cliff summit. The instant his fingertips grazed the flower's stem, a colossal icy paw formed amidst the tempest, descending upon him with force. With one hand, he plucked the flower while wielding his golden staff to counter the impending blow. "Begone!" As the shards of ice shattered, Sun Wukong shielded the seemingly fragile snow spirit flower in his embrace, enduring the barrage of splintered crystals against his back. His blood surged, and he coughed, staining his robes crimson. This should suffice for little Qi. As the storm behind him began to relent, he hastily wiped his face, cradling the flower with care. Upon turning, he was taken aback. There stood a youth in white robes with dark hair, weapon in hand atop the mountain peak. A subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips, his brow aglow with golden light. "How fortuitous to encounter you here, Yang Shaosheng," Sun Wukong said, a hint of unease flickering in his eyes, feigning surprise. Upon witnessing the snow spirit flower nestled in Sun Wukong's arms, Yang Jian understood his intentions and smirked knowingly. "You are quite aware of my presence here, are you not? This Kunlun Mountain is familiar territory to me." With a swift motion, his 3-edged blade cleaved through the void, repelling the tempest at Kunlun's peak. "Allow me to accompany you," he offered, extending his hand. Meanwhile, in the depths of the underworld, the river of forgetfulness wound endlessly through the realm. Its waters churned like turbulent waves, dark as ink. Countless malevolent spirits and lost souls wallowed in the murky depths, their wails echoing amidst the relentless, bone-chilling winds. Sensing the divine aura of celestial beings, the corrupted spirits submerged in the river grew restless, gazing hungrily towards Nezha. Countless bones were cast ashore, their cries escalating in torment. The waters roiled violently, the splashing black droplets striking Nezha's black-gold battle boots, etching scorched marks upon them. As the king of Qingguang, standing behind Nezha, trembled slightly, his forehead glistening with cold sweat, he gazed at Nezha with profound reverence. "Third Prince, please consider that the lotus of rebirth grows at the very heart of the river of oblivion. It requires the essence of the river, nurtured over countless millennia, to flourish. We have only heard tales of it, never having truly witnessed it." Nezha remained silent, fixated on the river of oblivion. The king of Qingguang wiped the sweat from his brow, visibly conflicted. The waters of oblivion are tainted with the filth of this realm, steeped in the resentment of countless malevolent spirits. Nothing escapes their corrosive grasp. Even the emperor of Fengdu, should he descend, must navigate the river in the ghostly dragon boat, donning the robe of 1,000 ghosts, yet still dare not venture too deep. However, the emperor has been in seclusion for an extended period, and the whereabouts of the dragon boat and the robe are uncertain. We truly cannot. At last, Nezha responded, raising his hand to silence the king of Qingguang. A fierce blaze ignited in his right hand, as the fire spear emerged from the flames, striking the ground with a resounding thud. The true fire of Samadhi swirling around the spear only intensified the pallor of the king of Qingguang's countenance. Ignoring the king's increasingly distressed expression, Nezha glanced at a strand of azure hair wrapped around his wrist, hair he had deliberately plucked from Qi Gui before departing. This strand, once smooth and dark, now bore a singed and curled end. In a quarter of an hour, the youthful deity crushed the skulls beneath his feet, his golden eyes ablaze with fervor. "If I cannot locate the emperor of Fengdu and the 2 artifacts, I shall dismantle your infernal realm myself, and personally test that Mangpa soup upon you. The true fire of Samadhi erupted across the surface of the river of oblivion. As the fire spear cleaved through the sinister winds and mist, unleashing a multitude of skeletal hands from the depths. Under the horrified gaze of the king of Qingguang, Nezha leaped into the river of oblivion, leaving behind the king's horrified cries. No. The waters of oblivion erode flesh and soul. As the divine being plunged into the water, the entire river of oblivion erupted into chaos. The undying souls, corroded by the river, roared in unison, rushing towards Nezha in a frenzied attempt to devour the pure deity. At the moment his body was fully submerged, Nezha, in a daze, perceived a sound akin to ice shattering. His crimson ceremonial robe began to tear, and the lotus-shaped skin started to fracture, revealing the jade-colored bones beneath amid the surging blood. That year, a blood lotus blossomed in the river of oblivion. Nezha disregarded the pain coursing through him, thrusting the fire spear into the riverbed's muck to stabilize himself. The moment the spear sank into the sediment, the true fire of Samadhi that enveloped him flickered perilously, like a candle in the wind. The river of oblivion boiled, while the myriad of spirits howled, swarming to seize and consume the deity's flesh. A Qi is still waiting. He gritted his teeth, suppressing the impulse to unleash a violent rampage. The celestial silk he had retrieved from Qi Gui surged with the true fire of Samadhi, obliterating the vengeful spirits and malevolent souls that lunged at him. Yet, the malevolent souls within the river of oblivion were countless. Even after incinerating a throng, a new wave would instantly surge forth. Meanwhile, the remnants of souls that had not been fully scorched morphed into innumerable ghostly hands, clinging desperately to his form. At the moment when the river water submerged him, Nezha suddenly recalled a distant memory from long ago, during his time on Qianyuan Mountain, when Sweki had once scattered a handful of fresh snow upon him, her breath forming a mist that brushed past his vision, her fingertips turning crimson from the cold as she smiled at him. She gently swept the snow from his hair, her smile radiant as the clouds at dawn. Look, Nezha. It's snowing. Does this mean we are now white-haired? Yet, all he desired was to spend eternity with her, far beyond mere white hair. At the river's bed, a rock flickered with intermittent light. Nezha's hazy gaze fell upon a palm-sized jade-colored lotus firmly rooted upon it, swaying with the river's current, its bloom radiating light akin to the moon descending into the abyss. Nezha suddenly expelled a mouthful of blood laced with dark energy, shaking his dizzy head, and glanced down to see that his body had been corroded significantly, his heart pulsating with black veins. Casting another glance at the nearly within reach of the rebirth lotus, Nezha resolutely abandoned his protective golden light and the flames of true Samadhi, allowing the vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts to surge forth, consuming his corporeal form, while the misting heavenly silk wrapped around him, propelling him toward the rebirth lotus. Look at you, risking your life like that. You truly are that wild lad from the Battle of the Gods. A familiar voice echoed in a daze, and a colossal seal, resembling a majestic mountain, materialized from the void, exuding an aura that suppressed all. A piercing sword light followed, cleaving through countless phantoms. Subsequently, a beast resembling a lion and a dragon surged forth, clamping onto Nezha's collar as it began to retreat. But Nezha grasped the beast's foreleg in response, leveraging its strength to leap fiercely, finally reaching the rebirth lotus, his skeletal hand clutching it tightly. In the blink of an eye, as he secured the lotus, Nezha beheld that his body below the neck had nearly turned to stark white bones. Embracing the flower, as the misting heavenly silk wrapped around him and carried him towards the riverbank, the waters of the forgetting river suddenly surged into towering black waves. Countless vengeful spirits coalesced, forming a massive black, ghostly silhouette, its claws aiming directly for his heart. Having been eroded by the river's waters for an extended period and battling countless malevolent spirits, Nezha was now like a bowstring drawn to its limit, lacking the strength to retaliate, and could only focus on protecting the rebirth lotus, bracing himself to endure this strike. Just as the ghostly claws pierced through the last remnants of his protective golden light, a silver hammer, accompanied by wind and thunder, descended with force. The hammerhead, embedded with an 8 trigrams mirror, erupted with golden radiance, pinning the claws in midair, aided by the colossal seal still hovering in the void. The once esteemed marshal of the heavenly court, the great deity of the 3 altars, had fallen to such a state, grappling with wandering souls and being so bullied. If this were to spread, it would surely provoke laughter from the demons. A youth clad in white robes and golden armor, adorned with a jade belt, appeared at the river's edge. The Moyue sword materialized in the air, forming the 7 stars array, momentarily suppressing the swirling, vengeful energy above the river. In that year, an old friend came to assist. The newcomer tossed Nezha a flask of wine, the amber liquid cascading onto his stark, white bones, miraculously causing his flesh to regenerate slightly. Nezha caught the flask, tilting his head back to gulp down a mouthful. The bloody taste scorched his throat, and his voice turned hoarse. Why is the spirit of Bingling not enjoying incense at Mount Tai, but instead has the leisure to meddle in the affairs of the underworld? My father predicted that you would meet your demise here today, so I brought the seal of the Lord of Mount Tai to rescue you. Huang Tianhua, while wielding the Great Seal, kept a vigilant eye on the colossal, ghostly figure. He remarked that if you were to perish in such a manner, would there be any descendants left to pay their respects during the Qingming festival next year? Well, thank you, but I assure you, I am not so easily vanquished. Having regained a portion of my vital energy, Nezha smiled with a gleam in his golden eyes, aflame with fervor. However, in that fleeting moment of respite, a vengeful spirit, unnoticed by Huang Tianhua, transformed into a ghostly hand and ensnared Nezha's form, causing flesh to tear away, revealing a web of cracks upon his skeletal frame. The mists of heaven tightly wrapped around the rebirth lotus in his grasp, and Nezha tore apart the malevolent spirit attempting to constrict his neck with his bare hands. He retaliated with a powerful thrust of his fire spear, obliterating the multitude of approaching demons. The ghostly shadow, temporarily subdued by the Lord of Mount Tai's seal, dispersed only to reconstitute itself. Simultaneously, the waters of the River of Forgetfulness surged once more, the boundless resentment breaking free from the Seven Stars formation as constraints. Spectral hands emerged from the riverbed, gripping Nezha's ankles with relentless force, dragging him downward. Huang Tianhua's expression shifted dramatically. He attempted to manipulate the seal once more, but was a moment too late. The Jade Qilin, having returned to his side, let out a piercing cry, unleashing a torrent of emerald light in an attempt to rescue the ensnared Nezha. Yet, Nezha pivoted, directing his fire spear to tear through a cluster of vengeful spirits. Utilizing the path forged by the Jade Qilin and the true fire of Samadhi, the red silk enveloping the rebirth lotus shot forth like an arrow released from its bow towards the riverbank. He allowed the surging waters of the River of Forgetfulness to engulf him once again, wholly focused on delivering the rebirth lotus. His golden eyes burning with the intensity of celestial flames. Catch it, fool. Do you truly believe you are invincible? Huang Tianhua's forehead throbbed with veins, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. He finally disregarded all reservations. He struck his palm against his chest, forcing forth a mouthful of blood that fell upon the Lord of Mount Tai's seal. Father, I beseech you to lend me your strength. The ethereal figure of a deity clad in black robes and a crown emerged from the great seal, cradling a towering mountain in its grasp. An overwhelming aura of suppression radiated, momentarily quelling the tumult of the River of Forgetfulness. Now, the mists of heaven, entwining the rebirth lotus, successfully landed upon the Jade Qilin's back. Huang Tianhua bellowed, summoning the silver hammer and the Moi sword once more, as the Jade Qilin exhaled a radiant emerald glow. Nezha's golden eyes blazed with fire, and for the first time, his three-headed, six-armed manifestation appeared. 6 hands, nearly skeletal, grasped various artifacts, unleashing their full power. A ferocious energy erupting without restraint. With the rebirth lotus delivered, no shackles remained. Flames roared, golden light flashed like lightning, and the rampant magical energy ravaged the surrounding area, rendering it into nothingness. His white garments, eroded by the river's waters, bore charred holes, resembling the tattered rags of a beggar. Gasping for breath, Huang Tianhua hoisted the almost disassembled Nezha back to the riverbank. For the sake of a flower, you have reduced yourself to this state. Nezha, you truly are remarkable. Nezha accepted the mists of heaven brought by the Jade Qilin, his bony fingertips lightly caressing the tender petals of the rebirth lotus, and chuckled softly. What other choice do we have? After all, she is far more vital than my very existence. In the records of the ghostly officials, in the 360th volume, at a quarter past the hour of the tiger, the third prince departed with the lotus. The waters of the River of Forgetfulness plummeted 9 feet, revealing 700 miles of cracked riverbed, while the 800 soul-restraining spirits toiled for over a month to mend the damage. King Qingguang sat slumped before the throne, murmuring, in the past, this malevolent spirit stirred the sea, uprooting the dragon palace. Now, however, it threatens the very foundation of the underworld. For 3 days, Mengpa trembled as she ladled the soup, exhausting 18 cauldrons of forgetting soup. In that year, a lotus attempted to weave a falsehood. The fragrant mist enveloped the Doshui palace, and as dawn illuminated the intricately carved window frames, Nezha was lost in thought, staring vacantly at the medicinal bowl in his hands. The bitter vapor ascended, causing his once bright golden eyes to dim further. His neatly tied long hair now appeared disheveled, with a few strands cascading onto his cheeks, embodying a rare sense of confusion and despondency. His body remained bound in bandages, with charred cracks winding from his wrist into the sleeve, marks left by the river of forgetfulness. Yet to heal, a soft cough erupted from the bed, startling the dazed Nezha into an abrupt awakening. He accidentally overturned the bowl, its contents staining his garments. Oblivious to the calamity, Chi-Ji's eyelashes fluttered, and upon opening her eyes, she was met with the penetrating gaze of his golden orbs, which brimmed with fear and euphoria, more intense than the fiercest inferno she had ever encountered. Nezha? Her voice was hoarse and dry. Observing his disheveled hair and the dark circles under his eyes, his formerly rosy lips now cracked and bleeding, he appeared utterly defeated, leaving her momentarily stunned. She slowly raised her hand to caress his face, seeking to uncover the cause of his distress, but he abruptly grasped her wrist. The proud and aloof deity trembled slightly, his hands clutching hers tightly, as if holding on to her was akin to grasping the fading morning dew, the last lifeline while drowning. You have been asleep for several days. He buried his face in her palm, his voice hoarse and muffled, resembling a cry. The master said if you do not awaken today. Chi-Ji froze, her mind still hazy from sleep, suddenly sharp and alert. She gazed at the tousled hair atop Nezha's head, her eyes gradually descending, and she realized that beneath his slightly disordered attire lay layers of bandages. She seemed to grasp something profound yet felt utterly bewildered. Nezha, what is the meaning of the bandages on your body? Nezha lifted his head, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, the corners tinged red as if stained with blood. He forced a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful, his gaze evasive. I am fine. This is merely from a sparring match. So your entire body has turned to bones? Who possesses the ability to reduce the esteemed deity of the three altars and see assemblies to such a wretched state? A low, resonant voice interrupted, as a youth clad in golden armor and jade belt entered, his handsome face bearing a semblance of a smile. Nezha's expression hardened at the exposure of his lie, turning to glare fiercely at the newcomer, his eyes ablaze with warning. Huang Tianhua. My hearing is just fine, no need to shout so loudly. Huang Tianhua completely disregarded Nezha's menacing gaze, tilting his head to meet Chi-Ji's eyes, offering a radiant smile. Sister-in-law, it is good to see you awake. After all, if you do not awaken soon, someone may venture into the river of forgetfulness once more. Silence. The ethereal ribbon of chaos shot forth, entwining around Huang Tianhua like a bolt of lightning, intending to compel him into silence. Swiftly evading the ribbon, Huang Tianhua, having achieved his goal, turned to Chi-Ji and smiled, then raised his hand to form a seal, vanishing in a flash of golden light. Still seated upon the bed, Chi-Ji gazed intently at Nezha, repeatedly recalling the information Huang Tianhua had just revealed, her lips trembling. So, you dared to cross the river of forgetfulness? And were corroded into mere bones? It is not so severe. Chi, do not heed his nonsense. Nezha's defense trailed off abruptly. Chi-Ji's fingers gently stroked the charred scars lingering on his wrist, where the flesh was blackened, faintly revealing the white bones beneath, as conspicuous as ink stains on snow. Each touch sent tremors through him, not from pain, but from the lingering dread and bitterness emanating from deep within, more tormenting than the corrosive waters of the river of forgetfulness. Chi, do not worry, I truly am fine. He averted his gaze from her, chuckling softly as his cascading hair brushed against her hand, his tone nonchalant. Have you forgotten? I am a lotus incarnate. I scarcely feel pain, and my form can be changed at any time. Nezha. Chi-Ji's body trembled, her eyes instantly reddening. She cradled his face in her hands, her gaze piercing into his. Look at me. The six-ding divine fire crackled in the nearby furnace, illuminating her eyes with a shimmering glow. Nezha's heart raced, instinctively wanting to turn away, but she firmly redirected his face. Tears brimmed in Chi-Ji's eyes as she bit her lip, defiantly staring at him. Repeat what you just said, looking into my eyes. What do you mean by being able to change your body at will? What does it mean to feel no pain, and thus not care? How does he regard his own form? My tear-filled, sorrowful eyes are more piercing than the Samadhi true fire, more corrosive than the waters of forgetfulness, rendering all his light-hearted justifications stuck in his throat. Chi-Ji held his face, her fingertips nearly digging into his flesh, her grip so forceful it bordered on ferocity, as if she wished to crush this lotus body to reveal how many heart-wrenching lies were concealed within. Speak. Her voice suddenly rose, yet broke amidst her sobs. The tears she valiantly held back rolling down like pearls. Look into my eyes and say it again. Say you do not feel pain. Say your body can be freely exchanged. Say that I need not feel sorrow for this. Nezha stood frozen. The boy who once faced the most excruciating pain without fear now crumbling under the weight of her tears. Trembling, he reached to wipe away the scalding tears. Emotions long hidden in his golden gaze suddenly bursting forth. Achi, I was wrong. But I am merely afraid of losing you again. All the suppressed fears, the anxiety of surviving a calamity, and the obsessive desire and possessiveness he had harbored deep within now surfaced in their entirety. Gazed at him, observing the once haughty and disdainful eyes now revealing an obsession that bordered on madness, a dark, viscous desire that sent shivers down her spine. Achi, I was never afraid when my flesh was severed at Chintang Pass, nor did fear grip me amidst the blood-soaked battles of the Fengshan battlefield. I did not tremble when I leapt into the river of forgetfulness. Yet, the way you fell before me not long ago, after jumping from the city of Chauga a millennium ago, ignites a fury within me that compels me to reduce the entire world to ashes. I can forsake everything. But not you. He lowered his gaze into her eyes, where profound love mingled with fear seeped through every word, like molten lava enveloping ice, both searing and chilling. Achi, do not let me witness such a version of you again. I cannot bear it. However, after a moment's stupor, slowly smiled, releasing her hands from his face. They slid down to encircle his neck. She tilted her head slightly to rest her forehead against his, tears still glistening in her eyes. Yet the corners of her lips curled into a smile. Nezha, do not be afraid. In that moment, the author, overwhelmed with emotions, expressed gratitude for the support received. While the narrative continued with, tearfully addressing Nezha with utmost sincerity, such occurrences will never repeat. I will safeguard myself and ensure you no longer endure fear. Nezha brushed away the tears cascading down her cheeks, smiling softly. As long as you remain safe, I shall not know fear. Suddenly, a spark erupted from the alchemical furnace within the room, casting shadows on his sleeves, where scorched marks resembled serpentine runes. Observe the unbandaged scars on Nezha's hands, as well as the faintly discernible layers of bandaging. She reached out, tearing open his clothing, gently caressing his chest. Does it hurt? Understanding her inquiry, Nezha initially wished to deny it, but upon seeing the mist in her eyes, he paused and nodded slightly. At first, it was quite painful, but it became numb afterward, and they were not particularly troublesome. Though the wounds may appear grievous, to me, they are merely flesh wounds, hardly worth mentioning. Remain silent. Her fingers gliding over his body through the bandages, then slowly lowered her head to bestow a delicate kiss upon his chest, an action tender yet solemn. Nezha trembled violently, tightening his embrace around her waist, causing the Hunyuan silk nearby to tumble onto the table. Amidst the sound of shattering glass, he heard his own breath grow hoarse and heavy. Achi. Suddenly, a rustling sound pierced the air outside, and looked up in confusion, barely catching a glimpse of a golden shadow flitting past the eaves. A bamboo basket appeared on the windowsill, containing a palm-sized jade vial and a ginseng fruit. With a look of puzzlement, turned to Nezha, who bore a knowing expression. He beckoned with his hand, and the bamboo basket floated gently towards them. Upon receiving it, discovered that the jade vial contained a substantial amount of the miraculous healing elixir, the three light divine water. Gaze upon the ginseng fruit, then the divine water of the three lights. Chi-Ju blinked. Was that just the Monkey King? Instinctively, she attempted to rise and pursue, only to be restrained by Nezha, who encircled her waist and pressed her back onto the couch. The youthful deity rested his chin on her shoulder, his warm breath cascading over her neck. He dares not meet you for now, though it is the monkey's blunder that has brought you this suffering. Yet, I have heard from Brother Yang that, while retrieving the snow soul on Kunlun Mountain, that monkey nearly became an ice sculpture, with his organs severely damaged. Tears welled in their eyes once more, as Chi-Ju found it difficult to articulate her emotions in that fleeting moment. They always do this, for her sake. They disregard their own lives. How fortunate she is. Nezha held her tightly, his gaze as deep as water, because a chi is more important than anything. Fortune from misfortune. Following this incident, Chi-Ju's previously damaged soul unexpectedly began to mend under the influence of the millennia-old snow soul and the lotus of rebirth. Although her body still bore signs of frailty, it no longer faced the imminent threat of a life-or-death crisis. Upon awakening, Chi-Ju was taken back to the Cloud Palace by Nezha, though she longed for the human realm and wished to return swiftly to the Tang monk. With her soul no longer in peril and the urgent need for merit to protect her fading, Nezha refused to let her go easily. insisting that she remain by his side to recuperate. Out of guilt, Sun Wukong would occasionally sneak in to deliver nourishing spiritual items to bolster her health. Yet he refrained from appearing before Chi-Ju. She considered confronting him, to clarify that the incident was not his fault at all. However, the disparity in their strengths rendered her efforts futile. As for Nezha, he was entirely unwilling to intervene, asserting that the monkey should come to terms with it on his own, without concern. That lotus root would prefer that his beloved wife see only him, banishing all others to the farthest reaches. That year, a ginseng fruit boasted, "Third prince, please believe me, if you follow my teachings, the results will be far superior to merely stewing me, and it will be effective long-term." A small child, with a red belly band and a skyward hairdo, was bound by demon-binding ropes, his feet kicking incessantly as he struggled. The red-clad deity crouched before the steps, fingers forming incantations, with a 3-foot-high medicinal furnace before him. Flames of true fire flickering beneath, releasing fragrant aromas continuously. The child's youthful voice echoed in his ears, and Nezha, enduring to the brink, felt the veins on his forehead pulse with strain, finally unable to contain himself as he coldly commanded, "Silence. If you continue to make noise, I shall stew you immediately." The small child, wide-eyed, was about to protest further, but upon meeting Nezha's sharp gaze, akin to a blade, he was compelled to cease his chatter. "What is this? Why such a clamor so early in the morning?" A girl, appearing no older than 16 or 17, peeked through the door, her disheveled hair framing a slightly dazed expression. As if just awakened, the bound child, upon seeing Chi-Ju, instantly brightened. "You must be the third prince's wife." Indeed, the child is strikingly beautiful, appearing to be no more than 2 or 3 years old in human terms, with a tender and fair complexion that is utterly adorable. An aura of pristine, ethereal energy surrounds her, imbued with a faint hint of demonic essence, as if she were a spirit of the flora. Chi-Gui tilted her head and inquired, "Who are you?" The little demon replied, "I am the 1,000-year-old purple ginseng spirit under the command of Lord Bingling. You may call me Ginseng Child." A 1,000-year-old purple ginseng spirit, such a rare entity among the wood spirits, known for its remarkable healing abilities. How could Huang Tian have sent you to Yunlu Palace? Chi-Gui observed the tightly bound purple ginseng spirit, and, though she intended to ask why it had come to Yunlu Palace, she held her tongue and instead asked, "Did Lord Bingling send you here?" "Yes, indeed." The purple ginseng spirit nodded, explaining that her master had mentioned the third prince's severe injuries and had sent her to assist due to her expertise in healing. Chi-Gui's gaze shifted to the tightly bound demon rope and then towards Nezha, who was focused on brewing medicine with flames, hesitant to speak further. Upon catching Chi-Gui's questioning look, Nezha cast a sidelong glance at the purple ginseng spirit, stating, "I merely gave it a lesson." Confused, Chi-Gui inquired further, and the purple ginseng spirit addressed Nezha, asserting, "But I speak the truth. Your injuries stem from severe physical damage leading to a loss of divine power, while your lady suffers from an accumulation of medicinal energy that she cannot currently disperse. If you both engage in mutual cultivation of your souls, it would be immensely beneficial. I possess various methods for soul cultivation. If you learn from me, you will surely." A faint blush crept onto Nezha's fair face, and despite his usual boldness, he became flustered in the presence of others, sharply interjecting, "Be silent." A small booklet fell, but the purple ginseng spirit, undeterred by Nezha's stern demeanor, continued to exclaim, "Third prince, the mutual cultivation of souls is truly the most suitable solution at this time. You should consider exploring Volume 3 of the Yin-Yang Harmony record together with your esteemed lady." Suddenly, the binding rope tightened, suspending the little purple ginseng spirit upside down against a pillar. Nezha's ears flushed crimson, and the steady flames of the alchemical furnace beneath him began to flare chaotically, sparks erupting and nearly singeing Ginseng Child's red belly band. "Keep talking, and I shall slice you into pieces for a cold dish." The youthful deity's neck, revealing skin that matched the hue of his attire, bore an expression of embarrassment and frustration, yet his peripheral gaze could not resist glancing at the enchanting figure beside him. Chi-Gui leaned against the doorframe, chuckling softly. Clad in a red woolen cloak, her delicate face appeared even whiter, accentuated by a hint of frailty. With measured steps, she approached, playfully poking the rounded belly of the suspended purple ginseng spirit, asking, "Little one, who taught you such nonsense? The harmony of yin and yang is a profound truth of the universe. How can it be deemed nonsense?" The purple ginseng spirit, with its short legs resembling lotus stems, swayed the 2 small green leaves atop its head a few times, causing several gilded booklets, such as the harmonious song of phoenix and dragon and the great method of soul intermingling, to flutter to the ground. Madam, behold this tome of soul convergence. When complemented by the synergy of spirit and flesh, and the balance of yin and yang, it is truly most suitable for you. The true fire of Samadhi erupted, soaring uncontrollably 3 feet high, enveloping the entire alchemical furnace, the lid clanging violently. Amidst the once fragrant aroma of herbs, a hint of charred scent emerged, accompanied by the unmistakably indignant voice of Nezha. Just slice it. The purple ginseng spirit, alarmed, twitched its nose. It's burnt. The fire is too intense, Your Highness. The potion is ruined. The rampant true fire of Samadhi was extinguished, and Nezha, his expression rigid, stared at the charred furnace and the dark remnants within, remaining silent. The upside-down purple ginseng spirit squinted, its 2 leaves trembling slightly, perking up with renewed vitality. I told you the heat was excessive, Your Highness. Since this concoction is now wasted, you and your esteemed wife should focus on mutual cultivation instead. A vein throbbed on the forehead of the third prince. And ignoring the blackened furnace before him, he brandished a gleaming long sword in his hand. It was the demon-slaying blade. The weapon, which had slain countless ferocious beasts and great demons, radiated a dense aura of malevolence, causing the small purple ginseng spirit to turn pale, exclaiming, "Ah, Your Highness, surely this is unnecessary. Truly, it is not warranted." Seeing that Nezha seemed to harbor murderous intent, Chi-Ji stepped forward, placing a hand on his sword-bearing arm, gently smiling to soothe him. Though this little creature was somewhat cheeky and troublesome, it did not warrant the loss of its life. The small purple ginseng spirit cried out in desperation, "Indeed, Your Highness, spare me. I have only been considerate of you, never with ulterior motives." Nezha had merely intended to intimidate it out of embarrassment and had no real desire to take its life. After a moment of silence, observing Chi-Ji pleading for its case, he sheathed the demon-slaying blade with a cold snort. "Should you dare to speak recklessly again, I shall show no mercy next time." The little spirit, wishing to dispute further, found itself silenced by Nezha's icy gaze. Glancing at the scattered booklets on the ground, it hesitantly inquired, "Then, Your Highness, do you wish to look at these?" Nezha paused in an eerie silence, casting several steady glances at Chi-Ji before flicking his sleeve dismissively. "They shall not be collected. From now on, do not bring these items before Achi." A flash of red light swept through, and all the booklets vanished without a trace. The red-clad deity feigned nonchalance. Yet a glance towards Chi-Ji revealed a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. He murmured softly, almost imperceptibly, "Soul cultivation and duality." Once her body had sufficiently recovered, Chi-Ji sought an opportunity to clarify her intentions with Nezha, preparing to return to the mortal realm and rejoin the pilgrimage. Now, although Chi-Ji's soul had been fortuitously mended due to past tribulations, she felt no need to dwell on it, indifferent to whether she would embark on that journey again. However, this task was ultimately a request made by the original saint, the Grand Master, in conjunction with the 2 saints from the West. Without further ado, for the sake of the revered master, Chi-Gu felt it was her duty to fulfill her obligations. With the name of the master invoked, no matter how much Nezha resisted, he had no choice but to concede. As they departed from the Cloud Palace towards the mortal realm, the crimson-robed deity grasped her sleeve for the 3rd time, his golden eyes shimmering with a hint of stubbornness. "Must you walk this path by yourself? I can speak to the master on your behalf." Chi-Gu gently grasped his wrist, her fingertips tracing the healing scar beneath the bandage, smiling reassuringly. "Do not worry, Nezha. I will take care of myself. Such an incident shall not occur again." Nezha fell silent, his lashes fluttering like delicate butterfly wings, holding her hand yet unwilling to let go. Chi-Gu blinked, encircling his neck with her arms, and, under his surprised gaze, rose on tiptoe to whisper near his ear, "Time is of the essence. Once the pilgrimage concludes and the merit is fulfilled, I will accompany you to explore the contents of those hidden tomes, indulging in them without resistance until your heart is content. Shall we?" Realizing what Chi-Gu implied, Nezha's ears flushed crimson, his eyes widening in shock as embarrassment surged within him. "How do you know?" Chi-Gu did not answer his question. Instead, she playfully tapped his lower lip with her finger, her smile gentle. "So please, wait for my return in the heavenly court, all right?" The youthful deity bit his lip, a look of discontent clouding his expression, reluctantly leading Chi-Gu to the side of Master Sanzang, before glancing back 3 times as he departed on his fiery wheels. In the lush forest, sunlight filtered through the leaves like scattered gold dust. Suddenly, the white dragon horse reared and neighed, while Sun Wukong, resting against an ancient pine, perked up his ears, a half-eaten wild peach falling from his hand. He looked up to see a flash of red and white descending from the clouds. A maiden clad in white and red, with crimson satin draped over her arms, and a translucent lotus-shaped hairpin swaying gently with her movements, resembled the unmelting ice crystals atop Mount Kunlun. The first to approach was the nearest, Zhu Beiji. Little junior sister, you have finally returned. The rotund Zhu Beiji set down his nine-toothed rake, rubbing his hands as he circled around Chigu, his large palm hovering over her shoulder. Hesitating yet filled with warmth as he scrutinized her, his face beaming with a smile. I heard from Monkey Brother that you were gravely injured this time. How do you fare? Are you well now? Chigu looked into Zhu Beiji's concerned eyes, smiling as she twirled in front of him. Do not worry, second brother. I am perfectly fine. In fact, I have turned misfortune into fortune, and my cultivation has ascended to a new level. Nearby, Master Sanzang, who had been resting while fingering his prayer beads, rose to his feet, his gaze scanning Chigu's rosy complexion, palms joined and eyes smiling. It is good that you have returned, and that all is well. Silently, Xiao Wujing rummaged through their belongings, producing a small bundle wrapped tightly in oil paper, stepping forward to place it in Chigu's hands, a hearty smile gracing his sturdy face. Honeyed plums, they are quite delicious. That year, that monkey was hiding from her. Oh, Xiao brother, you have hidden tasty treats? The old pig has been hungry for so long. Yet you haven't brought it out. Pigsy exclaimed in astonishment, but when Chiji handed him the honeyed plums, he chuckled and gestured for her to enjoy them herself. Xiao Wujing looked down at Pigsy and explained earnestly, it was something Master unexpectedly acquired the other day, as he mentioned that our junior sister would appreciate it. Chiji glanced at Master Xuanzang, who wore a gentle, affectionate smile, simply stating that it was a fortunate coincidence. Master is clearly biased. Pigsy feigned indignation, stomping his feet, causing the ground to tremble beneath his ample frame, his face adorned with a mock sorrow. When I previously asked for some snacks, you outright refused. Amidst the laughter and banter, Chiji's gaze casually drifted over the treetops, the golden staff swaying amidst the mottled shadows of the trees. A fleeting gleam of gold quickly retracting into the canopy. Morning dew fell from the tips of the leaves, landing precisely on Sun Wukong's golden staff. He sat cross-legged on a gnarled branch, lost in thought, when the rustle of fabric brushing against the grass caught his attention, accompanied by a faint scent of lotus. Monkey brother, Chiji, lifting her skirt, stepped over the fallen branches, her sparkling eyes filled with mirth as she looked up at him, the lotus-shaped hairpin chiming softly with her movement. Sun Wukong's pupils constricted, involuntarily tightening his grip on the golden staff. He cast a swift glance at Chiji before retracting his gaze as if burned, rising into the air on a cloud. The hour grows late. I, old son, shall scout ahead. How long does the monkey brother intend to evade me? Her clear voice tinged with irritation, Chiji halted in her tracks. The crimson cloud ribbon woven into her hair fluttering gently, tinged with a faint blush. She gazed up at the figure poised to leap onto the cloud. The gentle smile that had adorned her face now replaced by a rare chill on her exquisite features. Sun Wukong's body stiffened, nearly causing him to tumble from the cloud. He crouched on the cloud, his expression frozen, afraid to turn back. Who is hiding from you? I am merely scouting ahead. Chiji tugged at her lips. Unconcerned whether Sun Wukong could see her, she donned a smile that lacked warmth and began to weave a tale. Master said the sun is too strong at this hour, and he intends to rest before continuing. Not far away, the open area where Master Xuanzang had already risen, preparing to depart, glanced over at them, and then set down the nine-ringed staff he had picked up, finding a stone to sit cross-legged upon, closing his eyes to meditate. Beside him, Xiao Wujing, having organized his belongings and lifted his burden, wore a puzzled expression. Master? Oh, Xiao Wujing, do not rush. Pigsy approached him, placing a hand on his belongings, his small eyes occasionally darting towards the two locked in a standoff, lowering his voice. Let us wait until junior sister and the monkey brother reconcile before we depart. The honest monk silently set down his load and sat beside Master Xuanzang. Meanwhile, Pigsy, somewhat stealthily, attempted to inch closer, yet hesitated, fearing to interrupt Chiji and Sun Wukong's conversation, caught in a conflict of indecision. Neither Chiji nor Sun Wukong had any inclination to regard Pigsy and the others. Chiji fixed her gaze upon the back of Sun Wukong, who remained rigid, refusing to turn or move, creating a palpable tension in the air. After a considerable time, Sun Wukong finally relented, the tension dissipating as he somersaulted to the ground, raising his gaze to Chi-Ju. In that year, little 7, I conversed with that monkey. Chi-Ju crossed her arms, tilting her chin slightly, and casting a sidelong glance at Sun Wukong. What is this? The great sage equal to heaven no longer evades me. Although her posture and demeanor resembled how Nezha often regarded others, it was perhaps a matter of aura. Nezha's stance exuded supremacy and arrogance, yet from Sun Wukong's perspective, she appeared simply endearing and innocent, reminiscent of the pure little flower demon who dared to tug at his tail in their early days by the water curtain cave. Thus, Sun Wukong scratched his ear, then rubbed his chin, chuckling awkwardly. Little Seven, you're overthinking it. I genuinely have not been avoiding you. Then why do you attempt to flee upon seeing me? Chi-Ju discarded her pretended arrogance, stepping closer to him. The ornaments in her hair chimed softly, akin to her clear and melodious voice. Upon my return, everything you brought me was delivered by second brother or third brother. You chose to guard the furthest corner from me during the night watch. She halted just a step away, her fingers unconsciously twisting her sleeve. Her downcast eyes revealing a hint of sorrow, her voice slightly hoarse. Or perhaps, Monkey Brother has finally deemed me a nuisance and intends to distance himself? I have not. Stop imagining things. Sun Wukong nearly leapt in alarm as if someone had stepped on his tail, anxiously closing the distance between them. His furry paw longed to pat her head as he used to, yet hesitated just before contact, exclaiming, "You are my dear sister. How could I ever distance myself from you? Never, do not think such thoughts." The stone monkey, having spent centuries together, had long regarded the girl who unexpectedly entered his life as a beloved family member, his only sister. Even though her actual age surpassed his, he still cherished her as that innocent little flower demon from years past, patiently and tenderly caring for her. Thus, in the wake of this unforeseen incident, Sun Wukong felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, uncertain how to face the girl who deserved his utmost protection. Chi-Ju was momentarily taken aback, then lifted her gaze to meet Sun Wukong's, her shimmering eyes veiled with a thin layer of mist, her pearly teeth lightly biting her red lip. Really? Confronted with her tear-filled gaze, Sun Wukong found himself at a loss, his paws flailing in a flustered manner, yet mindful not to actually touch Chi-Ju. His expression resolute. Truly, I swear it is true. I, Sun Wukong, never tell lies. At that, Chi-Ju blinked away her tears, breaking into a smile. A single droplet clinging to her eyelashes, trembling like morning dew. Do not cry. Little Seven, do not weep. Behind him, his furry tail swelled considerably. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and finally reached out to brush away her tear. Chi-Ju seized his hand, smiling as she gently pressed her cheek against his, affectionately nuzzling him as they had years ago. Monkey Brother, you won't evade me again, will you? Sun Wukong's body stiffened momentarily. Then he looked down at Chi-Ju, sighing after a moment, and the entirety of his monkey form relaxed. He withdrew his hand and gently patted Chi-Ju's head before turning to sit upon the root of a nearby tree. I did not evade you, he said. Sun Wukong lowered his gaze, his naturally golden eyelids shimmering brilliantly, yet tinged with a subtle hint of red. His throat constricted. The once towering figure of the great sage, equal to heaven, now bore the rare sight of a slightly bent spine. If I had paid more attention to that black lotus back then, you would not have. That year, the monkey's heart not unwound. The girl, after spitting forth a mouthful of blood, collapsed into Nezha's embrace. Her pale visage and tightly shut eyes haunting Sun Wukong's mind. Every time he closed his eyes, that image would materialize before him. The wave of self-reproach and regret gnawing at him like a relentless blade. Though several years had passed in the realm of mortals, he found himself unable to forget. In the stillness of midnight, that scene replayed in his memory. Monkey Brother, it was not your fault. Do not blame yourself, Chi-Ju said, lifting the hem of her skirt as she approached Sun Wukong, taking a seat beside him. She tilted her head, observing his involuntarily trembling form, and gently placed her hand upon his. With a light-hearted smile, as warm as ever, she continued, when you gifted me that black lotus, it was meant as a powerful artifact, a gesture of goodwill. It was my own inadequacy that rendered me unable to accept such a gift. But that is not, Sun Wukong began, his eyes widening in protest. Yet Chi-Ju grasped his hand, smiling warmly to interrupt him. My spiritual essence waned due to past events. The ease with which I succumbed to destructive energies was a result of my own carelessness. The same heart that protects me, dear Monkey Brother, bears no blame whatsoever. Besides, look at the blessings bestowed upon me by the eternal snow spirit and the divine water you later gifted. I have not only restored my soul, but also ascended in my foundational cultivation. Chi-Ju's smile radiated like the brightest sun, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. When they met his gaze, they brimmed with affection and warmth, akin to the most devout reverence. I am truly, genuinely grateful to you, Monkey Brother. Whether it was during my rebirth, or now. Who is Sun Wukong? He is the great sage, equal to heaven. the hero she had reverently heard tales of since childhood, the embodiment of the most beautiful faith and aspiration, a symbol of unwavering resilience and indomitable spirit. She believed in him. She admired him. She longed for him. How fortunate she felt to truly encounter him in this world. Previously, within the Cloud Palace, a certain jealous fool had once embraced her, angrily demanding to know whom she would choose to support if one day he stood opposed to the monkey, in a fight to the death. At that moment, she too felt lost, torn between her beloved husband and the indelible faith etched deep within her memory, leaving her unable to clarify her thoughts, and thus she could only smile and kiss him, brushing past the question. Now, gazing into those radiant golden eyes, Chigu pressed her lips together in a smile, feeling as though she had finally discovered the answer. If that day were to truly arrive, when faith and reality could no longer coexist, she thought, she would choose to fight for her faith. It is only after the victory of the great sage's rebellion that she can, without any regrets, accompany her beloved, whether they return to chaos or embark on the journey to the underworld together. How fortunate it is to have met you. Sun Wukong paused, turning to gaze at her, his usually vibrant golden eyes now dulled with surprise. After a moment, he abruptly turned away, wiped his face, and placed his hand on Kijui's head, tousling her simple hairstyle as he once did with the little monkeys. I understand, he declared, extracting the Rui Jingu bang from his ear. His previously subdued demeanor transformed into one of renewed vigor. Sun Wukong glanced back at the golden sun in the sky, casually twirling the staff and dispersing the last remnants of gloom into the morning breeze. It is time to continue our journey. Little Seven, let us go? Kijui followed in Sun Wukong's footsteps, her hands cradling her head as she tidied her long hair. Her small face puffed up slightly, her tone tinged with mild discontent. Yet her expression radiated joy. Monkey brother, you've messed up my hair again. As for the author, who reflects on their own shortcomings, I am somewhat reminiscent of a typical idol drama character, one who would declare, should you dare to harm him, I shall ensure the world accompanies you to ruin. Ahem, sound muted. Thus, the female protagonist may occasionally exhibit behavior that seems slightly off. For those sensitive to such nuances, feel free to overlook certain passages, as the primary focus of this narrative remains the romantic interplay between the leads, with little emphasis on other relationships. In the eyes of the female protagonist, the monkey brother has been mythologized countless times. When she looks at him, she sees not merely the monkey brother but also the embodiment of her myriad cherished wishes. The plot of Journey to the West is nearing its conclusion, and I am contemplating what to write next, perhaps Lotus Pavilion. However, the character of Li Xiangyi bears some resemblance to Nezha, and I fear I may conflate the two as I write. I am reluctant to delve into the sorrow of his demise as Li Lianhua, preferring instead the sun to remain high in the sky, which leaves me in a state of quandary. In the year 85, when they finally arrived at the Western Paradise, the resounding bell of the Great Thunder Monastery shattered the surrounding sea of clouds. At that moment, the tip of the Tripitaka Master's staff gently tapped the first step of the Great Hall. Looking up, one could see the staircase, paved with jade stones, flanked by a series of uneven pools, crystal clear water flowing serenely, with golden lotuses floating atop the surface. As the Tripitaka Master and his companions advanced, the lotuses began to bloom in succession, each petal reflecting the ephemeral light of the myriad beings' wishes. Clad in a splendid robe and adorned with a pilu hat, his nine-ringed staff gleaming, the Tripitaka Master wore a serious expression as he and his disciples ascended the steps. A faint, ethereal chant lingered in the air, the source of the sutras unknown, but to the Tripitaka Master, it was akin to celestial music, deepening his reverence. Yet, for the two companions trailing behind, Sun Wukong and Kijui, this sound was merely a source of annoyance. Both, devoid of any affinity for Buddhism, scratched their ears in unison and exchanged glances, each recognizing the shared irritation in the other's eyes. Sun Wukong wore a countenance marked by agitation, his furry paws scratching at his ears and chin, while his golden eyes darted about restlessly. Taking several missteps closer to Chigue, he lowered his voice, exclaiming, "Isn't it a bit noisier than the little monkeys of Huahua Mountain?" As he spoke, a nod of agreement was interrupted when he noticed the pause in the footsteps of Master Xuanzang ahead. The gentle and compassionate gaze of the master momentarily flicked in their direction, prompting Chigue to alter his tone. "Monkey brother, tread carefully. Refrain from speaking such unfiltered truths. Indeed, monkey brother, do take heed," added Zhu Beiji, who had lagged behind, but now took a large stride to interpose himself between Chigue and Sun Wukong. Grasping Chigue's sleeve with one hand and Sun Wukong's paw with the other, Sun Wukong merely pursed his lips and, after exchanging a series of playful expressions with Chigue over Zhu Beiji's shoulder, fell silent. He withdrew his hand, casting his gaze around as he followed Master Xuanzang up the steps. Trailing behind the four, the typically taciturn Sha Wujing led the white dragon horse in silence, observing intently. After ascending the myriad steps, the magnificent hall of great strength loomed close, within reach. The palace, adorned in gold and jade, exuded grandeur and majesty, encircled by billowing clouds. Rich spiritual energy manifested as heavenly maidens scattering flowers, divine beasts galloping, and wondrous plants blooming, contributing to an atmosphere that was both sacred and solemn, devoid of any mundane essence. At the entrance of the Hall of Great Strength, two venerable figures clad in gold and crimson robes, their eyes alight with smiles, stood guard. Upon the approach of Master Xuanzang and his companions, they joined their hands in reverence and proclaimed, "Amitba, halt. Who approaches?" Master Xuanzang, his expression one of delight, hurried forward to perform a respectful gesture, proclaiming his identity. "Amitba, I am the disciple Tang Xuanzang, here to pay my respects to the two venerable ones. I have journeyed from the eastern land of Tang, under the imperial edict of His Majesty, to the western Great Thunder Monastery, seeking the true teachings of the Mahayana. Indeed, it is an honor to meet such a holy monk. I am the monk K, and this is my fellow practitioner, Asana," responded the two venerables, their faces mirroring the joy of the encounter. While Master Xuanzang exchanged pleasantries with the two, Sun Wukong and Chigui simultaneously rolled their eyes, finding the exchange overly contrived. Fortunately, after the initial courtesies, Venerable K gestured for Master Xuanzang and his party to wait outside while he entered the hall to inform the Tathagata. As K pushed open the heavy doors and stepped inside, Venerable Asana remained to entertain the disciples. Sun Wukong and Chigui, disinterested in joining the conversation, left only Master Xuanzang engaged in idle chat with Venerable Asana. With a smile, Venerable Asana, displaying no trace of the arrogance often associated with divine beings, spoke to the still mortal Master Xuanzang in a friendly and informal manner. "Holy monk, you are indeed fortunate, for today coincides with a sermon by the Buddha, attended by 3,000 arhats and bodhisattvas alike." Upon hearing these words, Master Xuanzang's face brightened with joy and excitement, and he bowed with clasped hands towards the great doors, exclaiming, "Is that so? If I could behold the esteemed arhats and bodhisattvas, it would indeed be a profound honor for me." Upon hearing the words of Arhat Ashvagosha, even the typically indolent Zhu Beiji and the indifferent Sha Wujing, alongside the ever-vigilant Sun Wukong and Chigui, could not help but cast sidelong glances. What a coincidence it is that they have arrived just in time. It seems they had anticipated this very day and summoned the assembly of bodhisattvas and arhats to await their presence. Do they truly believe themselves oblivious? However, being aware of the truth is one matter. Maintaining a faade of ignorance is another. Although Sun Wukong exhibited a hint of disdain, he refrained from vocalizing it. And Chigui remained equally silent. After a brief moment, the grand and majestic doors slowly swung open. There stood the venerable Kasayapa, who had previously entered to announce their arrival, offering a slight bow to the Tang monk and his companions. "The Buddha has issued a decree. Please, esteemed monk, enter and pay your respects." The Tang monk, in turn, respectfully bowed to both Arhat Ashvagosha and venerable Kasayapa, adjusted his immaculate robe, donned his distinctive cap, and solemnly led his disciples into the great hall of the Buddha. Upon entering the hall, they were greeted by a resplendent light and an abundance of auspicious signs. The arhats, each with their unique postures and dignified appearances, displayed golden-hued skin, muscular and robust, some seated, others standing, or leaning around the periphery of the hall. Before the arhats, a multitude of bodhisattvas adorned with jeweled crowns, each resembling yet distinct in their ethereal essence, gazed down with compassionate countenances. In the very center of the hall, there sat a magnificent golden figure, its towering topknot resembling a mountain of gold, with boundless divine power manifesting as golden relics embedded upon it, each reflecting the myriad worlds. Its visage radiated compassion and tranquility, with eyes that opened and closed, shimmering with golden light, revealing the past and present of all beings. Clad in a robe unlike any fabric known, it emanated limitless brilliance, with cascading sleeves adorned with the 8 precious jewels, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. As the Tang monk and his disciples stepped inside, all the deities within the hall turned their gaze towards them. Though not intentional, in that moment, an indescribable pressure emanated from the divine beings. A distinct aura of authority that enveloped the monk and his disciples. The Tang monk, walking at the forefront, suddenly confronted the formidable presence of the Buddhas, causing his complexion to pale. Behind him, Sun Wukong and Qi Gui exchanged glances, each taking a step forward to shield the monk. Noticing their movements, the Tang monk advanced slightly, subtly gesturing for them to remain calm. The small interactions among the trio did not go unnoticed by the arhats and bodhisattvas, who, rather than reproaching them for their perceived impoliteness, collectively reigned in their naturally exuded divine aura. Once the oppressive atmosphere had dissipated, the Tang monk, regaining his composure, led his disciples in a respectful bow towards the Buddha in the forefront, followed by bows to the surrounding bodhisattvas and arhats. Finally, he knelt in the hall, facing the Buddha, presenting the document bearing the seals of countless nations, humbly requesting the Buddha's perusal. In the grand hall, the esteemed monk Xuanzang bowed with utmost reverence. His voice resonating powerfully, "Disciple Xuanzang, under the imperial edict of the emperor of the Tang dynasty, has journeyed to Baoshan in search of the supreme scriptures, to benefit countless souls of our realm. I earnestly beseech the Buddha for compassion." The Buddha, embodying myriad forms, lowered his gaze, and with lips parting in a profound utterance, spoke in a voice imbued with celestial resonance. "Your journey reflects a sincere heart. I possess scriptures that can liberate you from suffering and dispel calamities." Upon hearing the words of the Tathagata, Xuanzang bowed deeply, as if struck by a sudden realization. "I implore the Buddha for mercy, to bestow upon me the sacred scriptures, that I may return home swiftly. Do not rush. Do not rush." However, the Tathagata chuckled and shook his head, gently raising his right hand, allowing an unparalleled divine force to elevate the bowing Xuanzang. "You have traveled a great distance. First indulge in a meal and rest before receiving the scriptures." Though Xuanzang hesitated momentarily, he soon relinquished his urgent desire, following the Tathagata as he summoned 2 monks to accompany them. A sumptuous feast awaited. An array of divine teas, celestial fruits, and exquisite delicacies, all radiating a visible aura of spiritual essence. Under the guidance of the monks, the group took their seats, and even the transformed white dragon horse was led aside to partake in the offerings of spiritual springs and herbs. Such splendid offerings. "Master, do indulge." After being seated, Sun Wukong, eyeing the celestial fruits and delicacies, unceremoniously seized a plump, glistening peach and took a hearty bite, urging Xuanzang to partake as well. Xuanzang, not wishing to be impolite, picked up his chopsticks and joined in, signaling to Qiujie and Zhu Beiji, as well as Sha Wujing, to partake freely. "Since the Buddha has graciously invited us, do not hold back." As they feasted heartily, the gentle spiritual energy of the food nourished their bodies. For the deeply rooted Qiujie and Sun Wukong, the changes were subtle. Yet, Xuanzang emanated a divine glow, gradually transcending his mortal form, undergoing a visible transformation. Even the faint demonic aura lingering around Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing began to dissipate gradually. A bountiful harvest indeed. Once the meal concluded, the guiding monk reappeared, smiling as he led the satiated disciples towards the scripture repository. Before the repository stood 2 familiar venerables awaiting their arrival. The guiding monk introduced Xuanzang and his companions to them before departing with a respectful bow. Xuanzang performed a Buddhist greeting to the gatekeepers. "Venerable Kasyapa and Venerable Ashvagosha, I pay my respects to the 2 venerables." Venerable Kasyapa returned the gesture with a smile, while Venerable Ashvagosha opened the grand doors of the repository, gesturing for the group to enter. Inside the scripture repository, towering shelves were laden with countless bamboo slips, scrolls, and texts, stretching into what seemed like an endless expanse, causing Xuanzang and his companions to widen their eyes in astonishment. Just as Xuanzang anticipated which scriptures Kasyapa and Ashvagosha would bestow upon them, Kasyapa discreetly pulled Xuanzang aside, placing a hand over his mouth and lowering his voice. "I have heard that the eastern lands are vast and bountiful. May I inquire if the holy monk has brought any gifts from afar for us?" In the year 88, Master Xuanzang found himself in the presence of extraordinary individuals, all of whom were far from ordinary. The words of the venerable Kasyapa were spoken loudly enough for all to hear, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment and mutual glances. Master Xuanzang, too, was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend that within the grand confines of the Great Lane Temple, where the Buddha himself proclaimed the transmission of the scriptures, a monk would dare to demand personal matters. Noticing Xuanzang's prolonged silence, the 2 venerables seemed to surmise something, their smiles remaining, though their gazes grew less amicable. The venerable Ashva laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ah, indeed. To pass down the scriptures with empty hands will surely lead the future generations to starvation. This scene left Chi-Ji in awe as she stood beside Sun Wukong, instinctively poking the monkey at his waist and lowering her voice. Monkey brother, what is happening? Why is that venerable behaving this way? Unprepared, Sun Wukong flinched at the poke, nearly jumping in reflex, and quickly grasped Chi-Ji's hand, saying, Little Seven, don't poke, it tickles. I'm not your little prince and can't stand it. He then cast a disdainful glance at Cassiopeia and Ashva, muttering, Isn't this typical of the Buddhist sect? Though Sun Wukong had pledged allegiance to Master Xuanzang and was considered a part of the Buddhist community, his impression of the sect was still tainted by events from 5 centuries past. After hearing Ashva's remark, Xuanzang maintained his composure, bowing respectfully to the two venerables. Please do not take offense, esteemed ones. I have no such intention. I kindly ask for a moment's patience. He then turned and approached Chi-Ji and the others. Master? Chi-Ji inquired, puzzled, while Sun Wukong, growing impatient, raised his hand and pulled out the golden cudgel from his ear, saying, Master, why the delay? If this continues, we shall seek the Buddha himself to deliver the scriptures directly to me. Upon hearing this, Ashva and Cassiopeia glared at Sun Wukong with fury. Yet he met their gaze unflinchingly, baring his teeth in defiance. Enough of this nonsense, Xuanzang chided with a smile, his eyes devoid of anger. He then turned to Chi-Ji. Little Chi-Ji, please hand me the wooden box I entrusted you with. Confused, Chi-Ji nodded and retrieved a somewhat crude wooden box from her bag, asking, Here you go, master. What is contained within? This box had been entrusted to her by Xuanzang upon her return to the pilgrimage team, who mentioned it might be needed later. Although curious, Chi-Ji had refrained from opening it and remained unaware of its contents. It is a gift prepared by your master, Xuanzang replied with a mysterious smile, walking towards Ashva and Cassiopeia with the wooden box in hand. As he presented the box to the two venerables, Xuanzang's gentle smile seemed to carry an air of peculiarity that left Chi-Ji with an inexplicable feeling of unease. Esteemed venerables, my journey has been long and I truly lack the means to provide for personal matters. This peculiar item was found along my path, and I hope for your understanding. Asha took the wooden box from the hands of Master Tripitaka, her face reflecting a mix of curiosity and trepidation as she opened it. Her expression shifted dramatically. Rest assured, esteemed ones, these treasures were acquired by my disciples from their vanquished foes. Master Tripitaka maintained a serene smile, exuding an air of harmlessness. I humbly request that you hand over the scriptures to us. Upon my disciples' return to the Tang court, we shall offer our heartfelt gratitude. Both the disciples and their apprentices expressed their profound appreciation. The box snapped shut with a decisive sound, and both Asha and Kay wore expressions that were somewhat strained. Asha trembled slightly as she tucked the box away, while Kay turned to retrieve the scriptures. Please, holy monk, grant me a moment. I shall fetch the scriptures for you at once. Curiosity piqued, Chi-Ji tiptoed, striving to glimpse the contents of the box, yet she remained in the dark. Reaching out once more to poke at the monkey's side, her hand was caught. After a brief struggle, she relinquished her efforts and whispered, Brother Monkey, what is contained within that box? It is the spoils of battle that Master insisted we keep after nearly vanquishing the rock and its kin at Lion Camel Ridge, a white elephant's tusk, a blue lion's mane, and the feathers from the rock's head, Sun Wukong replied, his expression tinged with an oddity. Chi-Ji, further perplexed, inquired, what is amiss with that? At that moment, Zhu Beiji leaned in, his large ears flapping, and his small eyes nearly squinting with mischief. He lowered his voice to explain. Master is subtly threatening those two venerables. The rock is akin to the maternal uncle of the Buddha. We strike without hesitation. Should they remain obstinate, well. Understanding dawned upon her. Chi-Ji couldn't help but silently commend Master Tripitaka. This monk was indeed formidable, truly worthy of being the imperial brother of His Majesty, the Second Phoenix, endowed with remarkable martial prowess. Reflecting on their journey westward, despite her absence for a few years due to unforeseen circumstances, she had spent ample time with Master Tripitaka and felt she had a fair grasp of his ways. This Master Tripitaka was a far cry from the timid, soft-hearted monk she had once envisioned. He was a formidable warrior, gentle and compassionate towards the virtuous, yet unyieldingly fierce against the wicked. Although there were numerous monsters he could not defeat alone, he never hesitated to command his disciples to act decisively. The initial image of the timid monk had dissipated. As Chi-Ji observed Master Tripitaka diligently perusing the scriptures offered by Kay, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. How wonderful it is that Brother Monkey and I have encountered such a master. Thus, it was clear that even without the infamous tightening headband, as long as Tripitaka possessed wisdom, the unruly Monkey King would behave obediently and serve devotedly. What they had initially thought would conclude their journey upon obtaining the scriptures now seemed to merely be a new beginning, for they would soon return to Tang, presenting the scriptures to His Majesty, and thus fulfilling their quest. However, upon receiving the scriptures from the venerable Kasayapa, Master Xuanzang began to frown deeply as he perused the pages, his thick, dark brows nearly twisting into two caterpillars. Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing assisted in neatly arranging the scriptures and repacking their belongings. Just as they were about to place the scriptures into their box, Master Xuanzang halted them. Holding the scriptures in one hand, Sha Wujing gazed at Master Xuanzang, who was blocking his path, with a puzzled expression. Master, what is it? Is there something amiss with the scriptures? Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes, pulling out the golden-banded staff that had been tucked away in his ear. Casting a hostile glance towards the venerable Kasayapa and Asana, his demeanor unfriendly. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's inquiry, Asanga's expression shifted dramatically, ignoring the veiled threat emanating from Sun Wukong. He glared back with fury, exclaiming, "You insolent monkey! How dare you speak such slander? These scriptures are treasures of Lingshan, not to be defamed at your whim." "No, there is nothing wrong with the scriptures," Master Xuanzang interjected promptly, signaling for Sun Wukong to remain calm. Master Xuanzang surveyed the neatly arranged scriptures and then glanced at the countless scrolls in the scripture repository. Under the watchful and fierce gazes of the venerable Kasayapa and Asana, he bowed respectfully, saying, "I kindly request both venerables to grant me a moment. I have a matter of uncertainty that I wish to clarify with the Buddha." Adjusting his cassock, he turned, holding his nine-ringed staff, and disregarded the dissatisfaction of Kasayapa and Asana as he made his way directly to the Great Hall. "Master, what are you planning to do?" Sun Wukong and Qi Ji both called out simultaneously, but Master Xuanzang did not look back. With one hand grasping his staff and the other waving dismissively, he left them with the words, "Wait here. I shall return shortly." "Master, wait." Naturally, Sun Wukong and Qi Ji were concerned for Master Xuanzang and hurriedly followed, leaving Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing gazing at the pile of scriptures, exchanging bewildered glances. Zhu Beiji scratched his sparse hair, muttering, "What is Master up to this time?" Sha Wujing replied blankly, "Elder brother, I have no idea either." Meanwhile, Master Xuanzang reached the front of the Great Hall. Upon being pursued by Qi Ji and Sun Wukong, he requested them to remain outside and not enter. With a gentle smile, yet an unmistakable firmness in his eyes, he reassured them, "I simply have some doubts I wish to clarify with the Buddha. There is no need for you to worry excessively." However, as Sun Wukong attempted to voice his concerns, he found himself defeated by Master Xuanzang's resolute gaze, leaving him anxiously scratching his ears. Qi Ji, observing Master Xuanzang's expression, hesitated momentarily before grasping the restless Sun Wukong's arm, saying, "All right, monkey brother, let us trust Master." Sun Wukong looked at Qi Ji, his eyes filled with confusion and uncertainty, while Qi Ji discreetly winked at him, signaling him to remain patient. Once the esteemed Tang Sung received the permission of the Tathagata, he entered the Great Hall of Great Strength. As the doors slowly closed before him, Qi Ju grasped Sun Wukong's arm. "Brother monkey, quickly perform your transformation magic." Would Qi Ju ever be the obedient type? That was utterly implausible. Just look at her husband, Nezha, and her elder brother, Sun Wukong. None of them would conform to rules or behave submissively. Sun Wukong immediately comprehended Qi Ju's intention. His eyes sparkled as he raised his hand to weave a spell. In an instant, Qi Ju felt her body lighten dramatically, and her perspective shifted. Struggling to adapt to her new form and viewpoint, she flapped her wings and took flight, bewildered by her transformation. The surroundings seemed to expand immeasurably. Suddenly, a golden shadow appeared, growing closer. Qi Ju's expression changed drastically as she blurted out, "What the hell? That's a gigantic mosquito." "Little Seven?" The mosquito spoke, emitting a high-pitched voice unmistakably belonging to a certain monkey. "Excellent." Qi Ju realized her current form. "Why did you have to turn into a mosquito, brother monkey?" Even though she was no longer a mere mortal, she still harbored an indescribable aversion towards such creatures. In the year when Tang Sung boldly confronted the Buddha, despite feeling quite uncomfortable, the small size of the mosquito proved convenient. As she lacked the ability to transform herself, Qi Ju had no choice but to suppress her discomfort and adapt. Now, as two mosquitoes, Qi Ju and Sun Wukong, they flapped their tiny wings and slipped through the narrow gap of the Great Hall's doors, entering the sanctum. If the tribulations, grievances, and sufferings endured in this life are to bear fruit in the next, how profoundly unjust it is for this life, which has tasted so much anguish. Upon entering the hall, The resonant and resolute voice of Tang Sung filled the air. The mosquito Chi-Ju lowered her gaze, following the sound, and beheld the solemn figure of Tang Sung, clad in a robe and holding a staff, standing amidst the hall. Surrounding him were formidable arhats and bodhisattvas, their eyes fixed upon him from above. Yet he stood tall and unyielding, like an indomitable warrior. Having lingered outside for a moment, the two mosquitoes missed part of the preceding dialogue and were momentarily unclear about the situation. They instinctively held their breath, slowing their wing beats to observe. Directly opposite Tang Sung stood the colossal figure of the Tathagata, one hand forming the gesture of flower picking, gazing down upon him with a countenance devoid of sorrow or joy. In this life, you sow the seeds. In the next, you reap the harvest. The same soul. What is unfair about that? Tang Sung raised his gaze to the Tathagata. The soul may be the same, yet the memories are not. Each life's memories constitute the entirety of that existence. How can the reincarnated being, who has drunk the soup of oblivion, be compared with the one burdened by the memories of suffering? Suddenly, the Tathagata lowered his hand from the flower gesture, his voice resonating like a thunderous bell, reverberating with subtle sacred tones throughout the hall. Golden cicada, do you still not comprehend? The atmosphere within the hall grew tense, as if the Buddha had become wrathful. This was dire. Sun Wukong silently exclaimed, and with a flicker of his magical transformation, he revealed himself, a diminutive figure clad in a tiger-skin skirt, standing before the monk Tang Sung, his golden staff gleaming with a cold light. If you have any grievances, confront me, the great sage. This monk is but an ignorant mortal, weak and foolish. If he has offended you in any way, let me bear the brunt of it. Wukong's sudden appearance took Tang Sung by surprise, causing the steadfast expression on his face to falter, revealing a look of astonishment. Wukong? Nezha, come quickly. Sensing that the situation was amiss, Chi-Ju discreetly shattered the communication talisman Nezha had previously given her, sending an urgent message, and then revealed herself. Standing beside Tang Sung, Chi-Ju gently reassured him, Master, do not fear. We are here. Tang Sung appeared, quite bewildered. The Buddha, seated upon the lotus throne, gazed down at the three figures below, a fleeting smile passing through his eyes, though his expression remained stoic, exuding an air of intimidation. You audacious monkey. You have grown increasingly bold. I am Sun Wukong, he declared. Step back. Tang Sung suddenly interjected, interrupting Wukong. The latter, feeling somewhat defiant, replied, Master, step back. The usually gentle Tang Sung rarely showed such sternness, as he pulled Wukong behind him, his not overly tall, yet sturdy frame shielding both Chi-Ju and Wukong. Then, facing the Buddha, Tang Sung gradually bowed down, kneeling. Disciple is dull-witted and cannot comprehend the Buddha's teachings. It is truly difficult to understand where to seek the true scripture. The lofty Buddha gazed down, his eyes deep as the boundless starry sea, capable of perceiving myriad worlds. Jin Chanzi, you were once cast into the cycle of reincarnation for your disdain towards the Dharma, and yet you remained so obstinately ignorant? As the Buddha's words, devoid of discernible emotion, resonated, the surrounding arhats and bodhisattvas seemed to grow solemn, their expressions restrained. The entire hall was enveloped in an unusually grave atmosphere, as if a storm were imminent. Tang Sung bowed his head, forehead touching the ground. Disciple is dull-witted. Under the weight of this oppressive atmosphere, Wukong, disregarding Tang Sung's restraint, leaped forth once more, his golden eyes shimmering with brilliance. Master, what do you truly desire from us, old Buddha? Wukong. Tang Sung, still in prostration, felt the veins on his forehead throb as he cast a worried sidelong glance at Wukong, his elongated eyes filled with anxiety. He had previously argued with the Buddha over the contradictions between the teachings of the scriptures and his own understanding, but now, fearing for his disciples' recklessness and the potential punishment they might incur for offending the Buddha, he temporarily subdued his beliefs and knelt in submission. At this moment, Wukong was unwilling to heed Tang Sung's words. The atmosphere indeed felt far from trivial. Thus, he resolutely stood guard before Tang Sung. Do not fear, Master. I, Sun Wukong, shall ensure that not a single hair on your head shall be harmed today. Chi-Ju, having entered the hall, had said little, yet she stood steadfastly by the sides of Tang Sung and Wukong. Listening to Sun Wukong's resolute words, Chi-Gui pressed her lips together, and with a flash of golden light upon her wrist, the universe circle was firmly grasped in her hand. The mystical silk of her hair, seemingly animated by an unseen force, slithered like a serpent up her arm. Though her face remained expressionless as she held her weapon, her determination mirrored that of Sun Wukong. However, internally, Chi-Gui silently lamented and regretted. It appears that my impulsiveness may lead to dire consequences. I shouldn't have sent a message to Nezha. Should he arrive and fortuitously cross paths with us, it could spell trouble. Sitting serenely upon a lotus pedestal, the Buddha observed the interactions among the 3 disciples below. Contrary to their expectations of his wrath, his eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Just then, the heavy doors swung open, revealing Zhu Beiji, wielding a 9-toothed rake, and Sha Wujing, brandishing the demon-subduing staff as they barged in. Although a flicker of panic lingered in Zhu Beiji's eyes, he forced a smile as he spoke. "Greetings, Buddha." Old Pig was becoming quite anxious waiting for my master and the others to return, so I hope the Buddha will forgive me for my impatience. Sha Wujing, typically taciturn and honest, followed closely behind the loquacious Zhu Beiji, remaining vigilant as they approached Master Xuanzang. The monk appeared momentarily taken aback. "You need not be so tense." The Buddha finally chuckled, casting a benevolent gaze upon the group, his amusement evident. Sun Wukong and Qi Gui, still on high alert, exchanged bewildered glances with the Buddha, while Master Xuanzang, kneeling on the ground, also looked up at him. "In the past, beneath the Bodhi tree, I attained enlightenment and cultivated virtues," the Buddha remarked with a smile, his fingers delicately plucking petals from a flower that fell like the blossoms of Bodhi. "The sentient beings revere me as the Buddha and adhere to my teachings. Yet, the Buddha resides not in me, but within the hearts of all beings." With a graceful gesture, the Buddha summoned scrolls of blank scriptures that landed before Master Xuanzang. "Jin Shanzi, you have traversed through 10 lifetimes. Yet you have yet to gain the fruit of this lifetime. The karmic outcome that you seek is already within your heart." The tension that once enveloped the grand hall dissipated, and the surrounding bodhisattvas and arhats beamed with smiles. The disciples of Master Xuanzang stared in astonishment at the wordless scriptures that had appeared before them, their eyes wide with confusion. Just moments ago, they had felt the impending clash of conflict, yet now the atmosphere had transformed into one of warmth and joy. At that moment, a monk entered the hall, his warm voice shattering the peculiar ambience. "I report to the world-honored one. Outside, Prince Nezha seeks an audience." "Please, let him enter," the Buddha replied, his smile unwavering, his profound and encompassing gaze turning towards Qi Gui, a knowing glimmer in his eyes. In that fleeting instant, Qi Gui felt as though her innermost thoughts were laid bare before him, causing her to instinctively tighten her grip on the universe circle and avert her eyes from his penetrating gaze. The red-clad deity strode in swiftly, his inky hair slightly disheveled, beads of sweat glistening at his brow. Nezha pays his respects to the Buddha. He hurriedly bowed to the Buddha before directing his gaze towards Qi Gui, who stood beside Master Xuanzang. The golden gaze scrutinized Qi Gu, confirming her lack of injury, and only then did the tumultuous heartbeat, which had been thrown into disarray upon receiving the message, gradually settle. Although fully aware of the reason behind the commotion, the Buddha feigned ignorance and smiled as he spoke. "The third prince is absent from the heavenly court and has hastily come to my sacred mountain. Is there something of great importance?" Nezha found himself momentarily at a loss for words, a faint blush rising on his fair complexion. Fortunately, the Buddha merely teased lightly, choosing not to pursue the matter further, swiftly diverting the conversation. He turned his attention back to Master Xuanzang, nodding slightly. "Through this journey, after 10 lifetimes of cultivation, you may inscribe all that you have gleaned in your heart. Furthermore, the scriptures I have transmitted to you may also be taken back to Great Tang for dissemination. Regardless of the karmic ties of this life or the next, as long as sentient beings harbor the Buddha within their hearts, that is the essence of the Buddha." Enlightened by these words, Master Xuanzang clasped his hands together in reverence and bowed deeply, filled with gratitude. Disciple expresses heartfelt thanks to the Master. The Buddha nodded with a gentle smile, his eyes reflecting satisfaction. "Amitabha, once you have completed the true scriptures and spread the teachings far and wide, you shall attain supreme merit and reach the fruit of enlightenment. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly, striving to meet your expectations." Unlike the gradual journey to the sacred mountain, by the time Master Xuanzang returned to Great Tang with the true scriptures, he had transcended his mortal form. Although he had yet to disseminate the teachings widely and attain enlightenment, he could now soar through the clouds alongside his disciples, no longer needing to tread the arduous path for another decade or so. Accompanied by the blank scriptures and those inscribed with words, the group set forth on their return journey. Just before their departure, Nezha, feeling somewhat that the trip had been in vain, observed Master Xuanzang organizing the scriptures, placing some on the back of his horse. He took Qi Gu's hand and drew her aside. His deep golden eyes brimmed with urgency and a hint of persuasion. "Ah Qi, Now that Master Xuanzang has acquired the scriptures, shouldn't you return with me? Initially intending to assist, Chigu was momentarily taken aback and tilted her head to look at Nezha. Return? Yes. Look, the scriptures have been obtained. The trials of the 99 and 81 have concluded. It will be but a moment to return, and there will be no further tribulations to face. So you need not worry. Her once narrow and profound eyes now sparkled with anticipation, revealing her unguarded excitement. It was rather endearing. Yet, Chigu, having grown accustomed to Nezha's captivating visage, also adhered steadfastly to her principles of completion. Despite being momentarily entranced by his gaze, she unhesitatingly declined his proposal. No. The scriptures have yet to be delivered to Great Tang. My mission remains unfinished, and I cannot leave midway. Nezha, visibly displeased and filled with resentment, retorted, the scriptures have been obtained. How is that not considered completing the mission? It was never truly my concern. The deity of the three altars in the sea could be unreasonable and capricious before other deities in different realms. Yet, when confronted by his beloved wife, the once domineering and capricious deity found himself reluctantly yielding, ensnared by an odd sensation akin to swallowing one's own blood after having shattered a tooth. Alas, the third prince appears to be faltering in his marital duties. A pig, who had been observing quietly, whispered to the reticent, blue-faced monk. The honest monk, Xiao Wujing, nodded in silent agreement. What the second brother says is true. With a sidelong glance, Sun Wukong bared his teeth and leaped over, seizing the large ears of Zhu Beiji, admonishing him sharply, "Fool, cease your prattling and hasten to assist master." Sun Wukong often found Zhu Beiji to be rather dim-witted. The young prince, sensitive in nature, might not act out immediately, but when the opportunity arose. Oh, the consequences. Xiao Wujing nodded once more. What the elder brother says is indeed correct. Zhu Beiji clutched his ears, lamenting, "Ouch. Brother monkey, let go. I was wrong. I admit my mistake." Meanwhile, on the other side, Nezha, with a charming visage, found himself once again unable to resist Chi Ju's wishes, agreeing to accompany her and the Tang monk to return the scriptures to the Great Tang. Fortunately, this time was different. There was no need to dread the dangers of the journey, as Nezha could accompany them. Having organized the scriptures, the Tang monk glanced back at the ethereal sounds of the Buddhist chants emanating from the sacred mountain, exhaling deeply. "Let us depart, my disciples. We shall return home." Once upon a time, the Tang monk had set out with equal anticipation, believing that despite the vast journey ahead, it would take no more than 4 or 5 years. Yet, who could have predicted that the journey would be fraught with trials, extending over a decade? However, perseverance bore fruit, and at last, he could claim success. Having secured the scriptures, fulfilling the hopes of the Tang emperor and the people, soft white clouds billowed beneath their feet, carrying the master and his disciples, along with their luggage and scriptures, towards the direction of the Great Tang. Viewed from above, the landscape appeared as a hazy blur, with past events dissipating like ephemeral mist, leaving behind indelible traces. The Tang monk sat cross-legged upon the clouds, a scroll of the unwritten scriptures resting upon his lap, while Sun Wukong concealed himself nearby, handing him a brush crafted from fine hair. One by one, inked characters began to emerge on the white scroll as the Tang monk lowered his gaze, his expression grave yet imbued with a serene compassion, even as he bore the fierce countenance of a wrathful deity. In this life, enduring suffering and performing good deeds, one seeks a better rebirth. Yet, if one performs good deeds in this life and still encounters suffering, it is not unreasonable to hope for an understanding of the consequences of one's actions in this very life. The Buddha resides within the heart. The humble monk desires only to perform acts of kindness without expectation of reward. However, having sown the seeds of virtue, one ought to enjoy the fruits of goodness. In that fateful year, the day the Tang monk attained Buddhahood, golden rain fell throughout Chang'an, and golden lotuses erupted from the earth. Newly constructed temples radiated immeasurable golden light, and the resounding voice of the Buddha echoed throughout. The Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara descended, accompanied by the 18 arhats, to welcome the new Buddha to Chang'an. As the heavenly order illuminated the golden wheel of merit for the newly enlightened, known as the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit, underneath him, his disciples each found their own paths and attained their rightful destinies. In the heart of Flower Fruit Mountain, a maiden clad in white and red descended swiftly from the clouds, landing gracefully upon the grass, and casually seized a nearby monkey. "Where's your king?" Recognizing the visitor, the little monkey scratched his head and pointed towards a nearby waterfall. "The king? He is napping in the water curtain cave." Releasing the monkey, Hugu hurriedly made her way over, passing through the majestic waterfall. She entered a winding cave adorned with luminous pearls. Brother Monkey, are you there? Ah, Xiaoqi, what brings you here? Has the little prince finally allowed you to venture out? A fluffy head peered down from above, revealing a golden-haired monkey dressed in coarse cloth, hanging upside down from a vine. His striking golden eyes emitted a soft glow in the dim cave. He held a wine cup, and despite his inverted position, not a single drop of the exquisite wine spilled. Ignoring Sun Wukong's teasing, Hugu grasped his hand with a hint of anxiety. Brother Monkey, I heard that you declined the Buddha's fruit position. After safely escorting the Tang monk back to Chang'an, Hugu had been coaxed back to the heavenly palace by Nezha, who had taken her playful words to heart. The protective MTNLN, which was meant for her safety, had transformed into a binding tool, and the once delicate scent of lotus had become intoxicatingly rich. Day in and day out, not everyone possesses the boundless energy of that particular lotus. Finally emerging from the haze of indulgence, weary in both body and spirit, Hugu had scarcely rejoiced in her survival when she stumbled upon a piece of gossip inadvertently revealed by a celestial attendant. It was said that the great sage, who had escorted the Bodhisattva to the west, had rejected the title of the victorious fighting Buddha and returned to Flower Fruit Mountain to reign as its little demon king. What is Brother Monkey thinking? Why forsake a noble position in the Buddhist realm to return to being a demon? Surely, the Tathgata-1T take offense and direct his wrath towards him, considering their past grievances. Fortunately, upon arriving at Flower Fruit Mountain and seeing the unscathed Sun Wukong, her anxious heart began to ease. Listening to her concerns, Sun Wukong downed the fine wine in one gulp and tossed the cup aside. He leapt down beside Hugu, playfully patting her head while laughing heartily. You silly girl, what are you fretting about? Although the Tathgata once deceived me, he isn't so petty as to hold a grudge. Besides, he continued, his attire humble, yet his spirit undiminished. I am born to be free. Being the beautiful monkey king of Flower Fruit Mountain and the great sage is more than enough for me. Who needs the constraints of the victorious fighting Buddha? In the distant recesses of memory lingered a sorrowful saying. Only the fighting Buddha is acknowledged, and the great sage is forgotten. However, at this moment, Chi Gui gazed at the golden-eyed monkey before her, who was laughing heartily, and suddenly felt as though the heavy stone that had weighed upon her heart was kicked aside, allowing her heart to settle firmly once again. Indeed, from now on, it would only be the great sage, and never the fighting Buddha again. In the realm of Journey to the West, it is often said that those who are favored are emboldened by their privileges. Having basked in the warmth of affection and received abundant love, they become increasingly audacious, believing that as long as their benefactor remains, they have nothing to fear. Whether through intention or negligence, gradually, they escalate from minor transgressions to ultimately violating heavenly rules, remaining blissfully ignorant of the calamities they invite upon themselves. Boom. Under the thunderous tremors, it seemed as if the entire world was quaking. The majestic and towering Mount Hua was rent asunder by an unseen force, revealing the dark depths of its subterranean veins. A woman clad in a deep blue gown widened her eyes in disbelief, her exquisite features etched with incredulity. As she fell like a butterfly with severed wings, the mountain range, split in two, began to converge with a deafening roar, crushing the goddess who governed this realm beneath its weight. Above Mount Hua, amidst the clouds, a celestial being clad in silver armor and a black fur mantle stood silently, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow. Only the three-pronged, double-edged blade in his grasp trembled slightly, betraying the turmoil within his heart. The accompanying heavenly soldiers were dismissed, and a girl in white and red hesitantly approached the silver-armored youth, dragging a lad in crimson whose face bore an expression of indifference. She bit her lip, conflicted, and spoke softly. Brother Yang, are you all right? Yang Jian, nearly frozen like a statue, blinked, and the faint mist of moisture that had lingered in his deep, narrow black eyes vanished in an instant. He turned stiffly, forcing a smile towards Chi Gui and Nezha. I am fine. I must thank you, junior sister, for discreetly informing me. Otherwise, I would have remained oblivious to the fact that my sister dared to forge a bond with a mortal. Having imprisoned his sister Yang Chan beneath Mount Hua, Yang Jian's heart was filled with indescribable sorrow, yet also a tinge of relief. Thankfully, Chi Gui and Nezha had stumbled upon Yang Chan's predicament during their earthly sojourn and promptly alerted Yang Jian, granting him the opportunity to intervene. After all, had the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother discovered this, according to celestial law, the union of immortals and mortals, even resulting in offspring, would lead to the immediate forfeiture of all cultivation, the loss of divine status, and perhaps an irreversible descent into oblivion. For instance, the Kuei Mu wolf from the Journey to the West, once returned to the heavenly court, is now a forgotten deity, A tragic fate indeed. The celestial laws do not prohibit deities from experiencing love or desire, provided they fulfill their duties. Anyone may seek a divine partner. Yet, with leniency comes restriction. Feelings are permissible, but harboring thoughts of the mortal realm is not. For other demons and spirits, such notions are utterly inconceivable. Violators will face severe punishment. Yet, the more one restricts something, the more tantalizing it becomes to touch. The passage of time for the celestial beings is exceedingly protracted, and the countless lives they have lived have gradually extinguished their fervor, rendering each day seemingly indistinguishable from the last. Even when they momentarily encounter like-minded companions, the passage of time inevitably dulls that initial enthusiasm, leaving their interactions devoid of excitement. As a result, the formation of meaningful bonds among the celestial beings is rather rare. Surrounded by familiar faces, some of these divine beings inadvertently cast their gaze upon the mortal realm. The fleeting existence of humans, lasting but a mere century, appears as ephemeral as a mayfly to the immortals. Yet, within that brief span, mortals exhibit emotions of astonishing intensity, capturing the attention of celestial beings. Consequently, some deities conceal their ethereal essence and occasionally descend to the human world to partake in the warmth of mortal life. Others, however, recklessly entertain human sentiments, harboring a misplaced confidence that they will remain undetected. The playful antics of Yang Chan, who clandestinely consorted with a mortal, sparked considerable discourse in the heavenly court, particularly inciting the ire of the Queen Mother, who was devoted to upholding celestial law. Fortunately, Yang Jian acted swiftly to imprison Yang Chan and personally executed both the mortal and his offspring, leaving the Queen Mother unable to express her outrage upon receiving the news. Compelled to swallow her indignation. Witnessing all of this, Qi Ji found herself engulfed in confusion and uncertainty. Within the ethereal confines of Yunlu Palace, the surface of the lotus pond, created through formidable magic, shimmered with ripples, adorned with clusters of red lotuses amidst verdant leaves, their fragrance wafting through the air. Clad in white and red, Qi Ji sat at the water's edge, her skirt in hand, lost in thought as she gazed at the blooming red lotuses. Her fair feet submerged in the pond's waters. The red silk ribbon entwined around her arm trailed into the water, playfully swirling around her feet, startling a few koi that had approached. Beside her, Nezha, rarely seen with his long hair unfettered, lounged lazily against the pavilion pillar, his well-defined fingers grasping a document recently delivered by the heavenly soldiers. After perusing the text with remarkable speed, Nezha disdainfully curled his lip and tossed it aside, flipping over to sit beside Qi Ji and pulling her into his embrace, burying his face in the crook of her shoulder. He inhaled the similar fragrance of lotus that enveloped her, a smirk gracing his lips. The golden hoop earrings adorning his ears reflected a soft glimmer, harmonizing with the golden lotus flower pendant that dangled from Qi Ji's hair. "What are you thinking about?" His warm breath brushed against her skin, causing a shiver to run down her spine, prompting Qi Ji to instinctively shrink away, feeling an itch. Slightly tilting her head in an attempt to evade him, Nezha, undeterred, drew even closer. His strong arms encircled her waist tightly, and he nuzzled her cheek with his face, his voice languid and slightly husky. Feigning dissatisfaction, "You haven't answered my question yet. Are you trying to ignore me on purpose?" Feeling akin to the jade rabbit often toyed with in Chang'e's embrace, Qi Ji sighed in resignation, allowing her body to relax and lean against Nezha, permitting him to indulge in his playful affection. As Qi Gui gazed at the swaying red lotuses in the pond, she blinked thoughtfully. "I ponder why Yang Chan would develop mortal sentiments. She was once such a remarkable young lady. How could she knowingly engage in something so forbidden, particularly given the identities of Yang Chan and Yang Jian, which had already drawn whispered speculation among the celestial beings? It was only due to Yang Jian's formidable prowess that their lineage was no longer the subject of hushed conversations. However, with Yang Chan's recent turmoil, the past involving her mother, Yao Ji, has resurfaced, evoking an indescribable gaze from the celestial beings upon Yang Jian. Who knows? I am not her, came the indifferent response from Nezha, who tilted his head to observe Qi Gui, seizing the moment to steal a kiss from the corner of her lips, his face adorned with a carefree expression. After all, he had his fragrant, soft wife in his embrace. Why would he concern himself with those with whom he had little interaction? Nezha, Qi Gui, flustered by his shameless demeanor, attempted to push him away. Yet, a loud splash echoed through the pristine lotus pond, sending ripples across the water's surface, intertwining red and white garments, their long hair tangling together. Nezha, taking advantage of the moment, not only fell into the water himself, but also inadvertently pulled his beloved wife along with him, laughing joyfully. At a critical moment, who would intrude? In the lotus pond, Nezha embraced the instinctively struggling Chi Gui and leaned in to plant a fervent kiss on her lips. His eyes sparkling with delight. Dare to push me? Now you shall accompany me. Nezha, Chi Gui, thoroughly drenched, felt her cheeks flush with indignation once more. Even after being married for hundreds of years, she still found it difficult to acclimate to Nezha's overly affectionate behavior in public. Although there were no other sentient beings around, this was certainly not the bedroom, and it felt rather inappropriate. Nezha, holding her close, leaned in to kiss her a few more times. A few strands of ink-black hair clung to her cheek, and he gazed intently at her drenched form, unabashedly revealing the obsession and heat that welled in his eyes, a beauty emerging from the bath, exquisite and captivating. Nezha, Chi Gui instinctively covered his mouth, interrupting his increasingly brazen words, as a deep blush spread from her cheeks down to her collar. Nezha, undeterred by her embarrassment, only laughed more freely. He did not attempt to free himself from her grasp. Rather, he gently placed his hand over hers, parting his lips slightly to lick her palm with his tongue. Chi Gui instinctively recoiled her hand, her body instinctively moving backward. She was all too familiar with the look in Nezha's eyes. It was the same gaze that seemed intent on stripping her bare and devouring her whole, an unmistakable sign of his arousal. The Lotus Prince's formidable strength was not solely exhibited on the battlefield. He was equally vigorous and invincible in other realms. Chi Gui felt that although she had transcended the mortal realm, she still possessed a delicate constitution, rendering her no match for the formidable war god. She was unwilling to relive the harrowing sensation of being torn from existence. However, she found herself unable to retreat, as Nezha had ensnared her waist with one hand, effortlessly drawing her into his embrace. This time, Nezha, surprisingly unhurried, began to loosen Chi Gui's garments. One hand held her captive, while the other clasped hers, accompanied by a smile that could be described as charmingly innocent, as he gradually parted his lips. His warm lips opened and closed, enveloping her slender fingers one by one in a manner akin to savoring exquisite confections. The gentle licking and sucking rendered the once porcelain complexion of the girl's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to the hues of a sunset. Her bright eyes now veiled with a delicate mist, her entire form trembling involuntarily. She softened at the waist, leaning weakly against him, every strand of her hair seemingly imbued with an air of bashfulness. Nezha, this is do not worry. No one dares to look, nor will anyone interrupt. The kiss, beginning at her fingers, gradually ascended, traversing her wrist and forearm. Nezha chuckled softly as he pressed her against the wall of the pool. The red Hunyuan silk entwined around Chi Gui's form, shifting in accordance with Nezha's will. This silk, capable of providing protection in times of danger, also served as an ornamental fabric in everyday life. Yet, in such a peculiar moment, it moved in harmony with its master's desires, allowing the ensnared prey to be toyed with at will. The hidden clasp of her jade belt was undone, the forefinger-wide belt striking against the stone wall with a crisp sound. Amidst the cascading water, faint gasps of resistance mingled with an atmosphere of unbounded ambiguity. Fourth miss, you cannot enter right now. I am looking for my sister. Chi Gui, third brother, where are you? Third brother? Chi Gui, are you there? A youthful voice, still tinged with innocence, echoed from outside the hall, accompanied by the muffled sounds of guards struggling to intervene, drawing ever closer. Little ancestor, you truly cannot go in. At that moment, within the lotus pond, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air. Dark hair and snow-white skin contrasted vividly with crimson plum blossoms, while a soft, plaintive voice tugged at the heartstrings. A little girl clad in a pink skirt and styled with a bun hurried into the Yunlu Palace. Her small head turned as her round, sparkling eyes searched for a familiar figure. Chi Gui, are you home? Zheng Ying has come to play. Trailing behind the little girl, a soldier in silver armor wore a distressed expression, following closely yet hesitant to take action, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. As Nezha's personal guard, the young soldier was acutely aware of his commander's current activities. In such circumstances, who would dare to intrude? Yet, here came another little ancestor. The commander's younger sister, whose tender age and stubborn temperament made them powerless to stop her. Spotting the figures of red and white by the lotus pond in the distance, the girl, Li Zheng-ying, instantly brightened, her short legs dashing forward. Chi Gui. Upon approaching, she realized that Nezha and Chi Gui appeared to be engaged in an unusual manner. Her sister Chi Ji, always radiantly beautiful, now had a flushed face, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and her attire appeared somewhat disheveled, as if she had recently wept. Meanwhile, Her brother Nezha exuded a wild and untamed spirit. His normally neatly tied hair now cascaded freely, and his clothes were haphazardly worn, with his collar wide open and lacking even a belt. Disturbed during a private moment, Nezha squinted his golden eyes, his voice gravelly and strained, accompanied by a barely audible grinding of teeth. What brings you here instead of staying at the Heavenly King's residence with our mother? Before the startled Xiao Jinying could respond to Nezha's fierce glare, a celestial soldier who had followed closely behind knelt on one knee, nearly burying his head in the ground. I am unworthy, having failed to stop the 4th Mississippi. Please punish me, Marshal. The soldier felt an overwhelming urge to weep. He had caught a fleeting glimpse of the Marshal just moments before, and true to his expectations, the Marshal had been engaged in a tender moment with the lady, their desires unmistakably evident and unabashed. Now, their private interlude had been interrupted. The grinding of Nezha's teeth grew more pronounced, his gaze sharp as a sword as he cast a disdainful glance at his ineffectual subordinate, suppressing his ire. Leave. The innocent celestial soldier hurriedly rose and fled. Xiao Jinying, undeterred by Nezha's fearsome demeanor, pouted defiantly. Humph. I came to find Sister Chi-Ji. It's none of your business, 3rd brother. Casting aside her bothersome brother, Xiao Jinying turned to Chi-Ji, her large eyes curving into crescent moons as she opened her arms and leaped toward her, her voice sweet as honey. Sister. However, her small form did not land as she had envisioned, failing to plunge into the fragrant, soft embrace. She tilted her head back, only to find Nezha, with a scowl on his face, gripping her collar with one hand, as if she were a mere kitten. Nezha's downward gaze was as cold as stone. Who allowed you to call her sister? How many times must I remind you to call her sister-in-law? Xiao Jinying, her eyes darted, her small hand pressing against her collar, her lips pouting as tears brimmed in her eyes. Wah? I can't breathe. Sister, save me. In a flurry, Chi-Ji, still flustered from hastily adjusting her attire, rushed forward upon hearing Xiao Jinying's cries, embracing the soft little body while casting a stern look at Nezha. Nezha, what are you doing? Let her go at once. Nezha, chastised by Chi-Ji's glare, reluctantly released his grip, though his expression remained somewhat indignant. This girl is of celestial lineage. How could she possibly have trouble breathing? Chi-Ji chose to ignore Nezha's remark and cradled Xiao Jinying, gently touching her neck. Jinying, are you all right? Do you feel unwell? Your brother has always been rather heavy-handed. The delicate, sculpted Xiao Jinying immediately ceased her feigned crying, seizing the opportunity to wrap her arms around Chi-Ji's neck, her little face nuzzling against Chi-Ji's cheek. A hug from sister will make everything all right. Ah, you. Chi-Ji chuckled, one arm holding Xiao Jinying while the other playfully poked her nose. Xiao Jinying embraced Chi-Ju's neck, her smile radiant. That annoying 3rd brother bullies me and always steals my sister. Can we just ignore him, sister? While playfully pouting at Chi-Ju, Xiao Jinying took the opportunity to stick her tongue out at Nezha, making a triumphant grimace. Nezha's forehead twitched with suppressed anger, and despite his efforts to restrain himself, he could no longer contain his fury. A crimson ribbon suddenly sprang from the lotus pond beside him, wrapping Xiao Jinying in a vibrant cocoon suspended in midair before Chi-Ju and the others could react. With a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips, Nezha crossed his arms and summoned flames to his fingertips, holding them before Xiao Jinying. Dare to call out sister again or provoke me, and I shall roast you like a pig. Why are you making such a fuss over a child? Don't truly frighten her, Chi-Ju said, both amused and exasperated, as she stepped forward to kick Nezha, reaching for the ribbon. She is no ordinary child. Nezha remained unfazed, extinguishing the flames at his fingertips. The ribbon shifted, evading Chi-Ju's grasp, and affectionately nudged her wrist while refusing her command to release Xiao Jinying. Bound like a caterpillar, Xiao Jinying squirmed, attempting to voice her thoughts. But the ribbon silenced her mouth, leaving her to glare angrily at Nezha. Disregarding Chi-Ju's orders, the ribbon reluctantly loosened its grip as Nezha crossed his arms, blocking Chi-Ju's path, his attire still wide open, casting a sidelong glance at his little sister. Li Jinying, if you've come today, it better be for a valid reason. Xiao Jinying scrambled to her feet, brushing off the dust from her skirt, glaring at Nezha, and upon meeting his piercing gaze, she pouted and reluctantly spoke. Of course, I have important matters to discuss. Chi-Ju stepped past Nezha, crouching slightly to adjust Xiao Jinying's dress with a gentle expression. What is so significant that it warrants our Jinying coming in person? Mother asked me to convey a message, Xiao Jinying replied, emphasizing the word sister with intent. She said that our eldest brother and 2nd brother have returned and want 3rd brother and sister to join them for dinner at the Heavenly King's residence. Nezha raised an eyebrow and scoffed. A message could easily be sent via a spirit crane or a heavenly soldier. Why must you come in person? I suspect you are merely here to cause trouble. And if I am? Retreating into Chi-Ju's embrace, Xiao Zhenying regained her courage, peering at Nezha defiantly. Besides, sister promised to teach me how to make lotus soup the other day. I came to personally fetch her. Upon hearing this, Chi-Ju chuckled softly, ruffling Xiao Zhenying's hair. Ah yes, I almost forgot about that. She turned to Nezha, noticing his attire still open, revealing his snow-white inner garment and part of his chest. The memory of his earlier reckless behavior in the lotus pond made her ears flush slightly. Upon releasing Xiao Zhenying, Chi-Ju turned to adjust Nezha's collar. Glancing around in search of the waist ribbon he had previously discarded. Finding it absent, she lowered her gaze and spoke softly, "It is getting late. You should return to your room and change your attire. It would not be proper to meet mother and your 2 elder brothers in such a state. As for father, well, those who understand need not be reminded. Let us not dwell on trivial matters." Nezha, allowing Chi-Ju to act, seized her wrist just as she withdrew her hand. A sly smile gracing his lips and mischief dancing in his golden eyes. "I need your assistance to dress, Chi-Ju." Flushed with embarrassment, Chi-Ju retracted her hand, glaring at him in vexation before turning to take Xiao Zhenying's hand. "Come, Zhenying, let us gather some red lotuses to prepare lotus soup later." Left behind, Nezha scoffed quietly, his eyes narrowing as the magical silken ribbon stealthily entwined around Chi-Ju's ankle, giving it a gentle tug. Unprepared, Chi-Ju stumbled momentarily, nearly falling, and a startled Xiao Zhenying exclaimed, "Ah, sister, be careful." Nezha swiftly appeared at Chi-Ju's side, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her into an embrace. Leaning down to whisper in her ear, "Why the haste? I want to devour you, at least not now." Still reeling from the shock, Chi-Ju instinctively grasped Nezha's hand, glaring at the instigator of her distress. Once assured of her safety, the two became a tangle of limbs, prompting Xiao Zhenying to cover her eyes with her hands, though her fingers were spread wide in curiosity. "Third brother, how scandalous. I shall tell mother that you are bullying sister Chi-Ju." Realizing their compromising position, Chi-Ju's ears flushed crimson, and she pushed Nezha away, her modesty flaring. Nezha steadied himself, irritably flicking Xiao Zhenying's forehead. "What nonsense are you spouting? This is what we call marital harmony and affection. Understand that. And you ought to address me as brother-in-law." Xiao Zhenying, rubbing her reddened forehead, pouted and glared at Nezha, indignantly reporting to Chi-Ju without fear. "Sister, look. Third brother not only struck me, but also uttered foul words." "Enough of this commotion," Chi-Ju chided, gently ruffling Xiao Zhenying's hair, then turning her ire back to Nezha. "Now, go change your clothes." With a disgruntled click of his tongue at Chi-Ju's rising annoyance, Nezha ceased his playful antics and turned, arms crossed, making his way toward his chamber. Meanwhile, the magical ribbon coiled around Chi-Ju's arm, enveloping her in its ethereal embrace. This vibrant, self-floating crimson silk was even more resplendent than the brocade adorning the celestial maidens before the Buddha. Unlike the stark contrasts of day and night in the mortal realm, the transitions in the heavenly court were subtle and less extreme. When night fell, the celestial glow merely softened, as the fairy maidens wove clouds and mist across the sky. As the bright sky transformed into a pale orange hue shrouded in a delicate mist, twilight descended. Within the heavenly king's palace, ethereal wisps filled the air, and tables adorned with exquisite delicacies and divine nectar were laid out in the resplendent hall. Li Jing sat at the head of the table, with Madame Yin beside him, serving dishes to their youngest daughter, Zhenying, while Jin Jia and Mu Jia raised their cups, engaging in lively conversation. In a state of inebriation, one might easily succumb to folly. Yet, Nezha leaned languidly beside Chi-Ji, his fingers playfully entwining a lock of her hair, oblivious to the disapproving glances cast by Li Jing from above. It was a rare occasion to be reunited with his younger brother, and today was meant for revelry. Jin Jia raised his cup, arching an eyebrow and laughing heartily. Mu Jia, understanding the unspoken camaraderie, reached for the strong liquor resting at the corner of the table, filling a cup to the brim before sliding it towards Nezha. "We have not met in quite some time. I have heard of your recent conquest of the North Sea's demon lair. Let this drink serve as a belated celebratory toast from your elder brothers." "What? Do you wish to drown me in drink?" Nezha scoffed, accepting the cup and downing its contents in one swift motion without a flicker of a change in expression. The fiery liquor coursed down his throat like molten lava, igniting a brilliant glow in his eyes. Jin Jia chuckled, shaking his head. "How could that be? Who is unaware of your remarkable ability to consume countless cups without succumbing to intoxication?" Mu Jia, holding the liquor jug close, poured another generous serving into Nezha's cup. "This is a fine brew I stumbled upon, known as Immortal Delight. I know of your fondness for exquisite wines, so I saved this especially for you. Nezha accepted the jug Nezha offered, uncapping it and inhaling the rich aroma. Immortal Delight? Quite an impressive name. The potent fragrance wafting from the jug was intoxicating. Even Chiji, with but a mere whiff, felt a slight dizziness and discreetly tugged at Nezha's sleeve, whispering, "Do take care, drink less. Fear not, I cannot be intoxicated." Jinja and Muzha, both disciples of Manjushri and Avalokiteshvara, were unaccustomed to drinking. Thus Nezha ended up consuming nearly the entire jug of Immortal Delight. As the drinks flowed, a faint blush crept across Nezha's face. The origins of this divine liquor remained a mystery, yet it was enough to make even Nezha, who typically drank as if quenching thirst, exhibit signs of inebriation, his fair complexion adorned with a delicate rosy hue. His usually sharp golden eyes now appeared veiled in a soft mist. Resting his chin upon one hand while idly toying with his empty cup, his gaze became slightly unfocused. With the jug now empty, Jinja and Muzha exchanged glances, tinged with a hint of regret. Muzha sighed, "Third brother, your capacity for drink remains as unchanged as ever." Nezha offered no response, while Chiji, slightly puzzled, tugged at his sleeve and tilted her head towards him. "Nezha? The cup slipped from Nezha's grasp, and he instinctively seized Chiji's hand, tilting his head to gaze at her, his fingers unconsciously caressing the back of her hand. A languid smile gracing his lips. Was he truly inebriated? Chiji blinked, observing the unmistakable haze in Nezha's eyes, her curiosity deepening. Nezha's golden gaze lingered on her for a moment, before he suddenly leaned closer, intertwining their fingers, his voice low and husky. "Ah, Chiji, you are truly beautiful. You are mine. Very well then, it seems you are indeed intoxicated." Chiji realized, her ears flushing slightly. The breath reeking of alcohol was disconcerting, prompting her to hastily withdraw her hand to create distance, but Nezha held onto her tighter. Perhaps it was the struggle that stirred a sense of dissatisfaction within Nezha. He encircled Chiji's waist with his other arm, pulling her wholly into his embrace and holding her close. Such commotion naturally attracted the attention of others. Lady Yin stifled a laugh behind her hand, while Li Jing furrowed his brows and coughed lightly. Jinja and Muzha exchanged knowing glances, raising their cups to conceal their amusement, and Xiao Zhenying, understanding the situation, covered her eyes with her hands, though her fingers revealed too much. When Shi Ju was cradled upon Nezha's thigh, she managed to maintain her composure. However, as she began to struggle and became aware of a certain warmth emanating through Nezha's garments, her calmness swiftly dissipated. "Nezha, let go." Yet, the intoxicated Nezha, oblivious to her plea, tightened his embrace and even leaned down to kiss her cheek, his breath, heavy with the scent of alcohol, causing her to tremble. "I want to let go. You are my beloved wife, mine. What harm is there in a hug?" Chi Ju felt a rush of embarrassment and urgency, fearing that this rarely drunken fellow might act indiscreetly in his semi-conscious state. She turned her head, attempting to evade him. "Let go first, ah? Chi, don't move." Nezha suddenly groaned, his grip on her waist tightening, his breaths growing rapid. His fingertips wandered unconsciously along her waist, his golden eyes misted with intoxication. His voice raspy and uncharacteristically low. "I feel uncomfortable." Chi Ju's body stiffened, and from the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Li Jing's ashen face and Lady Yin's knowing smile, her cheeks flushing crimson. Trembling, she bit her lip and scolded softly, "Nezha, wake up. If you keep this up, I will." Before she could finish, Nezha buried his face in her neck, giving a playful bite, while his hands roamed further up her waist, squeezing unconsciously. The magical silk entwined around her form, pressing her more firmly against Nezha. "Ah, Chi, you smell so good. I want." The unfinished words lodged in her throat, and Chi Ju momentarily froze, wishing she could dig a hole in the ground and hide within it. Deities possess keen perception and exceptional sight. Nezha's unabashed actions did not escape the notice of those present. Thus, they each cleared their throats and averted their gazes, with Li Jing reacting most strongly, his face darkening with disapproval. "Shameless. What kind of behavior is this?" At the opportune moment, Jinja interjected, offering Chi Ju an escape. "Ahem. Since our third brother is inebriated, sister-in-law, why not take him home to rest?" Muzha also covered his mouth with a fist, a sly smile creeping onto his face. "Indeed, the effects of divine intoxication linger long. If he remains here any longer, we may find the heavenly king's residence in disarray." Forcefully pulling Nezha's misbehaving hands away, Chi Ju disregarded the expressions of those around her and struggled to break free from his embrace, bowing her head to apologize to everyone. "Excuse us." She raised her hand to block Nezha, who was once again attempting to cling to her like a sticky candy. Her face flushed as she softly coaxed him. Nezha, we shall return now. Be good. Listen to me. When we get back, we really? Nezha tilted his head, gazing at Chi-Ju for a moment. A flicker of clarity shining through his hazy golden eyes, only to be swiftly engulfed once more by the haze of intoxication. Suddenly, he swept up Chi-Gui in his arms, the Mengtian Ling enveloping them both, as the Fengwulan materialized from thin air. With a single step, they transformed into a streak of crimson light that darted out of the Heavenly King's residence, leaving behind only the excited exclamations of Xiao Jinying and Li Jing's furious reprimand. Within the Yunlu Palace, Chi-Gui hurriedly assisted Nezha onto the couch, while the Mengtian Ling took the liberty of intertwining their wrists. The youthful boy, his complexion flushed, lay back with disheveled garments, golden eyes half closed, one hand clutching Chi-Gui's, while the fingers of his other hand playfully tugged at a strand of her hair, chuckling softly. Ah Chi, why are you hiding? Who is hiding? Chi-Gui frowned slightly, attempting to pull away the Mengtian Ling and remove his outer robe, which reeked of alcohol. You need to behave yourself. Yet the inebriated Nezha proved to be far more troublesome than usual, especially in the confines of the bedroom, where decorum was of no concern. After shedding his alcohol-laden robe, as Chi-Gui prepared to fetch something to sober him up, Nezha suddenly seized her hand, pulling her closer and rolling over to pin her beneath him. The kiss, laced with the scent of liquor, fell upon her like a tempest, his lips murmuring indistinctly. Ah Chi, mortals say that a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Where did you learn such nonsense? Chi-Gui, her face dampened with his saliva, attempted to push against his chest, turning her head to evade his lips. Nezha paused, propping himself up to gaze down at her, his eyes filled with confusion. Why are you avoiding me? With a sense of resignation, Chi-Gui replied, You smell of alcohol. It's unbearable. Let me go? Why do you want to avoid me? Ever since the family banquet, you have hardly paid attention to me. Nezha pressed down upon Chi-Gui, his gaze fixed upon her, his tone laden with grievance. Ah Chi, do you dislike me? Have you stopped loving me? Are you already growing weary of me? As he spoke, his voice grew increasingly sorrowful, and to Chi-Gui's astonishment, she detected a faint tremor in his voice, his beautiful eyes unable to shed tears yet betraying a vivid crimson at their corners. The once domineering and rebellious commander now resembled a drenched puppy, looking at her with a pitiable expression. Don't abandon me, Ah Chi. I will behave. Please don't ignore me or leave me. No, who said they would leave you? Chi-Gui felt utterly exasperated, wishing she could simply bury her face in her hands. Nezha had been inebriated before, but he had never behaved in such a manner, save for becoming clingy. He had never displayed such other faults. Why was it different this time? In her helplessness, Chi-Gui ceased to push him away and gently reassured him, I am here. I have no intention of leaving you. Really? His eyes widened, filled with a pitiable hope. Chi-Gui nodded, continuing to comfort him. Yes, yes. Then kiss me. Faced with his protruding lips drawing near, Chi-Gui could only suppress the rising resentment within her and leaned in to kiss him lightly. From that moment, things spiraled out of control. The red silk danced, and the fragrance of lotus lingered. Fueled by the effects of alcohol, their entanglement was more fervent than ever, leaving Chi-Gui nearly overwhelmed. Her senses clouded as she surrendered to his whims. So was he truly intoxicated? On this occasion, Nezha, inebriated, exhibited a significant lapse in restraint, unabashedly embracing Chi-Gui as they soared back to Yunlu Palace, indulging in fleeting kisses along the way. Consequently, gossip spread like wildfire, captivating the interest of the celestial beings who, in their eternal existence, found the mundane wearisome, particularly intrigued by the romantic escapades of the typically cold-hearted deity. Within half a day, the scandal of the third prince's intimate behavior with his wife circulated throughout the heavenly realm. Some guards, whispering in private, vividly recounted how the general, barely able to maintain his footing due to intoxication, still clung to his lady love, leaving her in a dizzy haze of affection, while his own crown askew. Moreover, celestial maidens embellished the tale. It was said that they were ultimately wrapped in the misty heaven silk on their return, leaving behind a trail of discarded garments and ornaments. By the time this gossip reached the ears of the involved parties, it had morphed into something farcical, nearly suggesting they had engaged in a raucous battle all the way home, utterly unbearable to hear. When Yang Jian came to visit, the rumors had escalated to ridiculous proportions. Struggling to clarify the situation without delving into details, Chi-Gui remained reluctant to step outside Yunlu Palace for several days, anxious to avoid the mocking gazes of others. Nezha, however, was largely unfazed. After satisfying his hunger, He resumed his duties, occasionally checking on the southern heavenly gate, completely indifferent to the peculiar stares from other celestial beings. In Yunlu Palace, Chi-Gui sat by the pond with her knees drawn to her chest, nearly burying half her face in her arms. The vibrant red lotuses in the water bloomed beautifully, contrasting with her flushed ears. The misty heaven silk, once draped over her arm, lay discarded nearby, its golden embroidered end timidly inching toward her wrist in a bid for affection, only to be brusquely pushed away with a finger. It's all your masteress' fault. Go away, I don't wish to see you now. Thus, the red ribbon coiled up beside her like a chastised creature, its long satin length tangled in a knot. Are you taking out your anger on it? A clear voice resonated from behind. Turning at the sound, Chi-Gui met Nezha's smiling golden eyes. He had leaned against a pillar, his red attire relaxed, his eyes sparkling, a jug of wine swaying in his hand. He tilted his head with a light-hearted laugh. The golden rings in his ears catching the light, his voice laced with languor. The misty heaven silk merely follows orders. Why direct your ire toward an instrument? How dare you mention it? Chi-Gui shot him a glare, seizing a lotus pod nearby and hurling it at him. Nezha did not flinch, allowing the green pod to collide with his chest before rolling to the ground. He laughed even more heartily, crossing over to sit beside her and reaching out to wrap his arm around her waist. Very well, it is all my fault. If you feel unsatisfied, why not strike me a few more times to vent your frustration? Chi-Gui turned away to evade his touch, her ears crimson. Keep your distance. If you had shown some restraint, the rumors wouldn't have spiraled so out of control. Unperturbed by her rejection, Nezha knelt beside her, tilting his head back to take a swig from his jug. As the Adam's apple rolled, a clear liquid trickled from the corner of Nezha's mouth, dampening a portion of his garment. You and I are a couple acknowledged by the heavens. What harm is there in our affection? He mused. Those who gossip are merely envious. Catching sight of Nezha indulging in another drink, Chioi's irritation grew as she recalled the rumors that had arisen from his drunken escapades. She lunged forward and snatched the wine flask from his grasp. Do you dare drink again? Though the flask was gone, the warmth of her presence was a fair trade, and Nezha expressed his satisfaction with the exchange. Holding her delicate form close, he smiled indulgently. Very well, I shall refrain from drinking. I will heed whatever you say. Achi. Chioi, exasperated, twisted her body and aimed a kick at him, only to have Nezha seize her ankle. Achi, do be careful. Should you strike in the wrong place, your future happiness might be jeopardized. Just then, a cool, resonant voice echoed from outside the hall. Ahem. It appears I have arrived at an inopportune moment. The frolicking couple turned to see a tall figure standing at the doorway, clad in rigid silver armor over a flowing black cloak. His long hair was bound by a crown adorned with flying phoenixes, and the golden cloud-like pattern on his forehead was particularly striking. Although the newcomer possessed an extraordinarily handsome visage, his demeanor was notably aloof, starkly contrasting Nezha's indifference born from endless slaughter. He exuded an imposing aura, reminiscent of an embodiment of celestial law. Unfazed, Nezha showed no signs of embarrassment at having his private moments interrupted. He merely released Chioi's ankle and attempted to pull her back into his embrace, casting a sidelong glance with an expression of nonchalance. You should leave promptly if you are aware. Does Brother Yang not know that one ought not to gaze upon what is improper? Flustered, Chioi pushed Nezha away, standing to straighten her dress, her cheeks flushed. Brother Yang, have you come with important matters? Although Yang Jian shared their lineage and had always maintained a good rapport, his serious and composed nature suggested that he would not intrude on such a private scene unless it was of utmost importance. Yang Jian's expression grew grave as he flicked his fingers, instantly conjuring a barrier against prying eyes. Subsequently, a silvery light flickered from the celestial eye on his forehead, revealing a scene beneath a flourishing locust tree in the void before them. A young girl in purple was intertwined with a scholar in plain garb, their spirits entwined like climbing vines. Yang Jian closed his eyes, silently sighing. The seventh fairy, in purple, has descended to the mortal realm and formed a bond with the commoner Dong Yong. Nezha, having been pushed aside by Chioi, leaned lazily against the pool's edge, casting a glance at the scene with a scoff. TSK, yet another foolhardy soul attempting to defy the celestial decrees. Nezha. Chioi frowned slightly, disapprovingly calling his name, signaling him to refrain from needling Yang Jian's wounds. After all, the last one to challenge the celestial rules had been Yang Jian's sister, Yang Chan. The Lotus Prince had always been rebellious, relishing in contrarianism. The more others forbade him, the more he felt compelled to pursue those very actions. Yet, as the saying goes, every creature has its match. The rebellious third prince, born with a defiant spirit, becomes remarkably obedient in the presence of his beloved wife. When she gestures east, He resolutely refrains from going west. When she instructs him to bind a chicken, he never dares to strike a dog, behaving as though he has undergone a complete transformation. Thus, in the current situation, faced with the gaze of his beloved, Nezha, who had initially intended to deliver a few more sarcastic remarks to Yang Jian, silently sealed his lips, opting instead to serve as a beautiful ornament. Noticing Nezha's sudden silence, Chi-Ju turned her attention to Yang Jian, her heart subtly beginning to speculate. Is this visit from Brother Yang for a specific purpose? Yang Jian lowered his gaze slightly, revealing a hint of regret on his countenance. I wish to request your assistance in severing this entangled fate and discreetly bringing back Z. Nezha, who had previously worn an expression of indifference, now raised one of his brows, propping himself up with one hand, his eyes sharp as blades, laced with a hint of murderous intent. Brother Yang, this seems rather unfair, does it not? You seek to instruct my beloved in a matter that is likely to incite resentment, yet you do not take it upon yourself to act? The smile on Nezha's face remained intact, but the chilling aura of hostility was no longer concealed. Nezha, Chi-Ju frowned once more, dismayed by Nezha's overtly sharp demeanor. However, this time Nezha did not exhibit the same submissiveness as before. Instead, he regarded Yang Jian with an even colder gaze, demanding a satisfactory explanation. Noticing Chi-Ju's pursed lips and her somewhat helpless expression, Yang Jian understood the root of Nezha's displeasure and could only manage a wry smile. Showing no anger, it was I who hastily made this request, so Nezha's frustration is entirely justifiable. Yang Jian inclined his head in a bow towards Chi-Ju, his voice low and somber. Since I assumed the role of the heavenly judge and subdued my sister, I have become estranged from old acquaintances, leaving me without a trustworthy ally. Recently, the Queen Mother and the Jade Emperor have kept a watchful eye, compelling me to exercise utmost caution. Hence my need to trouble you, dear junior sister. Determined to undertake this mission, while others remain oblivious to the truth. They perceive the once proud and unyielding Yang Erlang now yielding beneath the weight of authority, reduced to a mere pawn of the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. Yet, Nezha, who comprehended the underlying circumstances, could only scoff. A self-inflicted plight. Yang Jian paid no heed to Nezha's scorn, bowing deeply. If I were to take the lead in this matter, it would only thrust the issue into the public eye, leaving no room for maneuver. If she were merely momentarily enchanted, there might still be hope. Chi-Ju fell silent for a moment, unconsciously tracing the embroidered patterns on her sleeve with her fingertips. The Queen Mother has 7 celestial maidens under her command, who, though not her biological daughters, are treated as such, serving as her direct disciples and assisting in the management of the celestial maidens. Among them, the 7th, Z, is the most vivacious and sociable. When Chi-Ju first awakened in her naivety, it was Z who, undeterred by Nezha's cold demeanor, took her around the heavenly court, introducing her to various celestial maidens and helping her integrate into this ethereal realm. After the subsequent peach banquet, Z had also secretly bestowed upon Chi-Ju several bottles of peach nectar, knowing that she enjoyed brewing wine during her leisure time and had heard that the flavor derived from it was particularly delightful. Thus, she collected some for her. But now, I can undertake this journey before Chi-Ju could finish her sentence. Nezha sprang up like a carp leaping over a dragon's gate, grasping her hand in an attempt to stop her. Chi-Ju grasped Nezha's hand, tilting her head to gaze at him with determination. Nezha, Z is one of my dear friends who has aided me greatly. I cannot bear to watch her descend into an abyss of despair. Upon hearing Chi-Ju's resolve, Yang Jian let out a subtle sigh of relief. Nezha's unrestrained, murderous glare indeed rendered Yang Jian rather uneasy. With matters settled, Yang Jian offered a respectful gesture and expressed his gratitude before hastily departing, refraining from lingering at the Cloud Palace. Before Yang Jian could fully leave, Chi-Ju hurriedly called out, "Wait, Brother Yang. If she insists on not returning." Despite her friendship with Z, Chi-Ju was uncertain whether Z would heed her counsel, especially now that Z had fallen for someone. It was prudent to inquire about the worst possible outcome. After all, one could not predict how Z might react if someone were to abruptly intervene and attempt to separate her from Nezha. Yang Jian paused momentarily, falling into silence before stating, "I will do my best. If fate cannot be avoided, then we must accept it." He then turned and walked away. Nezha, with a sardonic smile, scoffed, I thought Yang Air had a change of heart, but it seems it was merely a fleeting moment of compassion, stirred by emotions." Chi-Ju gently squeezed Nezha's hand, offering him comfort. "Nezha, enough of this. Brother Yang is surrounded by adversaries. He has no choice but to seek me out. He chose to take on this mess. Who can he blame?" Nezha leaned in, wrapping his arms around Chi-Ju, burying his face in her shoulder. The heavenly rules govern the world. And though they may seem unjust, they are not so easily swayed. Chi-Ju's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly raised a hand to cover Nezha's mouth. Speak cautiously. I understand. I shall not mention it again. Nezha did not retreat, merely holding onto Chi-Ju's hand, his demeanor returning to its usual nonchalance. By the way, do you want me to accompany you? No, you mustn't. Chi-Ju quickly declined. If you reveal yourself, a conflict may ensue. What then of stealth if the three flames burn the land for miles around? As she observed Zi and Dongyong, the spring of March unfurled, with the locust flowers blooming like snow. Chi-Ju concealed her celestial aura, adopting the guise of an ordinary woman as she quietly descended from the clouds near the small town where Dongyong and Zi resided. The town was sparsely populated, inhabited by common folk, and Chi-Ju, carrying a cloth bundle, feigned the appearance of a weary traveler as she inquired about Dongyong's circumstances. An ordinary scholar, his family impoverished, possessing some literary talent, yet failing in his examinations, his appearance merely handsome, hardly qualifying him as exceptional. Chi-Ju pondered what could have captured Zi's heart about such a man. Was it truly his unremarkable literary prowess? Compared to her own husband, a mere brute devoid of culture, he at least possessed a deceptively charming visage and formidable strength, being a significant figure within the heavenly realm. Upon closer inspection, Chi-Gui felt a sense of pride in her discernment. However, she was increasingly perplexed, contemplating how to persuade her friend to open her eyes and return promptly. Dongyong's residence was situated at the very edge of the town. Following the path paved with blue stones to its conclusion, one would encounter an enormous locust tree, its flourishing branches resembling a vast umbrella, beneath which stood a modest thatched cottage. Was the house, built beneath this tree, truly impervious to lightning? And a locust tree, no less. Chi-Gui blinked, standing amidst the stone path, gazing vacantly at the distant abode, utterly bewildered. After all, in Chi-Gui's recollection, while the locust tree symbolized longevity, power, and wealth, it was predominantly associated with the connected to spirits, rendering it a taboo for mortals. Thus, she found it hard to comprehend the circumstances of Dongyong's house being situated beneath such a tree. Before she could take 2 steps, a series of knocking sounds echoed. Chi-Gui hurried closer and beheld a figure clad in coarse, purple linen, squatting by the brook beside the house, washing clothes. Her long hair was haphazardly tied with a wooden stick, and droplets of sweat adorned her fair face, starkly contrasting with the delicate, refined appearance of the celestial 7 fairies. Chi-Gui was momentarily taken aback. Just as she was about to call out to her, a man dressed in a gray-blue scholar's robe emerged from the house, holding a bowl of clear water, which he offered to the woman. "My lady, you have worked hard. Please have some water." The woman paused her task, accepted the bowl, and took a sip, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Thank you, Donglang." Dongyong responded with a smile. "We are husband and wife. There is no need for courtesy." Chi-Gui halted her steps, opening her mouth to speak, but found herself rendered silent, her heart gradually sinking. The way the woman gazed at Dongyong was unmistakably filled with affection, an expression Chi-Gui recognized well, for it mirrored the way Nezha looked at her. Chi-Gui observed as the woman conversed with Dongyong for a brief moment before resuming her washing, while Dongyong retreated into the house to place the bowl down, only to return with a book, settling himself nearby to read. Suddenly, a surge of anger bubbled within Chi-Gui. With a furrowed brow, she stepped forward and called out, "Zi." The woman, startled mid-task, abruptly turned, panic flickering in her eyes before she feigned composure. "Chi-Gui, what brings you here? What do you think?" Chi-Gui replied coldly, directing her gaze towards Dongyong, her eyes icy with disdain. Dongyong closed his book, adjusted his attire slightly, and regarded Chi-Gui with a demeanor of scholarly politeness. "I am Dongyong. Might this lady be an acquaintance of my wife?" Chi-Gui remained silent, her icy stare scrutinizing Dongyong. He was slender, his features merely respectable, and he possessed no noteworthy virtues. He appeared to be an ordinary mortal scholar. Perhaps Chi-Gui's gaze was too harsh, as the already uneasy Zi suddenly cast aside her garments, rising to stand protectively in front of Dongyong. "Chi-Gui, none of this concerns Donglang. If you have grievances, direct them at me." Chi-Gui was taken aback momentarily, then couldn't help but chuckle lightly, her expression tinged with disdain. "Is it truly unrelated? Zi, are you aware that you stand on the precipice of eternal damnation? All for a mere mortal. He is but a human." Zi, unfazed by Chi-Gui's disdain, turned to glance at the bewildered scholar, her gaze soft as flowing water. "Yet he is the one I cherish. Just as you, Chi-Gui, Have you ever looked down upon the third prince for his relentless slaughter, his hands stained with blood? How can he even be compared to Nezha? Upon hearing Z audaciously liken the scholar to Nezha, Chijue was immediately incensed, feeling deeply insulted. Nezha's slaying was for vanquishing demons and protecting the innocent. What can this scholar possibly achieve, to even dream of being compared to him? The leaves rustled, and the stream murmured. Chijue's voice rose slightly in her indignation, startling the birds perched upon the ancient locust tree, which took flight in a flurry, chirping in alarm as they departed. Z suddenly realized her misstep, sensing she had provoked Chijue, leaving her at a loss. Yet, with her beloved behind her, she could not retreat. She pursed her lips, stubbornly shielding Dong Yong, reiterating, "But I love Dong Lang, just as you adore the third prince." Dong Yong, bewildered and uncertain, sensed the imminent danger, his trembling hand gently grasping Z's sleeve. "My lady, who is this young woman?" Z took his hand, softly reassuring him, "She is an old acquaintance of mine. Do not worry, all is well." However, Chijue's ire only intensified. Pointing at the unremarkable scholar, her words spilling forth indiscriminately, "The same? Nezha possesses a beauty that captivates the world and unparalleled strength. What does this scholar have that makes you so infatuated?" Dong Yong felt dazed, a mix of confusion, helplessness, and shame washing over him. For he indeed lacked any remarkable abilities. "I do not require anything from him. As long as he is Dong Lang and loves me, that is enough." Z closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, the panic had dissipated, leaving only resolve. "Chijue, if you have merely come to see me, I thank you for your concern. I am well and need not your worry." Z smiled gently, reminiscent of her beauty and grace in the heavenly realm. Yet her unwavering determination was unmistakable. "Should you seek to hinder me or harm Dong Lang, even if it is you, I shall show no mercy." Chijue scoffed, advancing toward her, the mystical cloth of the heavens swirling with an unfelt breeze around her. "Show mercy? Do you truly believe you can defeat me?" Z conjured a long sword, shimmering with a purple light, biting her lip in silence, resolutely standing before Dong Yong, her unwavering gaze fixed upon Chijue. "Who would have imagined that one day you would point your sword at me?" Chijue halted, her hand slightly raised, the cloth of the heavens coiling around her fingers like a serpent. With a sigh, she continued, "Z, do you recall when Yang Chan was suppressed at Mount Hua? She could not protect her own flesh and blood. Had it not been for Yang Jian's intervention, would there even be a Mount Hua's third lady now? Do you think the heavenly court will show you leniency?" Dong Yong staggered back a few steps, the scroll in his hands falling to the ground with a thud. "Suppressed. The third lady of Mount Hua. If you continue to stay with me, will you end up like that holy lady?" "No, Dong Lang, do not fear. I shall not act in such a manner. We shall not part." The words of Z, meant to comfort Dong Yong, remained unfinished as Chiji interrupted with a cold sneer. "Huh, your fate will be far worse than hers." Z, filled with indignation, retorted, "Enough. Chiji, do not speak such nonsense." Chiji smirked, "Whether I speak nonsense or not, you are well aware of the truth within your heart, beloved." Dong Yong's face was etched with confusion as he gazed anxiously at Z, his eyes brimming with love and reluctance. "Must we truly separate?" Z grasped Dong Yong's hand tightly, tears shimmering in her eyes. "We shall not part. No one can tear us asunder." "Dong Lang, do not heed her words." Chiji attempted further persuasion. "Z, do not remain so obstinate. Come back with me. If you feel lonely, find a celestial partner. It is far better than a mortal." "Chiji, your counsel is unnecessary," Z declared, firmly clutching Dong Yong's hand, brandishing her sword toward Chiji, her face a mask of defiance. "I lack your fortune to openly share eternal companionship with my beloved. I only seek these fleeting decades. No one shall prevent me." Chiji, both angered and pained, found her infatuated friend impossible to reason with, causing her frustration and helplessness to swell. "Do you truly wish to endanger your life?" Z slightly tilted her head, evading Chiji's piercing gaze, yet never relinquished Dong Yong's hand. "Chiji, countless years of solitude have led to Dong Lang's unwavering devotion. You have tasted the sweetness of love, profound and steadfast with the third prince. How could you think I would let go?" Chiji fell silent, staring blankly at Z, suddenly perceiving in her the same stubbornness that had once characterized Yang Chan, suppressed beneath the foot of Mount Hua by Yang Jian, reckless in her pursuits. "Do you understand? Should you refuse to return with me this time, next it might be the heavenly judge who comes." Z smiled, "I am aware. Yet, I care not for anything else. I only wish to be with Dong Lang." Chiji, utterly exhausted from further attempts at persuasion, found herself at an impasse. Just then, dark clouds began to gather ominously in the sky, and a voice of immense authority echoed through the air. Z, how long will you remain so obstinate? The thick clouds parted, revealing the majestic figure of the Queen Mother, resplendent in her regal attire, standing upon the clouds with eyes as cold as frost. Beside her, 6 celestial maidens adorned in garments of various hues looked on, concern etched upon their faces. Z, once resolute, trembled as she felt the weight of the moment. Dong Yong instinctively tightened his grip on her hand, only to be gently pushed away by her. With a pale countenance, Z slowly knelt, lowering herself to the ground. Your Majesty, Z pays her respects. The Queen Mother, her expression frosty, gazed at Z with disappointment. To act upon mortal desires and to associate with a mere mortal. Z, you possess great audacity. Z acknowledged her transgression, feeling remorse for failing to uphold the Queen Mother's teachings. Yet, she prostrated herself, unwavering in her conviction. I do not regret. I remain steadfast in my choice. The Queen Mother, enraged yet oddly amused, raised her hand, unleashing a sharp beam of golden light aimed at the kneeling Z. Beloved, be cautious, Dong Yong cried out, impulsively leaping forward to shield Z. Inescapable fate. The attack from the Queen Mother of the West did not expend much magical energy. For the celestial beings, it merely resulted in injury, serving as a small lesson for Z. However, for the frail mortals, such an assault could prove fatal. Observing the scene in silence, Chi-Ju's pupils constricted as she instinctively leaped forward, positioning herself between Z and Dong Yong. Her celestial energy surging as she attempted to intercept the Queen Mother's strike. Alas, the hurried defense did not fully absorb the force of the attack. As Chi-Ju felt her vitality surge, she clutched her chest and coughed up blood. Chi-Ju, Z gasped in horror. Even Dong Yong, who had resigned himself to his fate, widened his eyes in astonishment. After all, Chi-Ju's disdain and rejection of him were palpable, leaving no room for concealment. To see her selflessly step in to save him was indeed a surprise. A radiant red light descended like a shooting star, revealing the striking figure of the young man clad in red, his features sharp and frosty. He reached out to embrace Chi-Ju, his piercing golden eyes scrutinizing her. Where are you hurt? Is it serious? Does it hurt? Taken aback, Chi-Ju looked up at the suddenly appeared Nezha. What are you doing here? Did you not promise me you wouldn't interfere? A fleeting look of guilt crossed her exquisite face, but it was soon replaced by a posture of defiance. I hadn't planned to come, but you were injured. Were you not? I shall not let anyone who dares to harm you go unpunished. As Nezha prepared to confront the Queen Mother, Chi-Ju quickly grasped his arm. I am fine. It was merely a surge of energy. Do not cause a disturbance. We must focus on the matter at hand. After calming Nezha, who had abruptly emerged and nearly disrupted their serious business, Chi-Ju turned her gaze towards the Queen Mother, who was observing them from above. The Queen Mother offered no comment on this unexpected interruption, her eyes narrowing as she regarded Nezha and Chi-Ju, her expression inscrutable, radiating both authority and grace. What is this? Are the Celestial Sovereign and the Third Prince attempting to obstruct me? Taken aback by being addressed with a seldom-used title, Chi-Ju momentarily faltered before shaking her head in response. You may simply call me Chi-Ju, Your Majesty. She paused briefly, glancing back at Z and Dong Yong. We have no intention of hindering Your Majesty, but the mortals are frail and may not withstand your divine magic. The Queen Mother remained silent, though a hint of dissatisfaction flickered in her eyes. It was evident that she had not retracted her attack without noticing Dong Yong's attempt to intercede, perhaps intending to eliminate him swiftly to mitigate matters. Chi-Ju sensed this underlying intention, yet the Queen Mother had underestimated the emotional bonds between lovers. Should Dong Yong truly perish, it was likely that Z would follow him into the abyss. However, with the Queen Mother now present, there was little room for negotiation. Chi-Ju understood that her efforts had been in vain. The hope that Yang Jian held for persuading Z to return, avoiding the tragic fate of Yang Chan, had dissipated completely. Thus, Chi Gui could only let out a powerless sigh, retreating a few steps while holding onto the disgruntled Nezha, allowing Zi and Dong Yong to confront the Supreme Being on their own. Zi cast a grateful smile at Chi Gui, then bowed deeply to the Queen Mother. Your Majesty. Zi willingly accepts punishment, pleading only for Dong Lang's life to be spared. Zi knelt on the ground, her voice filled with desperation. Zi, considering the bond between you and my disciple, I grant you one final opportunity. The majestic and imposing Queen Mother gazed down from the clouds, her pressure cascading like a tidal wave. If you sever your emotional ties and eradicate your mortal attachments, following me back to the heavenly court to accept your punishment, you may yet preserve your celestial essence. Zi's body stiffened, her expression one of shock as she gazed up at the Queen Mother. "Your Majesty, Dong Lang is innocent." "Innocent?" The Queen Mother scoffed. "Celestials and mortals must not intertwine. Yet he has ensnared a celestial maiden's heart, violating heavenly laws. This is his gravest sin." Ze collapsed to the ground, trembling, tears streaming down her face. Dong Yong reached out to support her, but the Queen Mother's overwhelming pressure forced him to stumble back, landing on the ground. "I have shown you great mercy. Considering our bond as teacher and disciple, do not be so ungrateful." The Queen Mother continued, "According to heavenly laws, if a celestial being harbors mortal desires without committing heinous acts and disrupting the fates of others, their celestial essence may be excised and they cast into reincarnation. However, if one commits evil deeds and disturbs the fates, that leads to the stripping of divine status, the excision of celestial essence, and the burning of the divine soul, suffering immeasurable pain, ultimately resulting in the scattering of their soul beyond redemption. If Ze acknowledges her wrongdoing, she might retain her celestial essence." Indeed, the Queen Mother's actions were a measure of leniency. Chi Gui, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but grip Nezha's hand tightly, anxious yet hopeful as she looked towards Ze, wishing for her acquiescence. Nezha, however, appeared indifferent, casting a fleeting glance at Ze before pulling Chi Gui closer. Enveloping her in his embrace, his tone languid yet imbued with a sense of finality. "There's no saving her. Let it go." As if on cue. Just as Nezha's words fell, Ze lifted her tear-streaked face towards the Queen Mother, her appearance disheveled, yet her eyes shone with remarkable intensity. "Your Majesty." Ze willingly accepts the wrath of the heavens, facing eternal damnation, pleading only for Dong Lang's safety. The Queen Mother flicked her sleeve. Her expression finally clouded with anger. "Preposterous. Just a mere mortal, and you dare." Ze bowed once more. Ze holds no regrets. "I beseech your Majesty for mercy." Amidst this turmoil, Dong Yong, who had been lost in thought, suddenly fell to his knees. Heavily bowing before the Queen Mother, "I implore your Majesty for mercy. It is I who have led the celestial maiden astray. If punishment must be meted out, let it be upon me alone. This matter concerns her not." Among the celestial beings present, apart from Ze, none held a favorable view of Dong Yong. Particularly the Queen Mother and Chi Gui. One despised him for leading her disciple to violate heavenly laws. The other resented him for jeopardizing the friendship of a cherished companion. Yet, witnessing Dong Yong's hoarse pleas and the blood staining his forehead from his fervent bows, Chi Gui couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Lowering his gaze to the beloved wife nestled in his arms, Nezha cast a disdainful glance at Dong Yong, letting out a scoff of derision. "A love-stricken fool," he mused, the golden depths of his eyes shimmering with mockery, though it was unclear whether it was aimed at Dong Yong or the Queen Mother herself. Without sufficient strength to support such devotion, the infatuation of a mere ant merely becomes a source of amusement, utterly useless. "Nezha." Chi Gui furrowed her brows, tightening her grip on his hand, signaling him to silence. In the end, Ze could not escape the decree of heaven, having her celestial bones forcibly removed, her divine status revoked, and being cast into the cycle of reincarnation. Dong Yong, too, met his demise, yet he was fortunate enough to enter the cycle of rebirth. Alas, the two would never cross paths again, even in the endless cycles of reincarnation, forever separated across lifetimes. Following the resolution of Ze's mortal affairs, the heavenly realm returned to its tranquil state, yet the graceful figure clad in purple was no longer seen beneath the Queen Mother's throne. Chi Gui, having intervened in Ze's matters, faced a 3-year confinement in the Cloud Tower Palace under the pretext of failing to report. Nezha, greatly displeased, brandished his fire spear, intending to confront the Queen Mother, but Chi Gui gently dissuaded him. "It's merely a 3-year seclusion in the Cloud Tower Palace. Consider it a time for introspection, an opportunity to evade idle gossip. Do not let it trouble you." With a forceful thud, Nezha plunged his spear into the ground before turning to embrace Chi Gui, burying his face in the crook of her shoulder. "This was originally Yang Jian's request of you. Ze's downfall was her own failing. Why should you be punished for it?" Chi Gui patted Nezha's back reassuringly. "The Queen Mother is merely venting her ire, serving as a warning to other celestial beings. It is of little consequence. 3 years of confinement in the Cloud Tower Palace is hardly a punishment." Ze had now entered reincarnation, and all past grievances had dissipated like smoke. As for Brother Yang, Chi Gui paused, glancing at Nezha, who was nestled against her, and unconsciously softened her tone. "Let us not speak of that matter again. Yang Jian did not entrust me with anything." Yang Jian now served as the judicial celestial deity. executing the laws of heaven. Yet, a portion of these laws rested entirely on the whims of the ruler of the three realms, rendering them excessively harsh and unpredictable for the current celestial order. This left Yang Jian constrained in his duties, with the blame falling squarely upon him. Qi Gui sensed that Yang Jian was secretly plotting something, but lacking clarity on his intentions, she could only assist him within her means. Who wishes to speak of him? Nezha huffed, nuzzling against Qi Gui's cheek. Suddenly recalling something, he tilted his head to gaze at her. Qi, I have a question to ask you. Qi Gui, puzzled, replied, what is it? Nezha straightened, though one arm remained wrapped around her waist. His expression, rare in its seriousness before her, took on a more earnest tone. Qi, would you despise me for my lack of literary knowledge? Qi Gui blinked in confusion, regarding Nezha with a look of bewilderment, unable to grasp the significance of his inquiry. What do you mean? Hasn't Nezha always been uneducated? Moreover, her handwriting is quite remarkable. Each time a demon is vanquished, it is she who pins the memorials to the Jade Emperor, requesting rewards. Nezha gazed intently at Qiji. His golden eyes filled with earnestness. Answer me, would you ever despise me? Qiji twitched her lips. Of course not. I have known you for ages, growing up together as childhood friends and sharing many years as partners. She was well aware of his propensity to doze off while reading anything other than military texts and manuals. She understood him all too well. He was simply a reckless fellow who acted on impulse. Yet, despite his impulsive nature, he was still her own, and as long as he could continue to thrive beautifully and freely, she had no other desires. Upon receiving her answer, Nezha pressed his lips together, a fleeting smile dancing in his eyes, before he posed his true inquiry. But would you despise me for the blood on my hands, for the weight of my sins? This question seemed somewhat familiar. After a moment of silence, Qiji recollected herself, momentarily at a loss for words. Faced with Nezha's serious demeanor, Qiji found herself both amused and exasperated. What are you thinking, Nezha? How could I ever despise you? She recalled a time when Zi had posed a similar question, comparing Nezha to Dong Yong, which had infuriated her. She never imagined that Nezha would now ask such a question himself. Really? Nezha lowered his gaze, his long eyelashes casting shadows over his expression, unconsciously pursing his lips as uncertainty laced his voice. I am uneducated, unfamiliar with the arts, and have only ever taken lives. The blood on my hands is immeasurable. I am a ruthless and cold-hearted being. My actions are harsh and cruel. It's becoming increasingly absurd. Qiji interrupted Nezha, gently cradling his face in her hands, urging him to meet her gaze. Taking a deep breath, she looked at him with unwavering sincerity. Nezha, I will say this only once. You are my husband. In my heart, you are pure and kind, fiercely proud, the greatest of deities. You are the most trustworthy and reliable hero. With your spear in hand and fire in your heart, you protect countless lives. This is not a tale of bloodshed, but a story of ultimate redemption. Nezha's golden eyes widened in astonishment, and after the initial surprise, an overwhelming joy began to blossom within him. Qiji tilted her head and smiled. I have never despised you. On the contrary, I have always admired you. Or rather, I have always loved you. Her candid declaration of love made Qiji blush, her fair cheeks flushing with warmth. Yet, considering Nezha's anxiety, she resisted the urge to cover her face in embarrassment and instead chose to look into his eyes, earnestly conveying her feelings. Her lips curved upwards uncontrollably, and Nezha's golden eyes sparkled like the midday sun, brimming with intense joy and affection. Unable to contain himself any longer, Nezha enveloped Qiji in his embrace, his arms tightly holding her as if he wished to merge her into his very being. Qi, I love you deeply. You hold the utmost importance in my heart. I adore you. Qiji embraced Nezha, her smile imbued with tenderness. I understand. Adorned in red and white, Nezha held her close, feeling the lingering unease in his heart dissipate entirely. She had never looked down upon him. He remained the hero she could always rely upon. Her love for him was profound. Such heart-stirring declarations of affection left Nezha feeling somewhat euphoric, wishing he could envelop her completely and never let her go. The atmosphere was just right, brimming with warmth. Then, what about my rivalry with Sun Wukong? The unexpected inquiry left Qiji momentarily stunned. Nezha loosened his embrace slightly, gazing down at her with eager anticipation, his face radiating expectation. You say I am the finest deity, the most dependable hero, which implies that in your heart, I surpass Sun Wukong in greatness and significance, correct? Qiji was momentarily at a loss, unsure of how to respond, and bewildered as to how Sun Wukong entered the conversation. You are my husband, and the Monkey King is my elder brother. Their standings are different. So how could one compare them? Nezha furrowed his brow, seemingly perplexed by Chi-Ju's hesitation. Why can't they be compared? Between the two of us, who holds greater importance in your heart is something that should be easily discernible, no? Chi-Ju felt overwhelmed. The tumult of jealousy surged within. Nezha and Sun Wukong? One was her beloved husband, and the other was her devout faith. To her, this query seemed akin to the life and death dilemma of choosing whom to save first if both she and her mother fell into the water. Help! How should she respond? Perhaps the turmoil on Chi-Ju's face was too pronounced, and her silence led to a gradual shift in Nezha's expression, once filled with confidence, which now began to falter. His grip around Chi-Ju instinctively tightened, his brows knitting together in tension, his golden eyes ablaze, as if they sought to pierce through every ripple of her expression. With his fingers unconsciously entwined in the strands of hair that fell behind him, Chi-Ju's mind raced, strategizing the perfect response to this perilous question. She understood Nezha's temperament all too well. If she were to declare that both were equally important, the jealousy would surely erupt. Yet, if she were to insincerely diminish Sun Wukong, she feared that Nezha might not believe her. In her contemplation, Chi-Ju inadvertently raised her gaze, only to find Nezha's brow furrowed deeply, his expression more serious than when the Jade Emperor had dispatched him to subdue formidable demons. Chi-Ju nearly laughed at his demeanor but stifled it, fearing it would only exacerbate his irritation. A flash of inspiration struck her, leading to a fitting response. Nezha, you and the Monkey King shine like the sun and moon, both resplendent in your brilliance, and there exists no hierarchy between you. Nezha's countenance darkened, as he relentlessly pressed for clarification. Which one is the sun, and which is the moon? Pondered her response. Naturally, Brother Monkey is the sun, and you are the moon. I knew it all along. In your heart, that monkey will always hold the foremost position. At once, Nezha erupted, his anger palpable, his golden eyes igniting with flames. The hand that gripped Chi-Ju's waist tightened in response. In that fleeting moment, Chi-Ju felt as though she could hear the lament of bones. This war god, who had transformed from the lotus root through countless battles, had become decisively ruthless and cold-hearted, yet within him still resided a fervent, stubborn heart reminiscent of youth. Particularly in matters of love, he was exceedingly sensitive and possessive, easily provoked by the slightest misstep, leading his thoughts astray. Let me finish, you fool. Chi-Ju gritted her teeth, attempting to pry Nezha's hand away, but to no avail. Thus, she bore the pain at her waist and continued to explain. Brother Monkey is the sun, for he radiates brilliance beyond reach, while you are the moon, for the bright moon has nestled in my embrace, belonging solely to me. Chi-Ju gently cupped Nezha's face, gazing at him tenderly. The sun shines equally upon all, yet my moon, my little lotus, belongs only to me. It is uniquely mine. After a moment of shared glances, Nezha's golden eyes flickered, his gaze drifting, and with a cold snort, he turned his head away. The years that came into Chi-Ju's view were as red as his robe. Though he feigned indifference, the hand resting on Chi-Ju's waist unconsciously loosened its grip. Seizing the opportunity, Chi-Ju tiptoed, wrapping her arms around his neck and pecking his lips. Laughing softly, Brother Monkey is a sibling, while you are the husband I wish to entrust my life to. Is there any need for further explanation? Besides, if I truly harbored any other sentiments, why would I have married you all those years ago? Nezha pressed his lips together, finally unable to suppress a smile. Yet still maintaining a stubborn facade. That is because our betrothal was preordained. You had no choice. Chi-Ju shook her head with a smile. You are mistaken. It is not that I had no choice, but rather that I chose you. Thus, Nezha was successfully appeased, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he no longer restrained his mirth. One hand wrapped around her waist while the other lifted Chi-Ju's chin, leaning down to capture her moist lips in a kiss. Just then, a flash of golden light streaked across the sky, accompanied by a resounding voice that pierced the air. Little Seven, are you home? Old Sun has come to seek a drink. The dazzling golden light heralded the arrival of the soft, fluffy cloud, upon which a golden-haired monkey, clad in simple garments, somersaulted down from the clouds, heading straight for the pair. In midair, a red ribbon shot forth, prompting the golden-haired creature to instinctively dodge, veering off course and crashing into the nearby lotus pond with a resounding splash. As water splattered around, the drenched monkey emerged from the lotus leaves, wiping the water from his head, grinning. What are you up to, little prince? Didn't you see me, old son? Alas, the once softened visage turned sullen once more. Releasing Chi-Gue, Nezha, with a hint of rouge at the corners of his lips, stood with arms crossed, glaring at Sun Wukong with a piercing gaze, as if he wished to pierce him through with a fiery spear at that very moment. Chi-Gue, somewhat amused and exasperated, stepped forward, leaving the irritated Nezha behind, and addressed Sun Wukong, who had just emerged from the water, shaking off droplets and wringing out his clothes. "Brother Monkey, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Sun Wukong replied, shaking his drenched hair and using a spell to dry his garments. He then cast a sidelong glance at the visibly displeased Nezha and, feigning a whisper while speaking louder than anyone else, remarked, "What troubles our little prince today? Your expression is rather grim. Could it be that you feel neglected and are thus lonely?" Qi Gui nearly choked, her face flushing slightly as she coughed, unsure of how to respond. "Sun Wukong." Nezha's forehead throbbed with anger as he yanked Qi Gui back, positioning himself protectively between her and Sun Wukong, glaring fiercely at the latter. "What brings you to my cloud palace?" Sun Wukong appraised Nezha for a moment, mimicking his previous posture with arms crossed, narrowing his fiery eyes into slits, and grinned. "Old Sun has come to see my little sister. What concern is it of yours? Be wary, little prince. For a man who meddles too much may easily irk his lady." Nezha's temples pulsated with fury, and his magic silk ribbon surged forth like a crimson dragon. Lunging at Sun Wukong, "Sun Monkey, if you dare to utter another word of nonsense, I shall ensure you exit in a most ungraceful manner." "Oh dear, so fierce. Truly a terrifying fiend," Sun Wukong teased, performing a somersault to evade the attack, casually plucking a lotus flower from the pond. With a flick of his finger, he deftly deflected Nezha's assault. Moreover, he did not forget to wink at Qi Gui. "Little Seven, see how ill-tempered your lotus is. Why not come with me to Flower Fruit Mountain? The peaches and my mischievous monkeys there are far more entertaining than this irritable little prince. You seek your own demise." Nezha was incensed, his three spirits raging within him. Fiery flames erupted around him, and the fiery spear materialized in his grasp. Its sharp tip aimed mercilessly at Sun Wukong's throat. "If I do not roast this rascally monkey today, I shall write my name backward." The palace was ablaze with fiery light, and the clashing of gold and iron resounded, creating a thunderous cacophony. The fire-tipped spear and the golden cudgel clashed, and then parted ways, as the three mystical fires and golden light erupted in a spectacular explosion. The tumult of their battle sent waves crashing into the lotus pond below, lifting the water several feet high and leaving the once serene scene of red lotuses in disarray. The spears danced like a torrential rain, while the golden cudgel stirred the clouds. The two figures intertwined amidst the fiery glow, their formidable prowess causing the very heavens to tremble in response. Standing in a safe space untouched by the chaos, Qi Ju watched the fierce combat above. Anxiously stamping her feet, "Nezha, Monkey King, please cease this at once." Yet, despite Qi Ju's considerable strength, she found herself vastly outmatched by these two elite warriors, who stood at the pinnacle of the three realms, second only to the hidden deities. Naturally, she could not intervene in their fierce contest, and was left in a state of agitation. However, the two combatants, consumed by their fervor, remained oblivious to her pleas. Sun Wukong swept his cudgel towards Nezha's abdomen, a mocking grin plastered across his face. "Oh, little prince, your marksmanship has waned since our last encounter. Have you grown complacent from inactivity?" Nezha twisted his waist to evade, the fire-tipped spear, infused with erupting flames, thrusting towards Sun Wukong at a most peculiar angle. His expression a mix of icy fury and madness. "Oh? Then why don't you experience firsthand just how much I've diminished?" "Enough." A deep and authoritative voice resonated from afar, as a silver light streaked across the sky. The god clad in silver armor and dark fur arrived on the winds. With a swift flash of his three-pronged, two-edged blade, Yang Jian forcibly interjected himself between Nezha and Sun Wukong, separating the two fiercely battling titans. Nezha retreated a few steps. His fire-tipped spear pointed menacingly at the ground, his eyes still ablaze with battle fervor. "Are you here to stretch your muscles too, Brother Yang?" Yang Jian, with the silver light of his celestial eye pulsating on his forehead, grasped his blade in one hand while the other rested behind his back. His flowing dark fur coat billowed dramatically in the wind, exuding an imposing presence. "The entire heavenly court is in an uproar due to your antics. If this continues, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother shall personally come to demand an explanation." Sun Wukong exhaled a heavy sigh, spinning his golden cudgel to rest upon his shoulder. Tilting his head slightly, "The Jade Emperor is far too meddlesome. Must he oversee even our friendly sparring?" Yang Jian curled his lips into a wry smile, his expression a blend of amusement and reproach. "Your sparring has caused tremors throughout the entire heavenly court. Those unaware might think yet another disturbance is afoot in the heavens." Recalling the past when he had been ensnared in a devious plot, Sun Wukong's bravado diminished, and he cleared his throat, retracting his golden cudgel. Very well, for your sake. Brother Yang, I shall let this slide. Nezha also huffed in acknowledgement, choosing to similarly sheath his fire-tipped spear. Once the fighting ceased, Chi-Ju approached. Finally afforded the chance to scrutinize Nezha, whose attire was somewhat disheveled, yet bore no visible wounds. Are you unharmed? Nezha curled his lip in dissatisfaction, casting a wounded glance at Chi-Ju. What, do you truly lack faith in your husband? Chi-Ju paused, her expression faltering as she shot him an exasperated look. Had it not been for this inexplicably jealous lotus, would such a conflict have arisen? Chi-Ju turned her gaze toward the Yunlu Palace, which had escaped significant damage from the skirmish, though the lotus pond within suffered greatly. The crimson lotuses lay in tatters, their leaves withered, and the pond's water had been scorched to less than half its original volume. Noticing the sorrowful expression in Chi-Ju's eyes, Nezha stepped forward, wrapping an arm around her and gently nuzzling her cheek, his eyes reflecting a hint of contrition. The destruction of the lotus pond is my fault. I shall replant it for you, if you will allow me, he offered. Chi-Ju cast him a sidelong glance. You will plant them yourself? Nezha nodded obediently. Indeed. I shall do it by hand, without any sorcery. Satisfied, Chi-Ju tilted her head and smiled radiantly at Nezha, causing the latter to swallow hard, his gaze momentarily entranced. While this tender exchange unfolded between the young couple, a monkey, a three-eyed figure, and a dog rolled their eyes in unison, displaying expressions of exaggerated disgust. Yang Jian arrived just in time. Although the ruckus caused by the tussle between Nezha and Sun Wukong had been considerable, there were no significant damages aside from the lotus pond. Thus, the judicial deity Yang waved his hand dismissively, imposing a light punishment on the two culprits, confining them to a wall for reflection. Acknowledging his own culpability, Sun Wukong refrained from protest. After confirming with Chi-Ju that she had not been genuinely punished due to the earlier incident involving the violet-clad figure, he chose to leave the heavenly court without delay, taking with him a jar of the wine brewed by Chi-Ju during her leisure time before returning to Huahua Mountain. Time passed swiftly, and the lotus pond at Yunlu Palace was restored to its former glory. The fearsome deity in red, who had once rolled up his sleeves and pant legs, allowing mud to coat his entire being, was now tenderly wielding a spade to plant a pond full of red lotuses for his beloved wife. With Chi-Ju under house arrest, she could no longer venture out freely, and finding herself bored and unwilling to be perpetually pursued by Nezha, she seized upon the earlier incident of his jealousy to compel him to redig the lotus pond and plant lotus flowers anew. Amidst the ethereal mist outside Yunlu Palace, Lady Yin, adorned in a deep-colored gown, approached slowly, carrying a peachwood food box in one hand while holding the hand of a rosy-cheeked little girl with the other. The grand red doors loomed close, and Li Zhengying, skipping joyfully, with bells jingling in her hair, called out from afar, Sister Chi-Ju, Zhengying and Mother have come to see you. The palace doors remained ajar as Lady Yin and little Zhengying entered. Upon seeing the scene before her, they paused in astonishment. The lotus pond, now freshly tended, still held a modest amount of water, revealing patches of muddy bottom, while newly planted lotus shoots unfurled their tender leaves atop the surface. In the pond, Nezha appeared in a markedly different guise than usual. Barefoot and standing in the mud, his long hair was unbound, fashioned into two playful buns reminiscent of his childhood. The hem of his red attire was haphazardly tied at his waist, the sleeves and pant legs rolled up, yet remnants of mud and water clung stubbornly to him. His strong calves bore the evidence of his labor, and even his handsome face was marked by streaks of dirt, remnants of his earnest toil. By the lotus pond, a warm and cheerful atmosphere prevailed as Nezha, typically accustomed to wielding a fiery spear, now clumsily supported the tender lotus roots, carefully burying them in the mud with a seriousness that belied his usual bravado. The crimson misty silk languidly floated to one side, its tail entwined with a cluster of lotus roots, serving as a tool for transport, while the other end was poised for Nezha to promptly hand over new seedlings after planting. Chi-Ju sat gracefully in the pavilion by the pond, embroidering with a small embroidery frame, her sparkling eyes occasionally glancing at the clumsy figure in the pond, who appeared as if facing a formidable adversary. A serious demeanor adorning his face, yet a smile played upon her lips. Who could have anticipated that the usually decisive and ruthless deity of the three altars, known for his cold demeanor, would one day stoop to the earth like an ordinary farmer? Noticing Chi-Ju's gaze, Nezha turned back momentarily, raising an eyebrow, the streaks of mud on his fair face particularly conspicuous. What are you laughing at? Is my planting not up to par? Chi-Ju glanced at the crooked, tender sprouts in the pond, suppressing her laughter, and nodded slightly. Quite well. Cough, cough. I just didn't expect your highness, the third prince, to exhibit such domesticity. Nezha huffed, a proud gleam in his eyes. Planting lotus flowers is nothing to trouble me. Just watch closely, Achi. The Cloud Tower Palace, shielded by Nezha's barrier, isolated from external disturbances, meant that Chi-Ju had not heard Li Zhengying's earlier calls. Nezha's attention remained fixed on planting lotus flowers and Chi-Ju, oblivious to the arrival of Madame Yin and the others. It was not until a crisp, youthful voice rang out that their attention was drawn away. Ha! Third brother. How embarrassing. You're an ancient deity, yet here you are, playing in the mud like a child. How childish and brazen. Nezha's hand trembled, causing the newly planted sprouts to lean askew once more. He slowly straightened up, narrowing his golden eyes as he turned to the source of the voice. There stood a girl in a pink dress, one hand clutching her mother's, the other covering her mouth, her eyes crescent-shaped with laughter. Third brother. You're so dirty now, even dirtier than the howling celestial dog after rolling in the mud. With her finger pointed at him in mockery, Nezha's forehead throbbed with veins. His expression frosty, his tone icy. Li Zhengying, are you itching for trouble again? Oh dear. Mother, look, third brother is scolding me again. Li Zhengying swiftly ducked behind Madame Yin, simultaneously reporting her grievance while peeking out, sticking her tongue out at Nezha and making a face. Madame Yin found the scene amusing, while Chi-Ju set aside her embroidery frame, smiling as she approached Madame Yin. Mother, what brings you here? Inger insisted on coming to play with you. So I brought along some freshly made pastries, Madame Yin replied, gently patting Li Zhengying's head as she placed the food box on the stone table by the pond. Her gaze swept over Nezha, still engaged in his task in the pond, her brows arching slightly in surprise. It's rare to see Jar so diligent. Chi-Ju felt a touch of awkwardness, biting her lips slightly, her cheeks flushing, unsure how to respond. Nezha glanced at Chi-Ju but maintained his composure, showing no sign of embarrassment. I accidentally destroyed the lotus pond, so as compensation, I must replant it for a Chi. Oh. So third brother is not merely playing in the mud. He is being punished by his sister to plant lotus flowers. Li Zhengying skipped to the edge of the lotus pond, cupping her face in her hands as she gazed at the newly planted seedlings by Nezha. She furrowed her brow slightly, and, after a moment, spoke. But brother San, your lotus plants are leaning haphazardly, more abstract than the red threads tied by old Manu. Will they even survive? Her doubtful words left Nezha with a dark expression. When he looked up, hoping for affirmation from Madame Yin and Chi-Gui, one stifled a laugh while the other turned her head away, further aggravating Nezha's frustration. Yet, Zhengying intentionally ignored Nezha's displeasure and continued to undermine him. Brother San, don't look anymore. Your lotus is worse than the trees left standing after a tempest. Before her words had fully settled, Nezha's face turned completely grim. With a cold scoff, his magical silk, like a serpent, shot out and swiftly ensnared the young girl, rolling her over to his side. With her feet dangling above the mud, Zhengying caught sight of the mire below and turned pale with fright, flailing and crying out, Wow! Brother San, what do you think you're doing? Put me down. Sister Chi-Gui, mother, save me. Nezha. Chi-Gui was momentarily stunned, eager to intervene, but was gently held back by Madame Yin, who seated her on a stone bench. It's fine, let them play. You're so cocky, then you should plant them yourself. I want to see what you can grow. Nezha, arms crossed and casting a sidelong glance at Zhengying, wore a haughty expression, unaware that the mud on his hands was also staining his clothes. Zhengying cried out for a while, but as she saw that Chi-Gui and Madame Yin were merely watching them with amused expressions, she rolled her eyes mischievously towards Nezha. I will come. Just watch. Zhengying wriggled in the air like a silkworm. Stinky brother San, hurry and put me down. How can I plant anything while tied up? Nezha flicked his fingers, and the silk abruptly loosened. Unprepared, Zhengying plummeted into the pond with a splash, her clothes soaked in muddy water, her face splattered with muck, resembling a little calico cat. Stunned and shocked, she then burst into tears, her sobs rolling down like pearls. Wah? Stinky brother San. You jerk. My new clothes. Wah wah. This truly provoked Zhengying's tears. Nezha felt momentarily at a loss, wishing to comfort her, yet hesitating to lower his pride. After a moment of indecision, he took a few segments of lotus root from nearby and stuffed them into Zhengying's arms, his voice tense. You won't be climbing out today until these are planted. You jerk. You ruined my new dress and now expect me to plant this? Go to hell. Zhengying, her face in a fury, cried as she grabbed the lotus root and hurled it at Nezha. Mud and lotus pieces flew chaotically, and Nezha scoffed disdainfully, preparing to dodge. However, he forgot that he was standing in the slippery mud of the pond. As Nezha suddenly lost his footing, his center of gravity shifted, causing him to tumble into the mire. The splashes of water and mud besmirched his entire body and face. Observing this spectacle, Chi-Ji and Lady Yin could no longer suppress their laughter. Sitting in the muck, Nezha's expression momentarily turned blank before contorting into a fierce grimace as he glared with his golden eyes at the now-laughing Jining. Li Jining, you are finished. Realizing the predicament, Jining frantically crawled towards the edge of the pool, shouting, Sister Chi-Ji, Mother, help! Third brother is furious and wants to silence me. The mystical garment, like a serpentine spirit, ensnared the fleeing Jining once more. Covered in mud, Nezha, resembling a little muddy kitten, laughed menacingly. Keep throwing. And see how I deal with you. Help, Sister Chi-Ji. Understanding Nezha's temperament and his aversion to filth, Chi-Ji suppressed her laughter, stepped forward, and gently extricated Jining from the tangled fabric. All right. Our Jining is the most obedient. Let us not hold it against your third brother. With a gesture, Chi-Ji cleansed Jining of mud and stains, then turned to Nezha, still sulking in the pool. She smiled and extended her hand. Come on, get up. How can you still be upset with your sister at your age? Nezha remained seated, pursing his lips and not budging, silently watching Chi-Ji. His eyes, usually bright, now cast downward with trembling lashes, and his damp hair gave him the appearance of a rain-soaked lotus, exuding an air of vulnerability. His voice, though soft, was piercingly clear. Achi, are you mocking me? A pang of tenderness struck Chi-Ji's heart. Acknowledging his feigned sorrow, she stepped into the pool, disregarding the mud that would stain her dress. Approaching Nezha, she retrieved a handkerchief from her sleeve and gently wiped the mud from his face. Her voice as soothing as a gentle spring breeze. Who would dare mock the commander of 100,000 celestial troops? My husband is indeed the mightiest, even dedicating himself to cultivating lotus flowers more earnestly than others. As her fingers brushed against his quivering lashes, tucking a few damp strands behind his ear, Chi-Ji added playfully, it is this rare, pitiful visage of the commander that is truly endearing. Nezha's ears flushed crimson as he grasped Chi-Ji's wrist, his voice muffled. Who is pitiful? I am merely a bit angry. Despite his bravado, Nezha leaned into Chi-Ji's embrace, the mystical garment entwining around her waist, drawing her closer. With a resigned smile, Chi-Ji permitted Nezha to indulge in his childishness, wrapping her arms around him tenderly. On the shore, Jining tilted her head, observing Nezha and Chi-Ji, and mischievously made a face, teasing, third brother is shy. At this age, still acting like a child. Li Jining, once soothed. Nezha gritted his teeth and released the chaotic celestial silk that had been entwined around Chi-Ji. In a flash, he dashed towards the frightened little girl, causing her to scream and scamper about the courtyard. Oh no, third brother, how shameless. Always bullying the little ones. Lady Yin, who had been watching the commotion, shook her head with a smile, raising her teacup to sip, her gaze filled with warmth as she observed the raucous children, creating a delightful scene of chaos. As dusk deepened, the newly replanted red lotuses bloomed in the once-cleared lotus pond. The red-robed god of war and the white-clad Yuan Jun stood side by side, their fingers intertwined. A little girl in pink crouched by the pond, playfully knotting the celestial silk, and a benevolent woman sat at a stone table nearby, savoring tea and snacks with a gentle smile. The evening breeze caressed the new buds, swaying delicately between the lotus leaves. Though yet to blossom, one could already envision the vibrant spectacle that awaited. Such is the essence of a mortal existence, companionship and love to dwell upon. He creates the tumult, while she finds joy in it. After the end of her confinement, Chi-Ji felt little difference in the Cloud Tower Palace, for it was her home. How could there be anything amiss in her own abode? But there was indeed a slight inconvenience. Once Chi-Ji was unable to venture outside, Nezha suddenly grew reluctant to leave either, lazily lingering by her side like a melted candy, impossible to dismiss. During Chi-Ji's 3-year confinement, Nezha had essentially taken a 3-year leave of absence himself. For Chi-Ji, Nezha's excessive clinginess during this time became rather overwhelming. Conversely, Nezha pondered on what actions might compel Chi-Ji to remain confined in the Cloud Tower Palace. He secretly stroked his chin, licking his lips in delight, his sharp golden eyes growing dreamy with mischief. Thus, on the day her confinement ended, Chi-Ji seized the opportunity to slip out of the Cloud Tower Palace while Nezha attended court. It was not that she had grown weary of the heavenly realm or of Nezha, but rather that his recent recklessness had become intolerable, with his relentless pursuit of her leaving her breathless. The previous night had been particularly excessive, as he clung to her from dusk until dawn, employing the celestial silk, the universe circle, and even the fire-tipped spear and demon-slaying blade to toy with her, nearly convincing her that she might perish from the exertion. As the golden sun rose, the smoke of earthly kitchens wafted into the air. Chi-Ji concealed her divine radiance, masking her celestial aura, and stepped lightly on the morning dew, landing on the outskirts of a quaint town. Clad in a pristine white dress adorned with silver embroidery and draped in a golden red veil, she appeared ethereal and resplendent. Her hair, half up, was adorned with a golden lotus hairpin, with long tassels cascading beside her ears, gently fanning herself with a silk hand fan embroidered with red lotuses. She was accompanied by 2 puppet maidens dressed as attendants, resembling a noble lady embarking on an outing. As she strolled along the earthen and stone-paved path, the long-forgotten essence of mortal life enveloped her, bringing a sense of ease to her very breath. 3 years have passed, yet I never realized how captivating he was. Unconsciously, I reached out to rub my sore waist, my fair cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. The images of being ensnared by the heavenly silk and dragged beneath Nezha flashed through my mind. I quickly shook my head, dismissing those memories, and quickened my pace towards the bustling town in the distance. I shall not think of him. It is a rare opportunity to be out. I must explore thoroughly. As the morning mist dissipated, the cobblestones surrounding the town glimmered with a damp sheen. However, the early vendors had already set up their stalls, and the shops had opened, their calls echoing in the air. I waved my fan absent-mindedly, the tassels swaying gently with my steps, my gaze casually sweeping over the shops and vendors nearby. The steaming baskets were unveiled, revealing soft, white buns emanating a fragrant steam, appearing utterly delectable. In a large black pot, golden oil bubbled vigorously. Mixing with a paste of chopped vegetables, the sound of sizzling enticingly promising a golden delight. Further ahead, vibrant candied hawthorns, lifelike clay figurines, and silk shops adorned with splendid fabrics bustled with people. Though I have been an immortal for centuries, I remain deeply enamored by the earthly vibrancy. Encountering the clean and lively atmosphere of this town, I decided to linger for a while. This town, with its advantageous geography and convenient transportation, served as a frequent resting place for many passing merchants. Thus, it was always bustling with activity. After securing a room at the finest inn in the town, I allowed myself to relax and indulge in the local offerings. While the temperature was no longer as temperate as the lotus-scented pillows I was accustomed to, their absence was a small price to pay for the freedom from the suffocating embraces of 6 arms. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, I strolled leisurely into the heart of the town, entering the most prosperous shop, its sign elegantly inscribed with the words Yunjin Workshop. As I lifted the door curtain, I was overwhelmed by a sense of radiant splendor. Inside, the shelves were adorned with exceptionally vibrant fabrics, pure white as clouds, ethereal and light fragrant silk, embroidered with golden threads, opulent peony-patterned satin, and the fiery brilliance of crimson brocade, blooming with vast lotus blossoms. Each meticulously displayed piece was breathtakingly exquisite. Unlike anything of this world, unseen to the naked eye, a faint aura of ethereal light enveloped each fabric, truly beyond the craftsmanship of any mortal embroiderer. Although many were moving about in the silk shop, I noticed that few had the means to purchase the fabrics imbued with this ethereal glow. Many gazed in awe for a moment before opting for the more ordinary, unadorned fabrics set aside. Only a select few, elegantly dressed, took their time to carefully choose several exquisite pieces. At the counter stood a stout, middle-aged man with a shiny face, exuding a genial smile. His slightly squinted eyes sparkled with a glint that hinted he was not as innocuous as he appeared. Though he concealed his true brilliance, the air of distinction around him, coupled with his splendid attire, suggested he was no ordinary individual. Thus, when Shiju paused to admire a piece of red fabric adorned with golden lotus patterns, reminiscent of her own attire, the shopkeeper immediately approached with a beaming smile. "What a discerning eye you possess, young lady. This fabric is a rare treasure that our esteemed owner has procured with great difficulty. It shimmers in the sunlight and glows in the dark. Sought after even by the ladies of the court for exquisite garments." Holding a fan in one hand, Shiju extended her other hand, her fingertips gently brushing against the fabric. Just as she was about to make contact, the smiling shopkeeper abruptly interjected, "Ah, young lady, these precious fabrics in our store are not to be touched." Shiju paused, glancing at the shopkeeper blocking her way, her elegantly arched brows lifting slightly. "What? Are you afraid I might damage it?" The shopkeeper maintained his smile, yet his demeanor was resolute. "Forgive my impertinence, but such delicate materials are indeed precious. A careless snag could ruin the entire piece." Shiju chuckled softly, flipping her wrist to casually toss a large golden ingot into the shopkeeper's arms. "Then perhaps I might be allowed to touch it now?" The shopkeeper's eyes lit up as he caught the ingot, weighing it in his hands and even biting it lightly before respectfully stepping back, grinning. "Please, young lady, feel free to browse." as her fingertips caressed the vibrant red fabric. Its cool and delicate texture felt akin to stroking a beautiful jade. A faint ethereal aura mingled with a subtle pulse of life energy seeped into her awareness. Chi-Ju's gaze grew contemplative, a cold glint flickering in her eyes. Though her smile remained gentle, such a rare gem, I wonder which embroideress could weave it? The legendary celestial garments must surely be made from similar fabric, no? The shopkeeper's smile faltered for a moment before he quickly resumed a humble demeanor. You flatter me. Young lady, it's merely a family heirloom, though indeed rare. It pales in comparison to garments of the divine. Chi-Ju offered an enigmatic smile, choosing not to respond, and resumed examining the other fabrics displayed around her. Each exquisite piece exuded a faint, ethereal, and vital essence, presenting a stark contrast to the ordinary fabrics, which bore no trace of otherworldly influence and were clearly crafted by mortal hands. Noticing Chi-Ju's prolonged contemplation without any indication of a choice, the shopkeeper, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, ventured to inquire, every piece of our treasured fabric is exquisitely crafted. Might there be one that catches your fancy? Chi-Ju paused, tilting her head slightly. These fabrics are indeed commendable, but the shopkeeper appeared momentarily taken aback. Pardon? With her hand holding a round fan before her face, partially obscuring her features, Chi-Gue cast a sidelong glance, her expression a blend of haughtiness and pride. I do not appreciate others using the same materials as I do. May the seamstress who wove these fabrics come to see me? I wish to request the design I favor. Apologies, young lady, but our seamstress does not venture out. The shopkeeper began, yet before she could finish her sentence, Chi-Gue extended her hand, following closely behind like a shadowy puppet maid. She produced a wooden box, a foot in length, and placed it into Chi-Gue's hands. Upon opening the box, several gleaming gold ingots were neatly arranged within, their luster captivating the eye. With an expression that conveyed her indifference to wealth, as if what she held was merely mundane, Chi-Gue declared, money is no object. I desire something truly unique. The box was set before the shopkeeper, whose squinting eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the ingots, swallowing hard as he wrestled with his internal conflict. My lady, if you could provide me with an address, I could visit you personally. Interrupting him, Chi-Gue's face revealed a barely concealed displeasure, embodying a sense of condescension. As long as she can weave the fabric I desire, the money is unimportant. Consider this a separate reward for your assistance. Tempted by the allure of riches, the shopkeeper leaned closer, lowering his voice. Since you are so sincere, it is said that our fabrics are woven by the mistress of the house herself. She resides at the eastern end of Huai Lu Alley, in the Nyo residence, marked by a pair of stone lions guarding the entrance. However, he paused, glancing around furtively as if to ascertain that no one was eavesdropping. The mistress is rather eccentric. She has never been seen outside, nor has anyone heard her voice. All we hear is the sound of the loom working day and night. Yet no one has ever laid eyes upon her. Furthermore, the courtyard has an air of the uncanny about it. A cold smile crept at the corners of Chi-Gue's lips, hidden beneath the fan, her lowered lashes concealing the flicker of murderous intent. Yet, her voice remained soft and gentle. I only require her to weave the fabric I desire. The rest is of no concern to me. With the box containing the gold ingots set down, Chi-Gue turned, leading her puppet maid away from the Yunjin workshop. In the eerie depths of the alley, the sun hung high in the sky, yet Huai Lu Alley remained shrouded in a thin mist, the coolness seeping through the cobblestone path. At the far end of the alley stood an imposing mansion, grand in its architecture. The blue bricks and red tiles stretched on, with a redwood door adorned with iron nails and copper rings firmly shut. A dark plaque hung high above, the characters inscribed upon it flowing elegantly but difficult to decipher. On either side of the entrance, two weathered stone lions crouched, their hollow eyes and fierce fangs instilling a sense of dread. Though their forms resembled those of common stone lions found at town gates, they exuded an unsettling aura that deterred prolonged gazes. At the mouth of the alley, Chi-Gue, with her fan partially veiling her face, harbored a glimmer of golden light in her eyes, her lips pressed tightly together, her demeanor icy and resolute. What appeared to be a chilling yet resplendent mansion to mortals was, in Chi-Gue's eyes, suffused with a malevolent energy. A myriad of invisible black mist seeped through the crevices of the estate's door, entwining the entire residence like a serpent's flickering tongue. The oppressive aura of malevolence hung heavily in the air. Yet, Chi-Gue could not help but furrow her brow, her golden gaze swirling with increasing intensity as she murmured in confusion, wondering why there was not a trace of bloodlust. Remarkably, no harm had been inflicted. The malevolent energy was not merely a shadowy presence. It thrived on bloodshed. Yet, this estate bore no hint of sanguinescence. Her apprehension heightened. Chi-Gui instinctively reached for her bag of holding, confirming that, aside from the missing magic silks and a cosmic circle due to Nezha's earlier mischief, all her usual artifacts were intact. She took a deep breath and stepped forward. As she ventured deeper into the alleyway, the temperature dropped, and the howling wind whispered eerily, reminiscent of a mournful wail. Assigning a puppet maid to stand guard nearby, she instructed it to alert Nezha at the first sign of trouble before she positioned herself before the estate. She signaled another puppet maid to approach and knock on the brass ring mounted on the door, producing a series of resonant clangs. Who is it? The heavy wooden door creaked open slightly, revealing a young servant's face, partially obscured by the gloom. My master is not receiving guests. Ignoring the refusal, the puppet maid pressed her hand against the door, her expression stiff, yet smiling. My mistress has heard of your family's exquisite embroidering skills and wishes to commission a unique batch of fabrics. Please notify your master. The young servant, still blocking the entrance, monotonously repeated, my master is not receiving guests. Unyielding, the puppet maid insisted, kindly relay the message. My mistress is a noble from the imperial city, and finances are not a concern. After a moment of stalemate, the young servant relented. Please wait a moment. After a brief interval, the door finally swung open, and the gray-clad servant bowed slightly. Esteemed guest, please enter. The servant led the way, with Chi-Gui and her two puppet maids following him into the peculiar estate. The solid wooden door creaked shut behind them, causing Chi-Gui to pause momentarily, casting a wary glance back at the door, her heart racing. Was it merely an illusion? Had she just glimpsed a glimmer of red light? My master awaits in the hall. Please follow me. The interior of the estate was remarkably exquisite, featuring rockeries and lotus ponds, with every 10 steps revealing a new vista, each corner showcasing substantial wealth. What a magnificent tree! Chi-Gui exclaimed in feigned astonishment, her gaze drawn to the estate's eastern corner. There stood an enormous willow tree, its trunk so wide it would require 2 people to encircle it. Countless verdant branches cascading down like a waterfall. This is a treasured ancient tree passed down through generations. It serves as our family's guardian spirit. A deep male voice resonated as a young man emerged from the hall. Adorned with a jade crown and clad in brocade, he possessed an undeniably handsome visage, though his complexion appeared unnaturally pale. Several jade pendants jingled at his waist as he approached, stopping at the steps and bowing slightly to Chi-Gui. A warm welcome is due to such esteemed guests. I beg your pardon for my lack of proper reception. The man who emerged introduced himself as Nezha, the master of this residence. Although his words were courteous and humble, the way he scrutinized Chi-Ju left her feeling quite displeased. Pretending to observe the courtyard, Chi-Ju engaged in conversation with Nezha, while her fingers discreetly formed seals within her sleeves, her consciousness unfurling like a thread as she sought to uncover the truths hidden within this place. Amidst her probing, she feigned curiosity, her face alight with interest. I have heard that the embroidery artisans within your estate possess extraordinary skills. Might I be granted the opportunity to meet one? I wish to commission a batch of fabric. Nezha's smile faltered slightly, replaced by a look of regret. I sincerely apologize, but my wife is rather timid and does not like to meet outsiders. If you wish to commission a design, you may simply leave a pattern. Chi-Ju frowned slightly, having detected no unusual consciousness upon her return. She lifted her gaze to Nezha, revealing a hint of playful defiance. Is it truly impossible to meet her, even for just a moment? Nezha instinctively placed his right hand upon the jade pendant at his waist, his fingers gently rubbing it as uncertainty crossed his face. My wife is quite shy. Chi-Ju tilted her head, and with a wave of her hand, a wooden box filled with luminous pearls materialized out of thin air, floating open and radiating a cascade of colors. With an expression of innocent curiosity, she assured him, "Fear not. I am merely curious to see what kind of person could create such beautiful fabric." Nezha's pupils constricted, and he stared at Chi-Ju for a long moment, his fingers tightening around the jade pendant. Ultimately, he steeled himself and nodded slightly. In that case, esteemed guest, please wait a moment while I inquire with my wife. Confident in her own abilities, Chi-Ju was unperturbed by any clandestine actions Nezha might contemplate, allowing him to turn and head towards the inner courtyard. She, in turn, directed her attention to the massive willow tree nearby. Though the tree was not particularly tall, its trunk was thick and its branches lush. After observing it for a while, Chi-Ju cautiously scanned it with her consciousness, only to detect a faint trace of Yin energy, along with a hint of demonic aura. Yet, compared to the malevolent energy that enveloped this residence, it was of an entirely different caliber. Pondering this, she rested her chin on her folding fan, feeling somewhat perplexed. How odd. Could it be that the tree itself is not the issue? Esteemed guest, my wife has agreed to meet with you, Nezha announced, reappearing with a smile after his earlier claim of needing to inquire. Chiju nodded slightly and followed him into the inner courtyard. The rhythmic sound of weaving filled the air as soon as they stepped inside. Chiju suddenly raised her head, her gaze sharp as a blade directed towards the source of the sound in the west wing, where she sensed a faint fluctuation of celestial energy, identical to that of the fabrics she had previously encountered in Yunjin Fong. Curiously, her earlier scan had detected nothing unusual. Yet now, upon entering this inner courtyard, Nezha hastily approached, pushed open the door, and with a radiant smile that illuminated the threshold between light and shadow, he beckoned to Chiju. My wife is in the west wing. Please, esteemed guest, come in. His slightly murky eyes regarded Chiju as though she were a prey unwittingly walking into a trap. As Nezha stepped aside to allow her entry, a chilling, damp air imbued with a faint metallic scent of blood rushed forth to greet her. The tips of Chi Gui's fingers subtly moved, quietly forming a protective gesture. Her brow slightly furrowed, and her fan partially obscured her face. What is that scent? Nezha, exhibiting a hint of embarrassment, replied, My wife is frail. Hence the persistent medicinal aroma in the house. I hope our esteemed guest can forgive this. Chi Gui raised an eyebrow, feigning confusion. Yet her steps did not falter as she gracefully entered the chamber. Frail? Yet she can weave cloth for long periods? My wife enjoys it. The room was shrouded in profound darkness. Even in daylight, it felt as if night had fallen. Only a flickering oil lamp by the wall illuminated a slender figure beside the loom. Nezha stood behind the door, his smile warm and voice gentle. Yet it evoked a disquieting sense of pleasure. My dear, a distinguished guest has come to order fabric. You should come out and greet them. As the sound of weaving ceased, a rustling noise of iron chains echoed in the quiet room. The delicate figure trembled slightly, gradually rising and slowly moving out. It was an exceedingly frail woman, her long hair disheveled and cascading, her plain dress stained with blood. Her 10 fingers were wrapped in bloodied cloth strips, her bony wrists and ankles shackled by dark chains, rendering her in a pitiful state. Chi Gui was momentarily taken aback, instinctively tightening her grip on the fan. Unsure of Nezha's intentions, was he not going to maintain the pretense? But before she could inquire, the pale visage that emerged from the tresses left her aghast, and she could think of nothing else. The weaver? That face was all too familiar to Chi Gui. It belonged to the celestial being in charge of weaving clouds and fabric, one of the divine seamstresses, the Weaver Maiden. Yet, the once radiant face, bright as the morning sun, now appeared withered and ghostly, her eyes hollow like a marionette's, and the golden mark on her brow dimmed to the brink of extinction, while ominous black patterns coiled around her exposed neck like a brand. The Weaver Maiden's vacant gaze flickered, her cracked lips moved, struggling to produce coherent sounds, only managing broken breaths. Escape. Since our esteemed guest has arrived, why the haste to depart? A cold chuckle emanated from behind. The door to the room slammed shut with a resounding bang. Chi Gui turned abruptly, witnessing Nezha's jade pendant suddenly explode, releasing a cloud of black mist. On the floor, black characters materialized out of thin air, illuminating one after another, intricately intertwining to form a prison-like array that ensnared the entire room. Nezha smirked at Chi Gui, his eyes now a sanguine hue brimming with lust and depravity. Since our esteemed guest recognizes my wife, why not stay and keep her company? I shall treat you well. With a swift motion, Chi Gui lightly tapped her toes and retreated beside the Weaver Maiden, her fan glowing with a crimson light, and an illusory lotus formed of flames materialized, enveloping both her and the Weaver. How dare you presume? Chi Gui scoffed. The true fire of Samadhi surged forth. The searing flames clashed against the black mist like a blade slicing through, causing the seemingly menacing fog to dissipate in an instant. Do not be anxious, dear maiden. This is merely the beginning. Nezha, undaunted, waved his hand, and the clanking of chains echoed once more. Countless talismans transformed into black chains, descending from above to envelop Chi Gui and the Weaver Maiden in layers. The chains intertwined, forming an exceedingly bizarre formation. As mist began to rise, Chi Gui's expression subtly shifted as she suddenly realized that the celestial power within her was stagnating, and the flames around her dimmed slightly. This formation? Nezha laughed arrogantly. This is a trap specifically designed to ensnare celestial beings like you. It would be wise not to struggle. Submit to me and offer everything you possess. In response to Nezha's haughty demeanor, Chi Gui let out a disdainful chuckle, no longer restraining her celestial power. With a graceful motion, Her hand fan was enveloped in a radiant glow, akin to invisible hands manipulating it. The fan, embroidered with red lotuses, swiftly transformed into a translucent lotus-shaped lamp, standing 3 feet tall, crafted from gold and white jade as its base. With a cover made of millennium crystal marrow, it housed the blazing 3-flame, true fire, which Chi-Goei had meticulously refined over hundreds of years with her own heart's blood and countless spiritual materials. Though it may not consume all things, it could easily scorch the heavens and boil the seas. Embracing the lotus lamp, Chi-Goei's fingertips grazed its surface, causing the true fire within to surge dramatically. The golden red flames unfurled like blooming red lotuses, swirling like a dragon, illuminating the dim room with brilliance. As her garments billowed, the flames erupted, transforming into countless blooming red lotuses that severed the entwining chains of black mist inch by inch. With a frosty gaze, Chi-Goei lifted her eyes, her obsidian pupils glinting like ice. Do you truly believe that a mere evil formation can bind me? Neo Xian's confident smile froze, and in haste, he performed hand seals to activate the formation, causing blood-red runes to seep from the ground. At that moment, a cry of agony escaped from the Weaver girl, who was guarded behind Chi-Goei. Turning around, Chi-Goei beheld the Weaver girl, curled in pain upon the ground, the chains binding her tightening, pulsating with dark light. Most shocking to Chi-Goei was the peculiar black pattern on the Weaver girl's neck, now writhing as if it were alive. Threads of celestial spirit were drawn from the chains, dispersing into the surroundings, significantly amplifying the formation's power. Furious, Chi-Goei exclaimed, "You dare to devour celestial spirits?" Neo Xian retorted, "What is it that I cannot dare?" Seizing the opportunity, he drew the Weaver girl closer, his withered fingers gripping her crown. Grinning malevolently, "She is already mine, and thus everything she possesses belongs to me. You celestial beings might as well surrender. Wouldn't it be better to share immortality with me? Otherwise, the flames of the 3-flame, true fire hesitated momentarily. Chi-Goei pressed her lips together, gazing at the Weaver girl's withered figure and meeting her dim eyes. After a brief silence, she suddenly laughed lightly. "Do you truly think you can threaten me?" Neo Xian revealed that same confident expression again. "If you wish for her to live, if you wish to live, it would be best to submit to me." Huh. Such foolish delusions. Chi-Goei flicked the lamp's cover lightly, unleashing a vast expanse of flames. Part of the fiery torrent surged towards Neo Xian with great force, while another part silently seeped into the ground. "Do you care nothing for the Weaver girl's life?" Neo Xian gasped in shock, instinctively shielding the already powerless Weaver girl before him, while simultaneously manipulating the formation to deflect the flames. Boom. In the next moment, the entire estate trembled violently. Amidst the sound of collapsing structures, cries of pain reverberated as thick roots erupted from the earth, thrashing wildly and laying waste to everything around them. With careful preparation, Chi-Ji seized the opportunity to rescue Xin, while Neo Xian, overwhelmed by the unfolding chaos, dodged falling debris and gazed in astonishment at the wildly thrashing willow tree. Willow spirit? What has transpired? The formation had been shattered, and the chains, once shrouded in black mist, had lost much of their potency. Chi-Ji summoned the 3 flames of true fire to incinerate the chains binding Xin, then turned her gaze towards Neo Xian and the willow. A mere tree spirit dares to claim divinity? The flames pursued the roots of the willow like a relentless poison, refusing to extinguish, compelling the tree to sever its own roots. Cursed be this. As the pretense fell away, a thick miasma of blood and malice enveloped the air. Chi-Ji's expression grew increasingly frigid as she surveyed the willow, which was rooted amidst a pile of bones. In a moment of internal strife, Neo Xian lunged towards the willow spirit in a panic. Willow spirit. With a crack, a severed root lashed out, striking Neo Xian's body. As the multitude of branches danced and an ancient face emerged upon the trunk. Fool, why choose to provoke this woman? Neo Xian, having been struck without provocation, cried out in agony, clutching his bloodied arm. Willow spirit, why have you turned against us? Chi-Ji managed to feed Xin a healing pill, temporarily stabilizing her condition. After confirming that the townsfolk had mostly fled, she curiously held the lotus lantern and observed the spectacle. The willow spirit glared at Neo Xian, its demeanor shifting to one of trepidation as it looked towards Chi-Ji. Do you not realize? Behind this woman stands a dread god, feared by the 3 realms. If you harm her, that god will surely be upon us. Growing increasingly agitated, the willow spirit lashed out once more with a root, exclaiming, "You have led me to this calamity, dread god." Neo Xian was bewildered, instinctively dodging the merciless strikes. Willow spirit, please, calm your wrath. I am unaware of this. While Nezha remained ignorant of Chi-Ji's true identity, the willow spirit appeared to recognize her. Chi-Ji's vigilance heightened, due to Nezha. Many in the three realms were aware of her existence, yet few beings outside of deities could recognize her at a glance. After delivering a few more blows to Nezha, the willow spirit cautiously regarded Chi-Ji, suggesting, "Princess of the Third Prince, why not strike a bargain? I shall release the spell upon Zin, allowing you to take her safely away, and you shall let me go. What say you?" Initially taken aback, Chi-Ji soon scoffed derisively. "Do you truly believe such a thing is possible?" The willow spirit stammered, its anger simmering. "The spell upon Zin is entwined with her very lifeblood. Only I can unravel it. Do you not wish to save her?" As Chi-Ji twirled the lotus lantern, the three flames began to flicker with intensity. "Do not overestimate your significance. Mere sorcery can be undone by my hand, even at the cost of your life. Wait." Despite its mounting fury, the willow spirit suppressed its rage and attempted to negotiate. "I could offer Nezha to you for retribution, and I shall mend my ways in the future." "What are you saying, willow spirit?" Nezha interrupted, aghast. "You cannot abandon me. It was you who taught me to control the weaver to attain eternal life." The willow spirit seethed with anger, its roots continuing to lash out at Nezha. "Begone. Our relationship is merely transactional. Were it not for you today, I would not have found myself in this predicament." Watching from the sidelines, Chi-Ju caressed the lotus lantern in her arms. Unable to suppress a smile, her family's lotus truly possesses remarkable power. Even in its absence, the mere name was enough to instill fear in this tree demon. Indeed, Nezha always brings with him an unwavering sense of security. "Willow spirit, do not deceive yourself. They will not spare us," Nezha shouted, suggesting that while the so-called calamity had yet to arrive, they should eliminate them and flee immediately. The furious willow spirit halted, its tree trunk's eyes fixed upon Chi-Ju. The daring Chi-Ju met its gaze with indifference, her ink-black eyes brimming with murderous intent. Regrettably, Nezha had hit the nail on the head. She indeed would not show mercy to either of them. With bloodshot eyes and a body soaked in crimson, Nezha pointed a frail finger at Chi-Ju and the weaver. "Willow spirit, hesitate no longer. Slay them, so we may depart swiftly." The willow spirit's robust trunk trembled, its gnarled roots thrashing about. The visage upon its trunk contorted in a grotesque manner, and countless willow tendrils, resembling venomous serpents, rose in anger. "You vile wench. You have insulted the spirit too much. Today, I shall exhaust a millennium of cultivation to drag you into the abyss." A chilling wind surged forth, causing the remnants of the estate to collapse with a thunderous roar, the ground splitting open like gaping chasms. Countless skeletal arms crawled forth from these fissures, ghastly and terrifying, accompanied by the anguished wails of tormented souls, deafening in their intensity. Concurrently, the willow spirit's trunk erupted in a scarlet glow, its willow tendrils transforming into dark green spears that, along with the skeletal hands, surged towards Chi-Ju, propelled by an overwhelming tide of resentment. A mere parlor trick. The willow spirit's assault was grandiose, yet Chi-Ju merely smirked in disdain, the lotus lantern in her embrace blazing fiercely. The true fire coalescing into a 9-layered lotus that unfurled like a golden-red barrier. The bones that touched the lotus petals were incinerated to ash in an instant. Yet the dark green spears, hissing ominously, resisted the flames, their tips inching closer through the conflagration. "Be cautious. That willow has been tainted by the waters of the river of forgetfulness. True fire is difficult to extinguish," a hoarse female voice echoed behind Chi-Ju. The words laboriously articulated. The weaver, sheltered by Chi-Ju, regained consciousness, trembling as she propped herself up, anxiously gazing at her. Before the weaver could finish her warning, the dark green spear pierced through the last layer of lotus petals. Chi-Ju took a step back, her fingers forming a seal upon the lantern cover, flames swirling upward, poised to unleash devastation when suddenly, a crimson silken banner tore through the sky. Impudent. A voice, cold and filled with murderous intent, erupted from nowhere, the overwhelming pressure crashing down like a tidal wave. The red-clad war god descended amidst the wind and fire, his spear wielding the power to incinerate the heavens. As the cold light passed, the spear shattered into fragments, causing the willow spirit to howl in agony and retract its branches, its tendrils charred and severed, leaving it in a state of disarray. Nezha landed beside Chi-Ju, enveloping his beloved wife in the protective silken banner, his golden eyes ablaze with fury. The spear's tip aimed directly at the willow spirit's vital point. "A mere little demon dares to threaten my beloved wife?" The willow demon writhed in a frenzied dance, as a foul black tide seeped from the cracks in the ground. "Santaizi, I bear no grudge against you. Must you pursue total annihilation? No grudge? Nezha scoffed, his golden eyes swirling with intensity. The tip of his fiery spear bore the imprint of a crimson lotus, a testament to his wrath. You have harmed my beloved, imprisoned celestial officials, and devoured the flesh and blood of countless mortals. All these transgressions warrant your demise. Under Nezha's command, the flames of the Samadhi, true fire, surged with ferocity. Roaring like a tidal wave, the black tide that emerged from the fissures evaporated in an instant, severing numerous willow branches and roots as the willow demon narrowly evaded the thrust of Nezha's spear. With a piercing shriek, the willow demon swiftly plunged its roots into Neozian's spine. It is all your fault, you wretched fool. Offer your blood and soul to me. Please, spare me. Willow spirit, Neozian pleaded in terror, yet in the blink of an eye, he was drained into a lifeless husk. Those who subsist on the suffering of others ultimately fall prey to their own gluttony. Do you still dare to harm others in my presence? Nezha's brow furrowed. With a swift flick of his wrist, he struck the roots with his spear, shattering them instantly, causing Neozian's body to collapse to the ground. Though he could not save Neozian's life, at least he prevented his soul from being devoured. Unable to consume Neozian's essence, the willow demon utilized the remnants of flesh to sprout new tendrils, glimmering with a sinister black light as they lunged toward Nezha. The ominous aura emanating from those branches sent a chill down Chi-Ji's spine, compelling her to urgently turn the lotus lantern, flames surging forth in an attempt to assist him. Nezha, be careful. Do not worry, Chi. It's merely a drop of the river of forgetfulness. I fear it not. Nezha replied with a light chuckle. He twisted his torso, thrusting his spear with remarkable speed, the shadows of the spear striking like lightning, reducing the branches to mere dust. Then, with a swift motion, Nezha hurled the blazing spear, which pierced the willow demon's trunk with pinpoint accuracy, unleashing a conflagration of divine flames. As the willow demon was consumed by the true fire, it transformed into charred ash, its lifeless gaze fixed upon Nezha, a hoarse and mournful wail fading into weakness. I curse you, cough, cough. Love will ultimately betray you, and you shall perish at the hands of your beloved. What did you say, you scoundrel? Chi-Ji, who had previously maintained her composure, was suddenly engulfed in fury. Having grown accustomed to the dying curses of demons, Nezha's eyes flickered with chilling intent. He intercepted Chi-Ji, who was about to charge forward, and summoned back his spear, extinguishing the last remnants of the willow demon's breath. Chi, do not heed its words. It is merely the futile lament of the powerless. Suddenly, a golden light flickered amidst the ruins, illuminating Neozian's lifeless body, where a hazy radiance began to form, drifting like mist and gradually materializing into a magnificent feather robe. Ji-Nu staggered forward, her bloodied hands catching the ethereal garment. Witnessing this, Chi-Ji, now calmed by Nezha, couldn't help but smile. This is wonderful. Ji-Nu, your feather robe is still intact. The feather robe, a vessel of Ji-Nu's immense power, was her life's essence. Should it be lost or destroyed, her return to the heavens would be rendered impossible. As Ji-Nu cradled her recovered robe, her withered face bore an expression that was a blend of tears and laughter. Clutching the robe, she reached inside and pulled forth a gray-black remnant of a soul. Neolang, Neozian. In the eyes of the weaving maiden, there burned a fierce hatred as she fixed her gaze upon the lingering soul in her grasp. Nearly driven to devour it, you stole my feathered garment, compelled me into an unwanted marriage, and yet deceived me with your insincere affection, causing harm to my child and imprisoning me for countless years, feasting on my divine essence. The fragmented soul writhed and struggled in the palm of the weaving maiden, wailing piercingly, My lady, you misunderstand. I was ensnared by a malevolent creature. I have always held you with the utmost sincerity. Sincerity? The weaving maiden suddenly erupted into a frenzied laughter, tears mingled with blood cascading down her cheeks. You extract my celestial power to weave fine silks while binding my spirit to nourish demons. This is your notion of sincerity. I was bewitched by a vile entity. My lady, please believe me. The tormented soul attempted to justify itself, but the weaving maiden, bereft of patience, pressed her fingers together and crushed it with force, the waning celestial energy surging forth to obliterate it. Perish. The weaving maiden's actions took Chi-Ju by surprise. Already gravely injured and on the brink of death, she recklessly wielded her celestial energy, an act tantamount to courting demise. Chi-Ju hurriedly stepped forward, extending her hand to support the weaving maiden's faltering form. Weaving maiden. Leaning against Chi-Ju, the weaving maiden managed a faint smile, her lips struggling to form words. It's all right, Chi-Ju, thank you. Chi-Ju shook her head, draping the feathered garment over the weaving maiden's shoulders. No need for thanks. We are friends, and I shall naturally assist you. As the clouds in the sky gathered, two elegant figures emerged, descending from the heavens. We have met the third prince and the princess consort. The foremost figure, a red-clad celestial maiden, slightly bent her knee in a gesture of respect. Nezha, standing with arms crossed, cast a casual glance at the scene before redirecting his attention to Chi-Ju, offering no further reaction. Each time Chi-Ju heard the title princess consort, an awkward sensation washed over her, prompting her to tilt her head in mild exasperation. Red. I have told you, just call me Chi-Ju. The leader of the seven fairies, clad in red, smiled but refrained from responding. When Nezha was absent, they could address her by name, yet with him present, they dared not overstep their bounds. The blue-clad celestial maiden who accompanied the red one stepped forward, supporting the weaving maiden, and began to explain. The weaving maiden has been missing for quite some time. We believed she was akin to the others, and thus we hesitated to search openly, not anticipating the suffering she has endured. Chi-Ju understood the name unspoken by the blue-clad maiden, pausing momentarily. Does the lady also know? Fear and shame flickered across the weaving maiden's face. The red-clad maiden approached, taking her other hand. Do not worry. The lady has said that the blame does not rest entirely upon you. Allow us to escort you back to face your punishment, after which it shall no longer be pursued. Matters have now come to a close. The red and blue-clad maidens supported the weaving maiden as she rose. The light of the golden crow pierced through the gloom, casting a golden sheen over the ruins and evaporating all misfortune. The weaving maiden lifted her gaze to the scorched earth, her expression a blend of tears and laughter, tinged with relief. At last, I am finally. The red-clad maiden gently patted her hand, offering a soothing presence. It is over now, the tribulations have passed. After returning, although the lady may administer punishment, she will also feel compassion for your suffering. Focus on recuperating and do not dwell on these sordid matters. The blue-clad maiden nodded in agreement, her fingertips coalescing into a strand of celestial light, lightly brushing over the dark markings settled upon the weaving maiden's neck. Do not be afraid, though the curse runs deep. Upon returning to the celestial palace, seek a pure essence pill from the old lord, and it shall be purged. Yes, I am not afraid. Zen nodded gently, casting a glance back at Chigue, her gratitude unwavering. I shall repay this kindness. Thank you. The lotus lantern in her embrace transformed once more into a delicate fan. Chigue lifted her gaze, a soft smile gracing her lips. There is no rush. Once you have recovered, do craft me a few exquisite garments. Zen's lips trembled slightly, her unspoken appreciation ultimately dissolving into a sigh that vanished into the clouds. Standing amidst the ruins, Chigue gazed upwards, watching Zen and her companions recede into the distance. The magical ribbon around her arm swaying gently, as if offering silent comfort. Nezha leaned against the upright spear, arms crossed. His golden eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the silhouette of his beloved, his fingers absent-mindedly caressing the golden armor on his arms. When the celestial figures had completely disappeared into the clouds, Chigue sighed softly and turned, only to meet Nezha's knowing gaze, a mixture of humor and reproach. Venturing to the mortal realm without permission, putting yourself in peril, and not even leaving me a message. My dear Kiji, have you truly grown so capable? Nezha's tone was light, yet laced with a hint of chill and unmasked concern. Chigue was momentarily taken aback, her fan's movement quickening as she nervously twisted the tassels. I merely sought to clear my mind. Before she could finish, the magical ribbon had ensnared her waist, and in a whirl, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace infused with the fragrance of lotus. Nezha tightened his grip around Chigue, his breath warm against her ear, sending shivers down her neck. Did you lose yourself in the lair of malevolence? His voice, clear yet trembling, betrayed a lingering fear. Do you know how terrified I was when I witnessed that perilous scene? Chigue's heart sank further, her unease overshadowing Nezha's increasingly bold behavior. She stammered. I did not expect it to unfold this way. Besides, I possess considerable cultivation and various protective artifacts. I would not have come to harm. Who can guarantee safety? Nezha retorted, his frustration palpable. Did we not nearly face disaster today? He turned sharply, capturing her lips in a fierce embrace, his voice muffled with resentment. What if that demon had been more ferocious? Were you prepared to let me? Her words were silenced by his kiss, and Chigue responded, their breaths mingling. Until she finally whispered gently, I was wrong. Next time, I shall accompany you and refrain from acting alone. Nezha gazed at her slightly swollen lips, his throat constricting as he tightened his hold around her. After a long pause, he muttered, there won't be a next time. Feeling guilty, Chigue acquiesced to his words, wrapping her arms around his slender waist in a soothing embrace. All right, no next time. In a moment of distraction, Nezha continued in a subdued tone, I was truly worried. Chigue, I need to be compensated. Taken aback, Chigue looked up at him with confusion. What? Nezha regarded her with a mischievous glint in his eyes, one hand caressing her cheek. I was genuinely frightened this time. I require comfort. I need recompense. Upon realizing his intent, Chigue's face flushed crimson, recalling his unrestrained affection earlier. Mortified, she attempted to push him away. How can you still have the audacity to say that? Had it not been for your previous nightly revelries and the various artifacts you wielded, I would not have found myself in this playful predicament. Nezha stifled a chuckle, deftly grasping Chigue's hand and pressing it against his chest, his gaze lifting as his lashes fluttered like butterfly wings. It is because I love you, dear Chi. Do you truly despise my indulgence and begin to turn away from me? Chigue, both flustered and exasperated, retorted, enough of that. What nonsense are you spouting? Who would ever disdain you? Nezha's smile blossomed even brighter as he lowered his head, rubbing his cheek against hers, his voice soft and beguiling. Then, Chi, let us return. I have conceived a new game for us to play together, shall we? Chigue's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. She glared at him, ready to scold, when she suddenly felt a chill at the nape of her neck. In their playful banter, neither had noticed a wisp of dark gray mist silently rising from the ashes of the burnt willow spirit, quietly merging into Chigue's neck. Before she could utter a word, Chigue's body stiffened slightly, as if a cloud of dust had fallen into her eyes. In the blink of an eye, she beheld a hazy vision, flames engulfing the heavens, threatening to consume all existence, yet halting just before her. The bloodied smile of a youth clad in red lingered close at hand, while a spear, merciless and unyielding, pierced through his heart, its shaft held firmly in her grasp. Chi. Nezha sensed Chigue's unease and furrowed his brow, encircling her with concern. The vision dissipated in an instant, leaving Chigue with nothing but a lingering sense of dread. Instinctively, she rubbed her temples, a cold sweat breaking out as her mind swam in confusion, her hand instinctively tightening around Nezha. Are you unwell, Chi? Did you truly sustain an injury? Receiving no response from her, Nezha's worry escalated, and he swiftly lifted Chigue into his arms, summoning the wind-fire wheels to ascend toward the heavenly court. As Chigue nestled against Nezha, she had entirely forgotten the vision, clutching his attire as she sought to soothe him. I am fine. Perhaps I merely overexerted myself. Do not fret. If there is a problem, we shall consult Master Ancestor upon our return. Nezha, however, paid her words no heed, pressing ever onward. The wind-fire wheels sliced through the clouds, leaving 2 trails of serpentine flames in their wake. The sentinels stationed at the southern heavenly gate, caught off guard, glimpsed their commander rushing past, and instinctively raised a hand to halt him, only to lower it back down in silence. Had something just passed by? They saw nothing, maintaining their focus as they observed the tranquility of the day. When the great doors of the Dwashui Palace were kicked open, the thunderous sound startled the Grand Supreme Elder as he was tending to the alchemical furnace. His long white brows twitched as he cast an irritable glance in that direction, his dust whisk stirring slightly, almost as if he wished to reprimand the intruder. Who dares to be so audacious? Master Ancestor, you must come quickly, Nezha exclaimed, hastily entering while cradling Chigue, who buried her face in his embrace, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. The Grand Supreme Elder, pulled by Nezha, conducted a thorough examination of Chigue for a considerable time. In the end, after Chiju was given a bottle of nourishing elixir, she was sent aside to play with the 2 young boys, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. Meanwhile, Nezha, in a fit of anger, was forced by the Grand Supreme Elder to wield a banana leaf fan, compelled to fan the flames at the 8 trigrams furnace. Chiju found the situation both exasperating and amusing. Despite her assurances of being fine, Nezha insisted on rushing over to disturb her esteemed elder, and thus deserved his punishment. Yet, witnessing Nezha's anxious demeanor towards her, an undeniable warmth blossomed within Chiju, sweet as if she had been immersed in a jar of honey. Her beloved husband cherished her delicately, holding her close to his heart. Even the slightest movement would command his undivided attention. How could this not bring her joy and affection? With such a husband, what more could a wife desire? In the celestial realm of the Jade Pool, shrouded in mist, a magnificent scene was formed by white jade and golden bricks, while the surrounding pool swayed with green leaves and white lotuses. The weaving maiden, having received treatment, knelt on her knees, bowing her head at the foot of the jade steps, her thin garments making her appear even more frail. The Queen Mother sat in a high position, her phoenix eyes cold as frost, her voice resounding with regal grace. The weaving maiden, having privately consorted with a mortal, bore a monstrous child, and should have perished. However, considering she was initially coerced and further constrained by a demon, she is now demoted to a minor celestial washerwoman, to endure the punishment of 9 heavenly thunders, forever to guard the banks of the heavenly river. The weaving maiden bowed again, her voice choked with gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your mercy. The celestial execution platform loomed high above, surrounded by roiling thunderclouds, resembling a dark dragon stirring the sea. The weaving maiden stepped onto the platform. Her plain clothes and bare feet, gold chains entwined around her wrists, her golden divine seal shattered, leaving only a dim golden trace on her brow. She gazed upward at the flickering purple lightning above, her expression remarkably serene. Chi-Ju stood among the onlooking celestial beings at the foot of the platform, her fingers unconsciously twisting the Muntion silk, her eyes filled with compassion. Nezha, who had followed Chi-Ju, placed his hand over her trembling hand, his demeanor indifferent. Yet he whispered words of comfort. She has clandestinely consorted with a mortal for decades. To retain her life and not be stripped of her celestial essence is already the Queen Mother's grace. I know, Chi-Ju replied, closing her eyes, haunted by the echoes of the weaving maiden's accusations when she extinguished the remnants of Niulong's soul. Had it not been for Niulong's theft of her feathered robe, she would never have endured such tribulations. Before she could finish her thought, the first bolt of thunder crashed down. The weaving maiden's body trembled violently on the platform. Her plain garments charred in an instant, yet she gritted her teeth, not uttering a sound. Nezha reached out, enveloping Chi-Ju in his embrace, shielding her from the sight. His clear voice now deepened. It is merely a trial. Fortunately, she has managed to pass through safely. After the 9 tribulations of thunder concluded, the weaving maiden lay on the platform, barely alive, her body scorched, her celestial radiance extinguished. Before the figure in red, who had been waiting nearby, could approach to check on her, a golden light gathered on the platform, revealing the Queen Mother adorned in her phoenix crown and splendid robes. She lowered her gaze, her expression inscrutable, oscillating between joy and anger, marked only by her authority and indifference. With a wave of her sleeve, a beam of golden light fell upon the weaving maiden. Go forth. From this day forth, you shall not leave the banks of the heavenly river even a single step. The golden light enveloped the weaving maiden, transforming into a radiant golden rainbow that carried her toward the Milky Way. The Queen Mother cast a glance back at the gathered celestial beings, uttering a cautionary remark for them to take heed of this matter, before turning away to depart. In the Cloud Palace, warmth and tenderness mingled with obsession. The fragrance of lotus lingered within the inner halls, while the translucent lotus wind chimes hanging before the window chimed softly in the gentle breeze, producing a melodious sound. Chi-Ju reclined languidly on a soft couch, toying with the universe ring that Nezha had retrieved, yet her gaze wandered unconsciously toward the surging sea of clouds outside. Nezha sat cross-legged beside her, his long fingers entwining a strand of her hair, his narrow golden eyes half closed, appearing lost in thought, yet keenly observing her every movement. Achi! Nezha suddenly broke the silence, his voice somewhat muffled. The Master Ancestor said that although you are uninjured, you have still been affected by the malevolent aura and need to rest well. Chi-Ju snapped back to reality, her lips twitching at his words. When did the Master Ancestor say that? I didn't hear anything. Clearly, he said I was perfectly healthy, without any issues. Nevertheless, he said it. Nezha swiftly turned, pushing Chi-Ju into the brocade quilt, his nose brushing against hers, his breath warm. If you dare to run around again, I will bind you with the cosmic silk and guard you day and night. You are speaking nonsense again. Chi-Ju gazed at the face so close to her, feeling helpless as she pushed against him. All right, get up. You are too heavy. Nezha disregarded her protests, stubbornly repeating, I'm not speaking nonsense. The Master Ancestor said it. Directly to me. With no choice but to acquiesce, Chi-Ju conceded, fine, I understand. Instantly satisfied, Nezha tilted his head and planted a forceful kiss on her lips. Achi is truly obedient. Chi-Ju, reluctant to engage with him, continued to struggle. After much effort, she finally managed to push the sticky Nezha away, sitting up once more. Yet, he reached for her hand again. By the way, Achi, what were you thinking just now? You seemed so lost in thought. Chi-Ju turned to see Nezha blinking at her with curious eyes, his golden crown slightly askew from their earlier play, a few strands of hair falling free, appearing innocent and harmless. Perhaps I am the only one who finds Nezha innocent and harmless. For a fleeting moment, Chi-Ju was momentarily captivated by Nezha's exquisite appearance, but quickly regained her composure, mentally chiding herself before responding to his inquiry. I was merely perplexed about how that willow tree demon obtained the forgetting river water. How could something from the underworld so easily fall into the hands of demons? Nezha paused, a chill flickering in his gaze, yet his demeanor remained relaxed. Perhaps that demon acquired it while sneaking into the netherworld. The ghosts there are quite lazy. So it wouldn't be surprising if a few scoops of water went missing. Chi-Ju frowned in disapproval. How could that be? Forgetting river water erodes souls and corrupts immortals. Even your lotus body cannot withstand it, let alone others. Yet that malevolent being can harness the waters of the river of forgetfulness for its own purposes. The demon is already dead. Why do you still concern yourself with it? Nezha, unwilling to entertain Chi-Ji's words, pressed her down once more, turning to capture her lips in a fierce and passionate kiss, infused with the fragrance of lotus. Swallowing her unfinished words entirely, it was only when Chi-Ji, breathless and gripping Nezha's garment, her face flushed and her eyes misty, that he relented from his fervent assault, leaning close to her lips with a soft chuckle. Ah, Chi-Ji, do not dwell excessively on such matters. Simply think of me. The rest shall be handled by me. Chi-Ji, vexed, retorted. Nezha, I am not your canary. Nezha chuckled lightly, his voice low and resonant. I know. Yet I simply wish to keep you from any peril, even the slightest. As twilight deepened and night fell, Nezha quietly tucked the covers around the slumbering Chi-Ji, leaning in to bestow a gentle kiss upon the corner of her lips before stealthily departing. Unlike the Cloud Palace, adorned with sandalwood and gold, the judicial temple stood solemnly, built of azure stones and dark tiles, exuding an air of gravity and a hint of oppression. Inside the temple, pearls emitted a soft glow, and the flickering candlelight cast a dim radiance. The current deity of justice, Yang Jian, still clad in silver armor, was bent over a desk, scrutinizing case files with a vermilion brush in hand. His third eye, marked by ethereal patterns, flickered with light as he paused, not lifting his gaze. His voice deep and magnetic. To intrude upon my judicial temple at such an hour, the third prince certainly has a taste for mischief. A crimson shadow materialized in the spacious hall, Nezha leaning against a column with crossed arms. The golden rings at his ears reflected the flickering candlelight. Yet his gaze held a chilling intensity. I apologize for the late disturbance. I hope you can forgive me, Brother Yang. Yang Jian raised his eyes, his tone becoming considerably more casual. Why are you not at home, embracing your lovely maiden and resting, but instead come to me at this hour? Nezha's smile faded, his golden eyes narrowing, an aura of gravitas enveloping him. Brother Yang, is all well in the underworld? Yang Jian appeared momentarily taken aback. A hint of confusion in his eyes. The river of forgetfulness flows smoothly, and the cycle of reincarnation proceeds in order. Why this inquiry? During my recent descent to the mortal realm, I encountered a demon capable of wielding the waters of forgetfulness, Nezha stated. Standing tall as a wisp of true fire ignited at his fingertips, a small piece of black lotus petal ensnared and sealed within the flames. I also came across fragments of the world destruction black lotus. Hearing this, Yang Jian's expression shifted to one of cold seriousness, rising involuntarily, his third eye opening wide. A tangible silver light swept over the fragment, Yang Jian's demeanor growing increasingly grave. Indeed, these are fragments of the world destruction black lotus. How has this come to pass? Where did you acquire it? Nezha, having secured the fragment and extinguished the true fire, pressed his lips together. His expression equally solemn. It was from that willow demon who can manipulate the waters of forgetfulness. However, the fragment's powers have been sealed, preventing the demon from utilizing it. Once again, the fragments of the world destruction black lotus, along with the ability to control the waters of forgetfulness, reminded Yang Jian of the investigation he had pursued years ago, which had abruptly lost all leads. He slowly resumed his seat, his fingers instinctively tapping on the desk. A sense of foreboding creeping in. It seemed that someone was scheming behind the scenes, suggesting the possibility of a greater conspiracy at play. In the past, during the journey to the west, Achi had been wounded by the world-destroying Black Lotus, and now this very thing had nearly harmed her once more. Nezha, his fingers caressing the armor on his arm, was filled with a palpable intent to kill. I care not for the identity or intentions of the one behind this. However, since they dared to lay a hand on my Achi, they shall await their demise with a clean neck. Understanding Nezha's deep concern for Chi Gui, Yang Jian was unsurprised by Nezha's skewed focus and intense murderous aura. Instead, he inquired, by the way, is junior sister Chi Gui unharmed? Nezha, arms crossed and chin slightly raised, replied, with me around, Achi is certainly safe. As long as Chi Gui remained unscathed, he could keep this volatile demon at bay. Yang Jian felt a wave of relief wash over him as he began to contemplate the current situation and potential variables. In the judicial palace, the flickering candlelight cast shadows across Yang Jian's face, his expression shifting between light and darkness. With a lowered gaze, he said solemnly, "I shall send someone to investigate this matter secretly. Nezha, you should be cautious. Junior sister Qi Gui has encountered these shards twice now, which surely indicates some underlying connection." "Indeed, I will remain vigilant," Nezha nodded. "If you have any news, please inform me at once, Brother Yang." "Understood." The ethereal beauty of the heavenly court remained unchanged through the millennia, as if time had frozen the tilt of light and shadow, rendering new developments rare. Qi Gui leaned against the jade railing by the lotus pond, her fingers absently playing with the flowers in the water, her gaze distant and revealing a hint of solitude. The crimson misty silk languidly wrapped around her waist, its trailing end dipped in the water, occasionally stirring the surface and teasing the two koi beneath. Upon returning from his duty at the southern heavenly gate, Nezha caught sight of the cloud palace silhouetted against the twilight, the rosy light elongating Qi Gui's shadow and accentuating her loneliness. He lightly tapped his toes, his red attire sweeping past the verdant leaves and blossoms, carrying with it a fragrant breeze. His warm hand grasped her delicate wrist. "Stop tugging at it. Ah Qi, you'll ruin this flower." The latter's unfocused gaze sharpened as she instinctively looked down, realizing that during her reverie, she had been unconsciously pulling at the lotus petals. In that moment, red petals floated on the surface of the water, playfully teased by the misty silk. Yet, in her hand remained only a bare lotus pod, with just a single small petal clinging to it. Qi Gui chuckled awkwardly as she withdrew her hand, releasing the ravaged flower. But the remaining stem quivered slightly, and the lone petal, after a brief tremor, ultimately detached itself from the lotus stalk, following its companions without hesitation. Qi Gui averted her gaze, tilting her head to look at the smiling Nezha. "You're back." "Yes." He pulled her into his embrace, resting his chin atop her head, tightening his hold. "Ah Qi, are you feeling bored?" Qi Gui smiled softly, biting her lip. "I'm all right. The guards mentioned you had been sitting here all day." Nezha took hold of one of Qi Gui's hands, leisurely toying with it, his golden eyes reflecting the shimmering water, sparkling brilliantly. "If you find it dull, why not come to the southern heavenly gate to seek me out?" Qi Gui shook her head. "You were on duty. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to disturb you. It's merely a routine patrol. What is so disturbing about it?" Nezha gently pinched Qi Gui's fingers, while his other hand brushed aside the loose strands of hair by her ear. "Why not visit the Heavenly King's palace and find that little girl? Just the other day, she was clamoring for you to teach her how to braid flower ropes." Qi Gui blinked, surrendering her weight entirely to Nezha, her body leaning against him. She gazed at the floating lotus petals in the pond. Her voice, soaked in twilight, grew increasingly soft. "I don't wish to move." Nezha fell silent, his gaze assessing Qi Gui's weary countenance, which seemed to lack any desire to stir. After a moment, he reached out to caress her cheek, tilting his head with a light laugh. "Ah Qi, would you care to stroll through the mortal realm?" Qi Gui looked at Nezha with a hint of surprise. Though he had never openly expressed it, she had sensed that he was not particularly fond of her frequent descents to the human world. Thus, even in her boredom, she refrained from sneaking away. Nezha tilted his head again. "I ask, shall we venture to the mortal realm? The time is ripe for the peonies to bloom, and I have heard that the peonies of Luoyang are unparalleled. Would you care to see them?" His beloved, though she had ascended to become a deity, still longed for the earthly pleasures. Despite having lived through countless ages, his nature remained more akin to that of a human rather than a divine being. Because of him, she chose to remain in this chilly palace of the heavens, yet her occasional glances toward the mortal world were laden with unknowing yearning and nostalgia. Qi Gui's eyes sparkled briefly, but hesitation soon followed. "But you, do you not dislike my descents to the mortal realm?" "Fool," he replied. "It is not that I dislike your visits to the mortal realm. I simply dislike you leaving me behind, alone." As the winds of the high heavens brushed past her ears, the strands of Qi Gui's hair danced in the breeze, the jingling of her hair ornaments occasionally clashing against Nezha's golden earrings. The wind and fire wheels shattered the clouds, revealing the vibrant city of Luoyang beneath their feet. Dressed in a sheer gauzy skirt adorned with golden lotus patterns, Qi Gui's hair ornaments swayed gently as she and Nezha, their fingers intertwined, quietly descended at the city gates. At that moment, it was late spring, and the peonies were ablaze like clouds at dawn. Flower pots adorned every corner, and the streets were filled with the fragrance of blooming peonies in hues of Wei purple and Yao yellow. Qi Gui gazed at the city enveloped by a myriad of blossoms, unable to suppress her admiration. "It is truly beautiful." standing beside Chi-Gui. Nezha tilted his head and noticed the sparkle returning to her eyes, causing his lips to curve upwards. Just then, a cluster of deep red peonies swayed nearby. Nezha casually plucked a blossom and pinned it at Chi-Gui's temple, his golden eyes glimmering. No flower can compare to you, my dear Chi. As he gently touched the peony by her hair, Chi-Gui's face flushed, a blend of shyness and reproach. You. Before Chi-Gui could finish her sentence, a loud voice rang out in the distance. Whose young lady is that over there? Do you not know that the peonies by the roadside are not to be picked? The pair turned to see a man in indigo robes, marked with an official insignia on his chest, striding toward them with a furious glare. Trouble. We must flee. Nezha's brows furrowed, mischief gleaming in his eyes as he grasped Chi-Gui's hand, leading her swiftly into the city. The man widened his eyes, observing the scene as Nezha and Chi-Ji turned to flee. His voice grew louder, shouting, "Stop! Don't run! Come pay your fine first!" With garments fluttering, Chi-Ji was dazedly pulled along by Nezha, one hand clutching the crimson peony she had hastily plucked in the chaos. Together, they dashed through the bustling crowd, with the man's furious shouts echoing behind them. Countless passers-by brushed past, yet it was only the two of them, their hands tightly clasped, leaning on each other, unwilling to let go. As the shouts faded into the distance, Nezha led Chi-Ji, like an ordinary mortal, through winding paths until they halted in a peony garden. Though they were celestial beings, at this moment, they seemed to be fleeing from a mere mortal. Chi-Ji's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she tilted her head, gazing at Nezha, who was bent over, resting on his knees as he caught his breath. A smile of uncontainable joy graced her face, mingled with a hint of curiosity. Nezha, what are you trying to do? Nezha appeared somewhat fatigued, though he had merely taken a few steps without exerting any divine power. The invincible deity, known for his prowess, should not display such weariness. Moreover, why had he suddenly pulled her into this escapade? Upon hearing Chi-Ji's question, Nezha straightened up, his handsome face adorned with a smile, his breathing now steady, yet his golden eyes sparkled with a brilliance surpassing that of the sun above. Ah, Chi, did you enjoy that just now? Chi-Ji blinked. Nezha's smile deepened as he pinched her cheek and leaned closer. I meant to ask, didn't we just resemble a couple caught eloping? In an instant, Chi-Ji grasped the essence of Nezha's earlier actions, though she felt at a loss for words. A swell of affection surged within her, rendering her somewhat dizzy as she focused solely on the familiar smile of the youth before her. In the peony garden, blooming with vibrant hues, Chi-Ji could not suppress her smile when faced with Nezha's radiant golden eyes. Playfully, she tapped him lightly with a branch of peony, feigning annoyance. What elopement? We have been like an old married couple for years. Nezha tilted his head, holding her hands with a mischievous grin. Doesn't it resemble that? I think it does. Even if the world opposes us, I would still rush towards you without hesitation. Chi-Ji felt her face heat under Nezha's gaze. Embarrassed and wanting to avert her eyes, yet she forced herself to maintain composure, pursing her lips to counter. Not at all. Clearly, you were caught stealing flowers, and I was dragged into this chaotic chase. That must be because I stole the most beautiful flower, Nezha replied with a laugh, pulling Chi-Ji into his embrace and planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. The blush on Chi-Ji's face deepened, her delicate hand resting against his chest, though she did not push him away. Stop it, we are in public. After the brief moment of intimacy, Nezha refrained from any further mischief. He released Chi-Ji, placed the peony back in her hair, and took her hand, saying, Come, this garden appears quite vast. Let us explore it thoroughly. The peony garden is open to all. As long as the blossoms are not harmed, anyone may come to admire them. Thus, it is bustling with visitors. Nezha leads Chi-Ji through the throng, weaving among the flowers. The young man in crimson robes, his hair adorned with a jade crown, wears golden earrings that glitter with delicate brilliance. When he tilts his head, the crimson traces at the corners of his eyes resemble finely applied rouge, seemingly more vibrant than the entire garden of peonies. Beside him, the maiden in a simple white dress smiles gently, her hair adorned with a deep red peony that sways softly with her movements. The snowy fabric of her gown sweeps past the fallen petals on the stone path, mingling with their lingering fragrance, enhancing her beauty like an ethereal maiden touched by the hues of the mortal realm. Visitors to the peony garden cannot help but steal glances at the enchanting pair walking side by side. Many young ladies blush and turn their eyes away, while numerous young gentlemen are captivated, yet their spirits dampen upon noticing the companion by her side, suppressing the urge to approach. Ah, Chi-Ji, look at this exquisite urchiao. Nezha suddenly halts, pointing to a cluster of bicolored peonies by the roadside, where one side is a delicate pink and the other a pristine white, resembling a beautiful maiden drunkenly leaning against a jade staircase. With a flick of his hand, the flowers sway without a breeze, and the most vibrant blossom quivers free from its stem, gracefully landing in his palm. You've plucked another flower, Chiji whispers urgently, pulling at Nezha in a fluster. Her eyes darting around, recalling the recent chase by the officials. How could he forget? Moreover, this is the mortal realm. It would be unwise to display magic openly. Fear not. The mortals cannot perceive what just transpired, Nezha replies with a playful arch of his brow, as he replaces the crimson peony in his hair with the Urchal blossom. While mortals speak of stealing jade and fragrance as charming, I merely steal flowers to present to my beloved. What harm is there in that? With a gentle tug on the ribbon at Chiji's waist, she tumbles into his embrace, his warm breath brushing against her cheek, mingling with the scents of lotus and peony. If we truly were caught, we could always elope again. Chiji's cheeks bloom with color, her palm pressed against Nezha's chest to steady herself. She glances at the crimson peony he has just exchanged, shifting the topic. But it is such a pity to pluck a flower so beautifully blooming on the branch. To bring a smile to your face is worth any sacrifice, Nezha replies. Releasing his grip, the peony, enveloped by divine power, is gently returned to the earth, where it takes root anew, rejuvenated. In the heart of the city, under the enduring glow of lanterns, the peony plucked at the city gate flourishes once more, nourished by divine energy. Nezha turns to Chiji, his eyes brimming with anticipation for her praise. Is this satisfactory? Chiji smiles, playfully poking his chest. You waste your divine power for no reason. I've told you. As long as it brings a smile to Chiji, it is worth it. Nezha seizes her wrist, drawing her into his embrace, fully enveloping her soft form. With a flushed face, Chiji leans willingly against him. You always do this, sweet-talking me to happiness. Nezha gazes down at her, lifting her chin with a tender hand, looking earnestly into her eyes. Heaven and earth can witness. All I speak are sincere words, devoid of flattery. The pair of golden eyes blazed like the scorching sun, their depths flowing with affection more tumultuous than the waters of the Milky Way, capable of bewitching all who beheld them. Chigue could only meet his gaze for a fleeting moment before she involuntarily averted her eyes, her cheeks blooming like the dawn, her voice trembling slightly. I naturally know. As his fingertips gently caressed her delicate skin, Nezha's smile grew ever more radiant, causing his chest to quiver. Achi is always so easily flustered. Not at all. It's clearly you who are always reckless. Chigue playfully chided as she pushed Nezha away, turning her back to him, her flustered demeanor leading her to hastily change the subject. It seems there are still several exotic peonies over there. Let us go take a look. Nezha stifled a laugh and reached out to grasp Chigue's hand once more, nodding slightly. Very well. If you fancy these, I shall accompany you to Luoyang to admire the blossoms every spring henceforth. As the moon ascended the treetops, the city was adorned with peonies, their daylight hues momentarily lost, only to be replaced by myriad lanterns illuminating the night, transforming Zhuke Street into a shimmering river of stars. Gazing upwards, one could see the lively rabbit lanterns. The koi lanterns swayed in the night breeze. The Chang'e lantern spun gracefully, casting a kaleidoscope of shadows. Moreover, skilled artisans had meticulously crafted a towering peony lantern, prominently displayed at the heart of the city. Its base was carved from solid wood, while the petals were fashioned from gossamer thin silk, and the center burned with a perpetual candle crafted through a special technique, lighting up half the street as if it were daylight. At this moment, the night in Luoyang was no less vibrant than during the day. Passers-by carried an array of lanterns, engaging in animated conversation and exclamations, accompanied by the shouts of vendors, creating an even more bustling atmosphere. Beneath the tangerine glow of a lantern, a silver-haired elder bent slightly, gently pouring a spoonful of amber liquid, his wrist flicking to reveal a lively animal form. Chigue's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she tugged on Nezha's hand, leading him to the candy painting stall. Watching as the elder skillfully crafted a rabbit in mere strokes, her face alight with anticipation. Sir, can you paint a person? The candy painter glanced up at Chigue and Nezha, a warm smile gracing his lips. Of course. Would the young lady like a painting of you and your husband? Chigue's ears flushed crimson, yet she slowly shook her head. I would like one of Nezha, if that is possible. The deity in question looked slightly surprised at being named, a smile creeping into his eyes as he obediently stood beside Chigue, curiosity evident in his gaze directed at the elder. The elder paused for a moment, then nodded, certainly. Once more, the candy painter scooped a spoonful of syrup, placing a wooden stick on the oiled paper, then bent down to sketch. With just a few strokes, an unmistakable figure emerged, embodying the essence of the third prince, 3 heads and 6 arms, adorned with golden rings and flowing ribbons, wielding a long spear and standing atop two wheels. Though the details were not meticulously defined, anyone who beheld this candy art would instantly recognize who it depicted. The elder's wrist flicked, and the final drop of amber syrup formed flames swirling around the little figure, shimmering with a golden translucence under the candlelight. As the sugar painting solidified, the old man cautiously lifted it and handed it to Chi Gui, smiling warmly and kindly. "My dear lady, do take a look. Are you satisfied?" Chi Gui received the sugar painting and examined it closely. The little Nezha, depicted with 3 heads and 6 arms, appeared somewhat rotund. Despite its fierce demeanor, it lacked the original sharpness and instead possessed a delightful charm. The more she gazed, the more endearing it became, prompting Chi Gui to chuckle softly as she lightly tapped the head of the sugar figurine. "It truly resembles him. Even the menacing expression is strikingly similar." Nezha, with his golden eyes narrowed, casually tossed a coin to the old man, scoffing lightly in discontent. "It looks like a chubby doll. How could that be similar?" Nezha insisted he was tall and slender. Standing amongst the crowd, he would undoubtedly be the most striking figure, far from this round, squat little creature. Before Chi Gui could respond, the old man, having collected the money, grinned and explained, "Young master, you may not be aware, but in our land, although the great Nezha is a deity who vanquishes demons, he is also the guardian of children. Hence the sugar paintings are typically crafted in this likeness. Moreover, the statue in the temple has always been depicted as a child." Startled by this revelation, Nezha widened his eyes in surprise, having never paid attention to the appearance of the statue in his temple. Observing the astonishment on both Chi Gui and Nezha's faces, the old man surmised they were not locals, likely drawn here by the peonies. He gestured toward another direction. "If you are curious, come dawn. You may visit the Nezha temple to the east of the city. It is quite miraculous." Chi Gui turned to look at Nezha, who, after a moment of concentration, sensed a faint connection to that direction and nodded slightly. Clutching the little Nezha sugar painting, Chi Gui thanked the old man and, taking Nezha's hand, turned to leave. Glancing at Nezha, who was contemplatively pursing his lips, she gently squeezed his hand and tentatively suggested, "Shall we go to the temple now?" "No rush," Nezha replied, shaking his head after surveying the bustling scene around them. He wrapped an arm around Chi Gui's waist, creating a barrier between her and the crowd. "Let us enjoy the festivities for now and visit the temple after the Lantern Festival concludes." As they moved forward with the throng, Chi Gui looked at the protective Nezha beside her and then at the small sugar painting in her hand. With a smile, she brought the sugar Nezha close to his lips, asking playfully, "Would you like to taste and see if Nezha is sweet?" For a moment, Nezha was taken aback, but upon meeting Chi Gui's teasing gaze, he quickly regained his composure. His captivating golden eyes sparkled as he tightened his grip around Chi Gui's waist, raising his left hand, the wide red sleeves partially shielding them. Leaning closer, his warm breath brushed against her face, and he suggestively licked his lips with a crimson tongue. His voice low and husky. "To discover if Nezha is truly sweet, you must taste for yourself, won't you?" The artistry of sugar painting delicately traces sweetness into the heart. In a playful attempt to tease, Chi Gui found herself blushing and, while retracting her sugar figurine, pressed her hand against Nezha's chest. "This is in public. Do not act foolishly," she admonished. "I am not being foolish," Nezha replied, his golden eyes reflecting the vibrant lights of the street, which shimmered brilliantly in the deepening night. The soft touch of her hand against his chest was not one of resistance. It resembled a kitten's affectionate nuzzle. Lowering her hand that had obscured her view, Nezha's thoughts stirred, and the magical ribbon, Huan Tian Ling, that adorned Chi Gui's arm gracefully floated up, unconsciously diverting the attention of passers-by. With one arm encircling Chi Gui's waist to prevent her from escaping, he pressed her hand that rested against his chest and leaned closer to her ear, chuckling softly. "Rather than this mere sugar figurine, should we not admire your husband in his entirety?" His warm hand half encircled hers, meandering across his chest through the fabric. Nezha's smile grew increasingly suggestive. "Feel this physique, this strength. Is there any part of me that is not sweeter and more delectable than that sugar painting?" Chi Gui's face instantly flushed crimson as she flusteredly attempted to retract her hand, her voice dropping to a whisper as she glanced around nervously, fearing the gaze of others. "Nezha, what are you doing?" Fortunately, the night had deepened. Although the lanterns around cast a bright glow, their secluded position, coupled with the floating Huan Tian Ling that partially concealed them, allowed passers-by to cast only fleeting glances without lingering interest. Nezha laughed unabashedly, firmly holding onto Chi Gui's hand, refusing to let her pull away. "What am I doing? I am merely discussing with Aki which Nezha is more delightful." In terms of audacity, the inherently reserved Chi Gui could never outmatch Nezha. As the handsome youth leaned closer, her heart began to race, the rhythm of his heartbeat echoing within her. Unable to maintain her composure any longer, Chi Gui gently punched him in annoyance. All right, tone it down, stop fooling around. Nezha paused his approach slightly, tilting his head. Aki, do you not wish to confirm? Absolutely not. Chi Gui replied, shaking her head, her face aflame. Noticing the clear disappointment etched on Nezha's face, she hesitated, averting her gaze and lowering her voice. Perhaps we can discuss this later. Oh, Nezha said, a satisfied smile curving his lips. Just as an unexpected gasp echoed from a distance behind them. Both turned to see a throng of people surging forward, curious and eager. The crowd was thick, their chatter a cacophony that drowned out individual voices. Chi Gui rose slightly on her toes, peering curiously. What is happening? You will find out if you go and see. Nezha replied, letting the ribbon fall and wrapping his arm around Chi Gui's waist as he guided her into the crowd, skillfully weaving through the throng. They finally reached the front, where they beheld the source of collective awe. In a cleared space, a 3-foot-tall double-petal lotus lantern suddenly illuminated. Petals made of countless gold leaf unfurled slowly, revealing a pedestal upon which stood a figure carved from white jade, clad in resplendent, ethereal garments. As the petals unfurled completely, a series of crisp clicking sounds echoed, followed by the enchanting strains of music. The jade-carved maiden upon the lotus platform began to dance gracefully, moved by the melody. It was the beloved consort performing. Beside her stood an elderly man with white hair, stroking his beard in astonishment. This year's Lantern Festival had summoned forth this timeless treasure. The jade maiden twirled on the lotus stage, her garments flowing, seemingly devoid of life, yet under the control of mechanisms. She displayed a grace surpassing that of a living being. Chi Ju's eyes widened in awe. How magnificent! How beautiful! After casting a brief glance, Nezha appeared indifferent. But upon hearing Chi Ju's exclamation, he turned to her. Do you like it? Yes. Chi Ju gazed intently at the exquisite lotus lantern and the dancing jade beauty, marveling at how, without any magical powers, mere mechanisms could create such vibrant artistry. How incredible! Let us acquire it, then. Nezha looked up at the operator of the mechanisms, intending to lead Chi Ju over. Chi Ju quickly grasped Nezha's arm, halting his advance. Wait. Nezha paused, looking at her with curiosity. Chi Ju, slightly exasperated, glanced at him. There's no need to buy it. I don't require it. Nezha raised an eyebrow in confusion. But Chi, you clearly adore it. To Nezha, it was merely a lantern, not a significant possession. Since his beloved enjoyed it, he had no qualms about purchasing it. However, just because I like it doesn't mean I must possess it. Chi Ju chuckled softly. Noticing Nezha's lingering reluctance, she pulled him away from the crowd. Oh dear. There are so many people here. Let us explore elsewhere. As Nezha was drawn along by Chi Ju, his golden eyes glanced back at the receding lantern before returning to the eagerly scanning Chi Ju. After a moment's contemplation, he acquiesced, navigating through the throng. A sweet fragrance mingled with rising steam wafted towards them. Chi Ju halted, spotting a small stall not far off. The vendor, adorned with a headscarf, stood before a pot, wielding a large spoon, as crystal-clear tang yuan bobbed in the boiling water, both adorable and delectable. Following Chi Ju's gaze, Nezha chuckled softly, teasingly flicking his fingertip against her palm. Are you tempted again? Not at all. Chi Ju's ears flushed slightly as she tightened her grip on the sugar painting, turning her head defiantly. The sound of Nezha's soft laughter reached her ears, and from the corner of her eye, she saw him approach the stall, peering at the assorted ingredients before casually tossing a fragment of silver. One bowl of tang yuan, with extra floral nectar, please. A steaming porcelain bowl was presented before her, and through the gentle haze, Nezha's expression was tender. Would you like to try? Chi Ju looked at the steaming tang yuan before her, then back at the smiling Nezha. She switched the sugar painting to her left hand and reached for the small spoon. The glistening, glutinous rice skin enveloped the black sesame filling, floating in the clear broth, while a light golden syrup glimmered within. As she stirred gently, the sweet aroma wafted enticingly to her nostrils. J tentatively scooped up a glutinous rice ball and blew on it, but before she could bring it to her lips, Nezha suddenly took possession of her hand and bit into the dumpling. Hey, be careful. J's warning was left unspoken as she watched him wince from the heat, his face flushing red, yet he feigned calmness. The flavor is quite acceptable. Honestly, no one is competing with you. J found herself both exasperated and amused. She quickly set down her spoon and leaned in to inspect his tongue. Open your mouth and let me see if you've burned yourself. Fear not. This slight warmth cannot harm me. Nezha obediently opened his mouth, his expression appearing rather endearing. Satisfied that he was unharmed, QJ picked up her spoon once more, scooping up another rice ball, and teasingly inquired, "Would you like another?" "Ahem. If you are willing to feed me, I wouldn't mind," he replied with a playful smirk. As dusk fell, the once bustling streets began to quiet down, with those who had had their fill now calling their friends to prepare to return home. In the moat of Luoyang, countless lotus lanterns floated gracefully along the water, their flickering flames resembling stars cascading down to earth. QJ, holding her skirt and a red lotus lantern, squatted by the river's stone steps, contemplating what to write on one of the floating lanterns. "What do you wish to ask for?" NZH half squatted beside her, conjuring a brush with a wave of his hand, his wide sleeves billowing in the night breeze. His smile bore a hint of mischief. "For every request, I shall grant it. If you have a wish, asking me is the most effective route." QJ rolled her eyes slightly and snatched the brush from NZH's hand, pouting. "No way. You've never granted a single one of my requests." "Huh." NZH paused, his brows furrowing, his demeanor turning serious. "You cannot say such things lightly. QJ, when have I ever failed to grant your wishes?" "Humph." QJ scoffed, turning away from him, focusing intently on writing something on the lotus lantern. NZH, dissatisfied, grasped her shoulders and insisted, "No. QJ, you must clarify. Which of your requests have I not honored?" Startled by his sudden tug, QJ's hand trembled, causing the brush to leave a prominent mark on the lantern. Irritated, she exclaimed, "What are you doing?" NZH, equally frustrated, retorted, "I demand an answer. When have I not honored your requests?" Seeing that NZH would not relent until he received an answer, QJ rolled her eyes again and thrust the lantern she had been writing on into his arms. "You can see for yourself. When have you ever complied?" NZH caught the lantern, gritting his teeth as he suppressed his anger, then looked down, his expression shifting to one of surprise. On the small lotus petal, a few delicate characters read, "Together, side by side, exercise restraint." The last character was marred by a long ink streak, a result of NZH's earlier interruption. As he gazed at the last four characters, NZH blinked, the anger in his golden eyes dissipating, replaced by a sense of sheepishness. "Well, isn't it said that every request shall be granted? Did you not promise to fulfill all my requests?" Chi-Ju raised her chin slightly, looking at Nezha with a teasing expression. "This wish, can you realize it?" Nezha, with his fingertip grazing the lotus lantern, let his golden eyes whirl a few times before a spark flickered at his fingertip. He tossed the lotus lantern into the river and embraced Chi-Ju. "Sure." The unexpected response made Chi-Ju's eyes widen in astonishment as she gazed at Nezha, momentarily disregarding the fact that he had released her lantern. Nezha held her closer, leaning in with an alluring, slightly lowered voice. "Isn't it just about companionship and not holding back?" "It's no problem." Chi-Ju interrupted him, her expression nearly contorting. "Wait, what are you rambling about?" Nezha tilted his head innocently. "I'm not rambling. I'm merely stating what is written on the lantern." Chi-Ju glared at the unrepentant Nezha and leaned forward to see the lantern he had let go. A somewhat childish suspicion arose within her. The lotus lantern had drifted a considerable distance down the water, making it rather difficult to read the words inscribed upon it. Fortunately, Chi-Ju was no ordinary being. She raised her hand, and the drifting lantern quietly returned against the current. Nezha attempted to stop her, but Chi-Ju pushed him away and reached for the lantern. Upon examining the two crooked characters that had been altered, Chi-Ju nearly burst into laughter. This fellow is truly getting bolder. For a fleeting moment of guilt, Nezha blinked and then stood with unwavering confidence. "I didn't say anything wrong. Just look at this." Chi-Ju interrupted him again, raising her hand to ignite the lantern in flames. "This lantern is useless now. Let us get a new one." Nezha, unwilling to let her burn it, grasped her hand. "How can it be useless?" Chi-Ju cast him a sidelong glance. "You still have the audacity to say that? A grand deity like you secretly engaging in such antics." In the end, the lotus lantern, which Nezha had enchanted by altering its inscription, was not destroyed but instead quietly tucked away by him. A new lotus lantern was placed in the water, and within its center, two distinct styles of writing were inscribed side by side, bearing the truest wishes of the deities as they drifted into the distance. "Day by day, only you remain by my side." As night deepened and the world prepared for slumber, a vibrant flame streaked across the sky, silently landing in Nezha's temple in the east of the city. Unnoticed by anyone, the ancient cypress in front of the temple rustled in the night breeze, creating a soft whisper. Inside, Chi-Ju gazed up at the clay statue in the main hall, stifling laughter to the point where her shoulders trembled, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. Before her stood the statue, plump as a snowball, adorned with two tufts atop its head, clad in a simple red belly band, its feet resting on wind and fire wheels. The finely crafted magical artifacts, Ming Tian Ling, Qian Kuan Circle, and Firepoint Spear, each held in one hand. Yet, the round, chubby figure, with its small face, even amidst the 3 heads and 6 arms, exuded no intimidation. Rather, it resembled a festive doll from a New Year painting, joyfully cradling a carp as a symbol of fortune. Before the statue, the incense table was adorned with malt sugar and small toys, such as rattles, offered by devotees and common folk, clearly treating this fierce deity as if he were a child. Chi-Ju raised her hand to cover her lips, suppressing her laughter. It seems that in the eyes of the world, my husband is indeed quite lively and endearing. Endearing? What absurdity! Nezha's temples throbbed with fury, his gaze upon the statue nearly igniting with flames. It appeared he was on the verge of charging forward to destroy it. How could these mortals be so blind as to mistake a lion for a mere jackal? When have I ever been so foolish? Chi-Ju observed the adorably clumsy statue and interjected disapprovingly. Foolish? Not at all. It is undeniably charming and resembles your youthful visage quite closely. Nezha glared at the statue, his voice almost squeezed out between clenched teeth. I was never so foolish as a child. His crimson divine power ignited, enveloping the clay figure in blazing flames, causing it to writhe as if it were alive. In an instant, the plump little figure transformed into a tall and handsome youth, clad in red armor. With sharp and striking features, even the other clay artifacts took on a more formidable appearance. As the flames receded, Nezha crossed his arms, scrutinizing the newly transformed statue, ultimately conceding with a reluctant nod. This is acceptable. Inside the temple, the flickering candlelight cast a warm glow. Nezha's fingertips still retained a wisp of lingering smoke from the flames, and the newly sculpted statue bore an imposing air that could indeed instill fear in demons and monsters. Chi-Ju gazed at the clay figure, momentarily dazed, before bursting into laughter. The esteemed commander of the central altar is actually competing with a clay statue? Nezha turned with crossed arms, his golden eyes gleaming in the candlelight. I am merely correcting the mortal's lack of vision. Glancing at the offerings on the incense table, Nezha flicked his fingers, and a small rattle flew through the air, landing perfectly in his palm. Such a heroic appearance is worthy of your husband's renown. Still maintaining a composed demeanor, Nezha curiously twirled the rattle in his hand, the small drumsticks gently tapping the surface, producing a crisp sound. Then his eyes lit up slightly. Chi-Ju noticed Nezha's subtle actions. She observed his cold expression while his eyes fixated on the rattle, his fingers continuously rotating it. Indeed, the imposing commander of the central altar, with a grand flourish of his sleeves, caused a piece of malt sugar to land in Chi-Ju's hands. She approached Nezha, offering him the piece of malt sugar near his mouth, stifling her laughter. But if devotees come to offer incense tomorrow, they may be quite frightened. The commander, still distracted by the rattle, obediently opened his mouth to bite the sugar, the sweet aroma mingling with his muffled speech. What is there to fear? No malevolent spirit would dare to wreak havoc in my temple. It is clear they should be burning high incense to honor my manifestation. Very well. Observing her husband, childlike in demeanor, fixated on the rattle, cheeks slightly puffed as he chewed the sugar, Chi-Ju could no longer contain her amusement. Her enchanting eyes curved almost like a crescent moon as Chi-Ju reached out to pinch Nezha's cheek. How adorable! She exclaimed. Nezha, slightly bewildered, turned to Chi-Ju. Did you just call me cute? She pinched him again. Although Nezha hailed from a martial background, his complexion had always been notably fair, smooth, and tender to the touch. After a few playful squeezes, his cheeks began to flush. Nezha, unbothered by Chi-Ju's playful antics, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at her choice of words. He shoved the rattle into his sleeve, swallowed the candy in his mouth, and pulled Chi-Ju's hand down, glaring at her indignantly. What do you mean by cute? I am evidently majestic and imposing. Chi-Ju replied dismissively, reaching out again to pinch him. Nezha felt as though he was being brushed aside, and a flicker of anger ignited within him. Yet, upon seeing his beloved's radiant smile, he swallowed his discontent and allowed her to continue her playful teasing, his face turning a deeper shade of red. Once Chi-Ju had her fill of playful pinches, Nezha, with a flushed and swollen face, tugged at her waist sash, pushing her down onto the altar. Are you satisfied now? He queried. Chi-Ju's heart raced. Cough. Nezha, what are you doing? What do you think? With a mischievous smile, Nezha leaned closer, his intentions evident. Am I not entertaining? Warm breath brushed against her face, and as Chi-Ju met his fiery gaze, she immediately became compliant. No. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. Before she could finish, the half-open temple door was abruptly shut, and the offerings on the altar were swept to the ground. Soon after, her soft form was placed atop the altar, becoming the most favored tribute to the divine. Recently, the heavenly court had been rather unsettled. A commotion erupted due to the son of the three holy mothers, Yang Chan, who insisted on rescuing his mother, creating quite the stir that even the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother noticed. Subsequently, the judicial deity Yang Jian was dispatched to apprehend the child, but chaos ensued in both heaven and earth, resulting in an unexpected failure to capture him. Wait a moment, Chi Ju exclaimed, nearly choking on a piece of osmanthus cake. She quickly took a sip of water, gazing incredulously at the serene-faced celestial maiden before her. Yang Jian, Brother Yang himself went to catch him, and yet he allowed a mere mortal to escape? The maiden, clad in simple garments with flowing dark hair and an exquisite visage, nodded, her expression tinged with concern. Indeed, it is said that the young boy learned some form of magic from an unknown source. When he was pursued by the judicial deity, he fortuitously collided with your companion. At this point, Chang'e could not help but chuckle, covering her mouth. At that moment, your companion had just vanquished a demon, still brimming with combativeness. Upon witnessing the intimidating judicial deity, he impulsively engaged in a few exchanges, allowing the boy to make his escape. Chi Ju felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. There was something oddly peculiar in her ears. Having recently attained some insights, she had secluded herself in the Cloud Tower Palace for a time. However, upon emerging, she was met with a flurry of news regarding the happenings in the heavenly court. The most outrageous of which was the appearance of Lu Qinxiang, the son of Yang Chan. As Chi Ju gazed with wide eyes at her friend Chang'e, who was cradling a rabbit, she inquired, I have also heard that Brother Yang has long harbored feelings for you. What is the story behind that? This notion puzzled Chi Ju, particularly with the sudden emergence of the judicial deity Yang Jian, whose secret affection for the moon goddess Chang'e had become the talk of the entire celestial realm. Ahem. For a fleeting moment, Chang'e appeared awkward, turning her head as if feeling somewhat guilty, and then offered Chi Ju a smile that suggested it was mere hearsay. Chi Ju furrowed her brows, her expression growing increasingly perplexed. Just then, a fierce wind stirred outside the Cloud Tower Palace, and a crimson light pierced through the air, bringing with it a potent fragrance of lotus and a tang of blood. Nezha descended upon the ground atop his wind-fire wheels, his red attire billowing, golden eyes shimmering, and the tip of his fire spear still dripping with demonic blood. Upon spotting Chi Ju and Chang'e seated together, he raised an eyebrow, his clear voice tinged with a hint of coolness. TSK, it seems the Lord of the Moon Palace has found leisure to pay a visit.